Astonishing. A Dementor wandering outside Azkaban was struck by a celestial object, unexpectedly awakening self-awareness and binding itself to a charming persona system. However, to my utter dismay, the inherent attributes of the Dementor transformed the charming persona into one that is universally despised. As it traversed the path of awakening, I was astonished to discover that I was following a trajectory of leveling up and battling foes. Alas, as a creature of the dark, I should not be burdened with such concerns. I should merely exist in blissful ignorance, quenching my thirst with seawater and satisfying my hunger with provisions. What? Someone has intentions to seize my rations? This is catastrophic. My sustenance is more concerned about another minor food source. In order to prevent my rations from spoiling, I ought to lend a hand and offer protection. The chaos I incite reveals that I am, in fact, a doctor. This is inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Descent. Host. We are not to this extent. It is merely a charming persona task. What manner of fiend are you? I, the Lotus Saint, shall not tolerate your monstrous tyranny over my presence. I shall explode, by my word. Is self-destruction your only recourse? Let us both perish. I shall explode. Should there be a next life, I shall seek a modern, host. The ancient world is far too constricted. The cultivation of immortality is equally archaic. In the throes of fading consciousness, the system, with its final reserves of energy, leapt through time and space, only to succumb to slumber. May the heavens cast me into the modern era. Beep. Detection of numerous organisms in the vicinity of a drop. Beep. Primitive organisms detected. Beep. Sentient beings exhibit diminished vitality. Beep. Semi-sentient organisms detected. Automatic management online. Beep. Upon comparison, the life waves of semi-sentient beings are relatively stable, binding in progress. Beep. Minor system malfunction detected. System Yaya requires immediate maintenance. System malfunction. System Yaya requires immediate maintenance. Yaya unresponsive. A Dementor sat vacantly by the door of Sirius' black cell, gazing at a luminous small disk hovering above, darting back and forth between itself and the slumbering Sirius, ultimately charging towards it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beep. Binding of the charming persona system. Successful. System Yaya in slumber. Charm value accumulation at 100 points. System Yaya will awaken. Beep. Detection reveals host current charm value is 0. Activation failed. No tasks available. This Dementor, unaware of the source of the voice, had, in fact, spent endless eons in silence, devoid of even this flicker of self-awareness. It glanced around, finding no one but the sleeping Sirius. Charming, charming. This Dementor could only recall these two words. It suddenly remembered that earlier in the morning, when it sought to practice speech with Sirius, Sirius had inquired about its name. Charming, charming. Its hoarse voice revealed no discernible gender, but the joy was unmistakable. The Dementor struggled to utter Sirius's name. It spun in place a couple of times, and finally, it picked up a twig and poked it through the iron bars. Prodding once, Prodding again, Another poke, Stop it. You're driving me insane. Do you see any Dementor conversing with prisoners? Shouldn't you be capable of speech? It's utterly irritating. Sirius had long been awake, but his initial curiosity about the talking Dementor had faded. At this ungodly hour, all he desired was sleep. Ping. Charisma increased by 2. Current charisma level, 2. The little Dementor paid no heed to the incessant chatter that had begun from the very start, and naturally, it could scarcely comprehend that Sirius's irate emotions elicited a sense of comfort within the Dementor. Perhaps this little Sirius was experiencing a modicum of comfort as well. Thus, a poke, and the Dementor pointed at itself on. Me, what are you doing? Do criminals have no rights? You usually come to feed, and now you won't even let me sleep. I'll on. Me, the little Dementor stubbornly repeated the two words it had just barely managed to remember. Sirius, in a fit of annoyance, scratched his head. Suddenly, he recalled the morning when he had teased this Dementor, the scene of it frantically circling in place like a mad dog when he inquired about its name. Could it be that this creature had spent the entire day concocting a name on a whim? Nonetheless, at that moment, Sirius had no intention of exposing this Dementor, which he found impossible to deal with. Oh, your name is Wan Mi, is it? I see. It sounds like a girl's name. You must be a female Dementor, right? Even beauties need their beauty sleep, you know? That's what we call a beauty rest. Wan Mi girl. The eyes hidden beneath the Dementor's cloak gleamed with curiosity. Is Wan Mi a girl? From that moment forth, the Dementor began to grasp the concept of having a feminine identity. Oh no, now that this Dementor had developed a sense of gender, she should be addressed as her. Though she hardly understood Sirius's lengthy sentences, which were still too verbose for her current comprehension, she realized that he had learned her name. The exchange of names was likely a reference to the comrades of that madwoman who had been so vocal. Satisfied, Wami turned away from Sirius's cell door, and from a distance, spotted other Dementors perched on the surrounding barren trees, swaying like tattered rags in the wind. Instinctively, she felt a reluctance to approach them. Ever since a few days ago, though her sense of time was Vagia, Dementor had circled around her twice, conveying a message: your scent has changed. Since then, she had instinctively avoided their company. She understood that they were different from her. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated Wanmi, she awoke, feeling an unusual discomfort. Descending from the withered tree, she sought refuge in the shade, where two other Dementors were already hiding. Are you hogging it all to yourself? One of the Dementors, closer to her, sniffed at her. Wanmi surmised that the emotions she had experienced earlier were one of their sources of sustenance, something humans might refer to as irritation. She recalled that the taste was not particularly pleasant, far inferior to the delectable flavor of fear. However, did this mean she would no longer need to endure hunger on her own? Sirius was basking in the faint rays of sunlight that filtered through the high window. After several days of relentless rain, the atmosphere had become oppressively damp, and he could feel the lively dance of fleas upon his skinned little wolf heart. Sirius turned his head, his eyes resembling those of dead fish, and said, "What are you doing here again? I've already told you I have no food for you. I'm not hungry." With great difficulty, Wanmi uttered those two words and began to prod Sirius with a stick she had picked up the previous day. "What are you up to now?" "Anger." Wanmi blurted out the two words nonsensically and continued her poking. Sirius snatched the stick from her grasp and tossed it deep into the confines of the cell. Wanmi displayed no reaction instead. She turned and exited, only to return shortly with an iron rod she had dismantled from the bars of an unknown cell. Prod. Sirius, what do you want? Can't you just say it plainly? What feeling? What feeling? Frustration, can that suffice? I've had enough, can't I simply enjoy a moment of peace to catch some fleas? So, this sensation is called frustration? Wanmi noted it down, having spent the entire morning revisiting anger, irritation, and frustration through Sirius. "You're insane." Realizing he was being used as a teaching tool, Sirius cursed under his breath, deciding to ignore this peculiar Dementor altogether. "You're insane. What? Does it sound like me?" Sirius thought. "You come in here. It'll make you wish you hadn't." Ding. Charm level 2. Current charm level 4. The Dementor reacted, finally realizing that the inexplicable sound had originated within its mind. But, la 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 la, how delightful. Today I've mastered 3 emotions. Oh no, I call this joy. La 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 la. How delightful. Today I've acquired 4 abilities. Sirius observed the Dementor frolicking like a dog outside the door and contemplated before picking up a stone, spinning it twice in his hand. Bayou. The stone struck the tattered rags of the Dementor, ricocheting back with a clang that struck Sirius squarely on the forehead. The Dementor glanced at its tattered rags, finding nothing amiss, and decided to dash outside and frolic. Sirius. Ding. Charm level 1. Current charm level 5. Chapter 2. The terrifying wails of Azkaban. Why are you here again? Sirius glared impatiently at the Dementor squatting before his cell. He had come to Azkaban as a form of self-punishment. Yet, why had he been assigned to this peculiar Dementor when the responsibilities were redistributed? He would have preferred a more conventional Dementor. Just look at the one assigned to Bella next door. It was diligent in its task, draining her essence until she was left with barely a spark of life. But this Dementor, it only feigned a couple of sips each day, leading him to suspect that it was planning to pursue some form of transcendence. Wasn't that a concept unique to Eastern philosophies? The Dementor, concealed beneath its cloak, scratched its head. Sirius feigned ignorance. Aren't you hungry? Why not begin your meal? I am all prepared. Sirius reluctantly conceded. All right. Please commence your feast. The Dementor nodded and drew closer to Sirius, but upon realizing it did not detect the usual flavor it craved, it retrieved the iron rod propped against the wall. Stab. Ding. Charm value 1. Current charm value 6. It appeared that the little Dementor's recent diet had shifted from fear to anger. Satisfied, it took 2 sips, just 2, before Sirius could revel in the agony. The Dementor ceased its actions, feeling full. Are you all right? If you're a novice Dementor, perhaps you should learn from others. It has been 2 years, and you still do not know how to extract another's life force properly? If you cannot, please go next door and observe Bella's Dementor. Come on. I am not afraid of you. As soon as Sirius uttered these words, a faint, weakening howl emanated from next door. He recognized it as Bella's voice. See, that is the effect a competent Dementor should achieve. Bella, are you suffering? Good. You should languish in this agony until your very last day. Sirius howled, mocking Bella while also cursing himself. The little Dementor, shook her head. She did not relish consuming excessive emotions or life force, particularly emotions. She instinctively understood that absorbing too much would render her a mindless shell, indistinguishable from other Dementors. However, the daily chorus of varied howls from next door piqued her curiosity. Had Sirius mentioned he had been under her charge for 2 years? Was 2 years truly such a lengthy span? For the first time, the little Dementor grasped the tangible concept of time. She floated next door and beheld a Dementor engrossed in draining the life force of the frenzied woman. Gently sniffed the air. The woman's emotions were anger, irritation, and hatred, but, like Sirius, there was a complete absence of fear. What did Sirius call her? Bella? Bella's hands were tightly clasped around the Dementor's neck, yet she could not impede its feeding. How foolish, thought to herself. Our necks are hardly a vulnerable point. Wanmi sensed the insatiable signal emanating from the Dementor, recalling that her relationship with this particular creature had been rather amicable. The Dementor had never shunned her despite her altered essence over the past 2 years. Determined to assist it in feasting, she remembered that the term Dementor was learned from the plump visitor who occasionally came to the prison, and that Dementors were forbidden from consuming each other's sustenance. She drifted towards the cell door, wielding an iron rod, as the Dementor tilted its head in confusion. What was amiss? The creature recognized Wanmi and emitted an inquisitive signal. Without uttering a word, she extended the iron rod into the cell, prodding repeatedly. Bella, feeling the persistent jabs, struggled to open her eyes, only to find a Dementor poking her with a rod. Instantly, she felt insulted, degraded. How dare this wretched creature dare to prod her? Suddenly, the Dementor noticed an abundance of sustenance on Bella, prompting it to flutter its tattered rags in excitement. Ding. Charm value 3, current charm value 9. Bella's head tilted in disdain as she glared at Wanmi, vowing that one day she would escape and exact revenge. Nearby, a group of Dementors, still feeling the pangs of hunger after their meal, had intended to exit the cell, but upon witnessing Wanmi's actions leading to the emergence of more food from the woman, they experienced an epiphany. They swiftly turned and raced towards an empty cell, each dislodging a rod from the bars and eagerly heading towards their sustenance. In that moment, Wanmi was surrounded by a whirlwind of flapping rags. Should she be grateful that these Dementors were aware enough not to invade occupied cells? All the Dementors flocked to the cell door, uniformly extending their rods into the cell, jabbing haphazardly before succumbing to indulgent inhalations, repeating the process until satiated or until no nourishment could be extracted. Who was the scoundrel that taught them this? A traitor. Which miscreant dared to curry favor with these mindless beings? As the curses echoed around her, Wanmi's mind was inundated with noise. Ding. Charm value 2. Current charm value 11. Ding. Charm value 3. Current charm value 14. Ding. Charm value 1. Current charm value 15. Ding. Charm value 2. Current charm value 34. Ding. Charm value 1. Current charm value 35. Wanmi shook her head, a peculiar sensation blossoming in her mind. She floated back to Sirius's cell. What have you done? Why is there a ruckus next door? Didn't it just end? Sirius's cell was located at the far end of the floor, and having spent 2 years incessantly brawling with Bella, the Ministry had constructed a concrete wall between them to prevent any fatal encounters. This isolation meant Sirius had no visibility into the happenings of the other cells. I poke. He consumes. Wanmi indicated towards the adjacent cell, then gestured to the distant cells. We all poke. We all consume. Sirius replied, Are we talking about the other Dementors? Sirius felt a twinge of uncertainty as he cautiously inquired. Indeed. By my word, this rather formidable Dementor is somewhat terrifying. While it may merely extinguish life, how could it annihilate one's desires and aspirations? Wanmi voiced her confusion. I assist us, I? She patted her chest. I do not comprehend. I. Assist us. I. Are you well? Wanmi grew anxious. I. Assist us, I sense. Her hands, wrapped in tattered cloth, struck her chest with a series of dull thuds. Sirius pondered the recent behavior of the Dementor and suddenly realized. You are proud, elated, fulfilled. That is permissible. Wanmi tilted her head in thought. I am proud. Upon discerning her current emotions, Wanmi contentedly departed from Sirius's cell, leaving him alone to listen to the cacophony of wails echoing in madness. I have spoken far too much today. I am utterly fatigued. She resolved to remain still for the rest of the day, finding a shaded spot to dangle from a withered tree branch, swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 3. Let us escape from this prison. Wanmi was awakened by a gentle beam of light. Was it morning already? She softly leaped from the treetop, preparing to enter Azkaban. Something felt amiss. Wanmi floated back to the tree, repeating her previous action. Still not right. Hanging once more from the tree, she slowly retraced her movements, discovering that at the moment of her descent, she had instinctively grasped the branch. Grasp? Wanmi, perplexed, raised her hands, realizing that her once rigid claws, akin to withered twigs, had become somewhat nimble, even possessing a degree of elasticity. Wanmi floated to the entrance of Sirius's cell, inhaled deeply, and allowed her entire form to slip through the bars. It felt rather constricted. She had never experienced such a sensation before. What are you doing, Wanmi? Sirius instinctively recoiled to the corner of the wall. He was certainly not afraid of the Dementor, though, well, Perhaps he was a tad apprehensive about its abnormality. Seeing that Wanmi did not carry a metal bar, Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. You arrived quite early today. Have you come to the realization that you wish to be a conventional Dementor and indulge in a feast? Little did he know, as soon as Sirius finished speaking, a procession of Dementors began to pass by their door, heading towards the inner cells, leaving Sirius utterly astonished. To his surprise, each Dementor was wielding a metal rod. A symphony of mournful wails erupted once more. Beep, charm value 1, current charm value 36. Beep, charm value 1, current charm value 37. Beep, charm value 1, current charm value 38. Beep, charm value 1, current charm value 52. By this point, although the cries of despair continued, the voice in Wanmi's mind fell silent. Yet, Wanmi paid no heed to this. She slowly extended her hands towards Sirius. What are you doing? A human creature will not meet a favorable end. Wanmi tilted her head, not fully grasping the meaning behind Sirius's words. She merely pinched. Sirius shrank further into the corner, yet he had reached the limit of his retreat. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move any further. If you don't want to dine, then be gone. Your presence vexes me. Wanmi, perplexed, noted the contradiction in his words. He claimed to be annoyed, yet exhibited no sign of such emotion. The newly awakened Dementor, naive to the concept of hypocrisy, sensed that Sirius's declaration of annoyance was insincere, as she felt no trace of that sentiment. How peculiar. Nevertheless, Wanmi did not lose sight of her objective. She pressed her hands forward towards Sirius, who, with nowhere left to retreat, reluctantly extended his hand to pinch her stick-like fingers. Is there elasticity? Sirius exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. Since his imprisonment in Azkaban, he had encountered countless Dementors. Pinching again, he confirmed the faint sensation of resilience was indeed authentic. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the Dementor seemed to have lost some of its former darkness, gradually transforming toward a more human-like visage. Over the course of 2 years, the voice that once echoed in Wanmi's mind had fallen silent, and under Sirius's wide-eyed, astonished gaze, she had evolved from a tattered remnant into a more substantial semblance of herself. At a glance, Wanmi appeared far more robust than her fellow Dementors, resembling a gaunt figure masquerading in rags. Will your foolish kin not come to attack you in this guise? No, Wanmi replied, expertly resting the gleaming iron rod on her shoulder. They are not foolish, they merely lack intellect. What difference does it make? Lacking intellect is already pitiable enough. Must you insult them further? Wanmi, you are not nearly as amusing as you were 2 years ago. Remember, I took you under my wing. Can you not show me some respect? Very well, Wanmi retorted, plucking a stray weed from the wall to hold at the corner of her mouth. To demonstrate my respect, allow me to provide you with a melody. With that, she moved toward the adjoining space, and simultaneous roars erupted from both sides. Sirius exclaimed, Wanmi, my entire view is but a sliver of green. Bellatrix screeched, I shall slay you. Wanmi's iron rod jabbed at Bella's rear, prompting her to instinctively rush forward and seize Wanmi by the throat. You are foolish, and I have told you countless times that choking is ineffective. Meanwhile, a nearby Dementor, waiting eagerly, lunged forward to greedily draw in a breath. It could not fathom why every time this strange companion of his poked at his sustenance, the effect was always more profound than his own attempts. He had once tried to imitate her, attempting to produce a cacophony of peculiar sounds, but to no avail. Still hungry. Receiving a signal from the Dementor, Wanmi pondered for a moment before speaking. Sirius says you are his favorite cousin. You lie, came Sirius's distant voice. Shut your mouth, you foul little one. Who do you think you are insulting? I have no such foolish cousin. Wanmi loathed being called short, for reasons unknown. As she had become more human-like over the past 2 years, her stature had inexplicably diminished. Voldemort is dead. You lie? Bellatrix collapsed helplessly to the ground once more, and this time, the Dementor indicated, I am sated. Wanmi returned to the entrance next door, dragging a metal rod. Feeling utterly bored, the old lunatic was no longer entertaining. In this entire guardianship, no one could bring her a sense of novelty. How many years have I been here? You ask me? Surely, you must be a fool. Wanmi cast a disdainful glance at Sirius, the oversized cap now far too large for her current physique. So she simply removed it. Although her reasoning held merit, Sirius regretted deeply that he should have been more restrained during his teachings. Otherwise, he would not have produced such a wretched outcome. Counting the marks he had made on the wall, Sirius was astonished to realize he had been in Azkaban for nearly a decade. Do you wish to escape? Look at me. It seems I would still need 2 more years to resemble a human, wouldn't you agree? What do you think about an escape from prison? Chapter 4. Are we truly not considering an escape? Wanmi listlessly hung her neck over a tree branch, swaying with the wind. Yesterday, she had rejected Sirius's escape proposal. After all, a Dementor should remain in Azkaban. What could possibly be entertaining outside? Initially, only Sirius felt disheartened, but for reasons unknown. He summoned Wanmi inside and gestured in front of her. 1 meter 20. What? I meant your height. Oh, I am 1 meter 92. Wanmi took a moment to comprehend the difference between 1 meter 20 and 1 meter 92, her initial struggles with mathematics forgiven. Thus, the number of unhappy individuals multiplied, with Wanmi hanging from the tree until now. Wanmi, Wanmi. Sirius's call echoed from the window, wavering into her ears. Bang. Wanmi struck the railing with her gleaming rod, gesturing at Sirius within. Why are you barking like a dog? Hee, did I not say yesterday? I refuse. Hey, don't go. Let me finish. I thought for a long time last night about why you seem to have shrunk. I figured it out. Why? Wanmi swiftly slid into the cell, now able to enter without even sucking in her stomach. Sirius leaned close to her ear, revealing a set of large, dark teeth. Think about it. Are you not beginning to resemble a person? Like whom? Sirius restrained himself from patting Wanmi's head, for this little Dementor was rather temperamental. Not like anyone. Just like a person. Look at me. We survive solely on our meals. Might you need to consume human food to grow? You currently appear to be merely a girl, just over 10 years old. A rather unattractive girl. Indeed, I am quite ugly, not as pretty as before. Wanmi had seen her reflection by the sea, and her appearance had indeed deteriorated. Once, she had been the most striking among the Dementors. Then I can eat your food. Sirius gasped, clapping his hands together. How delightful. Are you trying to starve someone? Besides, do you think the food given to prisoners holds any nutritional value? Are you afraid we won't grow strong enough? Filthy Ministry of Magic. To hell with their mistreatment of prisoners. I and him. Sirius wiped the saliva from his clothing. So it seems my speech is quite foul, isn't it? Not good, not good. One must not indulge oneself simply because there is no one else around. After venting my frustrations, Wanmi planted the iron rod firmly into the ground and pondered, where shall I procure sustenance? You are aware of my suggestion from yesterday. Although the Ministry of Magic confiscated most of my possessions, I remain quite affluent and capable of supporting you. What wealth? When I stand there, do they not fear me? Goodness, is this Dementor after a free meal? They are numerous. That cursed killing curse is ineffective against me. They will use the Patronus charm. Who would cast a Patronus on a single individual? What if they discovered the truth? Then you would be doomed. Why? I even wear a hood when visiting the eccentric old woman next door. Do you truly think anyone could recognize me and betray me? Do you take me for a fool? You are certainly not foolish. Sirius Black, feeling exasperated, realized this individual operated on an entirely different wavelength of thought. And to make matters worse, he was assigned to her. Were he to be paired with a more typical Dementor, he could have strolled about without a care. Tap, tap, tap. The two turned to find the Dementor assigned to Bella rapping on the bars of the cell. What is the matter? Wanmi disregarded Sirius and floated into view, aligning her gaze with that of the Dementor. The Dementor was unable to articulate, but it conveyed a signal to Wanmi. My rations are running low. That cannot be. Aren't these wizards rather resilient? Curiously, she followed the Dementor to Bella's side. There lay Bella on the ground, her chest faintly rising and falling. What has transpired? The Dementor gestured to its own neck, then to Bella, and finally to the ceiling, appearing somewhat aggrieved. I am well fed and wish to depart, yet it insists on constricting my neck. I yearn to fly away, but it collides with the ceiling. My provisions are depleted. Wanmi, understanding, gently patted the Dementor's head and handed it the wooden bucket typically used for delivering meals. Go to the seaside, fill it with water, and your rations shall be replenished. Responding to Wanmi's signal, the Dementor eagerly seized the bucket and hurried towards the shore, now the sole member of its kind without an iron rod. Why not seek assistance from the neighboring companion instead of requiring an iron rod? Bella had initially grasped the Dementor's neck out of irritation. Who would have guessed it would lead to such an embarrassing collision with the ceiling? In truth, she merely wished to lie quietly on the ground. Hearing commotion outside the door, Bellatrix Lestrange was too lethargic to open her eyes, but soon enough, the rustling sounds faded, granting her a moment of peace. However, in the next instant, a bucket of cold water cascaded down from above, carrying with it a faint odor of decaying food. Who? Cough, cough, cough. Who? Bella sprang to her feet with a start, unsurprised to find that wretched little creature beside the Dementor. You abominable freak. Bastard. If you have the courage, come inside. Wanmi slightly turned, slipping through the gap into the cell. Bella. Dementor? Wanmi. You dare to venture out again. Whack. Wanmi struck Bella with the rod. You've been given a chance. Caught off guard, Bella was violently thrown to the ground by the formidable prison guard, only to turn and discover another Dementor crouching beside her, drooling as it gazed hungrily in her direction. All she could see was its ample cloak. Give it back. That belongs to me. As Bella Lestrange fell, a necklace slipped from her chest. Quick as lightning, the guard rushed over to seize the sparkling trinket and began to toy with it. It was a golden key. Return it. It is mine. Nonsense. Everything in this prison belongs to us. The Dementor nearby nodded vigorously. You belong to us too. However, Bella could not comprehend its words. She merely scrambled to her feet, her eyes red with fury, and charged towards the floating guard in an attempt to reclaim the key, only to be kicked into a corner. What a delightful little creature. The guard spat, gleefully drifting back to show off to Sirius. Charming value. 5. Current charming value. 57. The guard paused momentarily before continuing to glide ahead, ignoring the strange sounds in its head. Sirius, do you think this necklace is beautiful? Sirius gaped, pointing at the ring in stunned silence, instinctively clutching his collar. Good heavens. He had just overheard the guard's words next door. This Dementor was unlike any other. It could rob. Bella's key to Gringotts had been stolen. It was worth noting that even the Ministry of Magic would not stoop so low. Why that expression? Look, I have a necklace too. Isn't it lovely? It is indeed beautiful. It looks incredibly valuable. The guard nodded in satisfaction, recalling that she had seen a similar piece around Sirius's neck. At least they had a shared history, so she settled for a comparable one, which was acceptable. Unbeknownst to her, only their ancient families favored such antiquated keys, which were more a symbol of wealth than anything else. Dear guard, I think you and that key are mismatched. Look, the chain is so long. It's nearly at your navel. Do you even know where your navel is? The guard shot Sirius a displeased glare. Is it necessary for you to be such a downer? Be careful, or I might devour your dinner tonight. Sirius shrugged. Look at my current form. Do you really think consuming my dinner would help you grow taller? It seems unlikely. So, shall we truly consider breaking out of here? Chapter 5. The adorable little Baldy. Every time Sirius laid eyes on the guard, he couldn't help but think of Harry. He must be around this height by now, right? I wonder if he has grown robust. This year's acceptance letters from Hogwarts should include Harry's. Yet here he was in Azkaban, unable to partake in such a pivotal moment of his life. Countless midnights. Sirius would dream of a boy resembling James, pouring out his heart and questioning why he had not visited for so many years. Upon waking, Sirius could only gaze blankly out the window, pondering how things had come to this. Finally, after yet another awakening from a dream, he could no longer contain himself. Listening to the surrounding sounds of snoring, he quietly transformed into a gaunt, emaciated black dog, silently squeezing through the fence and stealthily making his way toward the prison's exterior. The main entrance was patrolled by 2 Dementors, and Sirius carefully suppressed his emotions, edging along the wall as he ventured outside. The Dementors, sensing a ripple of soul energy, turned their heads in unison, causing Sirius to press himself against the wall, frozen in fear. However, the Dementors appeared to show little interest in the animal. They merely drifted closer, curiously prodding the sudden appearance of the wild dog before drifting back to their previous positions. Sirius, taking a cautious step forward, noticed that the 2 Dementors no longer paid him any heed. With newfound courage, he took another step, his left paw now boldly crossing the threshold of the door. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a smooth iron rod shot down from above, embedding itself in the ground just 2 centimeters from his paw. You don't want that paw anymore, came the cold voice of Bellatrix from above. In a moment of defiance, Sirius pushed off with his hind legs, attempting to force his way out. 3 seconds later, Bellatrix, holding the black dog by the scruff of its neck with one hand and the iron rod with the other, leisurely floated back to Sirius's cell. Without even opening the door, she shoved the black dog through the gaps in the bars. Once on the ground, the dejected black dog lowered its head and scuttled back to the corner, curling up into a pitiable ball, exuding an aura of helplessness that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, Bellatrix was not one to empathize. Recalling that the foolish dog had dared to bite her, her anger flared once more, despite the wound having healed long ago. She raised the iron rod and poked the black dog's rear. Wake up, wake up. The black dog paid her no mind. Get up, you lazy creature. Still, the black dog remained unresponsive. Do you believe I would go next door, rouse that madwoman, and bring her over to witness your torment at the hands of all the Dementors? The black dog sprang to its feet, reverting to its human form, and exclaimed, Damn it, why are you such a cruel Dementor? Sirius loathed being the subject of Bellatrix's amusement. He knew Bellatrix had no heart. If she dared to say it, she would certainly act on it. You owe me. Bellatrix extended a grimy little hand towards Sirius. Oh, you what? I was about to escape. Why was I assigned to this cunning Dementor? You bit me. Are you out of your mind? You were the one who blocked my path. And besides, you're fine now. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes. Should I not stop my food supply from escaping? Indeed, in her eyes, Sirius was her property. Even if she had no desire to consume him, she would not allow her food supply to flee. It was safer to keep her food at home. What nonsense are you spouting? You emotionless creature. Bellatrix raised her hand, ready to strike. Who are you cursing at? You are the true monster. I am a Dementor. Sirius felt a surge of anger. He could hardly comprehend how he, a mentor of sorts to Bellatrix, had failed to instill any better qualities in her. Yet, Sirius found himself powerless. Not only could he not contend with Bellatrix here, but even if he escaped, he doubted his ability to overpower her. Dementors feared nothing except the Patronus charm, but Bellatrix had a gleaming iron rod. What will it take for you to let me go? Sirius was acutely aware that if he could manage to handle Wanmi, he would secure his escape. There was no room for hesitation. Sustenance required a certain consciousness. Did it not? You do not relish my company. Sirius seethed in anger. Bang! Wanmi leaned a metal rod against the ground, tilting it slightly. So, what is mine is mine. Sirius observed Wanmi, who was increasingly resembling a normal child, and felt a pang of anxiety within. The weather seemed to indicate summer had arrived, and he was eager to venture out to see Harry, especially after every encounter with Wanmi. How long have we known each other, Wanmi? I don't know. Perhaps 5 or 6 years. Wanmi scratched his head, and indeed, some hair had begun to sprout. No wonder it was a bit itchy. How vexing. Why was he becoming more human-like? Truly, it was rather unbecoming. It has been 7.5 years. Is your head itchy again? You should wash it quickly. What kind of girl shaves her head all day? Wanmi ignored him and rummaged through his belongings for a while before producing a blade, which he had retrieved from the depths of the sea based on Sirius's description. Here, Wanmi squeezed through the bars, handing the blade to Sirius, then obediently turned around. Exposing his head, Sirius resignedly picked up the razor, carefully shaving off the newly grown stubble, all the while muttering, "Look at you, aside from your somewhat ashen skin. You are absolutely a delicate porcelain doll, TSK. Sirius inhaled instinctively, having grown accustomed to his canine form. You haven't bathed in 2 weeks. At least go soak in the sea. I dislike it. Wanmi frowned. The seawater was too cold for her liking. A Dementor floated by, pausing briefly in front of Wanmi before gliding inside. Shortly thereafter, all the Dementors followed the one that had entered. Sirius returned the blade to Wanmi, inquiring, "What is the matter? The fat fool has come, calling us out. What does he want?" Sirius knew that the fat fool Wanmi referred to was Fudge. Who knows? Wanmi seemingly conjured a large cloak from nowhere, draping it over himself. This was the disguise he had fashioned from tattered cloth he had obtained from each Dementor, sewn together by Sirius. Once adorned, he looked like an ordinary Dementor, save for the metal rod in his hand, which gleamed brighter than those of the other Dementors. Sirius had long since grown accustomed to Wanmi's uncanny ability to conjure objects out of thin air. After all, even the remarkable phenomenon of a Dementor possessing a brain had occurred around Wanmi. What else was impossible? Uncertain of Fudge's intentions, Sirius transformed back into a large black dog and leapt up to the high window. Although he could not squeeze through the bars, he could certainly extend his head out. Thus, Sirius beheld Fudge, grandly leading 4 Dementors onto a departing ship. Wait, a glimmer of recognition struck Sirius. One of the Dementors bore an uncanny resemblance. It was draped in the very cloak he had crafted, along with that shining metal rod. Chapter 6. I have a cleanliness obsession, do not touch. Beneath the cloak, Wanmi hurriedly floated at the forefront, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth, while his left hand dragged along an unconscious man. 3 Dementors followed her in a state of confusion. Why were their companions in such a hurry today? They were perplexed. Perhaps it was hunger? 2 Aurors tasked with monitoring the 4 Dementors hastened to keep pace behind them. If they had not been flying so low, the Aurors might have suspected a rebellion among the Dementors. Yet, that was inconceivable. One of the Aurors sighed at his fanciful thoughts. These soulless magical creatures were driven by basic instincts. After all, the Ministry of Magic was the only place where they could indulge openly. Amos Diggory observed the foremost Dementor with a furrowed brow, sensing an oddity about it. No, perhaps it was the entire group that seemed altered. They were almost like a menacing iron rod. Before the fortress of Azkaban, Amos politely nodded to the 4 Dementors, entrusting the prisoner to them. Diggory, why are you being so courteous? Let us move on. It's rather cold here. Amos chuckled wryly, waved goodbye to the Dementors, and boarded the returning boat with his companion. Wand met the prisoner over to one of the Dementors, instructing it to secure the captive, and then rushed towards Sirius's floor. It had only been a day. Surely, my rations were safe. Wand struck the iron bars with a stick, glaring intensely at the empty cell. Damn that fat fool. He has made me lose my rations. In the Minister of Magic's office, Fudge suddenly sneezed. He pondered for a moment, recalling that he hadn't offended anyone lately, then resumed his cheerful humming while processing paperwork. That wretched little dwarf, making noise at night and disturbing my sleep. Wand, already fuming, let the iron stick scrape along the ground as it floated towards the adjacent cell. What are you barking about? What are you barking about? Ah, damn it. Damn little dwarf. Ah. Wand furiously jabbed the stick at Bella a couple of times, summoning the one Dementor that had not picked up a rod. Dinner time. The Dementor hesitated in place. My companion, I am quite full today. Midnight snack. Very well. Once the Dementor had eaten its fill, Wand lazily conversed with it. Find yourself a stick. My rations have escaped, and I must go retrieve them. Wand was deeply troubled by this incident, as allowing one's provisions to escape was an especially humiliating occurrence for any Dementor. While other Dementors might not experience such emotions, Wand certainly did. She was determined to reclaim her rations. What? It's dangerous outside? There are always those wretched humans driving us away. Home is safe. Don't worry. I can disguise myself as one of them. Those big fools won't notice. All right, then I'll go find a stick, and you can poke my rations in front of me while I learn. The Dementor obediently drifted to an empty cell to retrieve a rod, then returned, patiently mimicking Wand's actions. Ah, Damn you, foul creature. Ah, I will devour you. You abominable Dementor. Filthy dwarf. Two Dementors communicated through a silent exchange of thoughts, leaving Bella utterly oblivious to their discourse. All she felt was the excruciating pain as they jabbed themselves with their wands in a bizarre manner. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for Bella. Harry Potter, I commanded you to burn all the letters, do you hear me? In a residence on Privet Drive, the fireplace blazed warmly. A stout middle-aged man clutched a frail boy under his arm, attempting to wrest a small stack of letters from the boy's hands, which flailed about in a chaotic dance. Is anyone there? Is Harry Potter present? Both the middle-aged man and the boy he was restraining halted their movements, turning their gazes toward the open door. Who are you? Scanning his mind for any recollection, he found nothing regarding the pale, somewhat unhealthy-looking girl before him. She must be quite frail, he pondered, as he noticed the iron cane she wielded, seemingly scavenged from somewhere. Look at her slightly ashen complexion. Oh, the poor little angel. Was her bald head a result of some treatment? Seizing the opportunity while Vernon was distracted, the boy swiftly broke free from his grasp and stumbled towards the girl, clutching the letters tightly against his chest. I am Harry Potter. What do you want from me? Vanessa disdainfully scrutinized the feeble boy before her, whose hair resembled a bird's nest. Has a scruffy, emaciated black dog or a disheveled man resembling a dead twig come to find you recently? Little girl, Vernon interjected, his approach halted by the glinting iron cane in her hand. Don't come any closer. You reek. Having just chased Harry around in a frenzy, Vernon was drenched in sweat, his body betraying him with the scent of exertion. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, or rather, a surge of fear at the sight of the iron cane in the girl's grip. However, when he caught a whiff of an odor not belonging to him, all embarrassment vanished. And you dare speak? You filthy girl. How long has it been since you bathed? You smell sour. And Harry Potter, hand over the letters. No. Seeing Vernon inch closer with intentions to snatch the letters, Harry dashed past Vanessa and bolted towards the door. Vernon's corpulent frame necessitated that he push past Vanessa to pursue Harry. Yet, as he lifted his hand, it was met with a sharp thwack from the iron cane against his arm. I have a cleanliness obsession. Don't touch me. The girl, having struck him, shrieked and fled, leaving Vernon standing there, bewildered, clutching his arm. I was scorned and even assaulted by a filthy, noisy child with a cleanliness obsession? Ding. Charm level 3. Current charm level 80. Vanessa paid no heed to the peculiar sounds that had resonated intermittently since her departure from the harbor. She followed the direction Harry had taken and soon spotted a small boy awkwardly hiding behind a bush by the roadside. Forgive him, for his little bottom was still exposed. Hey, you still haven tea, answer my question. Ah, I want tea, give it to you, I want tea. Harry, thinking that Uncle Vernon had somehow tracked him down, was frightened and prepared to flee, only to realize it was the girl who had just aided him. It's you. What do you want from me? Wami repeated the question once more. I apologize. I hardly ever have the opportunity to venture outside, nor have I encountered the individuals or dogs you mentioned. It makes no sense. According to the information I gathered, provisions are undoubtedly on their way to eliminate you. What did you say? Harry Potter did not quite catch Wami's words. It's nothing. What do you have there? I'm not sure. I haven't looked yet. Harry produced a small stack of identical letters, exclaiming that his aunt's house was nearly inundated with such correspondence today. He felt an overwhelming urge to peruse them. Chapter 7. Wami Dement. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Knight of Merlin. First Class. Chief Wizard of Wisingamot. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, it is with great pleasure that we inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the contents of the first page aloud, astonished as he covered his mouth. Is this a prank? Does magic truly exist in this world? Who would expend such effort on a mere jest? Don't you know? There is a palpable surge of magic within you. Wami stepped closer to Harry, greedily inhaling, suppressing the desire that stirred within her. You smell delightful. Do you intend to attend this school? Wami's proximity caused Harry to instinctively shrink away, feeling a chill as he rubbed his arms, his eyes still clouded with confusion. I don't know. Could this be real? It is real. You should find a way to go. Farewell. Wami, disinterested in engaging in this childish question-and-answer game, vanished on the spot after uttering those words. Harry stared in terror at the spot where the little girl had just stood. What was that? Just as he questioned the existence of magic, a living person had simply disappeared before his eyes. He turned and raced home, bursting into the bathroom for a cold shower amidst Uncle Vernon's shouts. The chilling sensation somewhat revived him, but what on earth was happening? Reflecting on the bizarre incident at the zoo a few days prior, along with the myriad strange occurrences over the years, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Harry, though he was unsure of what he was hoping for. As for Wami, One cannot expect a being who had only recently awakened to consciousness and spent the past several years in Azkaban to possess any sense of legality. Gazing at the fruit stand outside the shop, Wanmi suddenly recalled Sirius' speculation. Perhaps if I consume more human food, I might truly grow taller? Wanmi approached the fruit vendor with calm composure, her wide, innocent eyes questioning, which fruits would help me grow taller? The shopkeeper was a gaunt middle-aged man. Upon catching a faint sour scent emanating from Wanmi, coupled with her somewhat ashen skin, he surmised she was either a waif or a child who had escaped from a welfare institution for a little frolic. Well, if you possess wealth, he began. Wealth? Wanmi responded without a hint of embarrassment. I have it. Very well. Any fruit is rich in vitamins essential for human growth. Simply choose your favorite. All right. Wanmi's gaze fell upon a cluster of grapes, which she thought resembled the eyes of her canine companions, and she stepped forward to seize them. Hey, young lady, you haven't paid yet. Indeed, I have money, Wanmi replied, brushing her fingers against the key resting on her chest. Sirius mentioned this is quite valuable, but I do not wish to part with it. Grabbing a nearby iron rod, she turned and fled, though she was uncertain why she felt compelled to run at that moment. Thief! Stop her! Damn it! That little brat runs incredibly fast. The shopkeeper's curses echoed behind her, fading into the distance. However, Wanmi felt no particular sentiment towards the matter. In her eyes, anything she desired was rightfully hers. Ding! Charm value 4, current charm value 84. Wanmi tossed a grape into the air and skillfully caught it with her mouth. The flavor is delightful, though the skin is rather unpalatable. Oh, what are these little stones? Thus, Wanmi instinctively learned to eat grapes while spitting out the skins and seeds. On a balmy afternoon, after purchasing a new outfit from a ready-made clothing shop and finally shaking off the bothersome humans trailing behind her, she was halted by a white-bearded old man. Ding! Charm value 4, current charm value 100. Ding! The charm system is rebooting. Countdown 003000. Who are you? Wanmi demanded, pointing the iron rod at the old man, sensing he might not have benevolent intentions. Ah, little girl, how old are you? He inquired. Why do you ask? Do not be afraid. Have you been experiencing any peculiar conditions lately? I am a teacher, and you will come to know me. Perhaps I can assist you. From a distance, Dumbledore had noticed that this girl with pallid skin inadvertently radiated magical fluctuations. Wanmi pondered her increasing unattractiveness over the past 2 years and realized she ought to consult someone. Do you know what is happening? Of course, everyone encounters such occurrences during their awakening, especially those wandering alone. Indeed, one could understand the feeling of being surrounded by peers while distinctly knowing one is different. Wanmi felt she might have found a kindred spirit. I certainly can, child. How old are you? What is your name? How old? Wanmi was uncertain of her age, though she had recently heard Sirius mention she was 11. 11, Wanmi. Oh, Wanmi. Dumbledore searched through the mental roster of the new students, unable to recall that name. Is that your surname? Wanmi's patience began to wear thin. Why was this old man so verbose? Are you investigating my household registration? She lifted the iron rod, intending to depart from this place, wary of the old man who appeared somewhat mentally impaired, lest she contract his affliction. Young lady, Wanmi, wait a moment. You are a little witch, and I fear there has been a rare error in the Hogwarts freshman list, for your name has somehow failed to appear. Hogwarts? Dumbledore nodded, about to elaborate, when the exuberant girl seized his sleeve, exclaiming, Take me there. You know of Hogwarts? Dumbledore presumed the girl to be an orphan young wizard lost in the world. Isn't that where Harry Potter is destined to go? A glimmer of cold light flashed on the lenses that barely concealed his eyes as he discreetly scrutinized the girl clad in a pristine tracksuit. How do you know Harry? I saw him a couple of days ago. That rotund fellow wouldn't let him read the letter you sent. I was the one who intervened. Do you wish to accompany Harry? However, I must first ascertain your identity. What is your full name? Wanmi Demont. Wanmi held great affection for the name given to her by the bored Sirius. Demont? I do not recall such a family. It sounds akin to a Dementor. Who would name their family after a Dementor? Well, are you certain you are 11 years old? It is not that I doubt your words, but typically, the names of young witches and wizards of age automatically appear on the Hogwarts freshman list. What of it? Perhaps that wretched list is malfunctioning? A simple fix. In any case, under Wanmi's unwavering gaze, Dumbledore momentarily entertained the notion that Hogwarts had indeed made a grave error. How could Hogwarts possibly be mistaken? Dumbledore found himself at a loss regarding Wanmi's predicament. He was convinced she must be a young witch who had endured hardships to the extent of resorting to trickery. Yet, the list. Wanmi, return those boots. This implied that Wanmi's surname was a transliteration of Sirius' Dementor-inspired name, Demontana. Any resemblance to actual surnames is purely coincidental. Chapter 8, The Heartthrob System. While Dumbledore pondered how to proceed, Wanmi, noticing her shoe exposing a big toe, sprinted toward a nearby shoe store, adeptly seizing a pair of small leather boots before dashing away. A shop assistant in their 20s pursued her with a broom, until Wanmi, clutching the boots tightly, hid behind Dumbledore. If you chase me, I shall strike you. Wanmi brandished the small iron rod. Sir, could you keep an eye on your child? Robbery in broad daylight. Do you wish to enter? Apologies, the child is unaware. How much is it? After Dumbledore paid, he intended to impart a lesson, but where had Wanmi vanished? A foreboding feeling enveloped him. Impudent girl, daring to steal from me. Indeed. Wanmi emerged from a fruit shop, laughing joyously with a bunch of bananas in hand. As Dumbledore blushed for the 9th time while reaching for his wallet, he finally wised up, gripping Wanmi's wrist firmly to prevent her from escaping his sight again. After finally dispatching the furious pizza shop owner, Dumbledore admonished with a stern expression, Demont, this behavior is unacceptable. Do you understand that this is theft? I possess nothing, for I took it in their presence. This is utterly outrageous. It constitutes robbery. Such actions could lead to imprisonment. Yet they cannot overpower me, for I can soar through the skies. Dumbledore felt a twinge of a headache. To him, Wanmi appeared as a child who, devoid of any elder guidance, had inadvertently learned to control her magical powers, but was now a troublesome issue. Do you not wish to accompany Harry to Hogwarts? If you cannot rectify this mistake, you shall not be allowed to go. That is unacceptable. I must attend. If you prevent me from going, I shall have you all arrested. Wanmi declared with a serious expression, and suddenly a gust of wind swept by, causing her wide-open eyes to be blinded by sand. Dumbledore's heart softened momentarily. Was this child suppressing her tears? Very well, I must attempt to teach her properly. At that moment, Dumbledore was utterly unaware that Wanmi's declaration was sincere. Therefore, promise me you shall not steal again, all right? What a nuisance. Where shall I find you later? I noticed the time written in Harry Potter's letter. You may return to Hogwarts with me first. No need. How bothersome you are. I promise I won't steal again, and I shall follow Harry Potter then. Farewell. With that, Wanmi truly ran off, her mind in turmoil. Dumbledore did not hinder her. There was still more than a month left. Let him observe whether this young girl could be salvaged. 10 minutes earlier. Oh my goodness. Yao Yao has truly awakened. Let me see what my dear little host is. The recently revived Wanmi system, Yao Yao, was quite certain that the messy-haired tomboy she had bound was not human at all. Moreover, if her detection was accurate, this peculiar individual seemed to emanate a sour odor. How on earth did this creature manage to accumulate 100 charm points with such a ghastly appearance? Yao Yao began to doubt her own system. Wanmi did not mind the presence of another voice in her head. If this voice transformed into a little girl with her own thoughts, that would present 2 issues. Consequently, after breaking free from Dumbledore, she rushed back to the cave where she usually resided. Upon returning to her familiar abode, Wanmi finally had the mental bandwidth to address the voice within her mind. What are you, and get out of my head? Seeing that this tomboy had finally acknowledged her, Yao Yao was thrilled to establish a connection with her host. Throughout their journey, Wanmi had ignored her, but upon checking her host's current status, Yao Yao discovered that Wanmi had accumulated 120 charm points, meaning that within half an hour of her reboot, she had gained 20 charm points. Yao Yao instantly embraced her host, Wanmi Demont. After all, since her inception and subsequent casting into the ancient era, she had faced 10 consecutive failures in binding with hosts. However, the next moment, she was met with a scene that left her utterly speechless. How could you extract a banana from my space? And pizza, little boots. No, I haven't placed anything in my space. Why can you access my space? What do you mean yours and mine? It is merely a room controlled by mental and spiritual powers. This peculiar entity is not something one can casually grasp. It is meant for use only at the 3rd level. The tone of Yao Yao is tinged with uncertainty. How dare you connect to my mental and spiritual essence without my permission? If you survive this, consider yourself fortunate. In truth, Wanmi had already attempted this. She could not locate this wretched thing, let alone detach it. However, there was no need for her to voice such thoughts. She remained exceptional. Since we are now connected, it belongs to me. What's the harm in using it? What is the matter? All right then, host, perhaps you should take a bath first. You seem to be emitting an odor. I just bathed 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks. What on earth do you rely on to accumulate charm points? Personality, charisma, of course. At the very least, one should bathe every 2 days. No. Wanmi frowned tightly. The seawater is too cold, and I dislike it. This wretched thing. It is already generous enough to allow her to dwell within, yet it dares to express disdain. Well, you could use hot water. Hot water? How do I do that? Yao Yao suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Once Wanmi exchanged her limited charm points for a large water tank and a lighter with Yao Yao's assistance. The process of boiling water and bathing appeared to flow effortlessly. Host, you must believe me. It will be incredibly comfortable. Wanmi skeptically dipped a foot into the tank filled with hot water, and in the next moment, she nearly submerged herself entirely. Wow, what a divine experience. So warm and cozy. I want to bathe every day from now on. So, you've endured the previous 4 seasons with cold water? Of course. As a considerate system, Yao Yao refrained from interrupting Wanmi's rare moment of joy. During this time, she busily gathered the history and current affairs of this world, contentedly compiling her information network. Goodness, Yao Yao has arrived in a magical realm. Her host is the most extraordinary being in this world. Truly remarkable. Yao Yao is incredibly fortunate. After Wanmi changed the hot water 3 times, she finally emerged from the nearly lukewarm tank, feeling completely satisfied. Hey, what are you giggling about in my mind? Host. Hee, I'm not Hey, I'm Yao Yao. It is truly fortunate to be bound to you. The unique Yao Yao and the one-of-a-kind host must be a perfect match. Wanmi proudly raised her chin. Naturally, I am indeed one of a kind. Thus, a warm and friendly cooperative relationship was temporarily established between the system Yao Yao and the soul-capturing creature Wanmi Demet. Chapter 9, Platform 9 and 3/4. Host, why must you go to Hogwarts? According to my analysis, you are already an invincible being without needing to learn those trivial spells. Little Wan, having successfully bound to her host for the first time, could not comprehend why her host would attend that wretched school when she could be out accumulating charm points and ascending to greatness. Oh, the pinnacle of extraordinary existence. After all, curses and soul-binding spells pose no threat to her. The phrase born invincible refers precisely to her kind. Moreover, it seems that our host is on the verge of acquiring a complete corporeal form. Surely, that lethal guardian spell is not as formidable as it once appeared. Reflecting on the past month, Wanmi's daily routine has merely consisted of cheerfully boiling water, soaking in baths, and changing water, hardly even venturing out of the cave. How can she possibly lead her host to the pinnacle of the bizarre existence? How can she accumulate charm points to elevate herself? I must procure my provisions. Wanmi furiously slapped the water's surface, causing her supplies to flee. Speaking of which, it is an utter disgrace. Sirius has been incessantly mentioning Harry Potter these past few days, and he certainly does not appear to be the vengeful type. He is bound to head to Hogwarts as well. Sirius? Wanmi rummaged through her amassed information and indeed discovered such a figure. Found it. The news reported that Sirius Black had betrayed the savior Harry Potter's parents, leading to their tragic demise. How despicable. How did such a person escape from Azkaban? Nonsense. My provisions are quite well behaved, albeit a bit loose-lipped. They should not be wrongfully accused. In any case, I must accompany them to Hogwarts. That elderly gentleman has consented. Hasn't he? Well then, shall we set off now? Why? I have yet to enjoy my soak. I feel as though I have become even paler recently. Do you possess anything that could enhance my beauty? I feel utterly hideous. Wanmi could not deny her hostess' taste. In fact, she found the previous appearance of her host, afflicted by the Dementors, rather ghastly. However, she wisely chose not to linger on that matter. Today marks the commencement of the school year. Dear host, are you not to attend school with Harry? What? Why did you not mention it sooner? Wanmi hastily dried herself off, donned her clothing in a disheveled manner, and dashed out of the cave, remembering to seize the iron rod propped by the entrance. Dear host, run this way. All right. Returning to Harry Potter, he stood in a daze with 2 train tickets in hand at King's Cross Station, abandoned by Uncle Vernon, who hurried off to the hospital with his beloved son Dudley. He had scoured the area without locating the platform indicated on the tickets. Hey, what are you doing? A cold hand landed heavily on Harry's shoulder, startling him to the point of wanting to flee. Yet, sensing that familiar chill, he deduced the identity of his visitor. It's you, Harry exclaimed in delight as he turned around, still unaware of the young girl's name. However, she appeared to have regained a more normal complexion, suggesting that she had been faring quite well during this time. What brings you here? Do you understand what this is? I don't comprehend why Hagrid, the wizard responsible for escorting me, provided me with 2 tickets. Oh, one of them must be mine. I informed a white-bearded old man that I would accompany you to school. What does it say on this? You don't recognize it? Harry cautiously inquired. I don't, as I have not studied it. Wanmi casually explained a couple of points, unaware that a flicker of sympathy had entered Harry's gaze. He believed he had endured enough hardship, yet Aunt Petunia at least was willing to send him to school. The text above mentions that we must go to platform 9 3/4, yet it seems impossible for such a platform to exist in this world. Why is that impossible? Isn't it simply the meaning of a point between 9 and 10? That is what they say. Harry was about to speak further when he inadvertently overheard a lady's murmurs. Naturally, it was crowded with muggles. Harry quickly turned around. The speaker was a short, plump woman conversing with 4 red-haired boys. Each of them pushed a suitcase similar to Harry's and possessed an owl. In an instant, Harry felt as though he had found his kindred spirit. He hurriedly pushed his cart with one hand while pulling on Wanmi to follow. Mom, can I go? Harry heard a little red-haired girl with a high-pitched voice pleading. You are still too young, Ginny. Now, Percy, you lead the way. He watched in disbelief as the oldest boy propelled his cart toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10, and he instinctively covered his eyes, bracing for the impact he imagined would come. Not hearing the expected crash, Harry slowly opened his eyes, only to see the boy vanish, while a pair of twin brothers charged through in the same manner. This time, Harry did not close his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the two, fearing he might miss some crucial detail. However, just as the boys reached the wall, a throng of travelers suddenly surged in front of Harry. By the time the last canvas bag left his line of sight, the two boys had also disappeared. Harry longed to rush forward and inquire. Convinced these children shared his destination, yet as he took a step, a cold, soft hand grasped his wrist. "Where are you going? Let go." "I want to ask them how they did that. I saw it. They just walked right in." "Walked in? Where?" "Inside the wall. I told you the platform must be between 9 and 10, but you didn't believe me. But that isn't scientific." Harry wished to look again, only to realize that the last red-haired boy had also vanished. The lady was now leading the little girl named Ginny away from the station. Feeling anxious, he wanted to stop her for assistance, but this inexplicably persistent girl pulled him forward with great vigor. "Didn't you say we were going to be late? Hurry up. Wait a moment." Harry clutched his cart tightly, closed his eyes, and the next moment, he heard the train's whistle blaring in his ears. Could it truly be rushing toward him? He saw the large sign indicating platform 9 3/4 above him. Still unable to shake off the fear of nearly crashing into the wall. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing the girl heading toward the train door, Harry hurriedly pushed his cart to catch up, only to be startled when she suddenly turned around. "Why are you so timid?" Wami looked at this easily frightened and overly dramatic human child with disdain. "And stop saying that. My name is Wami Demet." "Apologies, Wami, may we be together?" This little girl is the first peer wizard Harry has encountered, and he feels an inexplicable kinship with her, despite the chilling aura she exudes. Isn't this mere triviality? After all, my train ticket remains with you, does it not? Upon boarding the train, Harry initially intended to find a nearby compartment to settle in. But Wami found the middle carriages too noisy and insisted on retreating to a quiet compartment at the very end. Reluctantly, Harry followed her through the tumult, unwilling to part from Wami, until they reached an empty compartment at the rear. As soon as Wami entered, she deftly propped a metal rod against the door, ensuring that outsiders could not easily intrude. Observing her practiced motions, Harry felt a pang of sympathy. What kind of life had Wami lived to cultivate such a peculiar and cautious nature? Wami cast a perplexed glance at Harry, but remained silent. She was utterly exhausted after tirelessly boiling and replacing water over the past couple of days, and had not had a moment's respite. Moreover, the journey from the cave had been quite taxing. All she desired now was to find a comfortable position and enjoy a restorative slumber. Curiously, this young boy seemed to harbor a strong affection for her. Why had her charm rating not shifted? Was it possible that the affections of minors do not count towards the statistics? Wami's internal voice echoed once more, exasperatingly interrupting her descent into slumber. "Quiet, please." Indeed, the world fell silent. Just as the drowsy Wami was about to topple over, Harry instinctively rushed forward, securely catching her head with his shoulder. Phew, he had managed to save her. His new friend deserved to rest well, and he was determined to create a wonderfully comfortable environment for her. Thus, when a knock resounded from outside, Harry instinctively covered Wami's ears, murmuring an apology for the disturbance to someone who was sleeping. The figure outside waited for a moment before turning away. As he gazed at the still sleeping Wami, a trace of pride tugged at the corners of Harry's mouth. He had just safeguarded his friend's sweet dreams. How splendid. At that moment, Harry remained oblivious to the fact that Wami's presence had caused him to miss a fateful encounter with two of the most significant friends he would ever meet in his life. Of course, he might never come to realize this. Yet, life is perpetually brimming with uncertainties. Who knows what the next moment may hold? Chapter 10. Where are my rations? After a refreshing slumber, Wami felt revitalized. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, disregarding the residue on Harry's shoulder, and stood up, stretching her arms luxuriously before retrieving the metal rod from the door. "Wami, where are you off to?" "To find sustenance." "Are you hungry?" "There was a vendor in the corridor. Shall we purchase something from them?" "No need. I have provisions. If you are hungry, you may go buy something yourself." Wami cast a disdainful glance at the little tail following her, then added, "Do not follow me. I shall return shortly." "All right, I will wait for you here." "Oh dear. Host, must you be so straightforward?" Although the affections of minors may not hold weight, one must not cultivate the habit of keeping others at arm's length. "You are rather loud, even more so than Sirius." "Very well." A small kitten, in its own space, poked its chubby paws while pouting in silent discontent. This host is truly a handful. Wami traversed the entire carriage, yet failed to detect any familiar scent, which began to kindle her impatience. Really, not even a hint of self-awareness regarding provisions. Just as Wami contemplated moving to the next carriage, she encountered a silver-haired boy of similar height, accompanied by two plump children, all clad in identical black wizard robes. "Look, another mudblood." The leading boy wore a smirk, taunting. "Has no one taught you to change into your uniform when nearing the finish line?" Wami scrutinized the grotesque visage of the boy, pondering the peculiar nature of humanity. How does one manage to speak with such malice while feigning kindness? The boy halted momentarily, his face flushing a deep shade of liver. "Don't flatter yourself. Who has shown you any kindness? It was unfortunate enough to be ugly, but to possess a dull mind as well." I shall keep my distance. Wan Mi's thoughts were unabashedly broadcasted, floating unceremoniously into the ears of the three boys. Who are you calling foolish, you filthy? Speak. Why the silence? Humph, Goyle crab. Let us go. What a lunatic. You're carrying that large iron rod on your shoulder and expect me to respond. Ding. Charm value. 5. Current charm value. 11. Still mired in the sorrow of daily criticism from her host, little Wan was taken aback. What is happening? Who provided this charm value? She hastily checked the system. Draco Malfoy contributed 3 charm points. Vincent Crabbe contributed 1. Gregory Goyle contributed 1. Are today's children so inviting of ridicule and so duplicitous? What a bizarre quirk. She distinctly observed the fleeting expressions of fear as the 3 boys fled. Moreover, why are these minors able to accrue charm points? How strange. How very strange. Hearing the long-awaited mechanical prompt from the system, Wan Mi returned with an impassive expression. After all, as the first human subordinate, she felt a pang of compassion and decided to offer a warning. With a swift motion, Wan Mi pushed open the compartment door, only to find an array of peculiar snacks laid out on the table, while her little brother, Harry Potter, with cheeks puffed, gazed at her with eyes gleaming. Wan Mi, you're back. Did you find your provisions? No. Wan Mi seated herself and picked up a triangular wrapped item. Harry hurriedly pushed other food items toward her. Be careful. The chocolate tends to escape. I just lost one. As Wan Mi opened the package, a chocolate-colored frog leaped towards the window, but with remarkable reflexes, she swiftly caught it. The frog, squeezed by immense pressure, opened its mouth in an attempt to breathe, its elongated tongue protruding outward. In the next moment, it was thrust into a gaping maw, mercilessly crushed. Harry stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, as Wan Mi swiftly devoured the chocolate. The words "I caught you" lodged in his throat, stuck between assent and dissent. The journey was nearing its conclusion. It was time for a change of attire. Huh. Oh, all right. Aren't you going to change? Harry sensed that the train's speed was beginning to wane. I won't. I have no school uniform. Wan Mi continued her relentless motion, having never tasted anything so delectable before. The chocolate effectively alleviated her long-standing anxiety from fasting. Oh, fine, Harry said, scratching his head awkwardly. He feared he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic and hastily shifted the conversation. I'll find an empty compartment to change. Just do it here. Why the fuss? I don't mind your appearance. I just saw someone even uglier than you. Honestly, that was the most hideous child I've ever encountered. It was the first time Harry had heard someone call themselves ugly. He cast a skeptical glance at his reflection in the window. His slightly tousled hair could not conceal his emerald green eyes, reminiscent of a deep, tranquil lake. His fair complexion, still bearing traces of baby fat, was largely obscured by a pair of old spectacles. I'm still somewhat cute, right? Where am I ugly? Harry felt a twinge of discontent, his lips pouting slightly. Then turn your head. No peeking. Boys and girls should keep their distance. TCH, so dramatic, just like a ration. Wan Mi twisted her body, redirecting her focus back to the food before her. Confirming that Wan Mi could not see him, Harry hurriedly retrieved his wizarding robe from his suitcase and donned it. Just as he finished changing, the train came to a steady halt. Chapter 11, Remus Lupin. The moment Wan Mi stepped off the train, a determined smile graced her lips. Let me catch you, huh? Before she could complete her assertive remark, she found herself being pulled forward by Harry Potter. Wan Mi, let us hurry. Hagrid is gathering the first-year students. No, I have something to do. Wan Mi was taken aback by the surprising strength of this seemingly frail boy, momentarily stunned as Harry pulled her towards a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Beside this giant stood a suitcase that bore a striking resemblance to Harry's. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, was also responsible for guiding new students across the Black Lake to Hogwarts Castle each year. You must be Dement, right? This is from the headmaster for you. Upon seeing Wan Mi in her peculiar attire, Hagrid recognized her as the special student the headmaster had mentioned. How odd. There had never been a special student before, yet this year there were 2. Wan Mi accepted the suitcase from Hagrid, furrowing her brow. Why must I carry it myself? What about our luggage? Don't we get to carry it ourselves? Are you being discriminatory? Oh, Wan Mi, don't speak like that. Harry tugged at Wan Mi's sleeve, but she shrugged him off with impatience, though she did not voice any further complaints. Merlin, look at my memory. I should have given it to the house elf. Just place it here. Once the distribution is complete, the academy will appear in your dormitory. Wan Mi handed the box back to Hagrid and stepped aside. She was not particularly fond of the scent emanating from this burly figure, which was almost exclusively one of joy and pleasure. Such a person was not one she would ever wish to taste. Her preference leaned towards the essence of someone like Harry Potter, whose aura encompassed happiness, delight, grievance, and sorrow, offering flavors of every kind that, when combined, created an exquisite taste. Lost in thought, she reminded herself that she was now responsible for her rations. The food from outside was uncertain in cleanliness, and she couldn't afford to eat recklessly. For a fleeting moment, Harry sensed an icy chill radiating from Wan Mi, only for it to vanish the next instant. Surely it was an illusion. How could someone as warm-hearted as Wanmi emit such a feeling? Nevertheless, he instinctively rubbed his arms. Seated together in a small boat, Wanmi's gaze was fervently fixed on the blonde student in the boat adjacent to theirs, her lips licking in a predatory manner. Sirius, I will catch you. What? Wanmi's voice was barely audible, and Harry could not discern her words. Nothing, she replied, not wanting others to know too much about her affairs. Moreover, if her rations were to escape and too many people became aware, she would undoubtedly face punishment. What if it compromised the flavors? A blonde boy, slightly taller than his fellow first years, was intently staring at the approaching castle, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, a chill shot up his spine, prompting him to instinctively glance back at the two unfamiliar girls behind him. How strange. Why had he just thought of Wanmi? Sirius shook his head, mocking himself for allowing Wanmi to cast such a shadow over him. There was no chill. When the opportunity arose, he would certainly seize that brat and give him a good spanking. He had no respect for elders or the young. After all, he was at least half her teacher, or even half her father. How infuriating. Yet, this annoyance did nothing to dampen the blonde boy's spirited mood. It wasn't until he joined the queue at the entrance with all the new students and caught sight of the familiar, gleaming iron rod that he felt a surge of dread. The boy internally lamented, that wretched girl is here. How could she be here? She is staring at me. She is smiling at me. Good heavens. Child, what is the matter? Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, rushed towards the source of the terrified scream, her concern evident as she approached the young boy. Mr. Remus Lupin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Is something wrong with your health? Professor McGonagall had to sift through her memories to recognize the child before her, who was distinctly taller than the other students, Remus Lupin, who had been home last holiday due to a magical mishap that left him unconscious. With tears welling in his eyes, the blonde boy dashed forward to embrace McGonagall's waist. His voice choked with emotion. It's nothing really, just a bit of a headache. I'll be fine soon. McGonagall, with a rare gentleness, affectionately ruffled the hair of the young boy with yellow hair. She assumed that Remus Lupin was recovering from a severe illness, with a slight headache as a lingering effect. Do not worry. I heard you just awakened from a coma a few days ago. It is quite normal to experience some minor after-effects. When you have the time, let Madame Pomfrey prescribe you some potions. The young boy stiffened, awkwardly releasing Professor McGonagall. The moisture in his eyes could not mask the embarrassment in his words. No, that is unnecessary, Professor. I'm fine now. McGonagall surmised that this little one had likely experienced the formidable nature of Madame Pomfrey during his time at school last year. She raised an eyebrow at him before continuing to guide the new students toward the Great Hall. Just as Remus was about to follow, he was abruptly halted by a tug on his arm. Where do you think you're going? Come back with me. Wanmi whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. Please, my little ancestor, don't make a fuss. I finally got in. Can't you just let me be? The young boy's serious black persona had completely unraveled. That is not acceptable. You are my ration. If you leave, what will I eat? Sirius felt a wave of frustration. My dear ancestor, you still have chocolate smudged on your lips. How can you say such a thing? That is a snack. I can't forfeit my main course. New students, hurry along. It's time for the sorting. Hagrid, intending to take the staff passage back to the Great Hall, inadvertently noticed two new students chatting at the entrance. Please, just go inside. I beg you. Can't we talk later? Wanmi gazed at the pleading expression on Sirius's face. For reasons unknown, she nodded. Sirius felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and joyfully dashed inside. After a few steps, he seemed to realize something and stood awkwardly in place, waiting for Wanmi to join him. Wanmi shrugged her shoulders, and just as she crossed the threshold, something continually sent her signals. Hello, hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello? Wanmi dismissed it, finding it bothersome enough to deal with a persistent voice in her head. She resolutely ignored the signal and calmly followed the crowd inside. How strange. I distinctly sensed she was akin to me. Is it due to our different races? Oh, how lonely. A sigh, unheard by anyone, echoed in the emptiness before fading into silence. Chapter 12, The Sorting Hat. Along the way, they encountered a few ghosts, causing the new students to scream in fright. Wanmi merely glanced at them before focusing on Sirius. These spirits were too weak. They could not be the source of the signals she had sensed. Following Sirius into the hall, she intended to walk with him to the long table, but McGonagall stopped her. Miss Dement, McGonagall observed Wanmi, who was dressed in Muggle attire, recognizing her as the oversight mentioned by Dumbledore. Mr. Lupin has participated in the sorting before, but you have not. Please wait here. Sirius paused for 2 seconds before realizing McGonagall was referring to him. He quickly turned to Wanmi, offering her a reassuring smile, signaling her to remain calm, indicating he had no intention of fleeing. Only then did Wanmi nod at McGonagall and return to the line of new students. Host, there are so many people here. You must do your best. Once I reach level 3, I will be able to perceive the affections of others. At that point, completing tasks will become much more convenient. I will also be able to exchange for numerous special skills, such as the enchanting charming beauty and the captivating gaze of eternity, along with the alluring graceful figure. How noisy! Who would undertake any tasks for you? Allowing you to linger in my thoughts is the greatest mercy I could offer. Professor McGonagall has just placed a pointed wizard's hat, still adorned with pudding, on the corner bench. That grimy hat split open with a seam, akin to a mouth singing. You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge by appearances alone. Should you discover a hat more exquisite than I shall devour myself. You may make your top hats glossy and your tall silk hats smooth and stiff, yet I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, far surpassing your mere headgear. Any thoughts concealed within your minds cannot evade the keen gaze of the sorting hat. Wear me and I shall reveal to you your rightful house. You may belong to Gryffindor, where courage resides deep within. Their valor, spirit, and tenacity set them apart. Perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, where individuals are honest and loyal, their students steadfast and hardworking, unafraid of toil. If you possess keen intellect, you may find yourself in Ravenclaw, where the wise and learned gather. Or you might be sorted into Slytherin, where true friendships can flourish, though cunning and treachery lurk, willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. Come, don me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I have no hands, you are entirely safe. For I am the ever-thoughtful magical hat. A student named Mommy, observing the hat, could not suppress a chuckle at the final remark, though only a few nearby newcomers caught the sound. However, they had sensed an aura of chilling aloofness radiating from her, and dared not inquire about her laughter. Host, what are you laughing at? I find this hat amusing. I initially thought it possessed a spirit, yet it is merely an alchemical object. It just claimed to have thoughts. How ridiculous. Aside from living beings, only spirits of a higher caliber can possess thought. How can it sing such lyrics? And so poorly. At that, indeed, even the host is the sole complete being among the Dementor kin with a mature intellect. We should expose it. Unnecessary, it would be exhausting. Better to keep a close watch on my provisions. I will now call forth names, and whoever's name is called shall don the hat, take a seat upon the bench, and await their sorting. Professor McGonagall retrieved a scroll of parchment. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. Applause erupted from the table on the right, where a girl with golden braids sat. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. At the second table on the left, applause erupted. Yao Yao, could you enlighten me on the principle behind this hat? Wanmi tilted her head, observing for quite some time, but failing to comprehend the workings of the sorting hat. It then dawned on her that she was utterly unfamiliar with such matters. The system, Yao Yao, conducted a scan and, combining it with the historical data it had retrieved, finally spoke. This sorting hat belonged to Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. Later, the four founders infused their own thoughts into it, which now serves as the criterion for selecting students for their respective houses. Is that so? The description seems rather unjust to me. Historical records indicate that this hat has altered its lyrics several times. After all, lacking true consciousness, one cannot guarantee it remains as rational as it once was. Moreover, it has historically placed selfless students into Slytherin, rendered Ravenclaw students utterly defeated in examinations, allowed Hufflepuff students to squander their talents in lethargy, and even assigned timid and cowardly individuals to Gryffindor. Having received her answer, Wanmi scoffed at the hat's simplicity and fell silent, particularly upon hearing the name of her only little brother, Harry Potter. Wanmi could not fathom why the surrounding students reacted so intensely to Harry's name. Her primary concern was why her provisions caused such excitement while she observed Harry on stage, her emotions fluctuating to the point where indulging fully might lead to her demise or a return to her former, aimless state as a Dementor. Have you discovered the relationship between Sirius Black and Harry Potter? That little blonde, what is his connection to Harry Potter? Yao Yao, hidden in a corner of Wanmi's mind, rolled its eyes in exasperation. Had her host truly reduced herself to mere functionality? Oh dear, it mused. Based on existing records, the little blonde was a close friend of Harry Potter's parents. His subsequent betrayal led to the demise of Harry's parents. Later, while pursuing another of Harry's father's friends, Peter Pettigrew, he was apprehended by the Ministry of Magic and sent to Azkaban. Are you a fool? You don't seem to possess any alchemical qualities. Just look at Sirius's expression. Does he appear to harbor deep-seated hatred? Yao Yao discreetly observed, questioning whether he was merely acting. You are beyond help. Even a Dementor of my age can discern that there is no animosity here. You must be rather dim-witted. In truth, dear host, I have assessed you. If we consider your birth year, you are approximately 200 years old, while I am but a few years old. Silence. Begone. Yao Yao despaired, wondering how such a loquacious host could have accumulated enough charm to awaken it. Wanmi paid no heed to Yao Yao's thoughts. Her full attention was directed towards Sirius Black and Harry Potter. Why had the sorting hat remained silent for so long? Gryffindor. Chapter 13. The Determined House Affiliation. The cheers from the Gryffindor table reached unprecedented heights, leading Wanmi to suspect they had clapped their hands raw, ignoring the waves from other students. Harry Potter walked straight to sit beside Remus Lupin. However, why did this student regard him with such fervent eyes? Could it be that Wanmi had instructed him to look after himself? Indeed, Harry's decision to sit beside Sirius was not influenced by any special bond between a godfather and his godson, but rather by the fact that this student, who had just taken a year off, had conversed with Wanmi. Even Wanmi wished to follow him, indicating a close relationship. Thus, she thought it fitting to sit next to him. Surely, Wanmi would also be joining Gryffindor. In fact, Harry's choice of Gryffindor was partly due to his belief that Remus Lupin had a good rapport with Wanmi, making it likely she would also be sorted into Gryffindor. Wanmi Demet. Wanmi waited patiently until only she remained, at which point McGonagall finally called her name. She speculated that her name had been added later. Dement? Such an unusual surname. I almost misheard it as Dementor. It startled me. Does anyone recognize this new student? I haven't heard of any wizarding family by the name of Demet. Wanmi calmly approached the stage despite the whispers surrounding her, only to frown in dissatisfaction when the sorting hat was placed atop her head. Her recently washed hair had become soiled. It should be noted that she had been bathing frequently, and her hair still carried the sweet scent of her shampoo, which she quite enjoyed. Never mind. In the next moment, Wanmi consoled herself, as she had just switched to a chocolate-scented shampoo. However, in the following second, Wanmi was infuriated to discover an additional voice in her mind. Let me see him. Your personality traits are suited for this house. Yet why can I perceive nothing at all? This shouldn't be the case. Yao Yao was nearly paralyzed by the sorting hat's voice. Her current level was far too low, and she lacked knowledge in this area, rendering her speechless out of fear. What is so strange? If your abilities are inadequate to probe my mind, whose fault is that? Wanmi nearly rolled her eyes. In terms of mental prowess, especially regarding mental infiltration, she was a true master of the Dementors. What entity dares to attempt to discern her thoughts? How absurd. I am the illustrious hat of Godric Gryffindor. How could I lack the capability? Then explain why you cannot perceive my thoughts. I must assert that it is because you do not belong to Hogwarts. Indeed, I heard Dumbledore mention that your name is absent from the list of new students provided by Hogwarts. The sorting hat believed its analysis to be sound, and was about to speak when it found its mouth clamped shut, unable to utter a sound. Slytherin. A voice, heard only by the sorting hat and Wanmi, whispered softly in their ears. Wanmi frowned. It was that voice again. The sorting hat, as if struck dumb, had not heard that voice since the four founders had passed away over 9 centuries ago. After a lengthy pause, it regained its voice. Slytherin. What? How wonderful. Harry and Sirius exchanged glances. Why was he so pleased? However, at that moment, Wanmi was utterly uninterested in their reactions. She had clearly seen Harry sorted to Sirius's side, Gryffindor. Why could she not be placed in Gryffindor as well? I demand to be sorted into Gryffindor. Wanmi protested in a tone that McGonagall could comprehend. I sincerely apologize, Demet. But the decisions made by the sorting hat have always been regarded as authoritative. McGonagall could not comprehend why this new student harbored such animosity towards Slytherin. Surely, the sorting hat's placement was the most suitable. At that moment, a boy dashed across from the Gryffindor table amidst the chaos. And who else could it be but Sirius? Winnie, go ahead. This won't affect our relationship. He grasped Winnie's right hand and discreetly exchanged a gesture known only to the two of them, prompting her to reluctantly fall silent. Now, Remus Lupin and Winnie Demet, may you return to your seats? Winnie, with great reluctance, settled at the Slytherin table, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk upon seeing the platinum blonde across from her. You clown, what are you staring at? Me, Draco Malfoy, also sorted into Slytherin, stood up in indignation, inadvertently glancing at the headmaster Severus Snape at the staff table, before begrudgingly taking his seat once more. Just wait for me. Charm level, 1. Current charm level, 12. My esteemed host, that little golden one across from you is undoubtedly a master of duplicity. This charm level is provided by him. Winnie discreetly cast a glance at the little head opposite her, for the first time questioning the peculiar charm system, yet she remained indifferent. As long as you're happy. After indulging in the exquisite feast, Winnie contentedly cradled a slice of chocolate cake and followed the throng as they moved outside. Hey, you there. Demet, halt. Draco Malfoy, breathless, caught up with Winnie, panting heavily beside her. Why are you walking so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? I see no obligation to wait for you. Winnie replied coolly, regarding the golden-haired boy before her with a hint of disdain. Such beautiful hair wasted on such an exceedingly unattractive boy. Suddenly, Draco felt a chill run down his spine, an eerie intuition telling him that someone was coveting his hair. But how could that be? Could hair be stolen and transplanted onto another? Shaking off the ridiculous notion, he then recalled the new moniker he had just received. Clown? Me? Shouldn't I be known as the Slytherin Prince? Demet, what did you call me? Winnie, preoccupied with thoughts of sustenance, noticed the boy's inability to articulate a response. Her patience wearing thin. Isn't it obvious? You're the most conspicuous one here. You're quite something. The platinum-haired boy, who rarely engaged in verbal sparring, found himself at a loss for words against Winnie's sharp retort. I want to stoop to your level. I warn you, since you've joined Slytherin, you must adhere to Slytherin standards. Hurry and change out of that hideous muggle attire, or I shall not forgive you should you bring shame upon Slytherin. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear me say I want to go to Gryffindor? What is so great about this house? Is there even food? Of course, she would never utter the latter part aloud. Esteemed host, this little golden one is quite peculiar. He is still reminding you. Isn't he? Do I need his reminders? Yao Yao fell silent, perceiving Draco as a charming provider of allure with a penchant for masochism. Indeed, in the next moment, a notification chimed. Charm value 2, current charm value 14. You dare to look down upon Slytherin. You insufferable, filthy witch. Humph. Young Master Malfoy, momentarily perplexed by Wan Mi's lineage, could think of no other insults to hurl. In a fit of anger, he flicked his voluminous sleeves and strode past Wan Mi. He vowed that next time, he would learn some verbal sparring techniques from Zabini, ensuring that this detestable witch would remember her place. Chapter 14, the first lesson of the school year. Wan Mi surveyed the room before her with great disdain, perplexed as to why this dormitory was so drab and small. After all, not even the towering trees of Azkaban could compare. Even the cave she had resided in was more spacious. At least my cave allowed for aerial maneuvers, dear host. I have checked, and Slytherin's dormitory is indeed the largest. Other houses accommodate at least 2 per room. Here, you can float about. Yao Yao expressed her trepidation that Wan Mi might, in her dissatisfaction, retreat to the cave and a life of tranquil solitude. Bathing. Yes, bathing. Dear host, I just inspected the dormitory. Slytherin has private bathrooms, complete with large bathtubs. We don't even have to heat the water ourselves. What are you planning to do? Do you have any of that chocolate-scented shower gel in your shop? Please exchange a bottle for me. Wan Mi rushed into the bathroom, and with little Wan's assistance, she turned on the tap, filling the tub with steaming water. Dear host, our charm value is running low. Perhaps you should make do for a few days and save up. Wan Mi expressionlessly set the iron rod aside and submerged herself in the steaming tub, retrieving the half-full bottle of milk shower gel from her space. Did I forget something? No matter. Meanwhile, at the stairwell of Hogwarts' second floor, achoo. Is Wan Mi lost? Achoo. Never mind. I'll head back. Who's there? Don't run. I've caught you. Stop. Sirius was grateful to be clad in the first-year uniform, wrapping himself tightly in his ample wizarding robe. Utilizing his agility and familiarity with Hogwarts, he successfully evaded the pursuit of the caretaker, Filch, thereby escaping the punishment for nighttime wandering. Charm value 5, current charm value 19. Where did this charm value come from? Sirius Black? Yao Yao glanced at Wan Mi, who lay soundly asleep in bed, deeming it unnecessary to disturb her host's slumber over trivial matters. My dear host is truly remarkable. Even in sleep, she earns charm value. Little Wan is so fortunate. Good night, dear host. The following day, dear host. Wake up. You're going to be late. Yao Yao hopped about in Wan Mi's mind, yet Wan Mi, accustomed to her presence, didn't even flutter her eyelashes. Being late on the first day of school, wouldn't that make her feel even more inadequate? That simply wouldn't do. Dear host, if you don't get up soon, breakfast will be gone. Breakfast. Wan Mi abruptly sat up in bed like a vampire, instinctively reaching for the chocolate she had taken the day before from her pocket, before settling back down in silence. An hour later, she heard, Host, I checked, Sirius Black is indeed your source of sustenance. Their class schedule nearly coincides entirely with yours. With a blink, Wan Mi was suddenly dressed and dashed out of the dormitory, her body transforming fluidly into the expansive black robes of a wizard. Lead the way. Upon bursting into the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall closed the book in her hands and shot a piercing look from the top of her slightly slipping glasses. Miss Dementor, perhaps you could provide me with a reason for your tardiness? Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin, and Mr. Weasley may have been lost for merely a minute. Yet we have already been in Transfiguration class for half an hour. Are you implying that I am late, Professor McGonagall? Wan Mi recalled that this was the very professor who had sorted her into her house the previous night. Clearly, Wan Mi scratched her slightly longer buzz cut. Can I still join the class? McGonagall paused for 3 seconds, confirming that Wan Mi was indeed in earnest, and recalling the wandering background mentioned by Dumbledore, she sighed in resignation. Find a place to sit. I must deduct 3 points from Slytherin. I hope you understand. Perhaps next time you could have a classmate guide you. Draco glared at Wan Mi in fury. On the very first day, in the very first class, she had cost him points. How could they possibly defeat Gryffindor House now? However, Wan Mi felt no sense of impending doom and calmly approached Harry. His face flushed as he thought, does my good friend wish to sit beside me? How delightful. But what to do? His new friend, Ron's, was seated beside him. Why don't you sit next to Ron over there? I want to sit here, you go there. Upon hearing her unemotional statement, Harry followed her hand to the seat beside Ron, then back to Wan Mi's face, confirming that she was indeed speaking to him. Harry felt a sense of grievance as his eyes reddened, yet thinking of it as a request from a good friend. He reluctantly gathered his books and shifted to sit beside Ron. Ron was pleased to have someone on his right, and Neville, on Ron's left, was equally delighted. Except for Harry and the sweat-drenched Remus Lupin, or rather, Mr. Sirius. Professor McGonagall was witnessing a student changing seats mid-class for the first time. Not to mention a student who dared to arrive 30 minutes late on the very first day. Oh, never mind. This child has evidently lacked proper upbringing. Let it go. Minerva, you need not hold a child accountable. Just find a moment privately to instruct her. McGonagall mentally reassured herself, observing the newly settled seating arrangement, and nonchalantly opened her textbook to resume teaching. However, when she next turned her attention back to Wanmi, her composure completely faltered. Miss Demet, are you aware that your book is upside down? Wanmi had been intently focused on Sirius, having been hungry for far too long. McGonagall's voice, laced with suppressed anger, jolted her from her hunger-induced reverie. She hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and turned her gaze towards McGonagall. I am yet to familiarize myself with many words. However, Dumbledore has prepared some enlightening materials for me. McGonagall's momentary anger transformed into subtle affection. Goodness, what kind of life has this child led before? Oh, never mind. I shall strive to articulate clearly. For now, listen to the voices of the teachers. Remember, the pronunciation of spells is paramount, and I shall also speak to a few other professors on your behalf. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Indeed, you are truly a kind-hearted individual. Ding, charm value increased by 2, current charm value 21. Ding, charm value increased by 1, current charm value 22. Ding, charm value increased by 1, current charm value 30. Yow yow. What on earth? Have the first years of Slytherin lost their minds? Chapter 15, The Fragrant Snape. Draco glared furiously at the short-haired girl seated beside Gryffindor. As a Slytherin, how could she possibly be so close to Dumbledore? Was she raised by him? Damn it, can she not read? Is Dumbledore deliberately fostering a useless Slytherin? He surveyed the classroom and noticed the fiery anger in the eyes of his fellow Slytherins. Just as expected, Dumbledore had sent a corrupted little serpent to undermine the precarious unity of Slytherin. Draco, Blaise Zabini, seated right behind him, discreetly poked Draco's back, exchanging a knowing glance. In the next moment, their plan was set in motion. Miss Demet, do you still comprehend today's lessons? With only 2 minutes left in class, McGonagall inquired in a gentle tone to Wanmi, who had been staring at Remus Lupin for the entirety of the lesson. Oh, yes indeed. Would you mind sharing your insights from this class with us? A hint of anticipation colored McGonagall's voice, or perhaps this student merely had her own unique study habits. In Transfiguration, one must devise a way to transform one object into another. And what else? Wanmi suddenly felt inclined to be more reserved. How had Sirius once phrased it? For the time being, that is the case. If your bright, twinkling eyes can discern it. Sirius? That sounds oddly familiar. Isn't that what he said after his failed escape, when he broke his leg, feigning concern from Wanmi? Does she wish to end her life? McGonagall, did I mishear? Is she mocking me? I sincerely hope that during the next practical lesson, you will gain more from it. McGonagall mentally repeated to herself that she was still a child as she hurriedly exited the classroom, clutching her lesson plan. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me? For a moment, Sirius was at a loss for words. Perhaps he alone understood that Wanmi's words bore no mockery. Next time, speak more appropriately. Have you not always spoken to me this way? What's wrong? Is there something amiss? So, you never spoke to me properly before. Oh no. You are still a child. We must be polite when conversing with our elders. How can I phrase it so you understand? Then let us refrain from speaking. After being away for so long, you cannot even articulate a sentence. Look at yourself now, truly unappealing. You were rather good-looking before. What a pity you chose such a pretty boy. Sirius covered Wanmi's mouth, fearful that she might inadvertently reveal too much on the very first day of school. Lupin, let her go? Draco, having not caught the earlier exchange, approached to see the delayed Lupin menacingly silencing the bothersome girl, prompting him to angrily pull Lupin behind him. How dare Gryffindors bully their classmates so brazenly? No, Wanmi and Lupin have known each other for quite some time. You are misunderstanding, Harry interjected. Perplexed by the unfolding events, but determined to prevent a confrontation between Wanmi's new acquaintance and Lupin, as it would surely complicate matters for Wanmi. Hey, little savior, this is not your place to butt in. Demet, let us go? What are you doing? Draco felt a sudden sharp pain on his scalp, turning around. He saw Wanmi clutching a few platinum strands of hair. Why are you pulling my hair? They're beautiful. I want to keep them. Odious Wanmi. You can't just pull someone else's hair, even if they are a Slytherin. Apologize. Sirius frowned, contemplating taking away the hair from Wanmi's grasp. This little scamp had picked up far too many bad habits since coming to school. Hadn't he taught enough? No, I like them. The clown's hair is the most beautiful. Unfazed by the colorful expressions on their faces, Wanmi carefully retrieved a small cloth pouch to place the hair inside, fastening it securely before cautiously tucking it into the ample pocket of her wizarding robe. I'm sorry, Wanmi doesn't understand. Sirius felt compelled to convey this apology for her. But to his surprise, Wanmi showed no appreciation. Why should I apologize? You applauded when I poked that mad woman. Tilting her head, her large eyes blinked innocently at Sirius. Indeed. I told you. How can a Slytherin be so rude? It was all intentional, wasn't it? Dammit, come here. Draco once again pulled Wanmi back and handed her over to Blaise Zabini, as the two of them protected her like a precious chick, encircling her. What do you mean? What do you mean by intentional? What do you mean? Dammit, at your age, you still can't read? Dumbledore only provided her with some basic knowledge, and what about you? You even taught her to hit. Merlin, you are more deranged than anyone. If you refuse to nurture a Slytherin, it would be better to hand her over to any noble rather than this. Quite the improvement, I must say. Dammit. From now on, we shall teach you. Stay away from them. What? Stay away from food. That is unacceptable. Wanmi struggled to escape the grasp of the two boys, but her body, having just transitioned from a Dementor's essence, lacked the strength. Not to mention Draco and Blaise were not affording her any opportunity to retort, as they escorted her out. Draco's henchmen, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, dutifully brought up the rear, and the group marched towards the dining hall, leaving Harry and Sirius in stunned silence. What should we do? Harry looked pleadingly at his classmate and roommate, only to find his new companion scratching his head in confusion. Picking up the iron rod that Wanmi had left beside her desk. What can we do? Let us proceed to the dining hall. For that troublesome girl will surely go into a frenzy when she discovers her iron rod is missing. Harry was unaware that Sirius's use of the term frenzy was not merely an exaggeration. Let go of me. What manner of behavior is this? Leave me alone, you fool. Dammit. Lady, your dignity. Release me at once. As they approached the hall, the cacophony within became evident. Aside from Wanmi and a few Slytherins, who else could be causing such a ruckus? They hurriedly rushed inside, only to be met with a scene that left them both amused and bewildered. Wanmi was half squatting on the ground, clinging desperately to the leg of the Gryffindor table, precisely where Sirius had sat the previous night. It was worth noting that the dining tables were typically affixed to the floor, which explained why Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini were exerting all their strength to detach Wanmi from the table leg, to no avail. Get away. Why are you blocking me? I merely seek my sustenance. Move aside. Someone help me. Where is my iron rod? Our long table is laden with food. Are you reborn as a starving ghost? You should relinquish your hold. A throng of students had gathered around them, particularly the Slytherins, who were eagerly anticipating this spectacle. Beep. Charm value 4, current charm value 34. Beep. Charm value 3, current charm value 37. Beep. Charm value 3, current charm value 40. Beep. Charm value 4, current charm value 44. Beep. Charm value 4, current charm value 48. Amidst her struggles, Wanmi caught sight of Sirius discreetly concealing her beloved iron rod behind him. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she sprang up from the ground, leaving Draco and Blaise momentarily stunned. My sustenance. The iron rod. Like the wind, she dashed towards Sirius, snatching back her iron rod and, with a firm grip, pulling him along to join her at the Gryffindor table, her demeanor oddly compliant. Wanmi dammit. Have you lost your mind? Return to Slytherin at once. Draco was on the verge of apoplexy, bewildered as to how someone like her could belong to Slytherin. She was clearly a Gryffindor, a traitor, a disgrace. What are you doing? At some point, several professors had entered the dining hall, prompting the crowd to part respectfully. The voice of Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, pierced through the din, flanked by Professors Minerva McGonagall and Quirinus Quirrell. A sharp pain shot through Harry's head once more, unannounced, reminiscent of the previous night. He looked helplessly toward the professors, recalling that it was upon seeing Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell last night that he had felt this way, and now it was happening again. What troubles you? In response to Remus Lupin's concern, Harry silently shook his head, genuinely perplexed by the situation. Headmaster, you have finally arrived. How can this wretched girl be a Slytherin? I strongly demand a reassignment of houses. Draco, oblivious to the disarray of his usually immaculate hair, was singularly focused on rescuing Demet or expelling her from Slytherin. Demet, return to your rightful place. Wanmi was equally incensed. She could not fathom why these individuals insisted on meddling with her decisions. The individuals here exhibit a distinct lack of friendliness. She yearns to return home, missing her eccentric family dearly. Even the echoes of their boisterous laughter resonate with a nostalgic charm. Wait a moment. This person possesses an exquisite fragrance, more alluring than Harry. Before anyone could express astonishment at Wanmi's audacity to retort against Snape, they were taken aback as the little madcap suddenly stood up, her face alight with fascination, gliding smoothly to Professor Snape's side. You smell divine. Chapter 16, The Resorting. Boom. The entire hall erupted in disbelief, and Draco's jaw dropped in shock. Had he misheard? Was this insufferable girl just teasing the headmaster? Merlin, open your eyes. Snape's sleeves fluttered, seemingly without a breeze, and even McGonagall refrained from interjecting. For Snape's usual impassive demeanor now bore an intensity that could ignite the very air around him. Demonte, You are most delightful. Dumbledore, place that wretched sorting hat back on this valiant little witch. He grasped Wanmi by the collar and strode toward the staff table, the high-quality fabric constricting her neck. Yet she appeared utterly entranced, reveling in the moment, devoid of any discomfort. Beep. Charm level 60, current charm level 108. Would you like to upgrade? Beep. System level detected as too low, automatic upgrade initiated. System entering sleep mode for reboot. Upon upgrade, the task module will be activated. Stay tuned. Beep. Upgrading. Countdown 2400 hours. 00. What have you done? This is a... The words perverted old man were left unspoken as the system forcibly disconnected. Goodness. Even Wanmi hadn't anticipated that her previous self-detonation combined with his explosion would revert her to her initial state. She pondered why it had taken so long to load the task module. It turned out she had been at level 0 all along. She must file a complaint. She must suggest to the main system the necessity of a self-check system. In her extreme frustration, Wanmi fell into a state of repose, leaving her to face the tempest alone. What are you doing? Let her go? Upon seeing Snape, Sirius inexplicably felt a surge of irritation, especially as he perceived the predatory look Snape cast upon Wanmi. Instinctively, he activated his protective mode, rushing forward to intercept Snape's advance. Detention for defying a professor. 20 points from Gryffindor. You. Harry hurriedly intervened, blocking Sirius. Calm down. Don't act rashly. Harry could not comprehend Sirius's urgency, though Wanmi appeared perilously close to danger. Snape was still a professor. Besides, he had heard that Professor Snape harbored a strong disdain for Gryffindor. Would rushing in only exacerbate the situation? Of course, Wanmi, even in the midst of Sirius's concern, dismissed it entirely. As she passed by him, she playfully struck him with a metal rod. What are you shouting about? If he wants to carry me, let him. Wanmi's brow furrowed for just an instant before transforming back into a state of infatuation. What a jest. She had never encountered such an irresistible aroma. Amidst the potent despair, sorrow, and remorse, there mingled a delightful bitterness, a hint of hopeful tartness, and a dash of protective spiciness. Good heavens, what a culinary delight this is. Why is my food Sirius black? Although it is equally delectable, it cannot compare. Not even the overly extravagant taste of Harry can rival it. Alas, such delicacies ought to be cherished. If not consumed, at least one can savor their aroma. Indeed, Wanmi resolutely decided against indulging in this gourmet treat, not only out of a sense of responsibility towards her provisions, but also because she was acutely aware that this food was undoubtedly laced with poison, addictive with a single bite. Faced with the choice between fleeting pleasure and the return to confusion, she chose to maintain her rationality. Thus, under the pretense of feeling neither embarrassment nor aversion, even Dumbledore dared not raise an eyebrow at this moment, swiftly retrieving the irritable sorting hat once more. Why? It was agreed upon to appear once a year. Why must I emerge again? That little imp. Sort. One. More. Time. The sorting hat was snatched by Snape and placed upon Wanmi's head. He heard the ominous sound squeezed from the professor's teeth. Sensing that failure to comply would result in being ruthlessly torn apart by those large hands, quite literally. Oh, very well, but hasn't it already sorted? I can only say The sorting hat paused at the threat in Snape's tone. Slytherin. Upon hearing that decree, if the sorting hat truly possessed eyes, it would have wept. Oh, mighty ones, please refrain from engaging in conflict. Do not trap this poor, weak, and helpless sorting hat in the midst. In a moment of desperation, the sorting hat utilized the scant wisdom bestowed upon it by Godric Gryffindor to make a decision. Little witch, to which house do you wish to belong? I am quite clever. Let this little witch decide for herself. Surely that poses no issue. Wanmi, of course, heard that voice. She did not understand why it was necessary for her to be directed to Slytherin. Which house does this professor belong to? The sorting hat, thinking Wanmi detested the professor, joyfully replied, Severus Snape. I recall placing him in Slytherin. He is now the head of Slytherin. In truth, had it not been for the fear of that voice, the sorting hat might have even sought to cast some aspersions upon Slytherin, allowing the little witch to choose any house she desired. Really? Then I shall go to Slytherin. Ah, dear Godric, your charming wizarding hat may soon seek you out. Farewell, Slytherin. The sorting hat exclaimed in despair, quickly adding, it was her choice. The sorting ceremony unfolded once more, yet the great hall was so quiet that even the fall of a pin could be heard with remarkable clarity. Ah, splendid. Truly splendid. I hope you enjoy your time in Slytherin. Snape tightly gripped the tip of the wizarding hat, returning it to Dumbledore with a fierce glare, contemplating further retaliation. Slytherin loses 3 points. During the ensuing meal, everyone tacitly maintained a hushed demeanor, with several students occasionally casting sympathetic glances towards Wanmi. As they must have had potions class that afternoon, right? Certainly. All of this transpired without Wanmi's awareness as she cheerfully sat in her seat, indulging in chocolate pie. You are still laughing. Can you believe you caused Slytherin to lose points? And it was the headmaster himself who deducted them. What is there to fear? Gryffindor has lost points too, 20, in fact. Draco was nearly driven to exasperation by this oblivious girl. I don't care. You must make up for it. A thought struck him, and he maliciously grinned at Wanmi. I fear you have not looked at the schedule. The first class this afternoon is potions with the headmaster. Is that so? Then I shall not return to sleep. Wanmi's eyes sparkled even brighter. I will go with you. I do not know the way. Draco replied. So you plan to skip class, did you? What to do if I suddenly find myself at a loss for words? Chapter 17. Potions class is tempting. Hurry up. Where do we go next? Wanmi eagerly rushed ahead, only to realize that Draco had not followed. What was your name again? Did we not agree that you would lead the way? Draco Malfoy. This way, he directed. Imagining the potential chaos that awaited them, Draco, in a moment of unexpected generosity, decided to temporarily overlook the antics of this troublesome girl. Perhaps Wanmi was too hasty. Upon their arrival at the potions classroom, they discovered it completely empty. Naturally, she nonchalantly took a seat in the front row. Draco smirked coldly and settled into the last row, ensuring he would not be grouped with Demet. Clearly, in his fury, Draco had not considered that he could simply wait for his two minions to arrive and choose one to partner with. Thus, when Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe entered without receiving any instructions from Draco, they casually claimed seats in the back, forming their own group. Meanwhile, Harry had intended to sit in the front row with Wanmi, but was forcibly pulled down to the third row by his roommate, Sirius. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten the enmity between Professor Snape and Wanmi? He would not go hard on a student from his own house.
But you are not guaranteed the same mercy. Harry glanced apologetically at Wanmi's back, silently expressing regret. Forgive me, my friend. Are you waiting for me?
But I wish to see the sun rise again tomorrow. As everyone settled with their partners, Wanmi gazed adoringly at Severus Snape at the podium, completely oblivious to her surroundings. How delightful it smells. I wish to taste it. Snape barely caught the nonsense Wanmi was uttering. He shot her a disdainful glare. Demet. To the last row. Why? A male and female voice echoed simultaneously. Snape turned to see Draco, adorned with a platinum helmet. Why? Do you not see that everyone else has formed pairs? It was then that Draco realized his two lackeys had neglected to include him in their group. Wanmi also protested, indifferent to whom she partnered with. I refuse to go. Let him come to me. I will sit in the front row. Snape glared fiercely at Wanmi, who met his gaze without flinching. Draco, come here promptly. Oh, Draco, in a fit of frustration, seized his backpack and plopped down beside Wanmi, feeling as though the headmaster had unjustly vented his ire upon him. How infuriating. Yet, he dared not retort. You have come here to delve into the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, Snape intoned, his voice dripping with disdain. Unlike the foolishness of waving wands, I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite essence of the cauldron simmering gently, releasing fragrant wisps of aroma. Dry your drool. He snapped. Unable to contain himself any longer, Snape slammed his palm onto the solitary lectern with a resounding thud. And do not turn your head like a sunflower towards me. Should I circle the classroom for an entire lesson, would you be able to turn that foolish, glue-filled head of yours, now reduced to nothing but a sickly sweet chocolate concoction? Sirius couldn't stifle a laugh. He simply could not remain indifferent to the plight of his longtime rival. Yet, in the next instant, Lupin, mocking a professor warrants a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor. On what grounds? Sirius retorted, indignant, pointing an accusatory finger at Wanmi. Just as Wanmi emerged from her blissful state of culinary satisfaction, she found Sirius's finger perilously close to her forehead, and upon hearing the mention of point deductions, she realized the truth. That wretched dog had offended her little treat, and was now trying to shift the blame elsewhere. With a swift motion, Wanmi smacked Sirius's finger away, giving him a warning glare. Behave yourself. If it weren't in front of my treat, I would have no qualms about slapping you silly. Imagining Wanmi's words, Sirius looked at her incredulously, his heart feeling utterly shattered. Say that again. What is so special about that slug? Without hesitation, Wanmi grabbed the iron rod beside her desk and jabbed it at Sirius. Ouch! Why are you poking me? He exclaimed. Who told you to insult him? Wanmi shot back, gesturing towards Snape at the lectern. The class collectively pondered. Did he insult anyone? I didn't insult anyone. Don't be ridiculous, Wanmi. Sirius felt utterly wronged, deeply aggrieved, unable to comprehend how, after all their years together, he could be cast aside simply because of a slug's appealing scent. Vile woman. Disloyal. This is all that damned badass fault. Do Dementors possess no feelings? Perhaps they truly do not. Your expression betrays you, Wanmi remarked, retracting the iron rod and bestowing upon Sirius a look of disdain. Silence, Snape bellowed, for the first time feeling as though he were amidst a farcical nightmare. Both of you, sit down. 1 week of detention for you two. Everyone else, quiet. Take out your textbooks. With great reluctance, Snape forced himself to swallow the words 1 week of community service, as the thought of enduring the presence of those two bothersome individuals after class was unbearable. Demonte is one thing, but I never anticipated that even the year-abstained Remus Lupin would return with such an insufferable demeanor. A disdain that surpasses even the feelings I harbored for Dementor. Observing that Snape had diverted his attention, Draco finally relaxed his posture, gazing at Wanmi for 3 seconds before silently giving her a thumbs up, albeit discreetly beneath the desk. Due to this minor interlude, the first-year students were fortunate enough to postpone the practical phase of the lesson, engaging solely in an entire class of theoretical study. As the last student, Dementor, was led away by the peculiar trio of Harry Potter, Remus Lupin, and Draco Malfoy along with 2 followers, Snape let out an unusual sigh of relief. Wait, have I forgotten something? He stroked his chin, his gaze fixated through the doorway on the retreating figure of Harry Potter. Chapter 18. The deal is struck. All students were well aware that the first-year Wanmi Dementor was a mysterious and formidable presence. Why was she deemed mysterious? As a newcomer to Hogwarts. On the very first day of school, she donned Muggle attire and carried a metal rod throughout the day, and no one had ever witnessed her draw a wand. It was rumored that she seemed to lack a wand, yet none dared to confirm this with the individual in question. Why, you might ask? That leads us to discuss the formidable nature of Wanmi Dementor. Which student, let alone a first year, would dare to stand toe-to-toe with Snape? Unprecedented. Snape's icy visage had always been effective in swiftly establishing authority. Consequently, in light of Wanmi emerging unscathed from an encounter with him, both younger and older Slytherin students adopted a wait-and-see approach towards this new arrival. I warn you to behave. Look at what you've done. From now on, you are not to act independently without our supervision, Draco exclaimed, his face flushed with anger, for he was deeply invested in the honor of Slytherin. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered that if he could manage to tame this insufferable girl, it would expedite his rise to prominence among the younger Slytherins. After all, he had wagered with his father that he would dominate the Slytherin lower years within 3 years. Ah, you've suddenly become more pleasant. Let me take in your essence: anger, desire, ambition, and pride, though none can compare to that one. Oh yes, Snape. Wanmi suddenly found Draco somewhat more tolerable, though he did not seem as unattractive as before. What nonsense are you spouting? Draco stepped back a pace to distance himself from Wanmi, a sudden sense of vulnerability washing over him as if she could see right through him. I am so hungry. Draco was momentarily taken aback by Wanmi's nonsensical statement. Hungry? So soon? We haven't even finished the charms class before dinner. I don't want dinner. Wanmi's gaze bore into Draco with an unsettling intensity. What do you intend to do? Goodness. This fellow wouldn't he be contemplating cannibalism, would he? Are we attending the next class with Gryffindor? Yes, why do you ask? In an instant, Wanmi sprang several meters ahead, leaving the rest unable to catch her in time. Damn it. I told you not to go off on your own. What are you dragging me along for? Lead the way. Wanmi's expression soured as she turned back, suddenly recalling her lack of direction. And it seemed that the guide had fallen silent. This free navigator was not someone she could afford to lose. I know you. Take your time. Slow down. Your image. Zabini asked, what are we doing? Gregory and Vincent stared blankly at Blaise Zabini, who wore the same expression. What are you looking at? Keep up. Zabini's face visibly darkened. He merely wished to grow closer to the young master of the Malfoy family, but unexpectedly found himself entangled with that Demet. He suddenly had a premonition that his school life would not be particularly pleasant from now on. The moment she stepped into the classroom, Wanmi's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she caught the scent of Sirius. Indeed, Sirius had arrived, sitting in the second row conversing with Harry. Bang, bang, bang. A metal rod suddenly clanged against the table. I'm hungry. Sirius turned to see Wanmi's overly familiar gaze, grateful that she had the sense to consider the occasion and not start eating right there. Harry, I'll be right back. He noticed Wanmi was on the verge of fainting from hunger and seized her wrist, leading her to a secluded spot. Consequently, the 4 who had just decided to keep a close watch found themselves swept away by the repeating student. Draco took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He decided to let this one slide. Upon hearing they didn't need to follow, the remaining 3 sighed in relief, as they could no longer run. How long has it been since you last ate? Can't you at least accommodate others? I know you can gauge the situation. After Wanmi took a few quick bites, the pallor on Sirius's face was hard to ignore, though this concern did not extend to Wanmi. That is someone else's food. What about the unclaimed? Just like that Snape. You're quite fond of him, aren't you? No, no, no. Just consider it a slip of the tongue. Don't provoke him. We cannot afford to cross him right now. Wanmi looked at him as if he were foolish, remarking that unclaimed food should not be tampered with. Besides, if she were to handle something like Snape, she might not manage to keep her composure. But that little golden-haired. No, I am a principled boggart. How peculiar. All right, fine. When do you plan to return? When do you intend to return with me? My patience is limited. Little ancestor, are you fixated on me? I am, after all, somewhat of a life mentor to you, am I not? What do you mean? What have you taught me? Sirius opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly realized that aside from teaching Wanmi how to speak, he had taught her how to be an undefeated provocateur, how to inflict pain with precision, and the feasibility of inciting fear and anger in others. Forget it, let us not mention it. I still have matters to attend to at Hogwarts and cannot return yet. I know, that Harry Potter, who is he to you? You seem quite happy with him. Weren't you supposed to be enemies? How do you know? That's none of your business. It matters not, considering your role in teaching me to articulate. I shall grant you some time. However, should others discover your escape, you must return with me. Otherwise, that insufferable, portly fellow will send my companions wandering aimlessly again, which is quite bothersome. Indeed, one can imagine such a feat being accomplished by Fudge. Sirius nodded in agreement. Shall we return to class then? It would be prudent for you to remain discreet at school. After all, aren't you prohibited from using magic? Why the furrowed brow? I have no desire to return to class. It is utterly pointless, especially not for Snape's lessons. So, has Snape drugged you perchance? Should you skip class? You would be expelled. I refuse. I am weary. If you are expelled, I will take you with me. How utterly shameless. I shall find a way to procure Snape's emotions for you, of various flavors. Sirius was certainly aware of the implications behind Wanmi's words. You smell delightful. When shall this occur? Grant me some time. I shall conduct my research. Merlin S. Blackstockings. It appears I must once again delve into the alchemy I have long neglected. It's a deal. As Sirius returned to the classroom, feeling utterly despondent, the professor had yet to arrive, while Wanmi stood quietly in the corridor, fixating on a female Gryffindor student behind Sirius. Keep staring. You take this seat. The girl could no longer endure Wanmi's unabashed gaze, swiftly gathering her belongings and vacating her seat. Sirius, say thank you. Oh, thank you. The tone was exceedingly dismissive. No need to be polite. Sirius, will she not be punished for this? Oh no, she can float. With a metal rod in hand, few could best her. Let the exposure be more intense. It is bound to come to an end. Draco, damn it. This Longbottom is indeed intent on corrupting Demet. Harry, I envy them. Long and Wanmi share such a close bond. Ron, she is so brave. I do not wish to share a desk with this Hermione Granger. If I were to fixate on Longbottom, would he offer me the seat beside Harry Potter? Chapter 19. This is called one-sided assault. Wanmi fixed her gaze upon the feather before her, as if attempting to scorch it with her stare. Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor, had been standing beside her for quite some time. In truth, many students do not learn immediately upon arrival. There is no need for undue haste. It is not that Flitwick is overly concerned about this first year, but he had never witnessed a student wielding a metal rod with such vigor, incessantly jabbing at the feather without drawing a wand. He recalled that the classroom had been filled at the start of the lesson, yet now, aside from Wanmi, Demet, Harry Potter, and Longbottom in the front row, all students seated near Demet had crowded to the opposite side. You are correct, Professor. Wanmi calmly withdrew her gaze and obediently laid the metal rod across her desk, effectively pinning the feather down. Demet, where is your wand? Why not draw it out and give it a try? A wand? Wanmi craned her neck to glance at the stick in Sirius's hand, instinctively repulsed by the notion that something unpleasant might emerge from that wretched object. I believe my little stick is quite satisfactory. Flevy was inherently not a loquacious individual. He seldom spoke unless under the influence of a couple of drinks. Clearly, the current setting was not conducive to such indulgences, so he refrained from further commentary, knowing that matters of this nature would be addressed by their respective heads. Thus, when Flevy made another round and returned to Wanmi's side, he noticed the iron rod still prominently positioned before her, albeit the feathers had been methodically stripped, leaving a pile of down in one corner of the table. Demonte. I assumed it was too heavy and sought to alleviate the burden on my little stick. Wanmi was the first to explain. A chuckle escaped from Gryffindor's McCormate. Unable to contain himself. Could it be that your iron rod lacks strength? The students of Gryffindor and Slytherin often engaged in light-hearted mockery during class, a well-established norm. Particularly this year with the emergence of an unusual character within Slytherin, an opportunity not to be missed. However, they were unaware that this peculiar individual possessed a rather volatile temperament. Upon hearing those words, Sirius understood the impending chaos. In an instant, Wanmi sprang to her feet, grasping the iron rod with fervor, intent on charging towards McCormate. The commotion startled Professor Flevy, who had just returned to the podium, causing him to tumble from the stack of books. Before anyone could react, Sirius, leveraging his understanding of Wanmi, swiftly turned and restrained her under his arm. Let me go? You must release me. Is he mocking me? Let me go? How dare he ridicule my rod? I will make him pay. Wanmi's singular focus was on confronting the boy who had dared to laugh at her cherished stick, an object she had relied upon since her early days. One that had accompanied her for over 2 centuries if Yao Yao's age was accurate. No, he simply has a loose tongue. McCormate, you must apologize. McCormate had never encountered a girl so ready to resort to violence over mere words, instinctively tightening in response. As the realization struck, his anger flared. Lupin, release her. Was I incorrect in my statement? Why should I apologize? Even Neville Longbottom, a first year in Gryffindor and known for his clumsiness, could manage to ruffle a feather or two. Yet she couldn't. McCormate's words elicited laughter from the students, leaving Neville at a loss, unable to articulate a response. Sirius's demeanor turned icy, and with a slight release, Wanmi tumbled lightly to the ground. Well then, good luck. By the way, there was once a madwoman who insulted Wanmi. She wielded that very stick relentlessly for 2 years. Had Wanmi been absent, she would have continued her tirade. Just as Professor Flevey regained his footing, he beheld Wanmi charging towards a fellow student, the iron rod poised to strike McCormate. He hastily cast a levitation charm. Oh no. You're truly going to hit me. McCormate yelped as he narrowly dodged, feeling a sharp jab on his posterior. Flevey, not pausing to comprehend the situation, quickly cast a binding spell. Still ineffective? Ouch. Please, cease at once. In a state of chaos, Mackerel Matt was darting around the room, frantically wielding a stick as if it possessed a mind of its own, relentlessly targeting the same spot, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouch. Stop. It hurts. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. Sirius, with a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, quickly set the stick down. Observing Professor Flitwick's spells failing to take effect, he realized it was time to intervene. He dashed forward just as the stick was about to land a blow on Mackerel Matt's rear end, swiftly tucking Wanmi under his arm. All right. He knows he was wrong. Sirius feigned mediation while whispering a comment to Wanmi. Flitwick has cast several spells on you. Next time, we'll sneak a bag over your head. Wanmi, indeed, ceased her struggles and fell silent. You lucky dog. This time, I'll let you off easy, Draco remarked, nudging Zabini. Hey, you scared me half to death. Don't poke me like that. It's terrifying. Zabini replied, exasperated. It seemed everyone was quite shaken by the antics of this wild girl. Ultimately, in a comical conclusion, Slytherin lost 10 points for Demet. Gryffindor lost 10 points for Matt, while Gryffindor gained 10 points for Lupin, and this uproar spread throughout Hogwarts during dinner. After the meal, Wanmi was informed by a friendly Slytherin that Snape wanted her to visit the dungeon. Wanmi initially intended to drag Draco along, but he continuously waved her off. If the headmaster is looking for you, go by yourself. If you dare to fight in class, you must face the headmaster's wrath alone. No one is here to share your burden. Draco feigned nonchalance. What are you afraid of? And that was assault, one-sided. Are you foolish? Who is afraid? Don't say such nonsense. A furious retort from Draco echoed behind her. Ignoring him, Wanmi resolved to find a guide to lead her to the office of delectable snacks. How strange. Why is everyone avoiding me? After failing to latch onto a student once more, her temper flared. She refused to believe she could get lost on the way to the basement. As Wanmi ascended the moving staircase and found herself facing a wall, a feeling of uncertainty washed over her for the first time. Peering down, she exclaimed, Goodness, am I not supposed to be heading underground? This must be at least the 4th floor. How did I end up here? What are you doing here? Chapter 20, The Rampaging Sirius. Good night, Headmaster. Snape waved off the Slytherin prefect, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had initially assumed the young girl was aware he sought her regarding the afternoon's spell class incident, explaining her tardiness to the dungeon. It was only when the prefect mentioned that Wanmi Dement was not in the dormitory that he realized she might have hidden away to escape punishment. But who could tell him why? An hour past curfew, she stood at the staircase facing a dead end, lost in thought. What are you doing here? Snape was at a loss for words regarding his current feelings. He merely knew that after searching all night, he had lost the energy to be angry. Snape, what are you doing here? I was just about to head to your office to find you. Wanmi was elated to see Severus at the stairway leading to the 3rd floor. However, the staircase had shifted to another entrance. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Wanmi retreated 2 steps, then made a running leap from the upper floor toward him. Severus braced himself for the possibility of her falling midway, but to his astonishment, she soared across an impressive distance. Instinctively, he retracted his wand and extended his arms, catching her effortlessly. Now he understood why Wanmi Dement could leap so far. She was astonishingly light. Severus, I'm coming over. What do you need me for? Her tone was as casual as one might inquire about the weather or if he had eaten that day. It's past curfew. Don't tell me you've been wandering around here for 3 hours. How on earth did you make it to the 4th floor just by descending from the Great Hall? Isn't it unfortunate? What on earth do you want from me? I'm a bit tired. Let us head to the office. Never mind, you can go back for now. Tomorrow at noon. After lunch. Wait for me in the Great Hall. All right, Severus. A few moments later, Severus could no longer contain himself. Come back. What are you doing going upstairs? I'm downstairs. How could I possibly be upstairs? Keep up. Fine. Damn that Slytherin brat. I was supposed to lead that spirit to the 8th floor. How infuriating. Who let this little rascal become the head of Slytherin? In the darkness, a silent curse erupted, only to fade into stillness. Watching Wanmi Dement enter the Slytherin common room, Severus let out a long sigh. He pulled out his pocket watch, 11:30 p.m. Excellent. His research time for the evening had been commandeered. Turning, Severus ascended the stairs, layer by layer, determined to discuss this troublesome student with a certain sweet-toothed old man. He would never admit to harboring the thought of not wanting to be disturbed late at night as he knocked on the headmaster's office door. Severus, is there something that cannot wait until tomorrow? You know, at my age, I tend to get sleepy quite early, Dumbledore said, forcing his weary eyes to focus on Severus. About Demet, are you certain of her background? Severus recalled her weight, which was distinctly inconsistent with human norms, leading to a troubling suspicion. Do you know where I encountered her? Dumbledore did not respond to that question. I was merely passing by Privet Drive, intending to catch a glimpse of Harry. When I saw Demet speaking with him, she even briefly explained some matters of the Wizarding World to Harry. And indeed, she exuded traces of magical energy. That day, Harry had likely met her for the first time, coinciding with the day he received his acceptance letter. Severus fell silent. The notion of a witch engaging with Harry Potter just before his enrollment was unsettling. I once attempted to approach that child. He didn't even grasp the simple concept of needing to pay for things, and he was just beginning to learn how to read. Everything is a mystery, Severus. At the very least, we cannot allow her to remain outside, even if she truly is merely a lost child from a wizarding family or an orphan. However, her name was conspicuously absent from the list of new students. Hogwarts had never aired in its records. Severus Snape was acutely aware of Dumbledore's concerns. Regardless of whether Demet was a well-intentioned individual sent to Harry's side, remaining under their watchful gaze was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. This brings me to my next point. On the very night of enrollment, her name appeared on the first-year roster, and Hogwarts recognized Wanmi Demet as a student. Thus, we ought to provide her with protection and education. I sincerely hope you are correct, Dumbledore. Snape refrained from disclosing to Dumbledore the peculiarities regarding Wanmi Demet's weight. After all, he had the right to keep certain secrets to himself, did he not? The following morning, devoid of any raucous disturbances, Wanmi blissfully slept in until the sun reached its zenith, only to be roused by a beam of sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating her face. Ugh, the wretched effects of magic. Am I not on the first floor? Why is there sunlight? I ought to wither away in the shade. Reluctantly, Wanmi climbed out of bed to draw the heavy curtains, only to swiftly return to her bed, her small face lovingly nuzzling the pillow. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off again, a surge of profound indignation flooded her mind. Food. Wanmi's drowsiness was immediately banished, and as she bolted out of the Slytherin common room, she was still clad in her star-patterned pajamas. Fueled by that intense emotion, Wanmi darted through the corridors and staircases with the grace of a swallow. In truth, she longed to fly, but the convoluted layout of the castle thwarted her desires. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had become astonishingly disoriented since her arrival, anxiously fearing that one misstep might send her soaring out of the castle. Eventually, she arrived at a fourth-floor classroom that reeked of garlic, where she finally spotted Sirius. Sirius was being firmly held by Harry, while Ron Weasley stood protectively between him and Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, with no other students around. Surely, class must have ended. What are you all doing? I, too, am curious. During class, he intercepted me, claiming he had something to discuss. Ron pointed accusingly at Sirius, who made no attempt to contradict him. Instead, locking his scarlet gaze onto Ron with palpable intensity, his words laced with a chilling edge. Who did you see today? No. You must have been in contact with that pest. Otherwise, that stench would not linger. I thought I had misinterpreted the odor yesterday. Are you out of your mind? I'm at school. Everyone I can interact with, you have too. Sirius glared at Ron as if he were a mortal enemy, straining against Harry's hold, prompting Hermione and Neville to instinctively tighten their grip on Ron, for had they not intervened, they feared Remus Lupin might have lunged at Ron. Yet, this very action incensed Wanmi, who rushed over and pulled the bewildered Sirius behind her. So, are you for bullying him? No, didn't you hear? He was the one who started it. And why on earth should a Slytherin meddle in our Gryffindor affairs? Lower your voice. I am not deaf. His matters are my matters. Harry clasped his empty hands, suddenly feeling a twinge of jealousy towards his first friend since arriving at school. No. I cannot entertain such thoughts. One is my first friend, while the other is my first friend since coming to school. How could I harbor such base feelings? Harry quickly shook his head, grateful that no one seemed to notice him. As for Sirius, who had been inexplicably protected, he finally regained some composure, awkwardly touching his nose. I apologize. I indeed lost my composure first. However, the person you have been associating with recently is quite dangerous, and I hope you do not conceal anything. Hearing the apology, Ron's mood improved somewhat, but his face quickly flushed again. I told you, aside from teachers and classmates, I have not interacted with anyone. I have been with Neville all day. Yes, we are roommates, and I even woke up earlier than Ron, Neville added, feeling a bit anxious as several pairs of eyes turned toward him. Seeing that Remus Lupin was about to erupt again, Hermione quickly interjected. How about we review everyone Ron encountered this morning? Remus, you can judge if there's anyone you are looking for, all right? With no alternative, Sirius could only agree, the only dissenting voice being Ron, the person in question. However, upon seeing Wanmi standing beside Remus with a heavy iron rod, Ron couldn't bring himself to voice his opposition and complied quietly. Chapter 21. In a wounded world, it is better to dream. The group sat in a circle in the classroom, obediently listening to Ron recount the details of his morning. With Wanmi standing guard with the iron rod, neither side dared to make any excessive movements. This morning, I discovered that Scabbers was ill and quite lethargic. Neville accompanied me to the infirmary to check on him. Madame Pomfrey said she is not a pet doctor and could only conduct a brief examination. After returning Scabbers to the dormitory, we went to the Great Hall for breakfast, and that was when you started staring at me from across the table. After that, I went straight to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom without returning to the dorm. To be honest, aside from waking up and checking on Scabbers, we were in the same place all day, and we did not encounter anyone along the way. Sirius furrowed his brow tightly. He was certain he could not have misjudged 2 days in a row. Are you sure nothing strange happened in between? Ron glanced again at the iron rod in Wanmi's hands, reassuring himself not to stoop to the level of a fool. That's my entire day's account. If you don't believe me, just ask Neville. He is the most honest. Indeed, I have been with Ron all along. I'm hungry. Let us go to lunch. Wanmi suddenly spoke up after remaining silent. Sorry. Sirius, feeling rather dispirited, offered a brief apology to Ron before trailing behind Wanmi as they exited the classroom. He had just seen Harry with a disapproving expression. Today, his behavior had indeed been rather abrupt. Do you think I am being unreasonable? Sirius found himself perplexed by the question, his mood exceedingly somber. Your scent has suddenly become unpleasant. Are you in sorrow? Wanmi had always been averse to consuming extreme negativity. Just moments ago, she had discerned something amiss with her sustenance, prompting her to intervene in the peculiar exchange. What if their continued conversation led to a prolonged deterioration of her food supply? Who would be accountable for that? Sirius abruptly froze, realizing he had momentarily forgotten the essence of what Wanmi truly was. Perhaps the most sensitive to human emotions? He recalled a night in Azkaban when he was ensnared in a nightmare, unable to escape, until Wanmi had appeared and delivered a sharp slap, awakening him from the torment. Have you been monitoring my emotional fluctuations all along? Wanmi rolled her eyes. What else would I do? One must safeguard their own sustenance. Come on, aren't you hungry? Wanmi observed as Sirius's demeanor shifted to one of buoyancy, leaving her utterly bewildered. Indeed, humans were a rather peculiar species. One moment, they could be engulfed in despair, only to sweeten their plight with a hint of sugar in the next. At the Slytherin table, Wanmi quickly devoured the chocolate pudding before her, casting longing glances at Draco's portion across the way. After all, Goyle and Crabbe were consuming theirs at an astonishing pace. Here, take it. Goodness. Have you not tasted chocolate pudding in 2 centuries? Wanmi mused, swallowing her own saliva. No, that is your sustenance. I shall not partake, merely observe while you indulge. I shan't eat anymore. It's yours, he replied. It's impossible to enjoy with you staring like that. Wanmi steadfastly gazed at the pudding, shaking her head in resolute refusal, and ultimately, the dessert was divided between Goyle and Crabbe. Draco noted Wanmi's peculiar obsession with food and her fastidiousness. Glancing at the other untouched dishes before her, he remarked, severely picky host, Yao Yao has awakened. Have you missed me? Not at all. Yao Yao disregarded Wanmi's retort. Host, I bring splendid news. I have finally restored my normal functions, and we still have rations remaining. The charm value is at 32. It seemed that when I detonated and severed ties with my previous host, I reverted to my initial state. No wonder the system's functions seemed so monotonous. Wow, I am quite formidable now. Oh, so when you mentioned upgrading to level 3 to accept tasks and check affinity, you were merely deceiving me. How could this entity have such a remarkable memory? Was it not concerned about being rejected by its host? Not at all. That was merely due to Yao Yao being in its original state. Many memories had yet to be restored. I genuinely believed that at the time. Absolutely true. By the way, the host is still unaware of the affinity of those around you. While everyone is in the hall, let Yao Yao conduct a complete assessment. Fearful that the host would fixate on this matter, Yao Yao swiftly shifted the topic, commencing a scan of everyone in the hall. What is happening? This is disastrous. A sea of red. Your shouting gives me a headache. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Wanmi discreetly tucked the chocolate bread from the table into her space. No, why are all the readings negative? Especially that old pervert. I thought he had a pathological infatuation for you, but this is a staggering -60. A -60 in affection. And that little imp across the way, -10. As a charming system, Yao Yao was utterly deranged. The rest were either 0 or some abysmal -1 or 2. What on earth is happening? Wait, where is Sirius? Yao Yao swiftly scanned through a lengthy list in search of Sirius's name. Phew. Thankfully there is a positive 160 affection combined with -60. What the devil? Does he both love and hate you? A monster. Isn't this peculiar? We, as oddities, must evoke fear in everyone to be deemed proper monsters. Yao Yao initially suspected an error in the system statistics until it saw Harry Potter's amiable 40 affection and recalled how the host yearned for chaos in the world. finally confirming that this was indeed the normal level of affection. Thus, it resigned itself to this absurdity. How on earth did those affection points come to be? Dermot, I advise you to keep your distance from Draco and not to covet what isn't yours. He belongs to me. Just as Wanmi exited the auditorium, a girl with a bobbed haircut tugged her aside. She recalled the girl's name, Pansy Parkinson. Though I know not your origins, your appearance suggests you are merely a commoner. I warn you, the Malfoy family would never accept someone of your ilk, so do not court humiliation. Wanmi could no longer restrain herself and pushed the girl away. Taking several heavy breaths, this was suffocating her. Do not come near me. Your appearance is already unbearable, and you reek of malice and scheming. Are you unaware that a scent too strong becomes offensive? How unfortunate. After uttering those words, Wanmi hurriedly distanced herself from the unattractive and foul-smelling girl. What had she just said? Overwhelmed by the stench, she hadn't quite caught it. Never mind, it's unimportant. Beep, charm value 6, current charm value 38. Yao Yao opened Pansy Parkinson's affection level and observed as the originally -20 gradually transformed into -23. Splendid. Now I understand how those affection points came to be. Yao Yao silently expanded the attributes panel, summoned the system steward for a thorough checkup, and gazed at the percentage detection rate crawling slower than the hands of a clock. It decided to take a nap first. In dreams, anything is possible. Chapter 22. Help. There's an exhibitionist here. After Yao Yao secretly consumed the chocolate bread it had hidden for Wanmi, the system's comprehensive scan finally concluded. What do you mean the identifier has encountered an irreversible error? Yao Yao furiously tossed the greasy paper onto the ground. It had attempted to contact the main system, only to receive the response that repairs would require a trip back to headquarters. Oh dear. Isn't the prerequisite for returning at least successfully guiding one host to complete the main storyline of a world? Requesting support from the main system for world storyline. Yao Yao pressed down its growing frustration and submitted the application. The collection has failed. This world belongs to the realm of unexpected occurrences, devoid of narrative. The world's quests will automatically accumulate as the world progresses. May the system persevere and create miracles once more. You are the spirit of the system that has escaped from the clutches of death. Away with your emoticons. How am I to accomplish this task? Tell me how to proceed. Yao Yao, infuriated by the unreliable quality of the first batch of traversing systems, felt smoke rising from her head, with curses incessantly filling Wanmi's mind. If you bother me further, I shall consume you. The world fell silent. In the afternoon, Wanmi continued to skip her classes. What nonsense herbal studies were these? As a soul reaper, was she here at Hogwarts to learn how to cultivate herbs? When she once again reclined on the soft bed, Yao Yao spoke again. My dear, there has been a slight mishap with our task. We must encounter the corresponding characters and matters to trigger it. Shall we venture out? No, give up on that notion. Even if it is triggered, I shall not engage. Wanmi paid no heed to Yao Yao's plans. As a soul reaper, she lived freely and effortlessly. Why should she undertake any laborious and thankless tasks? Would the task provide me sustenance? Would it enhance my appearance? The host, my dear, is indeed your sustenance. Even Sirius has skipped class. Bored and listless, Yao Yao casually scanned the castle, noticing a certain sneaky figure returning from the greenhouse. What is he up to now? Wanmi turned over, closing her eyes once more. Are you not curious to see? Yao Yao recalled how much the host cared for this Sirius. Not going. He is a grown man, not my child. Spare me your pestering. I wish to sleep. At that moment, Sirius had stealthily returned to the Gryffindor common room, casting an invisibility charm to evade other students lingering in the tower. He approached Ron's dormitory, having borrowed Remus Lupin's wand, albeit it felt somewhat unwieldy as it was not his own. Nonetheless, Sirius had no intention of evading the gaze of someone like Dumbledore. Knock, knock, knock. After gently tapping the door and confirming no one else was inside, Sirius slowly grasped the doorknob. It won't open? Has someone set a barrier from within? After pondering for a moment, Sirius decided to abandon the tower and return to class. The barrier within only solidified his suspicion that Ron Weasley was up to something. However, forcing the door open would surely alert the one who set the barrier. What if that person was no longer inside, or had some other contingency? The experience of a failed violent escape had taught Sirius the importance of planning and the wisdom of not engaging in unprepared battles. Lupin, how did you return? The herbal studies class was taught by Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, who assumed this child, having been ill and absent for a year, would return to the dormitory after visiting the infirmary. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I suddenly feel well. It must have been merely ordinary weakness. I did not wish to miss class. A good student indeed. Professor Sprout was instantly moved by this eager learner. In the following days, Sirius sought opportunities to visit Ron's dormitory. However, he found no suitable hiding spots. He could only muster patience and redirect his attention primarily toward Ron, often relegating Harry's matters to the background. Sirius was troubled for several days, while Wanmi managed to skip a few classes. Fortunately, There were no potions lessons with Snape during this time, or else Wanmi's pleasant days would have come to an abrupt end. Unbeknownst to her, nearly every professor had personally visited Snape's office, engaging in friendly discussions about how to educate Wanmi until the late hours of the night. Snape merely courteously dismissed the professors, returning to his laboratory with the freshly delivered black hair from a Hogwarts house elf, where he continued his relentless research. On a dark and blustery Friday evening, Wanmi leaned against the wall outside the Gryffindor door on the 8th floor, her small head bobbing slightly. She could not comprehend why Sirius had chosen to meet after midnight, just as she could no longer resist the urge to rush in for a meal. The Gryffindor door finally creaked open. Sirius peeked out, his gaze colliding with Wanmi's ravenous eyes, reminiscent of a starving wolf. He quickly pulled her into a distant corner. Are you mad? Waiting so boldly at the entrance. What if someone sees you? And if they do? I'm truly starving. Sirius, looking at Wanmi's earnest and bewildered expression, sighed in resignation. Fine, eat. Tomorrow is the weekend. I can recuperate then. Once that intense craving subsided, Wanmi restrained herself from continuing to eat. I'm full. I want to go back. I'm tired. Sirius shook his head and gently ruffled Wanmi's hair. You should head back. Come here. This way. Who? Wanmi scanned her surroundings, finding it eerily quiet with no signs of life. Retracting her gaze, she prepared to descend the stairs. Not that way, this way. The youthful voice returned, tinged with urgency. Wanmi hesitated, uncertain if the voice's owner could detect her presence. To be honest, she was beginning to doubt the reliability of the system altogether. Embracing a fearless curiosity, she retracted her foot and followed the voice's guidance to a corner on the 8th floor. The moonlight streaming through the window accentuated her already pale complexion, rendering her visage all the more unsettling. I'm here. Honestly, you look rather frightening. Do you see the 4th carved flower from left to right on the windowsill? Touch it with your wand. Oh. Wanmi turned to leave. Hey, where are you going? You've come this far. I don't have a wand. Wanmi calmly reiterated this fact without looking back. Damn, I forgot about that. It's all right. Come back. I have a solution. Fine. My greatest virtue is my obedience. Then use your sharp iron stick to touch that carved flower. And then what? Don't worry about that. In a brightly lit room, a bare-chested adult male, with only his upper body visible, closed his eyes in satisfaction, murmuring an ancient incantation. A dazzling beam of white light shot outside, and the intricately carved flower before Wanmi burst forth in radiant brilliance. The gentle glow wove into an enormous net, wrapping around Wanmi's iron rod, and as the light dissipated, she found herself in a spacious and tidy room. In the center, a man whose lower body melded with the stone table waved excitedly at her. Come here quickly. Let me have a good look at you. I knew you must be one of us. Wanmi felt reluctant to speak, suddenly regretting her decision to come here. The scene was too shocking. Not only did this man, whose ugliness rivaled that of Draco, have only an upper body, but the melodious, childlike voice emanating from his grotesque visage was intolerable. The man assumed Wanmi was frightened by him and hurriedly began to explain, Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. Truly, the absurdity of the situation only heightened. Chapter 23, The Spirit of Hogwarts. Wanmi took the liberty to scrutinize the excessively spacious room. You should respond to me. I am not deceiving you. The bear male continued to converse with her in his childlike voice, yet he could not leave the stone table, or he would not have gone to such lengths to lure her in. What is this place? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Dear host, this is not a human. Be cautious. However, he seems to hold you in high regard. Yao Yao indicated that although their host was rather lackadaisical, reminders were still necessary. It is quite normal to feel familiar. This is where your kind originally. Speak clearly. TSK. Indeed, it is still so glib. Wanmi could not comprehend what this being was, but Yao Yao had just mentioned he was not human. It appeared that this naked man indeed possessed an ethereal quality. Wanmi raised her iron rod and cautiously approached the bear male, thinking that since she could not understand his words, it would be better to study him closely. What are you poking me for? Poke me again. If there's an issue, speak up. What are you poking me for? The man's good-natured demeanor caused Wanmi to lose interest in her examination. He exhibited no emotion, indicating that he was unsuitable as a reserve. I am a bit tired. Do you have something to discuss with me? If not, please let me return to sleep. Of course, I have matters to address. I did not assign you to Slytherin merely for you to skip classes every day. You must begin your work promptly. Find ways to improve the relationships among the 4 houses, especially between Gryffindor and Slytherin. I have gathered information. This year's headmaster is notably concerned about that child, Harry Potter. He may be crucial, and we can use him as. Wait, what are you saying? Why must I foster good relations among the houses? Wanmi felt somewhat irked by the tone of this fellow being, as if it were an entirely reasonable expectation. After all, even Sirius had to plead with her for ages before he could wash up. Isn't this your responsibility? How long have you been trapped here? To the point of exhausting your mind? Just joking. Only the Ministry of Magic could rely on food rations to ensure the guardianship of Azkaban. Does this naked man intend to achieve his goals without any effort? Indeed. In the eyes of the Dementors, or perhaps all of them share this belief, the Ministry has provided them with sustenance. They are inherently reclusive beings. And keeping watch over their rations while occasionally overseeing Azkaban is not an unreasonable task. As for their sporadic collaboration with the Ministry on assignments, who doesn't yearn for a breath of fresh air now and then? The Dementors are quite democratic. The ones who venture out are simply those who most desire to relish freedom at that moment. Wait, have you not awakened your memories? Have you not felt the call to Hogwarts? You are unaware of the implications. If you don't straighten out your tongue, I might just pull it out. It seems the host is somehow restricted. The words he wishes to express are garbled by some constraint. Tentatively, I attempted to communicate, only to find that the naked man displayed no reaction, which brought me a sigh of relief. It appears this peculiar individual is oblivious to my presence. Oh dear. Do not be hostile. If you have not awakened, you cannot hear me anyway. How vexing. The naked man waved his hand, conjuring a roll of translucent parchment from thin air. He quickly flipped through it until he reached the words Guardian of Hogwarts, then paused. It remained blank, indeed. It seems you have stumbled here by mere chance. Alas, my fate is quite unfortunate. The naked man, the spirit of Hogwarts, sighed heavily. If Wanmi were to awaken her inheritance, it would be one matter. However, she appears to be only half-formed. Setting aside her willingness to protect, given that individual's nature, he surmised Wanmi would not fare much better. It is likely that she has yet to act against him simply due to his perceived uselessness. But doesn't he recall that individual was somewhat unhinged? What is your name, little girl? Wanmi cast a sidelong glance at the naked man. Wanmi Dement. Dement? Is that your true name? What's wrong? I quite like that name. Haha, as long as you like it. I shall call myself Hogwarts. It's getting late. I will escort you back to your dormitory. Hogwarts chuckled lightly, and in the next moment, Wanmi found herself returned to her chamber. Quite convenient. Wanmi praised inwardly. Host. I perceive that fellow harbors ill intentions. Why disclose your name to him? At least he is a kindred spirit. But I am too. Are you not an intelligent system? Certainly not. You pay no heed to the matter. I am the one controlling this system. I am a sprite. A spirit. I had not realized. Wanmi only knew of the non-human entity residing in her mind, never considering that this lifeless system might contain a living being. Very well. I shall refrain from constantly dismissing you. Is that agreeable? I am tired. Yet, Yo-Yo felt no comfort from that acknowledgement. After sending Wanmi back, Hogwarts did not hastily stow away the translucent parchment, but instead waved his hand again, conjuring a similarly translucent quill. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he brought the parchment closer. Wanmi, a bear man, licked the tip of a pen, exclaiming, Demonte. I knew she was the one I had been waiting for. The name behind the guardian at Hogwarts flickered but did not vanish, and he joyfully waved his half-formed body. For nearly 5 centuries, his impatience had led him to inscribe the names of the school's finest, hoping against hope for a stroke of luck. Yet, not a single name remained on the parchment. Although he had pinned it, it did not disappear. Perhaps this could be considered as having waited. Glancing around the empty room once more, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Thoughts of loneliness and solitude were utterly unnecessary. Ha! Hogwarts erupted in a raucous laugh, its childish voice contrasting sharply with his appearance, though of course, no one could hear it. Wanmi surveyed the dark, barren surroundings, puzzled. Hadn't she been sleeping in bed? Suddenly, she raised her smooth hands. Though still slender, when had they become so pale? She was growing increasingly unattractive. Nala, excess is as harmful as deficiency. This is both your trial and your opportunity. The ancient voice echoed from all directions, indistinguishable in origin. Who is speaking? Wanmi confirmed she had never heard that voice before. And who was Nala? As the distant echoes faded into silence, a sudden, overwhelming pain coursed through Wanmi's entire being. This was illogical. She had no physical form. The agony felt like a tearing from the depths of her soul, as she watched her body being ripped apart by an invisible force, scattering like meteors across the darkness. Chapter 24. The Swinging Soiree. Wanmi was awakened once more by the sunlight streaming through the window. With a splitting headache, she angrily jumped up to draw the curtains. Last night's dream was too vivid. She resolved to visit Hogwarts again today. The castle was unusually crowded. It was the weekend, after all, so of course, there were many people. Host, do you see anyone among them whom you fancy? None are as pleasant as Snape. Yao Yao recalled the professor who seemed to wash his hair only twice a year and fell silent, lost in her own troubles. Once again at the 8th floor windowsill, Wanmi noticed that everyone instinctively avoided this spot. Such marvelous magic. Had Wanmi's tone not been so casual, Yao Yao might have believed she was praising the enchantment. Host, do you know how to unlock that secret chamber? I suspect that fellow once spied on me while I bathed. Yao Yao responded. Bewildered, are they speaking of the same issue? Indeed, as Wanmi's iron rod touched the 4th pattern, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and she found herself back in the secret chamber, once so quiet, now bustling with life. Oh, Sing along. Oh, oh, oh. A semi-transparent, pearly white, plump little monk fearfully spun in midair. Beneath him was a mischievous poltergeist, preparing to blow. As he moved, a translucent circle was blown from his mouth, spiraling towards the rotund monk suspended in midair. After invigorating the monk with its motion, it circled back and returned to the mouth of the mischievous spirit. Around them floated a ring of phantoms, and the nearly headless Nick excitedly tugged at his own hair. With every movement of the monk, the wound on his neck opened and closed in a most fitting manner. As for Hogwarts, he delightedly twisted his torso above the stone table, even summoning a collection of instruments to play cheerful melodies throughout the room. Had he not been fused with the stone table, the mischievous spirit had no doubt he would have danced away from its center. I had thought he had spent these centuries in solitude, suppressing his cheap sympathy. He became more loquacious once he realized this bare man could not detect him. Clearly, that was merely a misconception. Hey, little Wanmi, I knew it was you. Are you here for our gathering? Where did you hear about it? Amid the twisting, Hogwarts took a moment to greet Wanmi, and suddenly all the ghosts fell silent. Why did they stop? Peeves, you keep blowing. Without Peeves' continued impetus, the rotund monk gradually ceased his spinning, even expressing mild dissatisfaction until he noticed the unexpected presence of a living person in the room. Why is there a student here? Did they wander in by accident? Do you need me to escort you back? This place is off limits to students. No, I mean to the living. The secret base that had long been theirs was invaded, and Peeves instinctively sought to expel the intruder. He drew closer to Wanmi, attempting to frighten the little spirit away with his inherent chill. However, as he approached, he was horrified to discover that the cold aura emanating from the student sent a shiver down his spine. Consequently, Peeves swiftly darted behind the knight. Why you should leave? The other ghosts evidently sensed this shift and instinctively moved further away from Wanmi. Why are they so afraid of you? Perhaps because, if I am not picky, they too are part of the food chain. However, they are rather unpalatable, akin to chewing on foam. They merely stave off hunger suddenly. He felt that his host's appetite was rather extensive. Hey, everyone, don't panic. This is my friend, Wanmi Demott. By the way, I should introduce her properly. She is the guardian I have awaited for nearly a millennium. This is her. So small? Really? That's wonderful. Does that mean we can leave soon? What are you thinking? At most, we might go to the Forbidden Forest. It's just that limited an area. TCH. That is still better than being confined to the castle. The ghosts of Hogwarts are generally unable to leave the castle when they choose to linger in the mortal realm for various reasons. It signifies their entrapment here until they fully embrace Merlin's embrace. Wanmi cast a puzzled glance at the central Hogwarts, clearly misunderstanding the situation. Do not worry, my friend. Whatever occurs in this room, they cannot disclose. Who is your guardian? With a wave at Hogwarts, Wanmi was transported to the stone table, where the semi-transparent parchment reappeared before her. Look here. Do you see? The guardian, Wanmi Demott. If you are not the one I await, your name would not be inscribed here. Wanmi wished to say more, but the music resumed. Our guardian, in a display of regard for us, actually attended this convivial gathering between spirits and phantoms. Friends, let us rejoice. Wanmi casually took a seat on the stone bench, for she had little to occupy her that day. As soon as the ghosts beheld the names, all doubts dissipated into thin air. The covenant of Hogwarts cannot falter. After millennia of waiting, the one they had long yearned for had finally arrived. Let the cheers resound. As for the unsettling sense of foreboding that stirred the ghosts, the guardian naturally exuded an aura of authority and presence. Let us sing. Let us dance. The little princess awaited by Hogwarts. Let us lean our heads together. A stroll by the lake. The sight of frightened young couples seeking refuge was almost comical as they trembled in despair. A wander into the Forbidden Forest. The unicorns frolicking as we waved from behind. Wanmi listened to the ghosts singing in unison, and she found herself unwittingly swept up in the rhythm, nodding her head to the beat. It seemed she began to comprehend why provisions often yearned to emerge when surrounded by many. The flavors tended to ferment into something more exquisite, especially the one singing most exuberantly, scaring the young couples. The poltergeist flitted about the room, feeling an inexplicable chill on its scalp. Had it grown stronger recently, thus becoming susceptible to its own cold aura? Never mind. I'm the life of the party, brothers. The poltergeist shook its head and charged towards the spirits in midair. Chapter 25. Hogwarts still has a voice. You dreamed of Nala? Once the gathering dispersed, looking out through the magical skylight, the night had already fallen. Of course, Wanmi was unaware that her early departure had nearly driven Draco, under Snape's orders, to madness as he searched the entire castle. Yes, who is this? Do you know them? Wanmi felt somewhat weary, even though there was a diminutive, rather endearing fellow among them, though his attire left much to be desired, a mere tattered cloth emblazoned with Hogwarts, as he brought her some food. Yet, enduring the day with such head-bobbing antics had indeed exhausted her. Ahem, Hogwarts cleared its somewhat hoarse throat. Of course I know them. Do you wish to hear what you were saying? realizing that due to the constraints imposed upon her, she could not reveal the truth to Wanmi. Hogwarts despondently tugged at its hair. In any case, this is a positive sign. You must rely on yourself. Remaining at Hogwarts will unveil the truth. Do you not wish to discover who you truly are? Do you not desire to be a mysterious Dementor? I do not. At least you hesitated. Consider that Dementors have drifted aimlessly since their inception, until death. Apologies, but we shall not perish. At worst, we shall merely be fragmented and reformed, emerging as something superior. Just look at me. I dare wager that I am undoubtedly more formidable than my predecessor. At the very least, I have yet to encounter another entity with genuine, independent consciousness. As she spoke, Wanmi instinctively swept aside her bangs, which had grown to graze her eyebrows. Proudly puffing out her small chest, Hogwarts grew somewhat anxious upon hearing Wanmi's words. What if she did not truly awaken? What was he to do? Must he remain forever ensconced upon this stone table? No. While he did not wish to depart from Hogwarts, that did not imply he did not yearn for the freedom to roam. If it were to remain this way, it might be tolerable. But he had once tasted freedom during Nala's presence. Of course, you are the best, she exclaimed. But consider what you love most. If you regain all your former powers, it will mean you possess even greater abilities. Who could possibly interfere with you then? Not even the Patronus charm would instill fear. Wanmi tilted her head in earnest contemplation. Eating. However, I am rather picky, and the feeble Patronus can at most chase me away. Who could truly harm me? Indeed, but think again. Although we are of the same kind, we belong to different species. In this vast world, you are the only truly awakened Dementor. Do you not feel lonely? I do not. The crux of the matter is that you have already begun to awaken. You will possess all memories, which signifies that you have transcended the fate of dispersal and reformation. Are you certain that maintaining your clarity of mind for 2 or 3 centuries will not drive you mad? Preposterous. Moreover, just think of the gatherings you could have with other creatures, singing, dancing, chatting, and frolicking. As a social being by nature, do you not long for such a life? If I were merely a creature, even without clear consciousness, witnessing your current state would leave me enviously drooling. To be able to leave Azkaban daily, selecting my favorite foods, even cultivating my own tastes, rather than languishing in prison, forced to subsist on monotonous rations assigned to me through mere fantasy. Wanmi interrupted, my rations are the finest. We creatures shall forever cherish and take pride in our sustenance. Indeed, that goes without saying. Home-cooked meals are the best. But who does not desire to occasionally venture outside for a breath of fresh air? That is reasonable. Wanmi smirked, then immediately adopted a serious demeanor. As the most powerful among Dementors, the leader of my kind, I have the duty to benefit my entire species. Done. Hogwarts silently applauded himself. Of course, he still needed to maintain a sympathetic expression. You are remarkable, little Wanmi. Having you as their leader is a blessing for the Dementors. Dementors? I heard we suddenly have a leader? What is a leader? Is it a new food? Wanmi felt a surge of exhilaration, her small fist striking the stone table. Fatigue dissipating instantly. What must I do? I can hardly wait. To be honest, I do not know. Do not strike me. Just kidding. As a fellow spirit, Wanmi's punch could genuinely land upon herself. Though I am uncertain of the specific methods, I am convinced that as long as you remain at Hogwarts, you will eventually awaken completely. Do not spend every day in the dormitory sleeping. Venture out occasionally. Perhaps if you attend classes like the other students, you will naturally awaken? Wanmi frowned, finding it quite troublesome. She thought of the other soul-sucking creatures. Enough. The moonlight bathed Wanmi's face, imparting an illusion of noble righteousness and valiant sacrifice. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Hogwarts was uncertain, in accordance with the principle that if Wanmi does not descend into hell, then who will? It should be noted that he had not ensnared her. The restrictions left by the former master dictated the awakening process, which was not his responsibility. Suppressing the guilt within, Hogwarts resolved to treat Wanmi with 1,000-fold kindness henceforth. After Wanmi, filled with fervor and befuddled thoughts, exited the chamber, she encountered a perspiring Draco in the corridor. Hey, Dement, where have you been? The headmaster is looking for you in his office. I have nearly dug 3 feet into the ground searching for you. I haven't even eaten dinner. Hurry. All right, but could you take me to class tomorrow? I fear I may not awaken in time. Draco wore a look of acute discomfort. He could clearly discern that Wanmi was not in a negotiating mood. Merely informing him, he had indeed considered tethering this scatterbrain to himself to prevent any further blemish on Slytherin's honor. But ever since witnessing her wielding that iron rod with such ferocity, Draco found himself somewhat intimidated. Are you insane? Moreover, you are in the girls' dormitory. How could I possibly call for you? I saw you entering Pansy's room last night. Draco, horrified, covered Wanmi's mouth. Do not speak nonsense. Aside from you, we are all in pairs. Ahem, we are entirely innocent. Pansy and Martini invited me to their dormitory to discuss our papers. Blaise Zabani was there too. Wanmi pulled Draco's hand away, shrugging nonchalantly. I don't care. If you do not take responsibility for bringing me to class, I shall strike you. What logic is this? On what grounds would you hit me? Draco's expression was one of utter exasperation. Perhaps you look like an easy target? Draco inwardly gnawed at his handkerchief, stifling his tears while fearing that Wanmi might genuinely follow through. Since resistance seemed futile, he resigned himself to his fate. Oh, how bitterly unfortunate. Fine, I shall go. It's not that I fear you. I am merely concerned that if you continue to skip classes, Slytherin's jewel will soon be depleted. The headmaster awaits you in his office. Hurry. Draco's final words echoed from afar, dissipating in the draft of the corridor. The host was indeed lying. Look at how he fled. He was clearly terrified. Yao Yao, already disheartened by his setbacks, realized that the host continuously offended others, which meant that maintaining a stable favorability rating was an achievement in itself, rendering any hope of reaching 100 impossible. He felt he had no chance of returning home. However, when the bewitching sound indicating an increase in charm value suddenly rang out, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yao Yao. Charm value could also be exchanged for energy upgrades. Although far less rewarding than achieving a full favorability rating of 100, was reaching 100 truly an easy task? It would be far better to accompany the host and assist him in honing his intellect. Surely, returning home was only a matter of time. With this revelation, Yao Yao became invigorated once more. With the guidance of Yao Yao, and devoid of any disoriented meddling from a certain individual, Wanmi finally succeeded in rapping upon the door of Professor Snape's office. Chapter 26. Snape's Office. Snape was engaged in a silent standoff with Remus Lupin, seated across from him, yet he found himself unable to extract the answers he so desperately sought from the child. If only he were an adult wizard, Snape mused. He could simply administer a potion of truth. However, faced with a child, he found himself at a loss. Sirius was equally perplexed. He had not anticipated Snape would suddenly inquire about Wanmi. For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with the troubles surrounding Ron and his companions. No matter what Snape asked him, he would ultimately circle back to his lack of clarity, having known Wanmi for only a few years, her sudden appearance, and her family, which he had never seen. In essence, he felt like exclaiming, "Do not ask me. What could a mere child possibly know?" He had been restraining his temper, grateful that Snape had not pressed him further. Of course, Sirius would never admit to feeling an inexplicable fear of Snape's authoritative presence. It must have been the result of Lupin's diminutive stature. As Snape's patience began to wane, footsteps echoed from outside the door, with a gentle wave of his hand. And without shifting his gaze, the door opened automatically. Upon entering, Wanmi was greeted by the sight of the two opposing figures. "Good evening, Snape. What brings you here? Have you come to prepare a meal for me?" This remark was directed at Sirius, as she assumed he had concocted a harmless scheme to procure some of Snape's renowned snacks for her, her large, glistening black eyes darting between the two. Huh. Look at this child. She seems utterly oblivious. This isn't home. We'll be heading to the Great Hall for dinner shortly. Professor Snape has matters to discuss with you. Snape lightly rubbed his thumbs together. As the headmaster, I bear the responsibility of understanding the familial circumstances of the students. I have heard that you encountered Remus Lupin at a very young age. Sirius felt a surge of panic. This audacious child feared nothing, yet she was incapable of lying. Just as he was about to speak, Snape was quicker, casting a silencing spell upon him. Wanmi understood that Remus Lupin referred to Sirius, though she was unaware of why he bore two names. After all, she had been quite young at the time, and if measured by her conscious memories, this was indeed the case. Thus, she obediently nodded. "Yes, what of it, Snape? Address me as Professor or Headmaster." "Very well, Professor Snape." He chose not to dwell on the educational deficiencies of the child. "Do you recall anything prior to that?" Sirius gazed at Wanmi with wide eyes. "Not at all. Who remembers such distant events?" Yao Yao mentioned that she had been in a daze for nearly 2 centuries. Snape scrutinized Wanmi's overly pale complexion, which, though still far healthier than when she first enrolled, revealed no signs of deceit. Indeed, children often lack a sense of time before their memories form. "Then, how have you spent these years?" Sirius felt a cold sweat trickle down silently. He had just heard Snape mention that he occasionally provided assistance to Wanda. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why she had received no formative education over the years. She would often play outside, and when hunger struck, she would seek him out for a meal. Sirius rejoiced inwardly. Finally, a connection. He had the distinct impression that every time Snape spoke of Lupin, there was a hint of suppressed anger, a fluctuation of emotion. Had he never considered providing this unfortunate waif with some early childhood education? What exactly is early childhood education? Wanda tilted her head. For instance, reading and writing. Wanda glared at Sirius reproachfully, questioning why he had not taught her. Sirius stammered in embarrassment. Snape awkwardly waved his hand. "Did you ever allow me the time? You should stop running around." It must be said that no matter how much time passed, Sirius's caution and patience remained limited, especially upon returning to the school. "That won't do. You cannot possess such a strong sense of ownership. The flowers and greenery outside are far more alluring." Wanda shook her head in disapproval. "Well then, I shall not fault you for not teaching me to read and write." Snape's gaze darted between the two. pondering what a strong sense of ownership truly meant. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. Draco, take your entourage and keep a close watch on Wanda Demet. She must not be allowed to be lured away by those wretched Gryffindors, particularly not by anyone from Lupin's household. After considering the peculiar hair type that had yet to be classified, Snape decided to refrain from discussing this topic with the two individuals who clearly harbored secrets. Indeed, he believed Wanda's recent words to be the truth, yet that did not imply they had disclosed everything. Come back now, Demet. Why? I'm hungry. Do you have other matters to attend to? Wanda could not linger here. Snape smelled too delightful, and she feared she might succumb to the temptation of consuming him. Snape was taken aback by Wanda's nonchalant tone. He had never anticipated a student would respond to him in such a manner. By the way, why haven't you been attending classes these past few days? The professors have lodged complaints with me. Classes resume tomorrow, Snape. Thank you for your concern. Snape suddenly found himself reluctant to confront this unyielding student, who seemed utterly oblivious to fear. He tiredly waved his hand, disregarding any notion of an inappropriate relationship. Let it all go to hell. Wanda's nose twitched slightly. Oh, he seemed to smell even better. Get out immediately. Sirius seized Wanda's hand, and they dashed out of the office, the door slamming shut behind them. What was that about? How could you say he smells good in front of Snape? I was merely praising him. I hardly believe that was praise. Didn't you notice he was about to explode with anger? The host said it was true. Snape's favorability towards you has risen to 61. It increased by another point. Of course, didn't mention that he had just gained an additional 10 charm points. Fearing his host might become arrogant, especially in the wrong direction. What if there was a way to salvage this? Wanda completely ignored Yaya's words. What troubles you? Sirius initially felt perplexed, but soon recalled that Wanmi was exceptionally attuned to emotions, functioning as a natural collector and analyzer of feelings. It was no trivial matter. I had previously mentioned my concern about someone close to Ron, right? Now Ron regards me with suspicion, treating me like a lunatic, and I can hardly enter his dormitory. I suspect that person is hiding within. Yet, I had ventured in once before and found nothing. Perhaps the years of camaraderie had rendered Sirius entirely defenseless against Wanmi, leading him to unreservedly express his thoughts. Then let us storm in. Are you out of your mind? We lack evidence. Is that individual a significant threat to you? A dire menace indeed. But what evidence is necessary? You merely need to trust in yourself. Sirius felt a slight sting at the tip of his nose, as Wanmi's words conveyed an unwavering trust that seemed almost implicit. If we cannot locate him, it could pose a significant issue. What if he is not present? Besides, you must be hungry. But didn't you say he was here? I fear making a mistake. Why are you pulling me along? To break into the dormitory. You've been fretting all day, and your demeanor is becoming increasingly unappetizing. Sirius chuckled, feeling a twinge of gratitude, albeit a solitary one. You glutton. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, staunchly refusing to admit that he had nearly been moved to tears by Wanmi's concern. Just as the fat lady shifted aside to allow them passage, she noticed that Sirius was followed by a young girl adorned with the Slytherin badge. Wait, you cannot enter. What greeted her was the brisk wind generated by their swift passage through the corridor. Very well, I have already attempted to intervene. The fat lady returned to her position, leisurely closing her eyes to feign slumber. Chapter 27. The Murder of Scabbers. Wanmi, brandishing an iron rod, fervently followed Sirius, and none dared to impede their progress. It was a weekend, and some who had dined early had already returned. They headed directly toward the first-year boys' dormitory, appearing as if they were there to instigate trouble. For a moment, even a few upperclassmen failed to react swiftly enough to obstruct them. Hey, Lupin, what brings you here with a charming Slytherin lady to the Gryffindor common room? The Weasley twins bounced in front of the pair, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Are you planning something? Would you like to join us? These two exuberant children inadvertently provided Wanmi with a pleasant impression, albeit limited to their scent. She eagerly invited the brothers, proclaiming, You both bear a striking resemblance. Thank you for the compliment. I am George. I am Fred. Where are you headed? Haha, your banter is quite entertaining. I shall remember this. I am off to Ron's dormitory. Goodness gracious. When did our brother offend such a lovely young lady? Are you going to use your iron rod to give him a thrashing? No, I am searching for someone else in his dormitory. Very well, we trust you, madam. Allow us to escort you. Thank you, George. I am Fred. No, you just claimed to be George. I am indeed George. No, you are Fred. Goodness, how remarkable. How can you distinguish us so swiftly? Sirius stood there in bewilderment, pondering. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He shook his head and hurried to catch up. Goodness. The little rat had lost even more vitality. It was time to seek out Madame Pomfrey. As Ron opened the dormitory door, a hand suddenly struck his forehead. George, what are you doing? Haha, my apologies. I intended to knock first, and I'm Fred. I'm George, and a Slytherin lady has come to see you. The twin brothers stepped aside, revealing Sirius and Muggle. Looking for me. Who is Muggle Demet? Ron hadn't yet registered his connection to Muggle, though it hardly mattered. In that moment, as the twins parted, Sirius locked eyes with Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Peter. Sirius let out a guttural roar that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, lunging forward to seize the rat. Scabbers, upon spotting Sirius, displayed a moment of confusion until the scent of Polyjuice potion filled the air. It's him. Sirius. It must be him. Indeed, Scabbers was not merely hiding. He had been covertly monitoring everything he could from his rodent vantage point, especially Azkaban. He was uncertain if anyone had discovered Sirius's escape. But he surmised that Sirius would find a way to see Harry, which explained his lethargy since the term began. If he could avoid going out, he would. But who could tell him why Sirius had become even more reckless than before, charging in without any evidence? In a flash, Scabbers shook off his fatigue. Leaping from Ron's grasp and darting back into the dormitory, Ron instinctively blocked Sirius's path. What do you intend to do with Scabbers? Neville, close the door. Ron trembled involuntarily under the weight of Sirius's intense gaze, yet he resolutely chose to stand his ground. I cannot let him escape. Sirius, having assumed the form of a 12-year-old boy through the Polyjuice potion, was unable to push past Ron and Neville, who formed a human barricade. He was fraught with anxiety but had no time to explain. He could only force his way in. The rat you seek? Yes, Sirius instinctively replied to Muggle's inquiry, just as a shadow flitted overhead. What is happening? The twin brothers, who had been watching from the sidelines, along with other Gryffindor students, observed everything clearly. The Slytherin student standing behind Sirius effortlessly leaped over the three confronting him. Can he fly? Moments later, the room erupted with the sounds of a tumultuous chase. Ron, abandoning any concern for Sirius, rushed inside. He swore he had never seen Scabbers so agile. A plump rat darted around the dormitory, using bookshelves, wooden supports, and wall fixtures as footholds, while the girl wielded an iron rod, throwing it like a dart, retrieving it, throwing it again, and retrieving it once more. Stop! Scabbers! Quickly escape! Ron shouted instinctively. Why were these two attempting to murder Scabbers? My poor Scabbers. He was so frightened he didn't even know which way to flee. The rat darted once more toward the window, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that sent him crashing back. As Banban fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his hair suddenly bristled, and he leapt to the side just as an iron rod narrowly missed him, striking the spot he had just occupied. What an infuriating situation. Banban dared not linger. He felt as if this room had been inexplicably sealed off. There were no windows to escape through. And even the mouse hole he had painstakingly burrowed beneath the bed was inaccessible. This girl possessed some unsettling power. Wanmi, having retrieved the iron rod, nodded in satisfaction. She thought to herself that the so-called guardian could not be without benefits. After all, temporarily sealing off a room was quite a satisfactory feat. Hogwarts. Ever the silent benefactor. As long as you are pleased with your demands, how could I not fulfill them? As Banban scurried back beneath the bed, Wanmi again thrust the iron rod under it, sweeping back and forth. Naturally, beneath the bed lay all manner of forgotten items, socks missing for days, packaging from a long-lost jumping frog, and a pair of small undergarments whose owner was unknown. Ron's face flushed red. Dammit, do not go too far. Neville has already gone to summon the headmaster. You will surely lose points for this. What? You wonder why I don't charge in? He scoffed. Why don't you? That large stick of hers is being swung indiscriminately in the room. Haven't you seen that even Remus Lupin dares not enter? Right. Remus Lupin, you need to intervene. He is the one you brought here. Only then did Ron realize that the true culprit might very well be himself. Wanmi had only acted once she was certain he was there to find Banban. Ron's thoughts turned to Remus Lupin, whose chilling laughter sent shivers down his spine. If I weren't stuck here guarding the door, I would take matters into my own hands. Indeed, he would relish the chance to confront the traitor himself. Yet he was deeply fearful of letting this mouse escape once more. However, he had just seen that the mouse was clearly trapped within the room. A situation surely orchestrated by Wanmi, though he could not fathom how she had accomplished it. What if he were to charge in and disrupt this ceiling? Sirius's gaze returned to Wanmi as she swept the space beneath the bed. When had this little creature grown to such an extent? His paternal heart swelled with warmth and pride. He awaited the resolution of this matter. Even if Wanmi were to drain him dry, he would accept it. Squeak. Banban, unable to dodge in time, was inevitably swept out by Wanmi's iron rod. Just as he attempted to flee once more, he suddenly felt his tail caught. He turned to bite this insufferable girl, but in the next moment, the world spun around him. Wanmi, gripping the mouse's tail, expressionless, swung him in circles while firmly holding the iron rod in her other hand. No one dared to approach until she confirmed that the little mouse was thoroughly dazed. Or rather, suspended in the air, retching. Only then did she disdainfully stride toward the door. Oh Merlin, what has transpired? Professor McGonagall, arriving late to the scene, was at a loss for words. Miss Dement, what are you doing here? And that mouse? That is my pet. Headmaster. Remus Lupin brought this Slytherin in without a word and sought to harm my Banban. Wanmi had no interest in clarifying matters. and truth be told, she knew nothing more. However, when it came to a mouse, if he desired sustenance, she would certainly provide it. Wanmi calmly handed the disoriented mouse to Sirius, sensing the palpable murderous intent emanating from him, yet she chose to remain silent. It was clear that such animosity towards a mere food source could only stem from a truly vile creature. What was happening here? Upon returning from dinner, Harry and Hermione discovered a throng of students gathered around Ron's dormitory, including his roommate, Remus Lupin, and to Harry's surprise, his dear friend Wanmi was present as well. Was it possible that visits between houses were allowed? It seemed he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Harry? Sirius was jolted back to reality by Harry's voice. Right. He had Harry to look after. Harry was still so young. And what of Wanmi? She was blissfully unaware of the potential risks. What if her ignorance were to lead to exposure one day? Sirius took a deep breath and turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, I wish to go to the headmaster's office, bringing this mouse with me. Are you certain? The child before her held an unwavering gaze filled with trust, his tone resolute. She felt that this request was one she, as the head of house, could grant. Very well, Dementor, Ron Weasley, Remus Lupin, you shall accompany me. Chapter 28, The Headmaster's Office. As Wanmi and her companions followed Professor McGonagall to the headmaster's office, Severus Snape was already waiting there, casting a fierce glare at Wanmi as if to warn her against causing trouble. Evidently, Wanmi was oblivious to Snape's warning. Upon entering, she spotted the familiar grandfatherly figure. Hello. It has been quite some time, old man with the white beard. Albus Dumbledore smiled faintly. I hear you have come to see me regarding a matter? Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Lupin and Miss Wanmi Dementor have barged into Gryffindor to seize Ron Weasley's pet and insist on presenting themselves before you. McGonagall succinctly recounted the evening's commotion to Dumbledore. Perhaps Remus has his reasons? Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the child whose chest was rising and falling with agitation, a sense of familiarity washing over him. I fail to comprehend. Headmaster, that is tantamount to murder for my dear Scabbers. Lupin, in collusion with a Slytherin, is committing an atrocious act against my pet who has been with my family for 10 years. Ron Weasley's emotions were evidently as tumultuous as Sirius's. Since the second day of school, this fellow had taken a disliking to him, perpetually causing him trouble. Ron now genuinely felt aggrieved. Why couldn't Lupin choose someone else to keep an eye on? Now he could not even tolerate his own mouse. Headmaster, I have my reasons. Sirius, clutching Scabbers, who had just been outside the office, found himself at a loss for words. If you are uncertain of what to say, then perhaps you should say nothing at all. Dementor, I recall you both just leaving my office. Now, provide me with a justification. Snape's tone was harsh. Had his previous amicable demeanor given this child the impression that he was free to cause trouble? Yes, we had just come out and were on our way to dinner. But he told me there was a bad creature in the red-haired boy's dormitory, so I went to catch it. Wanmi pointed at Sirius, then at Scabbers in his hand. A bad creature, you say? Indeed. Wanmi's earnest tone only served to intensify Snape's ire. Just as he was about to speak, Dumbledore raised a hand to silence him. I fail to discern what issues this rat might possess. Would either of you care to enlighten me? Sirius, jolted back from his reverie by the familiar visage before him, drew his wand and took a deep breath as he waved it at the rat. With a crack, the fur of the little rodent erupted as if struck by static electricity. What are you doing to my Scabbers? Wanmi swiftly interposed a metal rod in front of Ron. Apologies, but this is not my wand. It feels somewhat unwieldy. This small blunder inexplicably alleviated much of Sirius's tension. Gripping his wand once more, he waved it again, and the gray rat began to swell like a balloon, twisting as it fell to the ground, ultimately transforming into Pettigrew. Ron exclaimed, Who is that? Where's my Scabbers? He turned incredulously toward Professor McGonagall, desperately inquiring about the fate of his beloved pet. It was evidently unbelievable to witness such a warrior in this peculiar scenario. Snape's voice carried a trace of derision and mockery as he seized Pettigrew the moment he reverted to human form. TSK, host, your headmaster is indeed reliable. This rat was feigning unconsciousness, attempting to escape. Of course, someone so delectable must be exceptional. You speak the truth. Although Yao Yao could not fathom the connection between delectable and exceptional, she decided to concur with her host's statement. You should be dead, Pettigrew. You ought to have perished. McGonagall's words abruptly halted as she glanced back at Remus Lupin, only to find the boy wearing a maniacal grin. Indeed. Pettigrew, how are you still alive? How could you hide in silence? I mourned for you for a long time. Sirius drew his wand once more. I merely wished for Dumbledore to see your true nature. Now you may thud. Sirius collapsed onto the floor, and in the midst of everyone's incredulous gazes, Wanmi calmly retracted the metal rod. He needs to regain his composure. You may continue. Snape silently regarded the voiceless Pettigrew he had subdued, while McGonagall was preoccupied with checking on Lupin's condition. Ron was still grappling with the revelation that his pet was in fact a person, and a deceased one at that. Dumbledore's skeptical gaze swept across the group of children, rendering the atmosphere strangely eerie. Do you have no questions? Shall I take my leave? Wanmi tilted her head, aware that this adult was filled with inquiries, yet remained silent. She had yet to dine. Ahem. So do you know about Pettigrew's situation? I do not. I do, host. I have gathered relevant news. I can hardly be bothered to listen. Then why did you attempt to capture him? Dumbledore has yet to uncover any information regarding the Dement family. He even harbors doubts about the authenticity of the surname. Nevertheless, the name Vanmit Dement has indeed appeared on the list of new students. And he has not disclosed this to anyone. He had maintained nearly complete oversight of the castle's activities, yet the movements of this young girl elude him, as if she exists in a realm of secrecy and protection within these walls. It is a peculiar intuition that troubles him. He thinks, if you want to catch her, I shall assist you. After all, it seems you are quite invested in her apprehension. Is your primary concern not why she remains alive? The intricacies of human thought are indeed strange. Ignoring the evident presence of a nefarious individual to scrutinize her issues is truly vexing. It would be preferable to avoid involvement in such matters in the future, for it is quite distressing. Ron regained his voice only when Vanmit pointed at Pettigrew. Although his tone was still laced with panic and tremor. I require an explanation of what is transpiring. Snape, I believe it is necessary for you to procure a dose of the truth serum. How many vials? Snape was reluctant to bear the inexplicable blame before Vanmit. He sensed an air of unpredictability surrounding the girl. A proficient dark wizard invariably trusts his instincts. 1 vial will suffice. Clearly, the century's most illustrious white wizard shared this sentiment. Chapter 29. Is my illustrious disguise about to be unveiled? I am filled with dread. Pettigrew replied to Dumbledore's inquiry in a monotone voice. Indeed, I have sensed his presence, Sirius. He must also be able to detect mine. Thus, I dare not show myself and remain feigning illness in the dormitory. Yes, it was I who revealed the whereabouts of the Potters to Lord Voldemort, for during the contract, Sirius ultimately suggested I take on the role of secret keeper. I truly wished for vengeance upon them. They have never cared for me. I have no regrets. Sirius, in a daze, seemed to hear Pettigrew's voice. What? No regrets? How can that scoundrel utter such words? He would not allow it. He could not permit such a traitor to continue existing, even as a filthy rat. Summoning his strength, Sirius struggled to rise. His head throbbed. That damned familiarity, undoubtedly the work of Vanmit. Yet, he had no time to dwell on that. Why were there stars spinning around his head? No matter. Stumbling to his feet, Sirius raised a finger toward the 3 Peters before him. Where's my wand? Suddenly, clarity returned to Sirius as he disregarded the varied expressions of those in the office, singularly focused on reclaiming his wand to deliver the most potent blow to Pettigrew. Indeed, even an ill-suited wand could bring about Pettigrew's demise. Oh, so it is in Dumbledore's possession. A metal rod was thrust toward him from the side. Was this not Vanmit's ever-present iron rod? How touching. Vanmit actually lent it to him. Excellent. Sirius graciously thanked her, then seized the rod, intending to deliver a forceful strike to Pettigrew's head. To his dismay, he noticed Pettigrew was balding. Truly, evildoers are destined to face retribution. Die, you wretched creature. Die, die. I die. You slimy worm. Release me. Damn it, you cannot do this. Sirius floated in the air, thrashing about like a dehydrated octopus in a chaotic show of limbs. Excellent. Insulting the professor, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Severus Snape struggled to contain his impulse to unleash the Cruciatus curse upon Remus Lupin. Having just overheard Peter claim he could smell the scent of Sirius Black on this individual, Dumbledore, with a weary sigh, realized that Snape could still focus on deducting points from Gryffindor even in this moment of crisis. It was hard to discern whether it stemmed from love or hate. He was acutely aware that capturing Peter would impact Snape as profoundly as it had impacted himself. Perhaps Snape merely sought to divert his overly heightened emotions. Winnie, filled with exasperation, approached Sirius and seized the opportunity to reclaim her iron rod. Alas, she missed her target entirely, which was truly unfortunate. No, I cannot disdain my own sustenance. Otherwise, my provisions will become even more pitiful. It is all this wretched rat's fault. Hence, when Cornelius Fudge, drenched in sweat and accompanied by a group of people and a Dementor, appeared at the school gates, he beheld a short-haired girl, perhaps a girl, for her features were as delicately crafted as a porcelain doll. That young girl struck Peter, the diminutive rat, squarely in the lower back, sending the dazed Peter sprawling onto the ground, and even added a few more blows before being restrained by McGonagall beside her. Meanwhile, the student suspended in midair began to twist and contort, gradually transforming into Sirius, who would not mistake this nightmare for anything else, laughing maniacally. Ha, 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 well done, Winnie, finish off this traitor. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it was at the very entrance, surrounded by a throng of students as witnesses. Though I am loath to speak on behalf of this foolish dog, Dumbledore, what do you believe Fudge will do after he takes this foolish dog and the rat away? Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at Peter, who had just consumed a vial of Veritaserum. Fudge's dissatisfaction with him was becoming increasingly evident, albeit subtly. In recent years, Fudge had become overly eager for quick results. He would not permit the Ministry of Magic to stumble upon a decade-old miscarriage of justice. Severus, could you kindly fetch another vial of Veritaserum at the entrance? Professor McGonagall, please do your utmost to gather the students at the gate. Ron, Winnie, would you be willing to accompany this old man in escorting these two individuals to the entrance? Thus, what was initially intended to unfold in the headmaster's office transpired in the expansive courtyard before Hogwarts' grand entrance. Fudge's round face flushed crimson as he glared at Winnie, indignant. How dare you treat our hero so disrespectfully? Fudge, allow me to remind you, this is not a hero. Tomorrow at the latest. The words Peter had just spoken would likely echo throughout the wizarding world. Behind Dumbledore stood a collective of students, particularly the older ones, whose eyes were red-rimmed. Evidently many having cried only moments ago. Dumbledore, you have misused Veritaserum without permission. An abuse of potions that infringes upon others. Are you intending to clash with the Ministry of Magic? Fudge, though fierce in appearance, was clearly intimidated. Of course not, Minister Fudge. I hope you can empathize with my urgent desire to clear my pupil's name. Even if Sirius had voluntarily confessed at the time, you did not conduct a thorough investigation. Nor any investigation at all, did you? McGonagall could hardly conceal her excitement as she received Dumbledore's words. Professor McGonagall, do not be so quick to judge. It is merely Sirius's own folly that has led him to this state of intermittent madness, wallowing in the grief of lost friends, causing him to falsely confess. Is it not, Sirius? Dumbledore lifted his gaze to the still struggling Sirius. Wah! Sirius, having just howled moments ago, was silenced by Snape's spell, clearly lacking the synergy that Snape and Dumbledore shared. Evidently, this foolish dog, after years of reflection, found himself in a frenzy upon realizing he had spared the true traitor. Snape scoffed softly. Yet, this does not absolve him of his escape. Fudge racked his brain to conjure such a rationale, even if he had not heard Peter's words. What could compel a hero to cower as a rat for a decade? He is not that foolish. However, he must ensure both individuals remain within the Ministry's grasp to mitigate any potential liability or adverse repercussions. Therefore, should the innocent languish in Azkaban awaiting death? McGonagall could hardly believe it, and the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Certainly not. We shall present the public with the truth. Yet, his escape is an indisputable fact. We must uncover the flaws in Azkaban's defenses. I brought him out, what of it? A voice, chillingly devoid of emotion, cut through the air. The crowd turned to see it was Wanmi. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? How old are you? Ron pulled Wanmi protectively behind him, admonishing her that such careless talk could lead to dire consequences. In that moment, he completely forgot Wanmi's Slytherin identity, remembering only that she was merely a girl of his own age. Wanmi regarded Ron with a puzzled expression. Had he not previously shown disdain towards her? After all, Yao Yao claimed that his favorability rating towards her was a mere 20. Well, it seemed to have dropped to 10 now. Why? Simply because she had exposed the rat. It was said that Gryffindors were paragons of heroism. Yao Yao too was uncertain of the situation. After all, he was just a novice who had recently bound a host. Confusion reigned. Wanmi pushed past Ron, taking a step forward. I brought him out. It was I, Wah. Sirius suddenly began to struggle violently, even Snape's attention drawn to him, as he met Sirius's gaze and detected a hint of desperation therein. Huh. Do you think that tactic will be effective? There are those who feign pity far better than you. Chapter 30, Heroes Never Fade. Sirius abruptly found his restraints lifted, and he was able to speak. The moment he hit the ground, he rushed towards Wanmi, deftly pulling her into his embrace. Listen to this wretched girl. So what if I broke out? It merely means a trip to the Ministry with you. But do not forget, you are the one requesting my assistance in uncovering the truth. Fudge, and what does this student signify? This student, as a child, was snatched away by a magical thunderbird and fortuitously landed near Azkaban, rescued by a Dementor. When I escaped, I could not bear to leave her behind and brought her along. Host, your provisions are here to protect you. Yao Yao's eyes sparkled. Could it be that these two had a future together? He hastily expended a portion of his energy to meticulously scan the emotional analysis of Sirius. What a revelation. It turns out that the host had raised him as if he were his own offspring. How dull. He had hoped to stumble upon a scenario where his affinity would reach a perfect 100. TCH, do I require the protection of sustenance? Wanmi retorted, though she felt an inexplicable joy within. For the first time, she obediently hung in Sirius's embrace, allowing him to carry her. There should be limits to nonsensical chatter. Dementors saving lives? Are you mad, or am I? I pondered. Fudge must have ulterior motives for wanting to take away this peculiar girl. What is the matter? This troublesome girl possesses an inherently unique constitution, devoid of emotional fluctuations. She is still the one I painstakingly taught through the window at Azkaban, who, in her childhood, appeared akin to one of their kind in the eyes of the Dementors. If you don't believe me, have the two Dementors behind you come forward to take a whiff. Fudge truly waved for the two Dementors to approach, and when he suddenly realized the iron rods they held, He couldn't help but believe a fraction of Sirius's words. McGonagall attempted to intervene, but was halted by Dumbledore, who trusted Sirius. Sirius held his breath, suppressing his revulsion as the two Dementors drew near and nudged Wanmi forward. "Hi," Wanmi greeted enthusiastically. The two Dementors hesitated, inching closer as if to sniff something. "Hee, it's been a while. Perhaps they no longer recognize her, especially since the child has made significant emotional progress recently." Sirius awkwardly remarked. So familiar. So familiar. Who is she? Who is she? Companion." The two Dementors simultaneously extended their ragged, claw-like hands to take Wanmi, joyfully tossing her up and down, abandoning their sticks in the process. Good heavens. The Dementors truly do not attack Demet. Not only that, but they genuinely consider her one of their own. Draco stared in amazement at this scene, having just recovered from the shock of discovering that his uncle was, in fact, a hero and an adversary. Good heavens, where did I find the courage to meddle with Demet? Haha. All right, let me down. Haha, let me down. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Sirius quickly reclaimed Wanmi, leaping back, and was unsurprised to receive a menacing snarl from the two Dementors. "Companion, come back. Companion, come here. It's all right. It's all right. I'm perfectly fine here. No need to worry about me." Wanmi then realized, with chagrin, that her companions could not comprehend the human language she was currently speaking. She hurriedly signaled to them, resolutely determining to truly awaken and assist her companions in finding their true selves, as long as her companions were safe. That was good. The two Dementors suddenly calmed amidst everyone's confusion, obediently picking up their iron rods and floating quietly in place. "See that, Fudge? This little girl merely wished to protect me and spun a harmless white lie." Fudge, defeated by Sirius's infuriatingly smug grin, attempted to salvage the situation. "However, I have never heard anyone mention a child at Azkaban. TCH, just look at how these Dementors cherish her. Do you think they'd allow you to see? My cell happens to be situated at the very edge, and they have conveniently concealed the child near my skylight. To be frank, even if the Dementors possess limited intelligence, you underestimate them far too much. Not even the other prisoners have encountered this child." Fudge discreetly took note of Sirius's words, heightening his vigilance regarding the Dementors, as he began to suspect that this peculiar group may not be as manageable as he had once believed. With the crisis averted, Sirius, suppressing the pain in his side, placed the girl, Mommy, on the ground. Her blows had been rather excessive. "Stay safe and don't expose yourself. I will return. Harry is still here. What do you fear? You know I came here for Harry." Listening to the whispers around her, Mommy assessed the credibility of these words. "All right, hurry up. I might get hungry," she replied. Mommy waved at the two Dementors, who amusingly waved their tattered rags in response, appearing somewhat adorably daft in that moment. As Mommy returned to the line of students, an immediate vacuum formed within a meter radius around her. Ron, realizing this as he jumped back, sheepishly scratched his head and rejoined Mommy. "Sorry, I've never seen anyone interact so amicably with Dementors. I meant no offense. They are just like this." The surrounding students quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Seeing that Ron was unharmed, they gradually closed the gap between themselves and Mommy. Witnessing this scene, Yao Yao's heart bled. He had detected that the student's affection for the host had increased, albeit slightly, due to the recent events, yet his charm value remained at a frustrating 0. Indeed, 0. Why was it 0? It was because Yao Yao's foolish system was malfunctioning. It only seemed to favor dislike and aversion. "Oh, my money. That was all lost wealth. Host, it seems that everyone has developed a slight fondness for you. How do you feel about that? Perhaps we should try to craft you into an irresistible little creature?" Yao Yao, seizing the moment while the host was unoccupied, presented a list of increased affection levels before Mommy, hoping to sway her attitude. To his dismay, she exclaimed, "What nonsense! Am I destined to become the most unsuccessful creature in history? That cannot be. Look at the fear in their eyes when they gaze at my companions. That is what belongs to me." Mommy abruptly pushed Ron away, declaring, "Keep your distance. Saving you was absurd." Indeed, while Ron's affection level remained negative, Mommy was oblivious to numerical values. Thus, Yao Yao displayed a line graph, where Ron's upward trend was the most pronounced. "What is wrong with me?" Ron, caught off guard, stumbled to the ground, looking up at Mommy with a mix of bewilderment and indignation. "Weren't we comrades just a moment ago?" "Current charm value, 10. Yao Yao promptly reminded, but alas, Mommy had already heard it. Every time this sound echoed, it meant her authority in the eyes of humanity had grown a bit more. Mommy's smile widened, and with a gesture of kindness, she pulled Ron up, saying, "It's fine. Just remain like this. You ought to fear me, understand? The host is not afraid. Rather, it is disdain." "Silence. That is fear. You are insane." Ron resolved to disregard this peculiar individual. In the distance, the handover was reaching its conclusion. Perhaps due to having consumed 2 bottles of potions in succession, Peter had yet to regain consciousness. Sirius retrieved Remus Lupin's wand from Dumbledore and waved to the crowd. Harry did not emerge, as he remained in the dormitory. Sirius's gaze dimmed slightly. I shall return shortly. Wami, please take good care of Harry. Fudge exclaimed in frustration. How infuriating. Yet Dumbledore is following suit. And this group of students has witnessed it all. Is the dignity of my Ministry of Magic to be tarnished? Despite his anger, Fudge was left with no choice but to allow the Aurors to escort Peter. Along with Sirius and Dumbledore, this cumbersome burden, alongside 2 reluctant Dementors who had torn through the fabric, away from Hogwarts. Chapter 31, An Unusual Study Group. Wami, having instructed her fellow creatures to look after her provisions, followed the others back to the castle with a sense of ease. That old man with the white beard appeared quite formidable, and his words seemed to suggest he was quite protective of the supplies, so there should be no significant issues. She had felt quite fatigued throughout the day and wondered if she would dream of that Nala again tonight. Dermot, did you truly grow up in Azkaban? Draco inquired, stopping Wami, who was intent on returning to the dormitory. What, would you like to see it? If you promise to accompany me to class in the future, I might consider taking you there. That won't be necessary. So, you grew up there. No wonder, Draco mused. Imagining what it would be like to have been raised in such an environment, where the only human contact would be with Sirius Black. Indeed, Wanmi's current erratic state could hardly be deemed as deviating from her path. Truly, she was a Slytherin. I forgot to mention earlier that tomorrow is Sunday, so there are no classes. However, we will be heading to the library. Will you join us? The library? I don't believe I've ever been. Wami nodded in agreement. Yao Yao. Host, how many places do you think you've visited within the entire castle? Well then, I shall knock on your door at 7 in the morning. Draco said, his cheeks tinged with a suspicious blush. We will first have breakfast and then head to the library to complete our assignments. See you tomorrow. Host. The little golden-haired boy just blushed. Wanmi luxuriated in a bath, releasing a contented sigh as she indulged in a newly exchanged jar of chocolate bath bombs, alternating with that bottle of milk. What is wrong with blushing? TSK. Host. His favorability has decreased from 10 to 8. It was known that favorability was of little utility. The charm value was derived from various bath products. Moreover, as Yao Yao had indicated, for some reason, an increase in favorability implied the charm value remained stagnant. So, after a long day's work, I ended up losing out? Yao Yao's mind raced as it processed the host's meaning. To some extent, that was indeed the case. However, dear host, if we can elevate someone's favorability to 100, there will be tremendous rewards. However, my current charm is sufficient. I lack for nothing else. I am quite fatigued. Please do not bother me, as I am about to retire for the night. Host, you will catch a cold if you continue this way. The response from Yao Yao was merely a sequence of soft, rhythmic breaths. Never mind. After all, my host is not a true corporeal being, and thus lacks the capacity to catch a cold, I presume. As the world spun, Wanmi found herself once more before the gates of Hogwarts, now blanketed in a heavy snowfall beneath the daylight sky. A man and a woman stood side by side at the entrance, while a third figure floated above, observing the scene unfold below, oblivious to the presence of the onlooker. Nala, please return the last of the negativity to me. The man towered nearly 2 meters tall, his gaunt frame accentuated by a pallid visage that bore the mark of chronic frailty. Chi, you will perish. The woman, referred to as Nala, appeared indistinct, her cold tone betraying no hint of concern. Indeed, I shall find a suitable place within the castle to lay myself to rest. And I hope you will have the chance to return one day. Chi bore an expression of serene acceptance toward life and death. I am your assistant. You have long ceased to be, Nala. That ceased to be true the moment we were cast away to this planet. Chi, we were not cast away. Nala's tone finally exhibited some fluctuation, and Wanmi perceived the woman's unwillingness to accept the situation. Why the reluctance? Is there truly a difference? You know, without the tacit approval of the highest authority, we would not have been ensnared in this temporal turmoil. We cannot return, and I have come to love this place, Nala. Will you aid me in safeguarding it? Wanmi, unable to control her assent, gradually lost clarity in the conversation between the two, only to witness a dark mist emerge from Nala's head, flowing into Chi's body. The entire castle exuded an aura of melancholy, and Nala, after completing this act, disintegrated into countless wisps of smoke that drifted into the distance. Knock, knock, knock. Demonte. Knock, knock, knock. Demonte. Draco had been rapping at the door for quite some time, feeling the scrutinizing stares of passing Slytherin students upon him, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. What possessed him to bring Goyle and Crabbe to knock on a girl's dormitory door? Oh, to avoid a beating. Little did Draco know, he had inadvertently contributed 6 points to some creature's charm. As he prepared to knock for a 4th time, the door opened suddenly without warning. A pale hand swiftly emerged from within, grasping his collar and pulling him inside, promptly closing the door behind him in one fluid motion. Draco, are you all right? Draco. Outside, Goyle and Crabbe voiced their concerns, but Draco remained indifferent to their worries. At that moment, he clutched his fragile heart, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Wanmi floating before him. Are you human or a ghost? You are the ghost. making such a racket so early in the morning? Upon hearing the word ghost, Wanmi was reminded of a certain group of dancing spirits, and her expression darkened as she descended to the ground. Did we not agree to meet in the library? Wanmi, maintaining a composed demeanor, released Draco's collar, recalling indeed that such an arrangement had been made. Host, I dare wager you have absolutely frightened the little golden-haired boy. You need not remind me. I can see that for myself. Here, take this. Draco accepted the chocolate handed to him by Wanmi, hesitating as he regarded her flawless expression. Is this an apology? Will you eat it? Yes, do eat it, he urged. Draco sorrowfully realized that, for reasons unknown, he had become inexplicably compliant in the presence of Wanmi Demet. Even more tragically, his plans to dominate Slytherin had yet to commence. That day, the regular patrons of the library witnessed a peculiar scene. In a corner, a study group of Slytherins had formed. Among them, a blond boy scribbled fervently on parchment, occasionally glancing at a tome as thick as a brick beside him. The other two boys were equally engrossed in their own writing, stealing surreptitious glances at the blond boy's parchment. As for the remaining girl, she had several introductory books to her left and basic mathematics books to her right, while perusing a volume titled The Encyclopedia of Literacy for Younglings. One might have expected the onlookers to find this scene odd, with some perhaps even laughing out loud, as would be customary. However, considering the girl's fierce demeanor and her upbringing, they collectively chose to overlook the quartet studying together. Finally completing his essay on the history of magic, Draco exhaled with relief and inadvertently glanced up at Wanmi across the table. Demet, it seems you have been on that same page for the past 2 hours? Wanmi hesitated, for after all, she had been helped by him. It was not his fault he was unattractive. What was his name again? She recalled hearing the two boys call him Draco earlier. What is that place for? She inquired, pointing in the direction he had turned. That was the restricted section, where books could not be borrowed without special permission, and thus it remained largely deserted. Largely deserted? Wanmi pondered, considering a visit to that area, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. As noon approached, Draco tentatively suggested, shall we go for lunch, Wanmi? After all, she had just spoken his name. Perhaps she considered him a friend? If that were the case, would he not be able to navigate Slytherin with greater ease? Noticing no sign of displeasure from Wanmi, Draco's lips curled into a smile of delight. Splendid. Let us dine, Wanmi. In stark contrast to Draco's cautious demeanor, Goyle and his companion were devoid of such reservations. Upon hearing the prospect of lunch, they eagerly turned their wide, glistening eyes towards Wanmi, reminding her of her own comrades. All right, let us go, Wanmi declared, brandishing her iron rod as she led the way, her exuberant voice attracting the disapproving gaze of Madame Pants, the librarian. As she noted the quartet's departure from the library, Madame Pants refrained from admonishing them and returned to mending the books damaged by careless students. Chapter 32. Wanmi had a certain politeness about her. Perhaps it was Madame Pants's authority that instilled a sense of calm among the four within the library. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, the cacophony of voices returned, and Wanmi heard discussions surrounding the decade-long injustice unfold around her. Harry Potter, are you insane? As Draco entered the great hall, he was met with Harry Potter's puffy, red-rimmed eyes. Instinctively, he launched into a retort, only to find that Harry completely ignored him. Were Wanmi and the others telling the truth? Was Ron's actually a friend of my parents, Sirius Black? Was Snape truly the one responsible for my parents' demise? Wanmi could not comprehend why Harry was in tears. Shouldn't he feel joy that a friend's name had been cleared and the true traitor apprehended? Why were you crying? Aren't you happy? Happy? I don't know. Harry felt bewildered. Was he happy? Certainly. Yet it was more than mere happiness. He felt aggrieved. Having been told by Aunt Petunia throughout his childhood that his parents had died in an accident, that he was merely a burden. It was only upon meeting Hagrid that he discovered his parents were heroes within the Wizarding World, and since then, he had longed to learn more about them. Yet, no one had ever informed him that the betrayal of a close friend had intertwined with their deaths. To his dismay, the headmaster had concealed such a significant truth from him, and he had learned of it only through the discussions of those around him and the morning's daily prophet. When he finally grasped the reality, he was told that the wizarding community had punished the innocent for a decade, while the true traitor was treated like a beloved pet for 10 years. The overwhelming nature of it all left him feeling exhilarated, joyful, lost, and wronged. Harry did not know what to do. He merely wished to find a stable embrace and weep. Perhaps Sirius, would be a good choice. He had been caring for him over the past week. And no wonder Harry felt his enthusiasm was excessive. It turned out he was an elder, but Sirius had been taken by the Ministry of Magic. And Harry did not know whom else to turn to. The only ones he could call friends were Ron's and his first true companion. If I collapsed into Wanmi's arms and cried, would she strike me? Just a second before meeting Wanmi, Harry pondered this question. Then, his bewildered utterance of I don't know caused the person across from him to furrow their brows. It was doubtful that Wanmi would offer comfort. And Harry suspected she might leap up to strike him in the next moment. I don't know. Why don't you know? Sirius's escape was all because of you. Because of me? Why? A strange anticipation welled up within Harry, and he could not suppress his eager inquiries towards Wanmi. He should have felt sorrow for this hero, whose friend had suffered unjustly for a decade. Yet upon discovering that someone had been imprisoned for 10 years while constantly thinking of him and attempting escape for his sake, he could not help but feel elated. It must be said, this was a beautiful misunderstanding. Harry did not believe anyone would willingly suffer in prison for a decade. In his eyes, Sirius had to be wronged, harshly confined in Azkaban, and had surely made various attempts to escape, finally managing to break free after 10 long years. I don't know, I never asked. In any case, for the last few days, Sirius had been repeatedly mentioning how Harry must have grown. The food supply had specifically instructed him not to call him that in front of others, presumably out of shyness. What was there to be shy about? As his food supply, he should feel proud. However, Wanmi is indeed capable of fulfilling her basic needs. Harry's swollen eyes glistened once again, and Wanmi could detect the scent of happiness and contentment emanating from him. Although this young man radiated sunshine, he had never experienced such emotions before. Wanmi, perplexed yet unwilling to inquire further, dismissed the thoughts, for it was not her sustenance to consume. As Harry regained his composure, Wanmi found herself drawn to the Slytherin long table by Draco, unable to tolerate the sight of the little savior displaying such a distasteful expression. Draco wondered what grave afflictions plagued him. After 10 years of basking in the glory of being a savior, was he still unsatisfied? Out of sight, out of mind. Forgetting his apprehension towards Wanmi, Draco yanked her away, leaving no trace of the bothersome savior behind. Harry exclaimed, "Do you wish to claim this honor? My aunt adores children with pleasing appearances." It must be acknowledged that this was yet another misunderstanding, albeit not a beautiful one. "Why are your hands so cold?" Upon arriving at the Slytherin table, Draco hastily released Wanmi's wrist. Was this the temperature a human should possess? Recalling the scene from the morning, Draco's face blanched further, and he subtly shifted his position, seating Goyle between them. Goyle remarked, "Aren't you fond of pumpkin pudding? It's conveniently close." Draco. Goyle gazed at Draco with gratitude, stealing a moment to exchange a smug expression with Crabbe across the table. Crabbe merely responded with a grunt. Draco shook off the goosebumps from his arms and shot Goyle an irritated glance. "Just eat." "Sister, what are you thinking?" Wanmi mechanically stuffed curry beef rice into her mouth, while the somewhat irritating ripples of Hogwarts resonated in her ears. "Is that Nala from the previous round? Why would you ask that?" Noticing Wanmi's lack of response, Hogwarts grew bored and ceased its teasing tone. No matter how many years pass, and regardless of how much consciousness lingers, this person remains utterly uninteresting. Yesterday, I dreamt of her again. I seem to sense her emotional fluctuations. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. I apologize. My former master has placed restrictions upon me. Is it that tall, frail man? You dreamed of him too? You cannot speak of him in such a manner. Forget it. He never commanded much respect in the past. It seems your awakening journey is progressing smoothly. If I need to reach you, how shall I do so? The 8th floor is far, and I am too lazy to run back and forth. Did I not inform you? You are the guardian. Simply think of my name, Hogwarts, and I shall hear you. Remember yesterday when you wished for that room to be temporarily sealed? I heard you. Hogwarts spoke with a hint of pride. Even if I cannot emerge, I can still assist you. Thank you. The sustenance has stated that one must express gratitude when aided. Once, when my iron bar unexpectedly fell into the neighboring cell, that madwoman helped toss it back to me. Although her strength was somewhat excessive, I managed to catch it. It was then that Sirius, in his frenzied manner, reminded me to thank her for her assistance. Indeed, after I expressed my gratitude, her demeanor brightened even further. You actually said thank you. How thrilling. I shall return to savor this. Then Hogwarts never appeared again. Regarding the protagonist, it is unclear why the label inherently suggests a sweet and affectionate demeanor. I am too weary to request a modification. The synopsis mentions that Wanmi is a Dementor, and few in the wizarding world possess an affinity for such creatures, which foretells her destined path to be one of universal disdain. When Wanmi displays traits that diverge from the norm, she may be perceived as endearing. Yet she could also evoke annoyance. This is an inevitable experience for her as she navigates the human realm. Regardless of how the protagonist ultimately evolves, she will not tread the path of the universally beloved charmer. If one is drawn to the sweet and affectionate label, I must apologize. I cannot fulfill that expectation. The fact that Wanmi does not wreak havoc in the human world is already a deviation from the ordinary. Do not expect her to bear the weight of humanity's rise and fall upon her shoulders. It is worth clarifying that Wanmi is neither a villain nor an antagonist, which should provide some reassurance. However, the main narrative of this book diverges from the original plot, so proceed with caution. Love you all. Chapter 33, Professor of Dark Arts Defense. That evening, Wanmi did not have any further dreams. She remains unaware of the origin of her experiences. However, she has developed an unusual curiosity about things beyond mere sustenance. When she was roused once more by a knock at the door, Yao Yao spoke up before she could erupt. "Host, Host, it is the little golden retriever calling you to class. You instructed me to stop you yesterday. Observing her halt just a meter from the door, Yao Yao sighed with relief. This was the first time the host had entrusted him with a task, and he knew he must perform well to cultivate a good rapport with her. After all, what if one day the host, feeling fondly towards him, decided to take on a mission? Glancing at the various tasks he had suppressed, such as embracing once or administering medicine personally, Yao Yao felt the weight of responsibility upon him. Wanmi granted herself a minute to regain her composure and calmly packed her bag, choosing to bring along the illustrated encyclopedia for young learners. Mathematics had proven too challenging, so she planned to first grasp the fundamentals. Each time Draco knocked, he quickly retreated 2 steps, anxiously awaiting, fearing he might be pulled inside again. He was still young, and after yesterday's incident, he worried that experiencing it again might lead to his premature demise. Fortunately, Wanmi was particularly gentle that morning. Perhaps her previous ferocity stemmed from an unfamiliarity with the situation. Sleepily, Wanmi followed Draco to a classroom on the 2nd floor. Compared to the previous classrooms she had visited, this one featured an additional small loft. For reasons unknown, nearly all the students congregated in the back rows, leaving the front row entirely vacant. Draco sighed, resigned, and led Wanmi and his 2 companions to the front, clearly lagging behind the other students as they had waited for Wanmi to finish preparing. At the back, Harry was idly resting his head on his arms, listening to Ron's incessant chatter about the tales of their forebears. Upon noticing Wanmi, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Ron, I'm sorry, let us chat after class," he exclaimed, eagerly grabbing his untouched backpack and dashing to the front row. "Wanmi, may I sit here?" In truth, Harry longed to sit beside Wanmi rather than across the aisle. He cast an envious glance at Draco, who was seated next to Wanmi. Draco, burdened by Wanmi's imposing presence and forced to attend classes with her daily, thought to himself, "If only you weren't a Gryffindor, I would oblige you, believe me." "Harry, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten whose class this is?" Ron stared incredulously at Harry, who had settled in the front row. Just as he hesitated over whether to join Harry, the sound of footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. Reluctantly, Ron remained rooted to his seat at the back. A foul, acrid stench wafted into Wanmi's nostrils, prompting her to look up in distaste. "Good morning, classmates," greeted Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Exuding an unbearable odor of garlic, he cautiously descended the stairs, seemingly pleased to see students in the front row. Thank you. Oh, you are Wanmi. Wanmi Dement? I am very glad you could attend my class." Quirrell had not anticipated Wanmi's presence, especially as she had reportedly attended only 2 or 3 classes the previous week. "You smell quite terrible." The classroom erupted in stifled sobs. Indeed, this Slytherin was not merely bold but audacious. While they despised the odor, was it truly appropriate to voice such sentiments so bluntly? Quirrell stammered an explanation. I was previously attacked by vampires and old hags. I apologize. This scent brings me a modicum of comfort." Quirrell had actually offered an explanation. "Oh, Demon has gone too far. Did she not notice the professor's embarrassment?" It must be noted that most girls possess an inherent kindness. Despite being tortured by the noxious garlic smell during defense against the dark arts, they could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for Quirrell, who appeared rattled by Wanmi's inquiry. "And no worries, classmates. Quiet please. Let us begin today's lesson." Quirrell halted the students' chatter, meekly opening his book to recite from it. Yao Yao observed Wanmi's indifference to the disapproving gazes around her and silently noted the recent addition of 30 charming points, deciding not to disturb Wanmi at that moment. In truth, Wanmi was not preoccupied with the other students. To her, such scrutiny was entirely normal. Why not embrace the radiant uniqueness that set her apart? Her mind was wholly focused on the peculiar professor with the turban. Despite his timid demeanor, why did she perceive an air of smugness emanating from him? Especially when Quirrell's gaze fell upon Harry, a subtle yet palpable malice seemed to arise, leading Wanmi to suspect it was merely a hint of his concealed animosity. There was something even more peculiar about Quirrell. He seemed overly concerned with Harry Potter. Should she intervene? "All right, classmates, until next time." As the bells signaling the end of class rang, Chilo closed his book and turned, only to find himself caught in the piercing gaze of Wanmi's pitch-black eyes, prompting an involuntary gasp. Truly, he was startled. Did this student glide through life without making a sound? "Dement, is something the matter?" Amidst his shock, Chilo failed to notice that he had forgotten to feign a stutter, nor did he perceive the peculiar look Draco cast upon him after he uttered those words. "What is that smell emanating from you?" Wanmi wondered, perturbed. "This foul girl, what is going on?" "I am accustomed to using the scent of garlic as a means of protection." "Is that so?" The odor overwhelmed Wanmi, causing her head to spin. It was not the garlic scent clinging to Chilo's clothing that repulsed her, but rather a noxious stench emanating from within him. "Of course. I still need to prepare for the 3rd-year curriculum. If you have time, you may come to my office." Chilo felt a sense of unease under Wanmi's dark stare. He had heard tales of this peculiar student who had grown up among Dementors, wondering if she possessed any unique abilities. Wanmi averted her gaze from Chilo, who hurried upstairs. And in that brief moment, aside from the 4 Slytherins, only Harry remained in the classroom, lingering at his desk. An inexplicable urge to befriend Wanmi washed over him. How splendid it would be to glean tidbits about Sirius's life over the past few years from her lips. Wanmi acquiesced to Harry's following her, and Draco remained silent. Until they had distanced themselves from the classroom, at which point Wanmi finally halted. Chilo is rather strange. She turned to Harry, speaking softly. Oh, indeed. It is rare to encounter such a timid professor. Harry instinctively touched his forehead, perplexed. He wants to kill you. Harry was taken aback. How could that be? I was unfamiliar with Professor Chilo before coming to Hogwarts. Wanmi struggled to articulate her thoughts. She had little experience explaining matters to others, and after a moment of contemplation, managed to utter, believe it or not, Sirius will. Harry, sensing Wanmi's frustration, hurried to match her pace. I do not disbelieve you. Truly, I find it quite puzzling, Wanmi. I genuinely trust you. Draco pondered Wanmi's words. Had she uncovered something significant? Draco, are we not going to eat? Crabbe inquired, confused by Draco's reluctance to move. He was quite hungry after a lengthy class, especially with a flying lesson scheduled for the afternoon. Goyle rubbed his empty stomach, mirroring Crabbe's expression of concern as they awaited Draco's response. Let us go. Draco was convinced that Wanmi harbored a secret. He would extract it from her. Chapter 34, The First Flying Lesson. Wanmi cast a disdainful glance at the tattered broom at her feet. What on earth compelled her to forsake the joys of floating and come here to learn the absurdity of riding a broom? She had intended to return to her slumber after lunch, but alas, curiosity had led her astray. She had been genuinely intrigued by what kind of class could incite such excitement among these little rascals. Yo-Yo, provide me with navigation. I wish to return to sleep. Yo-Yo glanced at the screen once more, biting her lip as she resolved to give it a try. Host, a new task has just been triggered. Yo-Yo projected the task list before Wanmi, a small icon appearing next to the first line. A hero rescues the unfortunate Neville Longbottom. As a series of prompt sounds resonates in Wanmi's ear. Mission objective, save Neville Longbottom. Mission accomplished, reward, Neville Longbottom's favorability 10. Mission failed, Neville Longbottom. Yao Yao wiped away a non-existent cold sweat in the void, relieved to have interrupted the flow in time. If the host were to discover that favorability could be deducted, it would be a disaster. He vowed never to let this peculiar creature know such a thing. This was certainly not Wanmi's first mission, but it was indeed the first task directly rewarding favorability. Although Yao Yao found it strange, he understood from his limited knowledge that generally, the system does not issue tasks that could crudely increase favorability. Typically, rewards are skills or items, with favorability needing to be earned by the host themselves. Nevertheless, since he encountered this task, Yao Yao was curious to see whether the host would undertake it. In a moment of excitement, he overlooked the details and considered Wanmi's nature. Surely, she would prefer others to have as little favorability towards her as possible, wouldn't she? What was missing? What would happen in the event of failure? Was the system still malfunctioning? Perhaps it was just stuck. If failure meant a significant deduction of charm points, was that the case? Wanmi pondered, questioning the system's inadequacy for lacking specific values and resorting to vague descriptors. However, she needed those charm points to exchange for bath bombs, not a single point less. Her gaze shifted to the nervous little chubby boy across from her. She recognized him as Neville Longbottom. Professor Rolanda Hooch introduced the basic guidelines for flying lessons and invited everyone to summon the brooms at their feet. The area was filled with a chorus of calls. When Harry successfully grasped his broom with just a single shout, even Hermione Granger beside him cast a look of envy. As for Ron, he imitated Harry's approach with a forceful call. Ah, splendid. The world now had another red-nosed Weasley, as his broom smacked him squarely on the nose. Draco, holding his broom, wore a cold smile. What was there to be proud of? He had also succeeded on the first try. Foolish savior. Foolish redhead. Foolish. Do you need me to teach you? The moment the words escaped Draco's lips, he regretted them. What did he care about Demet? However, upon noticing Wanmi's disdainful gaze, directed, of course, at the broom on the ground, he felt anger surge within him. Did Wanmi Demet look down upon flying brooms? Even if it was merely an outdated broom discarded by his family, Draco resolved to unilaterally sever ties with this girl who insulted brooms, and consequently, Quidditch, during this class. After all, they were all young wizards, and most of the students present managed to summon their brooms successfully. Of course, a few children lacking talent in broom flying awkwardly squatted down to retrieve their brooms amidst the light-hearted laughter of their peers. It was understandable. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin had their share of unsuccessful attempts. The top must not mock the second, and after all, it was merely the first attempt, which meant nothing. Very well, now mount the brooms. Mr. Longbottom, do not act rashly. Mr. Longbottom, come down, stop, please stop. Unbeknownst to anyone, Neville or his broom had encountered an unforeseen mishap, and he suddenly soared uncontrollably into the sky. as the onlookers followed his acrobatic display with bated breath. Wanmi tilted her head in confusion. Why were they so agitated? Was this not merely a flying lesson? Host, Neville is unable to control himself. How foolish. Isn't this supposed to be instinctual? Wanmi pondered, having witnessed the transformations of Dementors before. Yet, were they not all inherently capable of flight? These juvenile humans, though reliant on tools to mimic their abilities, possessed enhancements yet still failed to maintain control. How utterly inept. Yao Yao lamented for what felt like the umpteenth time that her host's sole flaw was her inability to communicate effectively. How could she convey the essence of humanity? A species both frail and brimming with infinite possibilities? Host, not all races are endowed with the gift of flight, just as you have no mastery over magic. Nonsense. I merely disdain learning such trivialities. What purpose does it serve? No matter how much one studies, can it save me from peril? Utterly useless. Host, your vocabulary has expanded somewhat. Oh my host, your charm level. With Yao Yao's exclamation, Wanmi hurriedly lifted her gaze in search of Neville, only to find him absent from the sky, while all the other students rushed towards a nearby tower. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing reached Wanmi's ears as Neville, hanging from the tower's exterior, plummeted downwards. Hermione Granger could not bear to witness Neville's impending fall and tightly shut her eyes, the rush of wind whistling past her. My goodness. He has caught. Who? Caught what? Cautiously, Hermione opened her eyes to behold Neville suspended at the first-floor window. A metal rod piercing through the gaping tear in his collar, firmly lodged into the wall. Such force. While the crowd rejoiced at Neville's safety, their fear of Wanmi escalated dramatically. What kind of power could drive a metal rod so deeply into a wall? As for the unfortunate Neville, assured that he felt no pain, he dared to open his eyes, only to find Professor Sprout standing below him. Professor, my clothes seem to. With yet another resounding rip, Neville's garments could no longer withstand the strain. Thankfully, Professor Sprout had arrived just in time to cast the levitation charm and rescue the hapless Neville. You all remain here. I must escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary for examination. No student is permitted to fly until I return. Draco clutched his heart, still racing from the fright. Relieved that no one had been injured. Wait, but he is a Gryffindor. Draco felt a twinge of shame for his concern, when suddenly, his gaze caught a glimmering object on the grass nearby. What is that? He approached, bending down to pick up a transparent orb. A memory orb? Draco grinned maliciously. Chapter 35. A classroom incident triggered by a memory orb. Wanmi, oblivious to the task at hand indicated in her mind, paid no heed to the commotion among the students. She took several steps to the wall, gazing up intently at her iron rod. Hogwarts, return my iron rod to me. Despite her quick reflexes, Wanmi, not yet fully manifested in corporeal form, lacked the strength to embed the rod into the wall. How cruel. You have harmed my body. Thank you. Now please return my iron rod. After a prolonged moment of reluctance, Hogwarts finally allowed the wall to relinquish Wanmi's iron rod, having detected her insincere expression. Your face now resembles that of a corpse. What does a corpse's face look like? Is it akin to those frail humans in Azkaban? Wanmi was uncertain, yet she was unaware that she would soon witness it. However, at present, another query surfaced in her mind. Hogwarts, do you possess emotions? Of course. I was quite saddened when Salazar perished. I even shed a tear. Wanmi shook her head internally. She felt no hint of sorrow when Hogwarts recounted this event. Perhaps there was some, but it was too insignificant to notice. Host, he is lying. According to records, Salazar departed the castle at the end. How could he have witnessed Salazar's death? Yao Yao, lifting her head from a pile of books, felt a sense of pride in identifying Hogwarts' deceit. Why would you use whether or not one feels sadness as a measure of possessing emotions? Wanmi disregarded Yao Yao's remarks and posed her question instead. Humans discern emotions this way. Joy is easily attained or feigned, and feeling sorrow for someone unrelated to oneself demonstrates a person's capacity for empathy. Wanmi turned her gaze towards the noisy students nearby. Why do you ask this? Hogwarts, curious, remarked that historically, neither the Dementor species nor the present circumstances should provoke such inquiries. Draco Malfoy, who clearly detests the students of Gryffindor, seemed genuinely concerned for Neville Longbottom just now. Is that so? Quite peculiar, but your perception is unlikely to be mistaken. Humans are indeed complex beings. Wanmi nodded in agreement, unable to dispute this. Return it, Malfoy. Harry angrily commanded Draco, questioning whether this individual possessed any compassion. Neville had just experienced a significant fright, yet Draco mocked him while brandishing the retrieved memory orb. TCH, who do you think you are? You want it, come and take it yourself. As soon as Draco finished speaking, he soared into the sky on his broomstick. As if he's flown over Malfoy Manor countless times. This so-called savior's desire for attention required an assessment of his capabilities. Draco watched in astonishment as Harry Potter wobbled into the air, swiftly transitioning from panic to familiarity in an instant. In that moment, Draco felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. That damn talent. Draco was compelled to maneuver his broomstick to evade Harry's pursuit. As the distance between them narrowed, a surge of unnameable fury surged through Draco's mind. Since he desired it. Draco raised his hand to throw Neville's memory orb away. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wanmi lying on the lawn. Curiously observing the two of them, was the little girl filled with envy? Or was she simply eager to discern who among them possessed greater prowess? He had a change of heart. He intended to show Dement what this so-called savior, who constantly clung to her, was truly capable of. If you want something, then come and catch me. Draco provocatively smiled at Harry, whose hand was outstretched to block him, then swiftly altered his course and soared away. Malfoy. Harry seethed as he pursued him. Why was he racing against this Slytherin? He merely wished to assist Neville in reclaiming his memory ball. The wheel of fate, influenced by the presence of the little girl on the lawn, slightly veered from its original trajectory. As Professor McGonagall completed her patrol of the castle and prepared to return to her office, two figures darted past the window. Students? At this hour? First years. She hurried to the window to chase after the fleeting silhouettes of Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. Who could they be? Just as Professor McGonagall contemplated her next move, a figure rushed past her, leaping directly from the window, adeptly mounting a broom to pursue the two ahead. In that person, McGonagall seemed to perceive a tangible manifestation of fury. Very well, perhaps it would be prudent to allow Professor Hooch to handle her classroom incident before taking further action. McGonagall nonchalantly returned to her office, confident that these two students could not escape. After all, Professor Hooch's flying skills were unparalleled. As Professor Hooch exited the infirmary, she spotted Professor McGonagall at the window, gazing into the distance. Out of curiosity, she approached to catch a glimpse and offer a greeting. Little did she anticipate that upon entering, she would be met with an astonishing surprise from her students outside. Excellent. Soaring and swooping about. And to have two of them at once. Did they truly believe her, the first-year flying instructor, was to be trifled with? Hooch, brimming with excitement, leaped out the window. As she took off, she was taken aback by the speed and skill of the two children. It was evident that Draco Malfoy had likely engaged in prior training, exhibiting remarkable proficiency in flying, while Harry appeared somewhat less adept. Nonetheless, the fact that he could keep pace with Malfoy only underscored his innate talent. Hooch did not wish to admit that she had to summon her utmost speed to catch up with the two children and bring them to a halt. It was slightly embarrassing. Fortunately, the students were oblivious. She gently landed with the two troublemakers just as the dismissal bell rang. Hand over the memory ball. I shall return it to Mr. Longbottom. On the way back, Hooch had already gleaned the sequence of events. She deliberately adopted a stern expression, hoping to intimidate the two oblivious students. Regardless, I trust this will be the last time you defy my instructions in my class. Understood, Professor Hooch, Draco, and Harry muttered. Heads bowed, simultaneously acknowledging their fault while casting fierce glares at each other when Hooch's back was turned. Very well, as a punishment, after dinner tonight. Due to Hooch's evident anger, even as the bell rang for dismissal, the students remained quiet, awaiting her directives. Because of this, a particular voice from a certain direction stood out distinctly. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they noticed the sweet scent of the meadow. Perhaps a sign that Wanmi was dreaming of delectable treats. Smiling, she seemed to savor the imagined flavors. Wanmi Dement, how could you possibly be asleep? Huaqi's lion-like roar jolted Wanmi from her slumber, causing her to leap to her feet, instinctively raising her iron rod in a defensive posture, only to be abruptly halted by the urgent voice in her mind. No, no, no. Host, you cannot fall asleep in class. Do not lose your temper. It was then that Wanmi realized she was still outside the castle. She obediently tucked away her iron rod, for just moments ago. She had whimsically resolved to be a good student, to experience the growth of humanity. She could not falter so soon. I apologize, Professor, I was in the wrong. Wanmi admitted with practiced ease. Huaqi took a deep breath, recognizing that he had briefly lost focus. After all, they had no other engagements. But what a trivial excuse. Dement. After dinner, you will join Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter to clean the flying broom. Chapter 36, A Thorough Cleaning. After dinner, Wanmi instinctively attempted to return to her dormitory, but was unexpectedly pulled back by Draco. Where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten we still have community service? Goyle and Crabbe gazed at Draco with admiration, as he boldly commanded even this little devil. Indeed, Draco couldn't help but commend himself for his newfound audacity. How brave of him to order Demon around. Perhaps witnessing her curious expression while lying on the grass earlier had led him to mistakenly perceive her as just another peer. The warmth of his grip intrigued Wanmi. This little devil's hand was far more pleasant than the rations she was accustomed to. Do we have to go? She pouted, yearning for the comfort of sleep. She had a premonition that she would dream again that night. Of course we do. So adorable. I want to. Draco's heart raced as he beheld the childlike side of Wanmi, a side he had never seen before. No, no. Stay resolute. She is merely a little devil clad in a bunny disguise. Wait. This girl is rather cute when she isn't being fierce. And she seems to have gotten a bit fairer these past few days. Of course, Professor Huichi has called your name as well. All right, then let us hurry. I'm feeling drowsy. Wanmi resigned herself to following Draco outside. After all, being a good student evidently did not suit her. Having survived the first day, it might as well be the last. Hearing Wanmi's complaints, the voice in her mind remarked, "My esteemed host, where does this capriciousness come from? Must you be so fickle?" The voice was perplexed, as it had no understanding of what had triggered Wanmi's desire to be a good student. Her mind simply did not operate like that of a normal individual. However, as it observed Draco's favorability rating rise from 8 to 10 on the screen, it resolved to devise a plan to encourage Wanmi to firmly commit to her role as a good student. Main system, just wait. I will soon discover a method to increase favorability without even needing to complete a task. Wanmi gazed at her pale left wrist and then at her slightly rough right wrist, puzzled as to how things had come to this. I suggested, shall we perhaps step back a bit? The door is too narrow for us to fit through. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. Standing shoulder to shoulder at the entrance of the storage room for flying class equipment. Three little rascals. What are you up to? You'd best hurry. You'll miss your time, haha. Argus Filch, the ever-watchful caretaker, scrutinized the trio with ill intent, his reprimands relentless. Why aren't you in class? You deserve to be punished. You have only 2 hours to tidy up these brooms. I'll return to inspect each one of you. If you fail to complete the task or do a poor job, you can expect to be locked away. With that, Filch paid no heed to their reactions and marched off, accompanied by his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris. As he approached a corner, Filch habitually hunched his back and slowed his pace. TCH, ignore him. That loathsome mute is surely scheming to catch some mischief makers off guard to petition the professors for punishment. My father has always wanted to handcuff students and hang them from the ceiling. Harry observed Filch's sneaky figure, for the first time refraining from countering Draco's outrageous remarks. How are we supposed to clean this? Wanmi freed herself from the two jittery boys, retrieved a cloth from the bucket Filch had brought, and asked curiously. She had never cleaned brooms before and was quite excited. Without waiting for their response, she leaned a metal rod against the wall, picked up a broom, and began to scrub. Seeing Wanmi take the initiative, Harry and Draco felt compelled to follow suit, each grabbing a cloth and choosing distant spots to clean the broom handles. Half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Draco wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Harry, their eyes meeting just as he did. Well, we both cleaned 10 brooms, that's fair enough. But how's the quality? The two silently assessed the brooms they had cleaned. The broom heads were indeed spotless and flattened. They turned to Wanmi. What on earth are you doing? Draco exclaimed, rushing over to pull Wanmi up. Harry quickly gathered all the intact brooms surrounding her and set them aside. I'm cleaning the brooms. It's exhausting. I've only cleaned 5. How about you? Wanmi replied. Draco's lips trembled as he pointed at the ground. Why did you take them apart? Wanmi surveyed the ground within a 1-meter radius around her. How else could I clean them properly? You don't understand. These brooms have definitely been used to sweep the floor. They can't be this dirty from just riding. Look at my bucket of water. Harry, pained, picked up the scattered broomsticks from the ground, remembering the 5 bare broom handles as well. Though it was his first experience with flying, he had undoubtedly fallen in love with the sport. Can Malfoy fix them? Fix them? Huh, of course. It's just a matter of tying them back together with some rope. Harry sighed in relief. What a splendid idea it would be to mend them into ordinary brooms to hand over to Filch. Harry, Wanmi, surely, you do not believe that one can simply fly by wielding a broomstick without understanding the intricate array of enchantments and alchemical principles involved? Harry was filled with confusion, astonishment, and a profound sense of indignation. Wanmi was perplexed, intrigued, and eager to dismantle another broom. Draco raised his hands, firmly redirecting Wanmi's attention away from the remaining brooms, pleading, for the love of all that is good, spare those innocent brooms. Yet, they had not yet completed their task. Wanmi yearned to resist. She had only just realized the significance of these brooms and now regretted her earlier naivety. She truly wished to study them thoroughly. What if she could learn to craft one for each Dementor in the future? Of course, she would select a sturdier broom handle, as a creature of the night. How could she possibly sit while flying? That would be utterly disgraceful. They must stand upon their brooms. In the void, Yo-Yo lamented the plummeting favorability ratings of Draco. Now at 8, and Harry at 38. To lose 2 points of favorability over merely cleaning a broom. What remarkable progress for the host. Yo-Yo nibbled on a handkerchief, finding a slight solace in the 20 points of charm gained on the adjacent screen. Take heart, Yo-Yo. Your host is extraordinary. Remember, no matter what the host undertakes, there is always an aspect that improves. How splendid. The remaining 20-odd brooms were off limits to Wanmi, as the two, for the first time in their lives, collaborated, one overseeing Wanmi while the other cleaned the brooms, alternating tasks, just managing to finish 10 minutes before curfew. How shall we deal with these 5? Harry stared blankly at Draco, utterly lacking experience in such matters. The dilemma lay in the fact that he had none. Did Draco possess any? Draco, feeling overwhelmed, replied. How am I to know? At that moment, Wanmi finally comprehended that these 5 brooms should not exist. Without hesitation, she swept the remnants into her arms, distributing them to the 2 boys, and with a flourish of a metal rod, declared, "Follow me." Draco and Harry exchanged glances, resolutely clutching the debris and trailing behind her. Chapter 37, The Library Expedition. Wanmi initially intended to conceal the remnants within Hogwarts, a place where no one would ever discover them. As for Harry and Draco, it was simple enough to instruct them to place the items on the 8th floor windowsill before sending them on their way. However, plans seldom survive contact with reality. As the trio stealthily approached the 5th floor, the curfew bell chimed ominously. To make matters worse, they heard the sound of a cat. Mrs. Norris. Filch must be nearby. We cannot allow ourselves to be discovered. Draco whispered a warning, urging the others to run swiftly ahead. Wanmi, bewildered and burdened with broom debris, felt a gentle tug on her wrist from a small hand, compelling her to follow the 2 boys. The sound of the cat grew louder, and Draco, increasingly anxious, suddenly spotted the library in the distance. To the library. Together, Draco and Harry forced open a narrow gap, swiftly shoving Wanmi, a variable of uncertainty, inside, followed by Harry, while Draco, empty-handed, brought up the rear and shut the door behind them. Meow, meow, meow. The feline cries grew ever closer, and Harry could no longer contain his anxiety. I heard the twins say that this cat is a snitch. Will it not attract Filch? No sooner had Harry spoken than footsteps echoed in the corridor. Madame Loris, have you discovered the mischievous ones? Meow? You must have caught them. Where are they? Filch's voice grew ever closer, while Wanmi felt an odd exhilaration as she clutched the remnants of a broom with one hand, prodding the 2 boys with a metal rod. When Harry and Draco turned their gazes towards her, Wanmi pointed to a distant bookshelf and tiptoed in that direction. As the trio turned into a row of bookshelves, the door was suddenly flung open, and Madame Loris dashed inside with excitement. Madame Loris, have you found him? Right here? Quickly, seize the nocturnal prankster. Huh, I've got you. Filch exclaimed as he chased after Madame Loris, his excited expression frozen on his face. In the corner of the bookshelf lay several thoroughly dismantled flying brooms, but beyond that, there was nothing at all. His obedient cat prowled near the broom's remnants, as if in its usual role of capturing troublemakers. Madame Loris, there's nothing here. I see it now. Filch suddenly realized, those 3 naughty students. They must have hidden here after wrecking the brooms. How foolish. Even if they evade detection tonight, Mrs. Pins will discover it tomorrow. Huh, they're finished. With great enthusiasm, Filch began to gather the brooms, muttering incessantly about how to punish the 3 miscreants come morning. Let us go, Madame Loris. Tonight you shall be rewarded with some fish treats. Madame Loris lingered reluctantly in place, wanting to convey to Filch, you foolish fellow. Just reach a little further. Unfortunately, Filch could not comprehend feline language, but upon hearing the mention of fish treats, she thought, very well, let him be. Back to fish treats. With a light-footed stride, Madame Loris caught up to Filch, and the library returned to its tranquil state. Draco ensured that Filch had truly departed before hastily patting his hand that had been covering his mouth. Damn that pesky Harry. Wanmi had him cover his mouth. And without hesitation, he complied. Have you washed your hands? Do you not know that dirty hands should not touch your mouth? He glared at Harry in vexation, only to realize that in the near darkness of the library, it was a futile endeavor. Sorry, Malfoy, Wanmi instructed me to cover your mouth. But you did almost cry out when Filch reached for you. Harry's apology lacked sincerity, and Draco could detect a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Oh, come off it. Dammit. How did you manage that? He had not noticed Wanmi casting any spells. No, she didn't even possess a wand. Filch had nearly brushed against him while picking up the broom, yet he had completely overlooked the 3 of them. I had Hogwarts lend a hand. Did you not wish to remain undiscovered? Ah, indeed. I am far too kind, embarrassing our kind. The 2 boys across from him fell momentarily silent. Harry exclaimed, Is Wanmi truly that powerful? Even the castle can be commanded. Draco retorted, Do I look like a fool to you? The castle assists you? Draco let out a deep sigh. They had just instinctively discarded their broomsticks, attempting to climb the bookshelf. Regardless of how they managed it, Filch had already discovered the brooms, and there was no escaping the punishment awaiting them tomorrow. We should return to rest first, he suggested. Wanmi, where are you going? I will accompany you. Wanmi turned her back and ventured deeper into the library, and as her close friend, Harry naturally followed suit. Are you all ignoring me? Draco exclaimed, determined to uncover their intentions. Wanmi paid no heed to the 2 following her. Just moments ago, she felt a voice beckoning her, urging her toward the restricted section. It was not Hogwarts, and Wanmi was acutely aware that the voice was ephemeral, perhaps even non-existent. It represented a longing deep within her. Was it the yearning of a Dementor? Wanmi was eager to discover its source. Dammit. This is the restricted section. We are not permitted here. Draco attempted to deter Wanmi, but her gaze, which turned to him fleetingly, immobilized him with a bone-chilling intensity. He had never seen such a terrifying look in Wanmi's eyes. It was an expression devoid of humanity, emotionless and detached. Harry, however, remained blissfully unaware, enthusiastically orbiting Wanmi, eager to lend his support. Wanmi, are you searching for something? What is it? Tell me, and I will assist you. Wanmi replied, you just interrupted my intuition, which I had been cultivating for quite some time. She shook her head in exasperation, her left hand gliding gently across the spines of the books. Suddenly, she halted, raising her gaze to fixate on a particular black-bound tome on the top shelf. This is it, Wanmi affirmed resolutely. Wanmi, have you found it? Harry followed her line of sight upwards, but the entire collection was out of reach. I want that one on top. I'll help you, Harry volunteered. But the height proved to be a challenge even for the two of them combined, prompting both to look towards Draco for assistance. What are you staring at? Don't even think about it. Chapter 38. A disappearance caused by a comma. Dammit, are you ready yet? Draco clung tightly to Wanmi's legs, terrified she might fall. However, she felt surprisingly light. Indeed, Wanmi was perched on Draco's shoulders, stretching to grasp the black book. What? The illustrious Malfoy would never allow someone to ride upon his neck. Absurd. Wanmi, Dement, are you mad? Which first year would dare to provoke her wrath? Most importantly, Draco thought with a smirk, he was atop the head of the savior. Just a bit more. Wanmi could almost touch the black book, needing only to reach a little higher. Draco, don't rush her. It will make Wanmi anxious. Harry's forehead was beginning to glisten with sweat. He observed Draco's slender frame and wondered why he seemed so heavy. What? 2 people? Nonsense. Wanmi was practically weightless when she climbed up. A small angel could hardly be heavy. Harry, you can do it. Just hold on a bit longer, and Wanmi will be able to retrieve the book she desires. Harry took a deep breath, exerting every ounce of strength to rise on his toes. I got it. Wanmi exclaimed just as Harry finally could endure no longer, his legs giving way beneath him. Thud. Harry and Draco both fell to the ground, while Wanmi, taking advantage of her weight, executed a graceful roll and landed smoothly. Host, why don't you just fly up instead of toiling with those two? Mind your own business. Yao Yao remarked. The host seems rather peculiar today. Unbeknownst to Yao Yao, Wanmi was in a frenzy inside. If only she could still soar to such heights. It must be the result of indulging in too much human food lately that had caused her to gain weight. Harry shoved Draco off him, feeling as though his waist might snap. However, upon seeing Wanmi clutching that black leather book, his intense curiosity eclipsed his discomfort, and he hurriedly scrambled to her side. What is this book? Draco interjected. Damn that Potter. In light of you serving as my cushion, I shall forgive your rudeness. Draco gazed incredulously at the two, squinting as they strained to glimpse the black book illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. You two are practically burying your faces in the book. Step aside. Let me have a look. Seeing Draco's self-assured demeanor, the two obediently lifted their heads, granting Draco the space to shine. A flicker of light. Draco's wand emitted a dazzling glow. Ah, my eyes. Harry exclaimed, shielding his eyes with his hand. Thud. Wanmi instinctively tossed the book aside to protect her eyes. Clatter. Draco's wand clattered to the floor. My apologies, I didn't control the brightness well. This time, I shall be more careful. Draco rubbed his tear-streaked eyes and picked up his wand, now infused with a hint of caution. A flicker of light. The three raised a hand to shield their eyes until they confirmed the light was bearable before lowering their hands. Malfoy, you are impressive. Harry's genuine praise caused Draco to blush slightly, and he feigned calmness. Of course, I've received years of private tutoring. Wanmi, meanwhile, lay flat on the ground, rummaging through the black book. Blank? How peculiar. Draco and Harry mimicked her, also lying down beside Wanmi, their eyes darting with her movements. What are you looking for? There's nothing here. Draco rolled his eyes dramatically. Do you truly know nothing? Did your family teach you everything only to have it stored away? Harry, perplexed by Draco's eye rolling, couldn't comprehend why he was acting that way, now that there was a light source to see. Draco was nearing a point of exasperation. No one taught me. I grew up with my aunt and uncle, and they are muggles. This revelation left Draco astonished. Harry Potter had not received any fundamental magical education? That was unexpected. Wanmi seized the opportunity to press further. What do you mean by that? Do you know how to read this book? Her round, sparkling eyes reminded Draco of a little magical fox he had raised in his childhood. Perhaps, just perhaps, Dement was the very fox he had released into the forest. Ahem. This book resides in the restricted section, likely subjected to enchantments designed to prevent misinterpretation by students. Such occurrences are commonplace in the restricted area. Numerous tomes are prohibited due to their excessively violent content or their involvement with dark magic for various reasons. Prohibited, Wanmi murmured softly, a vague notion suddenly flickering in her mind. Do you have a knife on you? Or something sharp? The two shook their heads. No, Potter. What about your wand? Transform a needle. Draco picked up a broomstick branch that Filch had left behind and handed it to Harry. I haven't tea yet, really? Can you transform it into a blade? Harry initially intended to express his lack of proficiency, but was caught in Wanmi's hopeful gaze. I will try. Harry directed the transfiguration spell at the branch. On his first attempt, the twig remained unchanged. Harry tightened his grip on the wand nervously. The second time, the branch quivered slightly, but still did not transform. Don't be anxious, Harry. It's all right if you fail. Wanmi's encouraging tone provided immense support. He wiped the sweat from his palms, closed his eyes, and concentrated, striving to envision the shape of a blade. If only he could manage a needle. You did it, Potter. Really? Upon hearing Draco's voice, Harry opened his eyes to see Wanmi holding what could be considered a blade. However, one end was elongated, resembling an oversized needle. Wonderful. Now we have both a needle and a blade. Though I only need this blade. Before either of them could react, Wanmi deftly sliced her fingertip. A pale gray substance oozing forth and dripping onto the pages of the black book. Draco struggled to articulate the nature of that substance. He was certain it was not blood, but rather a thick, gaseous essence, flowing due to its excessive density. What on earth is Demet? Harry gazed at Wanmi in astonishment. Your blood is so peculiar. Could it be? Wanmi, are you poisoned? Draco resolved to be more accommodating towards Harry from now on, as one could not afford to be overly critical of a fool. Naturally. How astonishing. Look, there are words on it. Harry stared blankly at the book, still immersed in the strangeness of Wanmi's unique blood. Was he truly being overly curious? Having spent a decade unaware of the existence of magic, Harry granted himself 3 seconds to accept this extraordinary premise. What is this? I can't comprehend it all. Draco, show me. This is odd. The contents merely reflect the ordinary narrative of Hogwarts, a brief history of the school. Draco flipped through the pages rapidly. No, this must be an earlier version. Or perhaps the original edition. The contents differ significantly from what is currently known, yet it fundamentally appears to be mere historical accounts and regulations of the school. However, based on what you just mentioned, why is this book in the restricted section? I mean, does it warrant such a classification? Harry, reassured that Wanmi's hand was unharmed, redirected his focus to the book's contents. From every conceivable angle, this book should not be confined to the restricted section. The old version of Hogwarts, a brief history of the school, hardly contained anything inappropriate for student readership, did it? Wanmi endeavored to reclaim the intuitive pull she had just experienced. Convinced that the book bore a connection to her, perhaps it was not due to its content, she began to swiftly leaf through the black tome from the very first page, until a voice in her mind urged her to halt. By some uncanny influence, her finger reached out to touch the comma nestled within the phrase, a history of Hogwarts. What do you mean? Draco's voice was abruptly silenced, and the library once again succumbed to darkness. Where had the trio vanished? The black book closed itself and floated back to its original position on the shelf, as if it had never been disturbed. Chapter 39, The Birth of Hogwarts. Draco rubbed his dizzy head, suppressing nausea as he surveyed his surroundings. They seemed to have stumbled into a secret chamber. Yet, aside from the absence of numerous bookshelves, the layout mirrored that of the library, and more importantly, it was daytime. Ugh, Draco frowned, avoiding the retching Harry, who was evidently still adjusting to using the key for the first time. How utterly revolting. Wanmi, how are you holding up? Harry cast a worried glance at Wanmi, who stood resolutely by. Such a resilient girl. Was she merely putting on a brave face? In truth, Wanmi felt no discomfort, but she was struck by an eerie sense of familiarity within the library. Oddly, she had not felt this way when she and Draco had visited the library during the day. Enough about you. Focus on yourself. Draco shot a vexed look at Harry. The pressing issue was how to exit. I have never heard of anyone using a comma as a key. What do we leave for? To retrieve the brooms? Harry, Draco. They suddenly recalled the broomsticks that Filch had taken away, suggesting that staying here for a short while might not be impossible. Just then, the main door swung open, prompting the two to hastily pull Wanmi into hiding. A wizard clad in a vintage dark robe entered and swiftly closed the door behind him. With an urgent yet graceful stride, he approached a wall sconce, under which was embedded a palm-sized statue. The statue lacked facial features, yet its body was carved with remarkable vitality. It faintly resembled a man. That is Quirrell. For reasons unknown, Wanmi felt certain of the statue's identity. Draco and Harry quickly tugged Wanmi further into the shadows. The man was too close to their hiding place, and they could even hear his breathing. Are you still there? The wizard removed his hood and gazed respectfully upward at the statue. Salazar. Draco could hardly believe his eyes. The man's long beard nearly brushed the floor. His deeply sunken, yet brooding eyes paired with that distinctive hooked nose unmistakably depicted Salazar from the portrait. Harry, forgetting to pull Wanmi back, covered Draco's mouth again. But it was too late. Such a loud sound. That man had surely noticed Wanmi. Harry peered out, horrified to see Wanmi nearly approaching the man. Yet astonishingly, the man did not even spare her a glance. So, he seems oblivious to our presence. Wanmi extended her hand. Oh my, it worked. Wanmi became engrossed, her hand moving in and out of that man's body. Slap. Draco rushed over and swatted Wanmi's hand away with such force that it surely left a mark. How rude. This is Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts and the first head of Slytherin House. Yet he cannot see it? That does not matter. You have arrived. A sudden voice from above startled Draco, making his hair almost stand on end. What on earth? The statue spoke. Greetings, I have come to bid you farewell. Perhaps this departure will be permanent. Salazar maintained his gaze upward. I have found the clue to the item you sought, and if all goes well, I shall return with it. You may die. The statue's voice carried no emotion, yet it softened Salazar's solemn expression. It is all worthwhile. What do you desire? I have absorbed the infectious elements from their bodies. Regardless of success or failure, I fear my time is short. Perhaps sensing the end of his life approaching, Salazar became somewhat loquacious. We built this castle together. I regret having used your body, though it was your willing sacrifice. A magnificent miracle indeed. You infused the castle with your flesh and blood, solely to suppress the invasion of this planet. Perhaps having stood for too long, Salazar grew weary and sat cross-legged, taking heavy breaths. I am but an ordinary wizard. Apart from the pursuit of power, I only wish for the young ones to grow safely and protect the wizarding world. Your lineage should take pride in you. That is inconsequential. I do not seek meaningless recognition. I am right, and I know this is sufficient. However, I am aware of the three of them. Even if I do not speak, they will inevitably sense something and may tread the same path as I did. I need to leave a mark for Hogwarts. Salazar retrieved a fist-sized stone of ethereal blue from his robe, the treasured source of life, long safeguarded by the Elven King. The Elven King offered it solely to bestow stability upon Hogwarts. I know your subordinate has been attempting to merge with Hogwarts. Perhaps this will aid him. I accept your gift. The stone in Salazar's hand rose into the air and vanished, spreading a wave of joyous emotion throughout the castle. Wami discerned that it was the essence of Hogwarts. Could it be that Hogwarts truly formed its consciousness with Salazar's assistance? Master, I have succeeded. Suddenly, a miniature yet fully formed Hogwarts appeared, joyfully circling the small statue twice. Simultaneously, the stone sword in the statue's hand disintegrated into dust. My body! Hogwarts cried out in anguish, reaching out its tiny hand as if to grasp something. From this moment forth, Hogwarts will be your new body. You must thank Salazar for granting you the source of life. Hogwarts clearly did not regard the stone sword as significant. After all, what body cannot be replaced? Especially one that can better assist its master. Thank you, Salazar. Love you. Hogwarts affectionately nuzzled Salazar's shoulder with its small head. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to don some attire? Indeed, who would have imagined that the illustrious spirit of the sword, the current embodiment of Hogwarts, had always been unclothed since childhood? Salazar, who was exceedingly particular about decorum, found himself at a loss. Henceforth, Hogwarts would safeguard every student who ventured within its hallowed halls. As the statue's voice echoed, a translucent parchment materialized in the air, revealing a newly inscribed clause titled Guardian. Having obtained the answers he sought, Salazar rose with satisfaction, bowed slightly to the statue, and turned to depart the library, with Hogwarts fading from view. The trio had yet to exchange words when the outside world rapidly transitioned between day and night, with countless figures whirling past like a carousel, ultimately halting in the depths of night. The statue, it seems to have shrunk, Harry exclaimed, pointing at the image on the wall. Creak. The door swung open once more, and Wanmi exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, instinctively raising their hands to push Draco. Quick, let's see who it is. There was no other option. As it appeared Draco possessed the most extensive knowledge among the three. Draco retorted, thanks to you both. Who is it? Speak up, Wanmi urged, incessantly poking Draco's shoulder, while Harry, not to be outdone, raised his hand. Oh, no one has poked your left shoulder yet. Who is it? You must know, Draco replied. What confidence you both possess. The individual merely opened a crack in the door and only extended a hand. Will they come in or not? Suddenly, the hand gripping the door released and fell to the ground with a sharp thud, its fingers spreading wide like an animal's claws as it began to crawl inward. Indeed, it was nothing more than a solitary, bare arm. My goodness. Wanmi, startled like a wildcat, leapt onto Draco's shoulder, while Harry, a moment behind, buried his face against Draco's back, gripping his shoulder tightly. Draco, his face pale, flailed about in search of refuge, but found himself firmly anchored in place by Wanmi and Harry. I am frightened too. Don't come any closer. Help. Mother. Where's my father? My brave father. Save your son. My provisions. Where are my provisions? Protect me. That hand is going to harm me. Cursed claw. Be gone at once. Ah, is it here? Has it come? I cannot see. Take me away from this. The library echoed with Draco's shrieks, Wanmi's furious curses, and Harry's howls, as Draco's arm was likely turning blue from Harry's grip. Yet, that hand continued its relentless advance towards the trio. Draco could only lean back, bearing Wanmi's weight, while attempting to push Harry as far from the encroaching limb as possible. Suddenly, the statue behind them let out a long, weary sigh. How have you found yourself in such a predicament? The hand paused momentarily before resuming its crawl towards the trio, or rather, towards the statue. Draco finally realized that the hand was not approaching them with malicious intent, It seemed to be seeking the statue. Really? Harry, somewhat skeptical, peeked out from under Draco's arm, suggesting, shall we move aside? I refused to go down. Wanmi resolutely perched on Draco's shoulder, declaring, it's utterly revolting. I prefer intact corpses. Draco, resigned, shifted to the side with Wanmi, and indeed, the hand did not alter its course, steadfastly climbing towards the statue. Phew, Draco exhaled. He had just been drenched in cold sweat from the fright. How embarrassing that would have been. Observing the two beside him, he felt reassured. He was the one performing best. Oh, was there a halo around the severed hand? Hogwarts, lend me your assistance. As the statue spoke, Hogwarts re-emerged. Its form slightly enlarged as it soared towards the severed hand, grasping it with both hands, exerting all its might to pull it outward. As Hogwarts moved, the halo surprisingly expanded, and in this manner, Hogwarts drew forth a complete figure from the severed hand. Salazar, Draco exclaimed, recognizing the elderly man, battered and clad in tattered garments. Who but Salazar could it be? Harry averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. The elder's legs had been severed at the knees, and dark crimson blood oozed continuously from the wounds. Salazar's eyes were tightly shut, his other hand clutching his chest, struggling to free himself from the grip of the halo. Something had ensnared him. A long, slippery tentacle coiled tightly around Salazar, attempting to drag him back into the halo, but it was suddenly repelled by the statue's explosive radiance. Retreat. The statue bellowed, the light receding, and the halo vanished. Cough, cough. Salazar struggled to open his eyes, striving to focus his wandering gaze on the statue. I have acquired knowledge essence. As Salazar moved his right hand, a gaping wound appeared in his chest, and from within it emerged a pulsating heart, exuding dark mist. Your legs were consumed by it. It matters not. I was destined to perish anyway. Salazar's tone was detached, as if he were not speaking of his own fate. One must always pay a price. Nala's heart was absorbed deep within the rift, where it remains, unable to devour yet unwilling to relinquish. I can only disguise it momentarily with my own heart, he coughed. However, it is truly formidable. Salazar sighed, a sound indistinguishable between fear and envy, as the last flicker of clarity faded from his eyes. Master, has Salazar perished? The statue drew the heart into its body, and its form visibly diminished, now nearly the size of an infant's fist. Are you saddened? Hogwarts raised a hand to wipe its eyes, a fleeting expression of sorrow quickly replaced by a smile. Indeed. Master, I actually shed a tear. Have I acquired the emotions you often speak of? You always possess them, Hogwarts. I do not know, Master. I merely feel a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Salazar, who aided my successful fusion, being gone. Hogwarts pointed to its chest. You are still young. In the future, you shall comprehend much. Suddenly, the wound on Salazar's leg began to writhe, as if something were burgeoning from within. Hogwarts, keenly perceptive, glided over with a composed smile to investigate. Master, Salazar has been thoroughly tainted. His corpse must be disposed of, lest it become a diminutive extension of him in this realm. Commence decomposition and absorption. Understood. Hogwarts cast one last glance at the visage of the man, wishing to engrave it in memory forever, then waved a small hand. Master, it has tracked the entity emerging from Salazar's wound. I cannot decompose it. Hogwarts furrowed his brow, while Draco and Harry, witnessing this unsettling scene, clenched their small hands in anxiety, realizing that allowing whatever was sprouting from Salazar's wound to flourish would spell disaster. How had they resolved such matters before? Transfiguration. Wanmi suddenly uttered these three words. What? Harry and Draco instinctively turned their gazes toward Wanmi. Hey, why are you two looking at me? Wanmi remained oblivious to what she had just said. Host, you just mentioned transfiguration. After a prolonged silence, Yao Yao suddenly interjected, his tone laced with gravity. Did I say that? I was unaware. Yao Yao ceased to speak, perhaps understanding what Wanmi referred to, the transmutation dissolution technique. The spirit of the castle intended to replace the corruption upon Salazar's corpse with itself in a bid for self-dissolution. Correct? Without a host, it could not manifest. But how could such an entity exist in this world? Who, indeed, was that statue? Master, farewell. Hogwarts, with resolute expression, charged toward Salazar's wound, reminiscent of a valiant warrior embracing martyrdom. The statue emitted a radiant glow once more, though it was evidently less intense than before. That beam of light transformed into a long blade, cleaving toward the root of Hogwarts, which had begun to merge with Salazar's corpse at the thigh. The upper half of Hogwarts succumbed to unconsciousness and was gently set aside by the light. Subsequently, the statue abruptly shrank, unleashing a fierce luminescence directed at Salazar's body. With half of Hogwarts' form dissolving, alongside my presence, it would suffice. Salazar's corpse deteriorated and vanished like dust in the wind. Simultaneously, an invisible force tugged the three of them backward, the scene before them rapidly receding. At the instant of Salazar's complete disappearance, the distant door was forcefully thrust open. Godric, Gryffindor. In the final moment before the scene dissipated, Draco was certain he had glimpsed the figure of the newcomer. Thus, they ultimately never beheld one another again. Chapter 41. The Time Thief. The scene shifted, and as the three regained their footing, they found themselves in an abyss of utter darkness. Before them lay a colossal fissure spanning dozens of meters, with countless silver rays converging from above, meticulously stitching the crack together like a needle and thread. If one dared to peer into the blinding light, unknown creatures clamored at the fissure, attempting to force their way out. Clang! Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from within the fissure, prompting Wanmi to hastily cover her ears, her mind engulfed in a haze from the shrill wail. After a moment, the howling ceased, and Wanmi's mind regained clarity, only to discover that Draco and Harry had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A series of alerts echoed through the air. Warning, level 10 contamination detected. The system's voice crackled intermittently, ultimately fading into silence as if drained of energy. Host, danger. Leave this place at once. The weak and anxious voice of Yao Yao resonated in Wanmi's mind. How could there be contamination lock-on this planet? My designated safe zone was clearly marked. What does this mean? Wanmi could not fully comprehend Yao Yao's words, yet an inexplicable desire urged her to hear more. You can interpret it as an evil deity of the dark kind. What on earth is this place? It must be a breach unexpectedly appearing in this world, discovered by the malevolent deity, seeking to invade and occupy this realm, something far beyond your capability to confront. You must leave. Yao Yao was equally distressed. Even the mechanical system struggled with insufficient signals due to the contamination interference. As a spiritual entity, maintaining clarity was a feat, attributed to its binding within an independent space linked to Wanmi's soul. However, Yao Yao had not anticipated the strength of Wanmi's mental fortitude, astonishingly. She remained lucid in the face of the mental assault. No, it must be that the light net sealed off much of the evil deity's power. Still, that is remarkable. My host is truly impressive. That mollusk is so formidable. What mollusk? Good heavens. Host, run. Yao Yao looked up to see a tentacle suddenly exerting force, crashing through a sparse section of the light net, managing to thrust a sharp tip inside. The light net quickly responded, tightening to sever the tentacle's tip, which then fell. It is crucial to note that the visible portion of that tentacle was as large as Hogwarts itself, and even the tip could rival the size of Hagrid's humble hut. The tip fell with a thud, instantly warping into a creature resembling an octopus, complete with sharp teeth. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a long umbilical-like tube extending from the octopus's rear, evading the light net and reaching deep into the breach. A strong wave of revulsion surged within Wanmi, prompting her to seize a metal rod and charge forward. Die, you wretched thing. You were born to be remade into filth. Yao Yao watched in horror as Wanmi, muttering to herself, rushed towards certain doom. Is this host truly so brave? Have you considered your own diminutive stature? Thud. Wanmi ignored Yao Yao's frantic screams, striking forcefully at one of the octopus's tentacles. However, she was abruptly flung back by the tentacle's recoil, resulting in another thud. The metal rod struck Wanmi's forehead with such force that it created a deep dent. Host, you've injured your appearance. A wave of intense humiliation washed over Wanmi. With a determined kick, she assaulted the tentacle, unleashing a flurry of uncoordinated blows, as if her anger could only be quelled by reducing the octopus to a pulpy mass. I hit. Yet the octopus remained indifferent to Wanmi's futile scratching. To it, she was merely an annoying fly buzzing incessantly. The octopus creature extended a tentacle in an attempt to swat away the fly. Suddenly, Wanmi heard a rush of wind and instinctively retracted her iron rod, driving it forcefully into the ground. Using the momentum, she executed a backflip, retreating several dozen meters just in time to evade the tentacle's attack. Phew. It seems being lightweight has its advantages, she exclaimed. The octopus did not pursue her for a follow-up strike. Instead, it utilized all 8 tentacles, enduring the searing pain of the light net as it grasped the silver threads dangling from it to ascend. I will never again claim Draco is an ugly creature. This hideous being is afraid of returning? Wanmi glanced up at the octopus's height and confirmed it was well beyond her reach. Resolutely, she clutched her iron rod and fixed her gaze on the creature. Impossible. The dark deity's objective is invasion. Even a mere avatar entering this world would wreak maximum havoc. She asserted. What if something within the rift attracts it? She pondered, her conviction wavering. Moreover, the octopus was tethered to a fleshy appendage, suggesting it could not venture far. Look, the appendage is retracting as well, she reconsidered. Just as the octopus was nearing the spot from which it had fallen, a sudden shadow darted through the gap in the light net. Stimulated, the octopus intensified its climbing efforts, several tentacles thrashing against the net, sizzling ominously as they neared incineration. The creature seemed impervious to pain, striving with all its might to intercept the shadow, resembling a rapidly descending meat patty. The shadow, sensing the impending obstruction above, deftly altered its trajectory multiple times in midair, ultimately escaping through a gap between the tentacles and landing at a distance not far from Wanmi Salazar. I thought you were dead, Wanmi remarked, curiously observing the disheveled figure clad in a coarse black robe, whose long beard unmistakably belonged to Salazar, whom she had recently encountered. Who are you? A time thief? Salazar discerned the traces of temporal distortion on the unfamiliar child before him, quickly deducing that she was an individual who had breached the temporal currents using some artifact. But I am dead. That must pertain to the future. This place is perilous. Leave at once. With a roar, the octopus, realizing its prey had escaped, bellowed in fury and leaped down from above. Salazar, unwilling to delay, seized Wanmi and sprinted away. Wanmi noticed Salazar clutching his chest with his right hand. Her curiosity piqued about her location. Unbeknownst to Salazar, the young girl behind him was lost in her thoughts. His sole focus was on making a swift exit. In their hurried escape, they stumbled upon two corpses, their garments resembling those worn by the girl. How tragic. Suddenly, the corpses began to levitate towards them. Salazar, ensuring that the object in his chest would remain secure, waved his right hand. No response. They aren't dead yet? He mused. Ah, so they aren't dead after all. I knew the great Slytherin would not encounter a magical mishap. The bodies floated behind them like kites, rapidly fleeing into the distance. However, the darkness seemed boundless, and as the octopus drew nearer, Salazar clenched his teeth, acutely aware that this was the influence of the creature from the rift. It was inconceivable for the area near the rift to be so desolate. Salazar hurled Wanmi forward, urging her to return to her time with her companions. With determination, he turned to face the approaching octopus creature. Wanmi halted, her eyes wide as she watched Salazar clutch his chest, frantically evading the creature's attacks. Striking marks appeared on his body, and on several occasions, the creature's sharp teeth grazed him. Host, do not act impulsively. Salazar will surely escape. Have you forgotten? You lack strength and cannot wield magic. Do not rush in recklessly. Yao Yao exclaimed, witnessing Wanmi's mounting excitement and hastening to intervene. This world was too fragile, making it difficult to find another host so harmoniously aligned with the system and possessing such formidable mental prowess. I simply detest that hideous creature. I cannot rest until I give it a thorough thrashing. Filth, prepare to be vanquished. Wanmi seized a metal rod once more and charged forward, prompting Yao Yao to sigh in resignation. Great host, go for it. Charge, charge, charge. Even if you cannot defeat it, at least make it uncomfortable. Filthy pollution. What a nuisance. I fear nothing. Stand firm and face it. Jump. Yes, the trash intends to ambush us. Huh, did you not anticipate this? I am the eyes behind the host, darting to the left. Splendid. Disguised in that nauseating, soft exoskeleton, you wretched insect. Stomp on it. Excellent. Even if it cannot be harmed, let us annoy it to no end. Those lantern-like eyes are but gaping holes. Host, soar and stomp on its eyeball. Explode it. Oh, what a pity. We must train diligently in the future. We shall cook exploded eyeballs in the rift. Pollution. No spirit finds it anything but revolting, I assure you. At that moment, Sirius, assisting Auror with the restructuring of Azkaban, sneezed. How peculiar. Why does my forehead feel suddenly chilled? The last time I felt this way was when I realized I had trained a Dementor into a chatterbox. I haven't been foolishly verbose in front of any children lately, have I? In fact, I have not seen a child at all recently. Chapter 42, The Sorrow of Salazar. Wanmi was acutely aware of her insufficient power, yet the sight of the octopus creature ignited a desire to obliterate it. Otherwise, she would feel utterly restless. Even if she could not inflict harm, her presence would surely alleviate some of Salazar's burden, allowing him the mental space to ponder the reasons behind the trespass of the three children into this realm. With her nimble physique, Wanmi leaped and dodged the creature's flailing tentacles, both she and Salazar inadvertently guiding the creature away from the two boys lying still not far off. During one of her jumps to evade the tentacles, Wanmi inadvertently brushed between the creature's two teeth, nearly severing her entire arm. She clutched the wound, which emitted dark smoke. It was her own healing ability at work. Host, has pollution infiltrated you, only to be purified away? Yao Yao exclaimed in disbelief, scanning Wanmi's body once more, and indeed, that threat of pollution had vanished before it could spread. Just how many secrets does this host truly possess? Wanmi, feeling rare pain, gritted her teeth and charged forward once more, finally understanding how Salazar had lost his leg. As the octopus monster once again feigned an attack with its tentacles, it was actually opening its massive maw to bite Salazar. Wanmi leaped onto the tentacle and sprinted with such speed that she left behind a blur in an instant. She soared towards the creature's head, thrusting a metal rod fiercely into its lantern-sized eye. Although aware that this insignificant annoyance could not harm it, the octopus monster instinctively closed its eyes upon being attacked. Salazar, despite witnessing Wanmi's courageous diversion, felt an increasingly intense discomfort in his chest. It seemed that his current abilities were still unable to endure this hard for long. He attempted to shift to the side, but pain shot through his leg. causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. Looking down, he realized with a grimace that his left leg was lodged within the grotesque creature's teeth, swallowed whole. The octopus monster, eager to advance, tugged at the connecting tube behind its head, which had begun to stretch towards the fissure due to the binding of the light net. This connection to its main body could not be severed just yet. Nevertheless, the creature seemed unwilling to relinquish Salazar, extending 2 tentacles to fiercely grip the connecting tube and pull it outward, inching closer to Salazar against the pull of the rift. Seizing the opportunity, Wami hurried over to assist Salazar. No need, cough cough. He spat out a mouthful of dark crimson blood. Thank you for helping me endure this long. I will soon be drawn back into the rift. Child, are you a student of Hogwarts? Wami nodded vigorously. Hang in there, old man. You are quite polite, Salazar observed, recognizing that Wanmi's perceived rudeness stemmed from her naivety. Have you seen me before? It seems I have managed to return. Sort of. Things are much better now than before. The last time we met, you had severed both your right legs. Salazar's right leg was fading away, blood beginning to seep from the connection point. It appears I am destined to lose both my legs. Here is a word of advice. If you ever find yourself traversing time and space again, do not change anything lightly. But you just had one leg left. Salazar's right leg had vanished entirely, and inexplicably, he bore several deep and shallow wounds. It seems I was faring quite poorly without your assistance, haha. Wanmi was confused. Surely, this old man must be in great pain, yet he could still laugh? Before she could voice her thoughts, she felt a familiar tugging sensation from behind and quickly glanced towards the group of boys in the distance, who also appeared to be pulled backward. It seems your time is drawing near. Farewell, child. Salazar ignored Wanmi, his right hand tightly clutching his chest while his left hand retrieved a crystal from the tattered remnants of his robe, shattering it. A small halo flickered in the air as Salazar reached out with both hands. Wanmi, now being pulled back alongside Draco, witnessed the octopus monster, left with only one tentacle, let out a furious roar. It elongated and narrowed that tentacle, wrapping it fiercely around Salazar's remaining form, the tip desperately attempting to burrow beneath his right hand. Wanmi observed Salazar struggling against the encroaching tendrils, yet she could no longer discern his expression. That grim-faced old man must surely be gritting his teeth at this moment. In the final second, she witnessed Salazar being drawn into the luminous circle, which erupted with a brilliant glow, likely emanating from the same source as the light web. The tendrils illuminated by the radiance convulsed in reluctant surrender, hastily retracting into the rift. Once Wanmi regained her composure, she found herself back in the library. The clock on the wall indicating 3 o'clock. It was 3 in the morning. She had returned. Draco and Harry lay sprawled at her feet, still unconscious, their brows furrowed in evident distress. Contamination. The word flashed in Wanmi's mind, and instinctively, she pressed her index finger gently against Draco's forehead and closed her eyes. A wisp of dark energy emerged from his brow and was absorbed into her being. Minutes later, she repeated the process for Harry, extracting the dark essence from his forehead. Yao Yao, witnessing Wanmi's peculiar purifying ability, refrained from intervening. Seeing the 2 men's foreheads relax, Wanmi still felt a twinge of unease. Yao Yao, do you recognize this entity? Please check if there is anything left within them. After a moment. No, host, it has been beautifully extracted. You are splendid, even without knowledge. I realize your choice of words lacks precision. Host, are you concerned for them? Wanmi furrowed her brow. Is this what concern feels like? Is it? Yao Yao was uncertain, as it had not detected any emotions akin to worry within the host. I merely felt compelled to act. Regardless, let us examine the statue. Wanmi made her way to the previous location of the statue, only to find it utterly empty. This cannot be right. There should at least be a black heart. With a surge of energy, she floated half a meter into the air, meticulously searching the area where the statue had once stood, not even neglecting the crevices in the walls. Yao Yao exclaimed, I can't believe what I've discovered. The host is unable to ascend any higher? It was certain that Wanmi had exerted herself to the fullest, implying that her intention to stack herself atop those 2 youngsters was not merely a whimsical desire for concealment. Wanmi's fingers brushed against a sharp protrusion in the wall, her eyes narrowing in delight. Chapter 43, A Grand Welcome. Wanmi's fingertips encountered a minuscule statue, no larger than an ant, which she swiftly pinched and withdrew. How pathetic. She teased the statue with a hint of malice, convinced that it possessed some level of consciousness. What? Is it incapable of speech? Host, it seems hopeless. It's nearly diminished to nothing and surely cannot articulate. Who's to say? Perhaps its diminutive stature renders it too bashful to speak? Indeed, it was once at least the size of a hand. Perhaps it was even larger before. Enough of this. You too, Wanmi, right? Yao Yao, is that correct? At least I can consider myself a senior. So, you can speak, mother. You can hear my words. Astonished, are you? Then you truly are a rarity. Your life form is indeed superior to this one, yet you must understand that there are greater realms beyond your own. Wanmi could not help but interrupt the incessant chatter of the statue. Pardon my bluntness, but do you not sense that your voice is growing fainter? What? I still have much to say. I have not spoken for a millennium. Why? It is too late now. Wanmi, here is this for you. With a sharp crack, the statue shattered in her palm, vanishing into the ground, revealing a pulsating heart exuding dark mist suspended in midair. So, he waited 1,000 years merely to convey that there are beings beyond this realm? Yao Yao expressed her bewilderment. Perhaps it is meant for me? I feel a peculiar connection to that heart. Are you serious? That heart must be saturated with dark energy by now. Wanmi rolled her eyes. She could articulate the strange sense of bloodline connection, and if that heart bore a human form, she would suspect it was her own lineage. The heart floated silently in the air, releasing dark mist that silently beckoned Wanmi to seize it. Yao Yao anxiously observed as Wanmi's hand inched closer and closer to the heart. Whoosh! The moment Wanmi's fingertip brushed against the heart, it transformed into a streak of black light and surged into her chest, an overwhelming force coursing from her heart to her limbs. I feel empowered. Yao Yao instinctively glanced at the top of Wanmi's head. Her hair remained unchanged, perhaps just an illusion. I could take on 10 of them. At that moment, Wanmi felt invigorated, launching a punch. Where's the sound of the wind? Am I striking from afar? Wanmi refused to be dissuaded. She was certain it was not an illusion. With a mighty push from her legs, she shot upwards like a rocket. I knew it. I knew it. The power has indeed arrived. Mother, I see someone flying in the sky. Surely, she had not yet awakened. On the floor, Draco opened his eyes, bleary, and glanced at Wanmi above him before turning over to continue sleeping. In the next moment, his eyes flew wide open. I'm back. Draco leapt up, excitedly surveying his surroundings. Was this truly his time? Ignoring the frenzied Wanmi above, he nudged Harry beside him. Scarhead, wake up. Are we back? This cannot be a dream. The events of the last few hours had utterly shattered Draco's previous understanding. Salazar had died in the library. His relationship with Godric Gryffindor was not as fractured as history suggested. Most importantly, he had seen a tentacle in the library. What on earth was that? And that massive rift that had rendered him unconscious. It had not been a pleasant experience. Draco urgently needed someone to affirm his reality, to assure him that he had not misinterpreted what he had witnessed. Clearly, Wanmi was not the best candidate. Ugh, my head aches. Malfoy, why are you pushing me? Harry, too, was in discomfort, his head pounding. He was certain it was worse than his previous stares with Snape or Quirrell. Who knew? But it was undeniably more painful than those encounters. Scarhead, show me we are truly back. Why do I feel uncertain? Wanmi herself was confounded by her inexplicable levitation. And do you recall that gaping rift? Salazar? The tentacle that ensnared Salazar? You remember, right? That cannot have been mere figment of my imagination. Harry was nearly disoriented by Draco's incessant jostling, hurriedly raising a hand to halt him. Calm down, calm down. I feel so dizzy, nauseous. He exclaimed. Wait, it's only a little past 3. Did we just share a dream? Harry, more bewildered than Draco, had only begun to explore the realm of magic this year, and his understanding of the intricacies of time and space was limited. However, he was certain they had not left the library in such a state. Suddenly, Harry sprang to his feet, noticing that Wanmi was still merrily hovering around the ceiling. Regardless, there was no escaping now. He decided to set aside his concerns for the moment. He approached the bookshelf where Wanmi had previously retrieved a book and was astonished to discover that the tome, which had once resided on the top shelf, was now missing. Where's the book? It's gone. Look, Draco, Harry exclaimed, retrieving a twig from the crevice between the bookshelf and the wall. This was the branch I transformed into a knife. It was all real. The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Surely, Hogwarts harbored secrets yet untold. You two are awake. Wanmi, having relished her newfound freedom, gracefully descended to stand before them. Wanmi, how did we return? Do you know what happened? And why can you fly? Harry bombarded her with questions. Why do you care? Wanmi yawned widely. Salazar is dead, and we came back. I'm so tired. Let us go to sleep. Draco harbored strong suspicions that her fatigue stemmed from flying. Yet recalling his first-hand experience of seeing Wanmi float above the ground, he found it not entirely unbelievable. As for Harry, he had long believed that a few witches and wizards could fly, and he was convinced that with enough effort, he too could master the ability. Thus, Wanmi led the inquisitive Draco and the unconditionally trusting Harry out the door. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they stepped into the corridor, they were met with a cacophony of shrill welcomes from the portraits. Hey, how rude. What time is it to be playing around with flickering lights here? Harry Potter, Merlin, and Draco Malfoy and Wanmi Demet. The trio stood dumbfounded, hands over their ears, as a gentlemanly portrait swiftly vanished from its frame. Are we ghosts? Draco hastily retracted his wand, suddenly realizing that they should not be so brazenly wandering the corridors at this hour. We need to sneak back. Stay close. Potter, make sure Demet doesn't wander off to some peculiar place again. To Draco's surprise, nearly all the portraits in the castle had awakened. No matter where they tread, the slightest sound would provoke inquiries from the paintings. Who is there? Is that Harry Potter? I've spotted them. Is it Malfoy? They're on the 3rd floor. It must be them. Oh, I think I heard something. 2nd floor. Quick, notify Dumbledore. A foreboding sense crept over Draco as he urged his companions to quicken their pace, hoping to reach their dormitory and pretend as though nothing had transpired. Naturally, this was merely a delusion of his escapist mentality, shattered mercilessly by a few professors at the foot of the stairs on the 1st floor. Help! What on earth is happening? Why are my parents here too? Someone save the child. Chapter 44. The principal's office is quite lively. In the principal's office, a gathering of professors surrounded 3 individuals, making the spacious room feel somewhat cramped. It must be Harry Potter. Tell me, where have you taken Draco? Harry, bewildered, wondered what this long-haired man resembling Draco was talking about. He struggled to comprehend the question. What did it mean to ask where he had taken Draco? Draco opened his mouth to respond, but was deterred by the piercing gaze of his father, swallowing his words back down. Malfoy, do remain calm. There may be extenuating circumstances, Dumbledore said, attempting to soothe Lucius Malfoy. He then turned to the trio. Can you explain where you have been for the past week? A week. Draco and Harry exclaimed in unison, instantly engulfed in disbelief. It was impossible. It could not have been more than a few hours. We ought to inform you, Potter, Malfoy, and Demet, that you have been missing for an entire week. It was the night when Hooch punished you to clean the brooms, McGonagall stated sternly, causing a weight to settle in the hearts of the two. She did not strike one as a person who would jest. Draco quickly glanced at his father. If it had indeed been a week, it would explain why his father was present at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, noticing the children did not seem to be lying, turned his gaze to the most composed among them. Wami, can you tell me what transpired? Huh, I don't know. We finished cleaning and we're heading back. But I broke 5 brooms, and Draco mentioned it was nearly curfew, so we intended to rush back to the dormitory to repair them. Draco is quite skilled and surely could fix them. He knows a great deal. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Draco interjected. Is this how we planned it? Harry added. Then a cat chased us, and that rather charming gentleman on the 1st floor attempted to catch us. Suddenly, Filch in the caretaker's office sneezed twice. Who is speaking ill of me? Then we ran into the library and entered a hidden chamber. Draco and Harry abruptly turned to Wanmi. Is this something we can disclose? I thought it was a secret between us. However, Wanmi paid no mind to their protests. Inside I saw. After that, we returned. It was only a few hours. I believe. Wanmi was uncertain. She had little grasp of time, but since Draco claimed it was merely a few hours, she accepted that. Since Wanmi discovered that Draco could recognize individuals from 1,000 years ago and could illuminate his wand, she had concluded that he was quite remarkable. Perhaps they were evenly matched. The others collectively questioned. Do you wish to reflect on what you just said? All right, I understand. But could you repeat what you saw? A fleeting look of confusion passed through Dumbledore's eyes. Wanmi frowned. You can't be serious. Are you starting to lose your hearing? I said. She took a deep breath and recounted a lengthy narrative. The others, including Draco and Harry, pondered. Why must Wanmi repeat what she witnessed regarding Salazar and how he met his demise? The latter part is the real quandary. To think that after we fainted, Wanmi still participated in the battle. How envious. Indeed, apart from Draco and Harry, everyone else heard nothing but a chaotic jumble of incoherent sounds in the Chamber of Secrets, rendering it impossible to discern a single word. Confusion. Dumbledore suddenly realized that someone was obscuring the events within the chamber, or perhaps it was a kind of pact. He intended to say more, but at that moment, the door to the headmaster's office was forcefully flung open. Harry caught sight of a large shadow rushing towards him, and before he could even hide, he was enveloped in a tight embrace. Harry, you have finally returned. I was so worried. Sirius had been circling around Hogwarts Castle for days, searching for any traces of Harry's presence. That night, he had even ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, which was why he was the last to arrive. Mr. Black, you've returned? That's wonderful. Harry felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his father's old friend safely back. Of course I came back. The moment I heard you were missing, I rushed back. You have no idea how worried I was. I haven't even told you that I am your godfather. Sirius continuously ruffled Harry's hair, as dark thoughts had plagued him these days. Only by ceaselessly searching could he momentarily quell his spiraling anxieties. What? You are my godfather? Really? Harry could hardly believe it, his voice laced with hope. Could it be that someone who cared for him so deeply was indeed his godfather? Having faced indifference from Aunt Petunia, he had not cried. Having been bullied by other children, he had not shed a tear, even in this strange place. He had remained stoic. Yet, in this moment, an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within him, and he could not help but feel his eyes moisten. I say. An iron rod intruded between the two, interrupting the emotions that Harry had just begun to cultivate. Sirius, did you not see me? Wanmi expressed her dissatisfaction at Sirius's disregard, wondering why he had failed to acknowledge her presence. It was clear that she should not have been allowed to escape. After just a few days outside, he had already begun to overlook her. If this continued, she would be even less inclined to return to Azkaban. It seemed she had grown accustomed to the wild. Sirius's mind raced. Oh no, he had forgotten about this little ancestor. He needed to placate her quickly, lest this eccentric little being say something unpredictable. He hurriedly ruffled Wanmi's hair. Of course not. They all came here, didn't they? Wanmi, your hair has grown a bit longer. Sirius was baffled as to why he still felt compelled to help Wanmi conceal her identity. He had already been exonerated, and her exposure had little impact on him. Snape, unable to tolerate Sirius's foolish exuberance any longer, coldly interjected, Black, if your brain, which has been dormant for a decade, could still function, you would realize we are still investigating what they have been up to. What did you say, Slug? Did you not see that Harry was frightened too? He is a victim. Harry looked up at Sirius, feeling a surge of warmth as he stood protectively in front of him, his nose tinged with a sense of bitterness. Humph, perhaps it was he who led my son into that ghastly chamber. Uh-huh. Malfoy, would you care to take a look? There are 2 Slytherins here, and only 1 Gryffindor. Of course, Wanmi. I am not referring to you. It is undoubtedly this little Malfoy who wishes to lead you astray. His dear upbringing has made him so well-mannered, while Wanmi knows nothing, rendering these 2 unfortunate children a veritable gift-giving squad. What did you say? Draco is a qualified Slytherin who never acts rashly. Draco, Father, I genuinely appreciate your unwavering trust in me. However, the trio, no matter how peculiar their thought processes, recognize that these individuals are merely squabbling over their affairs. Wisely, they step aside and observe the spectacle, particularly Wanmi, who takes the matter most seriously, discovering that adult disputes are infinitely more captivating than childish banter. Snape does not grant Sirius the opportunity to counter Lucius Malfoy's assertions, asserting that regardless of who it is, you are recklessly obstructing our pursuit of the truth. We have yet to address your responsibility for infiltrating Hogwarts under the guise of Remus Lupin's nephew. What is wrong with me attending class on behalf of my friend's nephew? Is that so objectionable? Once I have learned, I shall impart the knowledge to him, and you, a Slytherin headmaster, have such a wide reach. Huh, what a reasonable excuse. Have you perhaps forgotten that Remus Lupin is still unconscious? Are you going to impart lessons to his spirit? With such capabilities, why not procure a couple of Merlin's medals instead? As this senseless quarrel begins to veer into bizarre territory, Dumbledore massages his temples. Enough, enough. I believe I have grasped the situation. Let us allow the 3 children to return and rest, for in their perception, they have not had a proper night's sleep. Dumbledore. Snape wishes to say more, but receives a placating gesture from Dumbledore. He rolls his eyes at the smug Sirius and refrains from further comment. Professor McGonagall, would you kindly escort these 3 children back to their dormitory? McGonagall, having long been weary of listening to the verbal sparring of a few unduly immature men, acquiesces to the task, recognizing that Dumbledore always possesses his rationale. Come now, get some good rest. Wanmi, feeling liberated, joyfully clutches her beloved iron rod as she exits. Entirely unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of the professors, her only desire being to return for a relaxing bath. Naturally, she remains unaware that a certain adorable someone is waiting for her to be alone. Chapter 45, The Popular Draco's Mother. Shortly after the trio follows McGonagall out of the headmaster's office, they encounter Narcissa Malfoy, approaching with a tray of food. Mother, little dragon, you're out. I was worried you might be hungry. This is food I personally prepared at home. Just heat it up. Do eat. Oh, and you must be Wanmi, right? And Harry Potter. You too, come and have some. Narcissa's gentle smile causes Harry to blush slightly. Feeling awkward, he scratches his head and is about to decline, but Wanmi enthusiastically agrees. How wonderful. I'm famished. Draco's mother, you're so kind. Upon hearing this, Narcissa's smile widens even further as she cheerfully greets McGonagall and leads the 3 children into an empty classroom. Your words are so sweet. Come, give it a try. I hope it suits your tastes. It was made according to Draco's preferences. Malfoy, you actually enjoy sweet treats. Harry gazed at a tray brimming with an array of delectable sweets and playfully nudged Malfoy. Just a couple of days ago, I heard you bickering with Pansy, claiming you wouldn't stoop to the level of a frail little girl who only knows how to indulge in sweet cream. Narcissa's words carried an undercurrent of danger. When did Draco begin to harbor such disdain for girls? Oh, is that what you said, little dragon? The alarm bells rang in Draco's mind. That wretched Scarhead had gone and tattled. I did not. That comment was solely directed at Pansy. She deliberately smeared ink on my shirt and then accused me of overreacting. That was a birthday gift from you. Look, Mother, I genuinely enjoy spending time with Whammy. We have a splendid rapport. Draco emphasized the last 4 words, fervently asserting that Narcissa could seek out others for corroboration. Ask my classmates. Whammy and I attend classes together, right, Whammy? At that moment, Whammy was busy devouring a cup of chocolate pudding, and due to her rapid pace, remnants of the dark brown treat adorned the corners of her mouth. She looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. Huh. Draco continued. It's all right, little Whammy. Please tell me, has Draco ever bullied you? Whammy, with a fondness for Narcissa, tilted her head thoughtfully at the question. No, he has never bullied me. Draco is quite kind and has even taken me to class. He knows so much. She recalled how Draco had once inexplicably pursued her, only to be left breathless after a few steps, adding, it's just that he's a bit weak. Draco's mother should ensure he exercises more. I can't even keep up with him. Narcissa was struck by the innocence reflected in the eyes of the little dark-haired girl. How could the ever-skeptical old Lou doubt such a naive child? It was utterly wicked. All right, little Whammy, I will. Is it delicious? Within the span of their conversation, Whammy astonishingly managed to finish another cup of chocolate hot milk. What a hearty appetite. So well-behaved. Draco observed this tender scene of maternal affection and filial piety, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous. Here, Draco instinctively accepted the coconut milk pouch offered to him, only to find Harry regarding him with an expression that seemed to convey understanding. Go on, eat up. It appears your mother has little interest in you. In a fit of irritation, Draco shoved the pouch into Harry's mouth, insisting, eat yours. He then glanced back at the amicable duo, feeling quite vexed. He seized another coconut milk pouch from the tray and bit into it with fervor. Oh, mother's cooking remains as exquisite as ever. Blissful. After they had filled their bellies, Narcissa, noticing the visible fatigue in the children, tenderly escorted them back. Harry stood at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, watching Narcissa depart, resolving that even for the sake of tonight's dinner, he would be more accommodating towards Malfoy. He envied Malfoy immensely. Once Narcissa's figure was out of sight, Harry sighed and turned back to the dormitory. We are the most formidable of creatures. With a mere swing of our fists, we can turn provisions into obedient offerings. We are unrivaled in our charm, and one day, we shall ensure that no child remains to be bothersome and entirely unpalatable. Wang Mi hummed the song of the Dementor while cheerfully filling the bathtub with water. The temperature was a bit low, so she decided to add some hot water. Perfect. Hello, Wang Mi. I've been waiting for you. The sudden voice startled her, causing her to slip and tumble into the tub. Perhaps I should come back later? The voice revealed uncertainty. Hogwarts, are you out of your mind? It's late at night, and you come to watch me bathe? Do you believe I could easily rearrange your head right now? Speak up. Don't think your silence will make me forget you're still there. Show yourself. What are you hiding for? Hogwarts replied. Thankfully, the dormitory is soundproofed. In fact, within Hogwarts, I am everywhere. So what? Wang Mi was filled with rage, unsure of where to direct it. This only fueled her anger further. The water she had so carefully prepared splashed out with her sudden movement. I'm not pretending not to be here. It's just that you cannot see me. Heh. Are you challenging me? Would you like me to dismantle your bath right now? Hogwarts had intended to say that entry was impossible, but he feared provoking Wang Mi further. She might very well tear the castle apart, and even the Guardians would be powerless to stop her. Reflecting on the past, he had never believed that this lunatic could be reborn multiple times without succumbing to madness. I was wrong. Now, knowing my mistake, will you refill the tub? What are you waiting for? Just you alone? Hogwarts suddenly realized that this being seemed to lack a defined gender, and he himself had no explicit gender either. He had adopted a masculine appearance after spending time with the previous master, but why had Wang Mi chosen a feminine form? It couldn't possibly be because of Nala, could it? Wang Mi only began dreaming of Nala after arriving at the castle. Lost in thought, Hogwarts controlled the faucet to release water at a comfortable temperature. Seeing Wang Mi display a look of contentment, he quickly interjected. Wang Mi, have you visited the library and met the previous master, who is merely a statue? Wang Mi, enveloped by the scent of chocolate wafting through the room, felt drowsy. Yes, I've met him. That statue is indeed your master. Wang Mi's realization confirmed that only she had sufficient understanding to communicate with him. Tell me quickly, how is the previous master? To preserve me. He nearly exhausted his last reserves of energy. For 1,000 years, he hasn't spoken a word to me. Wang Mi recalled the statue that had appeared without sharing any useful information before going offline, suddenly understanding its plight. After all, it had been silent for a millennium. So, the last time you broke your leg, it could only grow on the stone table? Not quite. I had only recently become the spirit of Hogwarts Castle. And when I broke my leg, I was on the verge of dissipating. The previous master later expended some energy to help me recover. But the cost was being bound to that stone table in that room. Otherwise, the master would not have had to remain silent for 1,000 years. Rest assured, he will no longer suffer. The last remnants of his essence, no larger than an ant, have completely dissipated. Hogwarts added, if it weren't for the fact that you are not entirely human and lack understanding, I would have struck you already. Believe it. What should have been a profoundly sorrowful matter left Hogwarts conflicted about whether to feel anger or sadness first, as he spoke to Wang Mi. You. I won't hold this against you. It seems you've also obtained your heart. I am here to inform you that you must come to see me tomorrow evening. The old master has something to convey to you. Is it not possible to meet during the day? After all, I am the spirit of Hogwarts. Do you think I would skip class for a conversation? Come in the evening. I shall take my leave now. Do not call for me. Hogwarts has intentions that do not align with Wang Mi's. Having said that, I hurriedly ran off, fearing that I would be called back if I lingered. Wanmi remained indifferent, reclining back in the bathtub to continue soaking. Yao Yao, I am going to sleep now. Please wake me up in the morning. The chocolate treats made by Draco's mother are truly delightful. Cultivating a good relationship with him may grant me the opportunity to visit his home. Yao Yao. All right. Esteemed host. Oh my goodness. The esteemed host wishes to strengthen ties with the little golden retriever. I must swiftly sift through the backlog of tasks related to the little golden retriever. Tonight shall be a sleepless night for Yao Yao. Comrades, the debut begins tomorrow. Everyone, please come to support. Chapter 46, Draco's Diminishing Status. Narcissa arrived once more at the headmaster's office. The discussion among several had concluded. Upon seeing Sirius, her eyes brightened, and she rushed over to embrace him without giving him a chance to refuse. You've lost weight. You now appear even older than I am. Sirius felt a pang in his heart at Narcissa's concerned words and haughtily extricated himself from her embrace. Sister, after such a long absence, you remain as rude as ever. Narcissa's expression darkened, and she suppressed the urge to kick him, reminding herself to maintain decorum in public. You will return with us shortly. We shall dine at Malfoy Manor tomorrow. Having said that, she refused to allow Sirius any opportunity to decline. Returning to Lucius's side, she eagerly inquired, what news? Do you know where Draco and the others have gone? Although Narcissa had refrained from probing in front of the children, it did not imply a lack of concern. On the contrary, she remained restless until she clarified where her little dragon had been during these days of absence. Merlin knows there was a moment when she felt an impulse to bring Draco back. However, children must ultimately grow up. All she could do was ensure their safety to the greatest extent possible. Lucius's stern expression softened instantly as he gently patted Narcissa's arm, reassuring her. We shall discuss it upon our return. Narcissa ceased her inquiries, and the two exchanged nods of farewell with the others. While Sirius was nearly dragged away from Hogwarts by Narcissa, although Sirius wore a reluctant expression, he could not summon the resolve to refuse her. Among the siblings, he shared the closest bond with Narcissa, who had even secretly cared for and assisted him when he distanced himself from the family. Dumbledore, I hope your decision proves to be the right one. This year, even Hogwarts itself exudes an air of abnormality. Snape is certain that these changes are not due to Harry Potter's influence. That girl is quite extraordinary. Snape refrained from mentioning Dement's unusual weight, as he had yet to ascertain the truth. He was never one to speak without certainty. If only he could ascertain it. Snape narrowed his eyes, hoping not to wait until he discovered what species Dement truly belonged to. For anything potentially dangerous, it is best to strike decisively. Let us send this bothersome little brat away once and for all. If Yao Yao were to discern Snape's innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly marvel at the undeniable depth of his affection. Realizing that Snape's restraint in not taking action against Wanmi must stem from his noble sense of teaching ethics. Of course, Severus. Perhaps Wanmi is indeed a challenging student to manage, yet is she not fundamentally good at heart? Furthermore, there is a point that Dumbledore did not mention. Harry appears to have a strong fondness for Wanmi, and having a good friend in Slytherin may prove to be of significant importance in the future. Humph, call me Snape, he scoffed. For he was well aware of the old fox's hidden intentions. May all unfold as you wish. Dumbledore, with a resigned smile, watched as Snape departed. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. You should return and rest, he said. McGonagall, somewhat distracted, followed the other professors as they left. Later that evening, upon returning to the headmaster's office, she happened upon Dumbledore articulating his speculations. The exact number of hidden chambers within Hogwarts remains a mystery. It is not impossible that Wanmi and her companions inadvertently opened one. Regarding the lengthy description that they could not comprehend, Dumbledore hypothesized it was constrained by Hogwarts rules and contracts. Each professor, upon formally assuming their role at Hogwarts, sensed the presence of an additional contract. They vaguely perceived that within the confines of Hogwarts, they were, to some extent, protected. Certainly, the notorious magical creatures listed on the register would never breach Hogwarts defenses. What? Brought in by others? That is hardly Hogwarts' concern. This vague sensation was sufficient for astute wizards to deduce that it constituted a protective contract. If the challenges faced by the three children posed a threat to Hogwarts' safety and were prohibited from being disclosed to outsiders, then it is conceivable that they were bound by the constraints of this contract. McGonagall, suppressing her excitement, returned to her dormitory, and the moment she closed the door, a wave of exhilaration swept across her typically stern visage. I knew it. I was right. The protective rules have manifested. It must be one of those three children. The Gryffindor spirit within McGonagall ignited, roaring with fervor. She dashed towards her trunk, and in her heightened excitement, it took her 3 attempts to open it. McGonagall frantically rummaged through her neatly folded robes, discarding them aside, even failing to notice that one of her cherished books had suffered a bent corner in the process. As the trunk revealed its bottom, McGonagall reverently extended her wand towards it, declaring, in the name of protection, I solemnly open this place. The bottom of the trunk suddenly split apart, revealing a descending series of triangular wooden platforms, 9 layers in total, resembling a miniature pyramid. Atop this pyramid rested a sealed wooden box the size of a fist. McGonagall cautiously extracted the box and sat on her bed, lost in memories of her distant school days. Meanwhile, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, and Wanmi, flushed with anger, emerged from the bathtub. Feeling the coldness of the water, which only soured her expression further. Annoyed, she hastily dressed and rushed towards the door. Host! Host! Draco's mother! Yao Yao quickly interjected. For after so much effort, she could not allow a mere case of morning grumpiness to thwart her newfound hope for the mission. With thoughts of her only beloved chocolate aside from humans, Wanmi resolved to endure. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and spoke gently. Draco, I don't wish to attend class today. I stayed up too late last night. Why do you sound so strange? Draco questioned, puzzled by her awkward tone. Well then, let us proceed to potions class. All right, wait a moment, potions class? In an instant, Wanmi transitioned her thoughts from frostbitten eggplants to a raucous hound on drugs. Hold on, I'm coming too. Draco had never witnessed Wanmi pack up so swiftly. Was this a dream? Did he just say something particularly noteworthy? Oh, potions class. Suddenly, Draco recalled Wanmi's remark about how delightful he smelled. Perhaps it would be wise to keep a distance from her later? Oblivious to Draco's inner musings, Wanmi urged the group to quicken their pace, eager to relish the aromatic feast ahead. After breakfast, as the trio brushed past Quirrell in the corridor, Wanmi abruptly halted and glanced back at him. His scent was as repugnant as ever. No, even more so. You mean Quirrell? That garlic odor is indeed unbearable. Even Goyle could not tolerate it. It is worth noting that Goyle was capable of enjoying a slice of garlic cake. Goyle nodded vigorously in agreement with Draco. Absolutely. It's truly horrendous. That's not just garlic, it's spoiled garlic. Crab covered his mouth and quickened his steps, pulling Wanmi along. Merlin's stinky socks. Please stop describing it. I just ate a bit too much. Draco thought. How dare he so casually tug at Wanmi's arm? Does this boy have no sense of danger? Why did Wanmi not refuse? When did she become so accommodating? Draco suddenly recalled that he had also hastily approached Wanmi several times, and she had not turned him away. Perhaps she merely appeared more formidable than she truly was? Draco, hurry up. Goyle attempted to reach out and pull the dazed Draco along, but hesitated. As an unusual signal from his rarely used brain warned him, Draco has a bad temper. I should rather seek Wanmi. In Goyle and Crab's eyes. Compared to their fearsome Draco, Wanmi, though somewhat violent, shared many similarities with them. They both despised studying, preferred not to engage their minds, and would opt for brute force over clever tactics. She was practically their ideal companion. Thus, Draco suddenly realized that not only was his position as the Slytherin prince at risk, but it seemed he was also on the verge of losing his 2 little minions. Chapter 47, Instincts Unleashed. Wanmi sat contentedly beside Draco, enraptured by the sight of Snape striding about the classroom. It turned out that it was not Quirrell's scent that had intensified, but rather her own senses had become more acute. Wanmi struggled to suppress her urge to feast, her mouth watering uncontrollably. How fragrant! How enticing! How delightful! How aromatic! As Yao Yao listened to the incessant stream of thoughts bubbling within Wanmi, her head felt as though it might burst. She dove into the database, searching for any historical records of professors who had been attacked yet remained at Hogwarts. Thankfully, the begrudgingly positive score of Severus Snape's affinity towards her ensured he had never approached her. Host, please endure a little longer. Just bear with it for a moment. Sirius promised to provide you with a container for gathering food, didn't he? The delectable aromas beckoned her. Wanmi's toes dug into the ground. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, as her cautious reason urged her to remain steadfast in her loyalty to her sustenance. But why? Wanmi's thoughts began to scatter. Why must I pledge loyalty to mere provisions? Am I not entitled to choose from a myriad of delectable dishes? The fragrant Snape, the relatively palatable Harry. Even Dumbledore emitted an enticing scent. Oh, which one, besides that repugnant Quirrell, is not suitable for consumption? Why can't I indulge? From this day forth, you shall be my sole physician, and I shall become your exclusive sustenance. Whose voice was that? It sounded so familiar. Wanmi's mind felt hazy as 2 indistinct figures flashed before her. She instinctively recognized they were engaged in feeding. Countless scenes of consumption played out. Greed, pleasure, suffering, release, liberation. Wanmi could not discern whose emotions these were, or perhaps they belonged to both. At that moment, Yao Yao perceived an entirely different tableau unfolding in the space around them. A faint stream of information began to flow from the heart embedded within Wanmi, seeping into the depths of her consciousness. A pill. The host lacked a physical brain. This influx of information was far too overwhelming for her. Host, damn it. At that moment, as Wanmi's awareness waned, she inexplicably shared the visual experience with Yao Yao, who now firmly believed that heart belonged to Wanmi. This also implied that their host had indeed reclaimed her heart in the truest sense. Host, hold on. I will return shortly. Yao Yao gritted her teeth, channeling all the residual energy from the system into her being, barely managing to extricate herself from the confining space. Swiftly traversing through the walls and racing to the 8th floor while continuing to call out, Hogwarts, can you hear me? Hogwarts. Wanmi is in grave danger. Upon crossing a floor, Yao Yao suddenly found herself teleported directly to the 8th floor chamber. Who are you? What is happening with Wanmi? Hogwarts anxiously shifted its upper body, never before feeling such a deep-seated frustration at being unable to leave the stone table. After sensing Wanmi's distress, it had been calling out to her, but received no response. There is no time to explain. Can you bring Sirius here? Hogwarts furrowed its brow. Sirius had been taken by the Malfoy couple the previous night and was likely at Malfoy Manor. Think of something. Wanmi seems to be lost in her cravings for food. I fear she might act against Snape. I'm worried no one will be able to stop him. A Dementor with a heart. Who knows if the Patronus charm will even work? Yao Yao dared not gamble. Snape was akin to a poison, according to Wanmi's conjecture. Should she take action against Snape, it could very well plunge her back into a chaotic state of madness. Wait, don't rush. There must be a way. Hogwarts summoned a parchment, swiftly modifying its contents. No matter who you are, you must have emerged from Wanmi, right? Hurry back and try to soothe her. As Hogwarts waved its hand, Yao Yao found herself once again in the potions classroom, just in time to see the pale Wanmi suddenly lift her head, fixating intently on Snape at the podium. Damn Dementor. Yao Yao had no time to assess her own energy and rushed into Draco's mind next door. Draco was conflicted about whether to call Snape over due to Wanmi's unusual reaction. After all, Snape had hardly approached their side for most of the class, seemingly oblivious to the situation. However, he was horrified to notice that his desk mate beside him had begun to radiate coldness. What was happening? The next moment, Draco's mind went blank, and when he regained consciousness, he found Wanmi lying on the floor, the stool beneath her inexplicably in his hands, while the others stared at him as if he were a madman. What have I done? Draco exclaimed. Draco, what have you done? Snape bellowed as he rushed over to examine Wanmi, only to find her unconscious. I don't know. Draco panicked, tossing the stool aside, unable to fathom the scene before him. No one noticed Yao Yao drifting out of Draco's mind, casting an apologetic glance at the little blonde before looking with relief at the unconscious Wanmi. How wonderful, the host is unharmed. I still have a chance to return home. Yao Yao's form dissipated back into the void, like a fallen leaf resting silently on the ground. Beep. The system detected that the sprite had fallen into slumber with an unknown awakening time, entering autonomous operation mode. Beep. The system recognized that the host had lapsed into unconsciousness, triggering autonomous awakening mode. Beep. Awakening failed. The host's non-substantial brain was detected to be in a chaotic state due to external forces. Malfoy, come here. The rest of you. Submit a potion for treating boils after class. Snape hoisted Wanmi in his arms, intending to take her to the infirmary for examination. Once again feeling the weight that seemed unearthly, he contemplated for a moment and changed direction, leading Draco toward the dungeon. It was merely some bruises. He could handle it. After bidding farewell to Yao Yao, Hogwarts closed its eyes, its consciousness seeping into the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was engrossed in a seemingly ancient document. By all accounts, Hogwarts could not communicate directly with any human, as this was to prevent unnecessary entanglements that could lead to misjudgments in its guardianship of the institution. However, it had just activated the emergency clause in its contract, temporarily acquiring the authority to communicate with the headmaster. Of course, the price was merely a depletion of energy, resulting in a tighter bond with the stone table later on. Nothing to worry about. Dumbledore was deeply focused on studying the dark magic tomes that Tom Riddle had perused in the library when suddenly a line of text appeared on the desk before him. A glint of intensity flickered in his eyes. Who are you? Dumbledore, bring Sirius back. I am Hogwarts. Hogwarts has already grasped the situation regarding Wanmi and has momentarily breathed a sigh of relief, yet it remains imperative to retrieve Wanmi's provisions first. This damned racial trait. Can it conceive of anything beyond mere consumption? Hogwarts could not discern whether it was berating Wanmi or lamenting the actions of Nala from long ago. Why Sirius? Dumbledore suppressed the questions swirling within him. How does one prove their identity as Hogwarts? After all, I have never known Hogwarts to possess the capacity for communication. Moments later, a scroll of parchment materialized before Dumbledore, revealing a segment that bore his name. Current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Of course, what led Dumbledore to believe this parchment was not merely a trick was the resonance he felt with the vague contract he had borne since assuming the role of headmaster, coinciding with the parchment's appearance. Can you divulge the reason? Another 3 seconds elapsed. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that. The situation is urgent. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and summoned Fawkes, who vanished from sight. Chapter 48. Provisions have returned. Hogwarts beheld the befuddled figure of Sirius Black, who had returned clutching Fawkes' talon, relieved that his gamble had paid off. Indeed, They possessed a unique method of communication. Dumbledore sends Sirius to the cellar. I cannot endure any longer. Hogwarts opened its eyes, gazing at the stone table that had grown to the height of its navel, or rather, lamenting the fact that it had lost yet another segment of its corporeal form, offering a wry smile, while hoping that Sirius would prove effective. I can no longer afford to wait a millennium. Headmaster, it is as such. I truly do not understand why we must attack Wanmi Demet. I merely wish to report her peculiarities. Draco, pouting with an air of grievance, stood before Snape. The tightness of his brow indicated his master's agitation. Demet emanates an aura of chill. Snape, in Draco's presence, snipped a lock of Wanmi's hair with scissors, hesitating momentarily before also severing some of her nails. The last batch of hair had mysteriously vanished from the glass vial before he could ascertain its properties. He was certain no one had infiltrated the cellar, and the house elf had never been permitted to touch his display cabinet. This time, he would conduct a thorough investigation. Snape carefully placed the 2 glass vials upon the display case. Headmaster, Wanmi is drooling. Draco recalled Wanmi's remark about his pleasant scent, linking it to the drool that had unintentionally escaped her lips when Snape had drawn near. No way. This mad girl truly believes the headmaster desires her and wishes to consume him. In Draco's mind, Wanmi's threat level soared to an unprecedented height, far surpassing that of the headmaster. At least Snape had never exhibited an appetite for human flesh. Fortunately, the intended target was Snape. Draco felt an odd sense of relief and absurd gratitude towards Wanmi. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Wanmi, contemplating whether to cast aside all morality and unceremoniously eject her from the premises, when 2 unexpected visitors arrived. Let it be known, it is not my desire to be here. It is Dumbledore's insistence that has brought me. Just as Sirius was about to expound upon how he had been coerced by Dumbledore into venturing to the cellar, he caught sight of Wanmi sprawled upon the sofa through the crack of the door. In a flurry, he pushed past Snape and rushed to cradle her in his arms. You disgrace among professors. What business do you have bringing Wanmi to the cellar? To think you have even rendered her unconscious. Snape suppressed the urge to retaliate, his voice icy as he replied, if your eyes are not merely ornamental, you should be able to observe that another student stands beside you. My student assaulted another of my students, and I brought them to my office to ascertain the circumstances. Is that not permissible? As for you, what brings a person unrelated to Hogwarts to this place? Snape's gaze drifted to Dumbledore, still lingering in the doorway, hoping for an explanation that would not betray his sensibilities. Sirius has requested to visit his godchild, Dumbledore replied with a knowing smile. Hogwarts, being a compassionate institution, finds it hard to deny the wishes of a godfather who has not seen his charge for a decade. Dumbledore, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in sweet treats for a time. Has your mind become clouded by sugar? You intend to visit Harry Potter in my office? Should I summon Harry Potter here at once? Unaware of the quarrel, Wanmi instinctively wrapped her arms around Sirius's neck as he lifted her, finding solace in his embrace. A comforting presence. I do not care. I am also Wanmi Demet's guardian, and I shall take her with me. I cannot leave her here. He sensed his negative emotions slowly escalating, fearing that Wanmi, in her unconscious state, might attract unwanted attention with her movements. After all, he had cared for her for many years. Even if it had been a labor of love, she was still someone he wished to protect. Snape silently gestured an invitation to leave. He had gleaned all the information he required and saw no need to keep her any longer. Draco, you may return as well. A week's detention and community service await you. With a sullen expression, Draco followed the trio out of the cellar, bidding a despondent farewell. He cared not where Sirius intended to take Wanmi Demet. It would be best if she never returned to Hogwarts. Wanmi remained sprawled on the ground, her state akin to a tattered rag, as the spatial screen automatically displayed a notification to the system sprite. Charm value, 20. Current charm value, 436. Draco's favorability, 20. Current favorability, 12. Sirius requested a temporary lounge from Dumbledore, placing Wanmi gently upon the bed. However, to his surprise, she refused to release her hold on him. He cast an awkward glance at Dumbledore, who chuckled softly. I understand. It seems you have played the role of a guardian quite well during your time in Azkaban. Later, once Wanmi is well, you may visit Harry. Perhaps you could stay at Hogwarts for a few days and spend quality time with both children. With a sympathetic understanding, Dumbledore left the space for the two, turning to depart. Sirius allowed the enchanting Wanmi to dangle around his neck, swiftly closing the door while holding her close, before collapsing onto the bed, with Wanmi nestled in his embrace. Little ancestor, if you do not cease at once, I shall be summoned to meet Merlin. Sirius had no desire to harm Wanmi. She had never before lost control in such a manner. He could distinctly feel his energy waning, and as he uttered these words, Wanmi's feeding gradually came to a halt. Count yourself fortunate. Should this happen again, I shall truly be compelled to reprimand you. Yet, in reality, the dual effects of regaining sustenance and distancing from Snape had alleviated Wanmi's hunger. It must be said, this was a beautiful misunderstanding, or perhaps it was not. Unbeknownst to him, Sirius soon succumbed to slumber, inadvertently turning to embrace Wanmi. The night breeze was cool, drifting through the open window and tousling his hair. As Sirius opened his bewildered eyes, they met Wanmi's deep, ink-like gaze, shimmering with a perilous brilliance in the moonlight. Sustenance, you have finally returned. That Snape was utterly intoxicating. I nearly perished. Wanmi truly felt fear. Having tasted clarity, she was reluctant to return to her former muddled existence. Perhaps it was the innocence of Wanmi, so pitiful in her current state, or perhaps the moonlight's gentle influence upon Sirius that prompted him to tenderly stroke her head, remarking, "Ah, your hair has grown longer. It has indeed grown quite rapidly, enough to entwine around my fingers. I apologize. I shall seek opportunities to visit you frequently, or perhaps you should consider leaving Hogwarts." Wanmi had come to Hogwarts due to his influence, so it was only fitting for him to take her away. Subconsciously, Sirius mocked himself, realizing he had accepted this role as her sustenance. "Do not." Wanmi pouted. She had yet to vanquish that sticky creature. She was convinced that the rift must be somewhere within Hogwarts. Since encountering that octopus monster, or rather, since witnessing the tentacles binding Salazar in the library, she had harbored a profound loathing and vowed to eliminate that tentacle and whatever lay behind it. "I still have unfinished business at Hogwarts. Perhaps I could find a position at Hogwarts. That way, I could care for Harry and attend to you simultaneously." The more Sirius contemplated this solution, the more feasible it appeared. That could work. "However, might you release me? My chest feels somewhat numb." In truth, Wanmi spoke quite literally. After an entire afternoon of remaining still, her heart, the only tangible part of her, felt a bit numb. Nevertheless, to Sirius's ears, her words sounded awry. And it was then he became aware of their position. Sirius lay on his side, enveloping Wanmi in his arms, one of her hands trapped beneath his neck, while he had unwittingly draped a leg over her. Wanmi had been awake for some time, yet her slight weight and strength were insufficient to dislodge Sirius. Still, being held by him felt quite agreeable. "I apologize. Once you have nothing pressing to attend to, make haste back to your dormitory." "No, wait. You ought to have dinner first." "No, that's incorrect. You're already satiated. Quickly return to your dormitory." "I, however, have yet to visit Harry. I shall go and see Harry first." Sirius's face flushed crimson in an instant as he sprang from the bed and fled in disarray. Has the food supply gone mad? Wanmi instinctively reached for her side. "Where's my staff?" "Yao Yao. Yao Yao." Receiving no response, Wanmi had no choice but to rise and resolve to return to her dormitory. "Today has been exhausting. I shall defer my visit to Hogwarts and seek him out tomorrow, while inquiring about the whereabouts of my staff. If Yao Yao were still conscious, she would surely leap up and exclaim, 'What a foolish, malfunctioning system.'" Sirius's favorability rating stood at 5, currently at 20, now totaling 65 out of 100. Chapter 49, Wanmi's Choice. "Nala, is the food palatable?" "Quite acceptable. Your taste has remained consistent." "Hee, you are rather particular." "Nala, you should exit the capsule. The navigation has failed, and the capsule can safely return you home." "I refuse. You are my sustenance, and I shall ensure your safety." "You indeed." "Nala, cease consuming. The planet's rejection will prevent you from digesting my negative emotions. Your episodes of madness have increased in frequency, yet the flavor has improved. What is this? Do you intend to torment me?" "Nala, I fear I may perish." "Fear not. Wait for a while, and I shall bury you. But soon I too will succumb to hunger." "You are certainly a responsible doctor. What has prompted your change of heart to follow me?" "Nala, this place is truly beautiful. If only it weren't for that wretched pollution pursuing us. Shall I assist you in eliminating it? You might find relief." "No need. Conserve your energy. Without sustenance, you will eventually spiral out of control." "Nala, I shall rely on you from now on, our second home." "Nala, I depend on you. You must return." "Nala, all right." Wanmi abruptly sat up in bed. Yet where was the increasingly emaciated figure in black? Was that she? Could Nala be referring to me? Wanmi was uncertain if Nala had agreed, but she had unconsciously consented, especially considering her intense desire to vanquish that monstrous pollution, which felt like a sworn enemy. Outside the window, the light remained dim. It was Wanmi's first time waking so early, yet she could not fall back to sleep. The absence of Yao Yao's incessant chatter was truly disconcerting. Since rest eluded her, Wanmi resolved to pay Hogwarts a visit. She preferred face-to-face conversations. Moreover, during her episodes of instability, Hogwarts seemed to have manifested as well, and she wished to ascertain its condition. Once again, she encountered the same fourth floral carving. Wanmi extended her finger, and in the next moment, the world around her shifted dramatically. "You have finally arrived. Oh, I was nearly convinced you were at your end. I even contemplated mourning you, resigning myself to death." Hogwarts leaned forward, arms outstretched, seeking comfort from Wanmi's embrace. Wanmi embraced Hogwarts half-heartedly. "Have you shrunk a bit more?" Hogwarts's expression stiffened, quickly turning exasperated. "Isn't it because of you? Can you not control that mouth of yours?" It was true then, and it remains true now. Is Snape truly that enticing? Indeed, he is rather alluring. Then why have you come? To check if I have perished? So I did not mishear. You indeed visited the classroom yesterday? Are you really that fragile? Just a brief visit, and you're already on the verge of collapse? Heh. I must thank you for your disdain towards me. Do not expect me to rescue you again. Furthermore, rather than observing me, why not take a glance at your feeble little tree spirit? It barely managed to control Draco's behavior for a few seconds before nearly perishing. What if he has already succumbed? What a pity. Hogwarts presumed that the little treant from yesterday was merely a pet of Wanmi, acquired from some unknown source. She has always enjoyed collecting spirits to toy with, and she even once coveted her own. Fortunately, the former master protected herself well, thus escaping her torment. What do you mean by little one? What has happened to him? You don't know? He is the truly fragile one. Nearly exhausted of energy, yet still overestimating himself by attempting to control Draco Malfoy, who ended up knocking you unconscious. Who knows where he has fled? He originally burst forth from your body without warning. I must say, your peculiarities are growing increasingly severe. It is likely only you who could confine a spirit within your own body. Wami did not expect that Yao Yao would go to such lengths for himself. Has he not always yearned to return home? Is he truly unbothered by such a waste of energy? Perhaps I should return and see if there is anything that can assist him. Let us set that aside for now. Wami pointed to her chest. What is the meaning of this dark heart? Not only does it recklessly feed me information, but it also audaciously amplifies my senses. Had I not felt faint, Severus would likely have become a mere puddle suitable for burial. Whom do you ask about your own heart? I am curious to inquire of you. Are you unwell? Storing all your memories within your heart. Did not the former master caution you against such a thing? You would do well to gather your body swiftly, otherwise, luck may not favor you next time. So, is Nala a fool who disregards advice, devoid of intelligence, and acts recklessly? I am speaking of you. Did you not realize? Wanmi cast a scornful glance at Hogwarts, for in a certain sense, Nala is a reincarnation of Wanmi. Is that not obvious? Even the heart has audaciously usurped its rightful place. What else is beyond possibility? Well, since you now comprehend the connection between Nala and yourself, the former master once instructed me to present you with two choices. First, swiftly gather your body and merge all the Dementors to awaken Nala, eradicating the pollution that initially pursued you. Second, relinquish all of it and accept your current life. To be honest, I harbor a selfish desire for you to choose the first option. In his final moments, the former master was dedicated to protecting this innocent planet, which he had come to regard as our home. If possible, I too wish for this place to be free from the threat of pollution. However, the former master stated that you should have the right to choose your own path in life. Nala was forced to dissipate because she could no longer absorb the external energy needed to withstand the master's negative emotions. Yet you are not Nala. You possess the right to determine your own existence. Wanmi, do not rush. You may take your time to ponder this. I choose neither. Wanmi's abrupt declaration left Hogwarts momentarily stunned. What does that mean? I declare that I shall not choose any path. I remain perplexed by your true nature. I am merely a Dementor, and my predecessor departed this world in complete silence, leaving no interference for me. When my time comes to fade away, I too shall vanish without a trace. If one must perish, why not do so entirely? Why conceal the limbs? It is not merely concealment. Nora's remains cannot be preserved together, lest they be tainted and their power stolen. What difference does it make? The body is always deliberately left behind, is it not? If one possesses the ability to control the dissolution of the soul without affecting the body, it's no wonder we creatures are born devoid of physical form. We lack substance from the very beginning. At least, Nora gave rise to you all. My predecessor did not burden me with the task of annual tribute after their departure. They left this realm with purity, bequeathing all their energy to me, while Nora, in her secrecy, demands the sacrifice of all our kind for the resurrection of a deceased creature. But Hogwarts found itself at a loss for words. Her argument resonated with undeniable logic. The lineage of the Nora clan is intrinsically linked to that of the Dementors, where new life is birthed at the twilight of existence. If every life must inherit the legacy of its predecessor. No, he has been led astray by Wanmi. Why am I even arguing with you? Does that not imply you are choosing the alternative path? Why preach to me? How tiresome. No, Wanmi, with a smug expression, declared, I desire the limbs, Nora. Let her find peace in the afterlife. Are you even being reasonable? We agreed to make a choice. Hogwarts was growing anxious. Was Wanmi truly lacking in sense? Indeed. When the soul is fragmented into too many pieces, one's mind encounters grave issues. Her words seemed almost ludicrous. To remove the limbs without regard for contamination? A rift would not endure even a century. Chapter 50. The same realm, consumed by beasts. Look at your expression. Am I wrong? Is not Nora the predecessor of all our new Dementors? Thus, her residual form belongs to us as our inheritance. What is wrong with reclaiming my own possessions? I have yet to blame you. What do you mean by awakening a consciousness that all Dementors might share? Are you attempting to lead us into our own demise? Hogwarts felt a pang of embarrassment. During that time, Wanmi was unyielding, and he was powerless to alter the course. In any case, our next objective is to gather the scattered limbs hidden within the confines of the barrier and eliminate the pollution. Then we shall find a way to provide sustenance for our kind. Awaken our self-awareness. How delightful. Hogwarts' heart soared from the depths once more. Wait, are you truly willing to rid us of the pollution? Did you not just say, I merely wish to avoid resurrecting that wretched creature, all right? The sight of that octopus is revolting, disgusting. I cannot rest until it is vanquished. I tell you, the moment I laid eyes upon that tentacle as Hogwarts listened to Wanmi's fervent discourse on her aversion to pollution and her desire to eliminate that abhorrent entity, a sudden realization struck. Was Nora truly as one-dimensional as she believed, fixated solely on conflict and sustenance? Was it intentional for Nala to consolidate all memory fragments in one location, ensuring that the residual consciousness could later be purified in one fell swoop? Perhaps Nala had foreseen the choices that the Soul Eater, birthed from her demise, would make. Consider the Soul Eaters far away in Azkaban. Who can guarantee that the original Soul Eater did not evolve from these beings that thrive solely on emotions? As the likely last remaining Soul Eater in the vast universe, did Nala truly never contemplate passing on the legacy of her kind? What if, by some twist of fate, this planet met the conditions for the resurrection of the Soul Eater lineage? Hogwarts suddenly recalled that during the millennia of partnership between Wanmi and his master, the master had confided that he never truly understood Nala. Perhaps you are right, he mused. What did you say? The voice of Hogwarts was so faint that Wanmi, engrossed in his grand ambitions of awakening all his fellow Soul Eaters and indulging in the world, failed to hear him. Oh, nothing. Since you have a goal now, you should stay here for a while and find a way to purify the residual consciousness of Nala within your heart. At least that would prevent you from losing control so easily. That works. But I must first locate Yao Yao. After all, she has been a tremendous help to me. And we monsters never take for granted the debts we owe. Thus, Hogwarts, after much effort, managed to retrieve the 3 missing students, only to discover the next day that one of them had gone missing again. For several days, Sirius dared not seek out Wanmi. Having heard that Wanmi had not attended classes lately, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, knowing that Snape had shown little interest in Wanmi, alleviating his fears of Wanmi encountering Snape again and losing control. However, first, he needed to gain access. He pestered Dumbledore for a tutoring position, never expecting Hogwarts would accept it. The evidence lay in the fact that, despite never having heard of a professor-esque contract, he suddenly felt bound by an unfamiliar agreement when Dumbledore, overwhelmed, finally relented. Sirius inquired of the other professors present and learned that this was indeed Hogwarts' endorsement. Yet, apart from his scheduled visits to Harry to nurture their bond, he had recently immersed himself in the office, engrossed in some research. Draco, too, hesitated to summon Wanmi to class, having discovered her unsettling inclination toward cannibalism. Each thought of Wanmi sent shivers down his spine, fearing that one day her attention might shift from Snape to himself. Merlin, help me. I'm still just a child, far less formidable than the headmaster. Oh, Merlin above, please protect me. When I perish, I shall bring you many new socks, new underwear, and even new black stockings. It was 2 weeks later when people realized that Wanmi de Mont was likely missing again. I have succeeded. At this point, Sirius's beard had grown long, and his hair was unkempt, making it seem as though he had spent a considerable time in Azkaban. Rubbing his sore neck, he discovered it was already 5 in the morning. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolved to take decisive action. As the faint light of dawn illuminated the surroundings, I approached the cellar door and gently rapped upon it. Saturday morning, a time that should have been leisurely and carefree, found the younger snakes cowering in the common room, reluctant to venture outside. The senior snakes, returning from the library, spoke of a relentless hunt led by the headmaster for the newly appointed counselor, Sirius Black. Ah, what a predicament. The state of other houses was momentarily disregarded. For who among the younger snakes would dare to provoke the headmaster's ire at such a time? Finally, as dinner hour approached, the younger snakes, unable to withstand their curiosity any longer, cautiously emerged from the common room. When they discovered the outside world to be tranquil, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Draco, mingling among the crowd, nervously finished his meal, too apprehensive to lift his gaze towards the staff table, plagued by a foreboding sense that left him eager to retreat to his dormitory and never re-emerge. Alas, fate had other plans. When the rather unfortunate-looking Sirius intercepted Draco at the entrance to the hall, he felt the penetrating stares of the staff upon him. Curse it all. I swear I'll shave my head by next New Year. What on earth do you want from me? As Draco spoke, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, fearful that the headmaster might leap from the shadows to bestow upon them both a dose of the killing curse. I must inquire, what on earth did you do to offend the headmaster? Are you seeking to bring about my demise? Just as Draco uttered his words, Sirius appeared to be taken aback. I merely tugged on his hair this morning. Is that so terrible? Draco felt a chill run down his spine, his resentment growing. So, Dement learned this from you. I have my reasons, but that's beside the point. Call Vanita for me. I need to speak with her. What? You expect me to fetch Dement? Absolutely not. Why are you trembling? Sirius exclaimed, instinctively rubbing his chin, wincing in pain. Curse you, Snape. I want to go. I refuse. Surely you're not afraid of a mere girl. Is that not obvious? With all the things she has done, who wouldn't he be terrified? Moreover, reflecting on the fact that this uncle of his had looked after Dement for an extended period, Draco felt an unexpected urge to confide in Sirius. Thinking that his uncle would not wish him harm, he gestured for Sirius to lean closer, whispering in his ear, Sirius, when you were with Vanita, did you ever get the impression that she wanted to devour you? Sirius straightened up, and the next moment, he dashed back to the office, taking an unoccupied path. Who else have you shared this with? Are you truly frightened by this? So, you feel the same way? Draco's eyes glistened with unshed tears. These were sentiments he hadn't even confided in his two followers, fearful of being deemed insane. At this moment, having found someone who understood him, he felt a lump rise in his throat. I haven't told anyone, I was too afraid, and I didn't know who to confide in. But I genuinely feel that Vanita wishes to consume the headmaster. Do you think I might be next? Sirius noticed Draco's palpable fear and felt a twinge of guilt. Rest assured, she won't harm you. She's just particular about certain individuals. In any case, you're safe. Is that truly the case? Draco gazed eagerly at Sirius, yearning for a more precise answer from his lips. Wanmi's situation was somewhat peculiar. It was precisely for this reason that I sought her out. Look, Sirius extracted a dog-shaped pendant from his pocket, assuring Draco that with this talisman, Wanmi would no longer succumb to uncontrollable episodes. Draco scrutinized the small dog pendant with skepticism. Would this truly prove effective? For the sake of future safety, he resolved to take the plunge. In a bold move, Draco rummaged through Sirius's office, seized a bottle of red wine, and downed a couple of swigs before puffing out his chest and escorting Sirius to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. I shall fetch Wanmi at once. Good luck. Sirius encouraged him, watching as he ventured inside. Chapter 51, The Wayward Young Harry. Draco had scarcely entered when he emerged in a state of panic, trailed by several upperclassmen. Sirius, Wanmi has vanished again. Sirius lamented. What have I done to deserve this? Wanmi's disappearance this time extended even longer than the last. 2 weeks passed without any news. As a mere figurehead, Sirius's mentor role primarily consisted of delivering a few token moral lessons to a rowdy group of students each week, while he dedicated the remaining hours to scouring the castle and its surroundings for any clues. The Daily Prophet, having recently withdrawn a trio of missing person notices, now displayed a solitary photograph of Wanmi. Sirius, have you uncovered anything today? Harry inquired after dinner, his eyes filled with anticipation. Apologies, Harry. Perhaps she has once more entered the library's hidden chamber? Yet, they were certain that after their previous return, the library had been thoroughly inspected, and no mechanisms remained to be triggered anew. Enough of this. I shall continue my search for Wanmi. How is your Quidditch training progressing? Do you feel confident in defeating Malfoy? Indeed, following Harry's unexpected performance in the first flying lesson, Professor McGonagall had recommended him to the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which was in desperate need of a seeker. Captain Oliver would frequently provided Harry with personalized training sessions, and the first year, who had fallen in love with Quidditch at first sight, endured the captain's favoritism with a mix of pain and pleasure. However, Draco, having managed to match Harry's performance at that time, incited the Slytherin captain to act with determination. He boldly approached Snape, risking everything to secure Draco Malfoy as the seeker for their team, given that the current seeker was merely a less than stellar choice. Wood declared, if he has it, I shall have it too. This statement cemented the entangled Quidditch fates of Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter throughout their school years. Upon hearing Sirius's words, Harry, though shy, could hardly conceal his excitement. I will do my utmost. Good lad, with ambition. Losing to anyone is unacceptable, especially Slytherin. Training must be exhausting. You should return to rest. All right, but do inform me as soon as you hear anything. Though Harry had been managing well with others, particularly after assuming the role of seeker, he remained deeply concerned about his first friend. Understood. Now hurry back. Sirius smiled as he watched Harry depart, but his expression soon faltered. Where on earth had that girl run off to? Although he had previously felt reluctant to see Wanmi due to their awkward shared bed experience, was it not because he still struggled to come to terms with his daughter's sudden maturation, which rendered such intimacy inappropriate? As for her disappearing act, if he couldn't find that girl soon, he would surely starve. Meanwhile, seated at a stone table, an elderly figure grumbled, "Who are you calling an oddity? I've lived for over 200 years, thank you very much." Not long after leaving Sirius's line of sight, Harry ensured the coast was clear before stealthily making his way to the Olery, where he found his beloved Hedwig. He entrusted her with a letter, insisting, "Hedwig, you must deliver this to Draco without delay. He is a slow eater and should still be in the dining hall." 15 minutes later, when he saw Hedwig return empty-handed, eagerly seeking a reward, Harry sighed in relief. It seemed she had succeeded. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to ask him for food after failing her task. With a light-hearted demeanor, Harry returned to his dormitory and engaged his classmates in a discussion about the upcoming Halloween ball at the end of the month. Before feigning fatigue and retiring early, as the clock struck midnight, he quietly donned his clothes and slipped out of the dormitory, carefully choosing paths where the moonlight would not reveal his presence. On the 5th floor, outside the library doors, Harry concealed himself in the shadows of a corner, waiting patiently. After what felt like an eternity, just as Harry was about to lose control and dash to the ground floor, a damp-haired golden retriever appeared before him. "Harry Potter, unless you give me a reason, I shall deliver this letter straight to our head," Draco exclaimed, his face flushed with anger at the sight of Harry. Where had that scar-headed boy learned to threaten others? Harry's eyes twinkled mischievously, resembling a cunning little fox whose scheme had succeeded. "Don't be angry. It's not that I could reach it alone. I promise, if you assist me now, I shall never mention the fact that the illustrious young Malfoy is afraid of a mere girl." The prideful Malfoy was at Harry's mercy for once. Of course, they agreed. The two slipped into the library, returning to the same bookshelf as before. "Previously, I noticed that book seemed to be missing. I'm not sure if it fell, and I didn't see it. You asked me to check it out," Draco remarked. "Not a chance. I'm going up there," Draco insisted. "Accompanying you is one thing. Riding on my back is another." He forcefully pushed Harry down, and since it was just the two of them, Draco had to balance himself on Harry's shoulders while reaching for the highest shelf. After much effort, he only managed to collect a handful of dust. "I must write to my father. How can the house elves at Hogwarts be so lazy as to neglect cleaning the restricted section?" he complained. "Come on. Maybe they're not allowed in there either? And how would you explain discovering them slacking off in the restricted section? You'd have to admit that not only did you accompany a Gryffindor on a midnight stroll, but you also ventured into the restricted section." Harry winced as Draco's weight bore down on his shoulders. Why, at such a young age, did Draco wear those little leather shoes every day, aside from Quidditch practice? It was truly unbearable. Draco faltered, "Let me down. That book is gone." Could it be that the book was a one-time key? Harry pondered, feeling discontented. Regardless, it seemed their nocturnal adventure would yield no reward. Meow? As the two departed from the library, an untimely shout echoed behind them. "Damn it! Why is Filch patrolling at this hour?" Draco cursed under his breath. Returning to the library to hide was not an option. Without the marvelous means of concealment provided by Winky, they might very well encounter Filch and that wretched Madame Pomfrey before they even reached the library. Draco unceremoniously yanked Harry along, exclaiming, "Scarhead, if I get points deducted for this nighttime escapade, I will not let you off the hook." Harry, in a flurry, followed Draco's lead, striving to remain silent. He had yet to locate Winky and yearned to continue their nocturnal adventure. Winky was waiting for him. Suddenly, Harry came to a screeching halt, grabbing Draco. "That door." The two exchanged a glance, and with Filch's feline cries growing ever closer, they swiftly slipped into a room with a sliver of light escaping from the door, carefully closing it behind them. "Madame Pomfrey, why have you been making such a racket lately?" "There's no one here." Filch's bewildered voice drifted in from outside. "Is it perhaps due to your old age?" "Poor Madame Pomfrey, I shall procure some potions to restore your health. Perhaps Snape would be willing to sell me a few vials at a reasonable price." As Filch's voice faded into the distance, the two exhaled a sigh of relief. Harry even found time to survey the seemingly abandoned classroom. "Draco, come look. There's a mirror here." "Don't call me that, Scarhead." Draco approached the mirror and noticed Harry staring at it with a peculiar mix of obsession and joy. "What are you gazing at?" In the next moment, Draco let out a foolish chuckle. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Chapter 52. Old Dumbledore questions his existence. "Draco, do you see them too? Those must be my parents." Harry gazed at the mirror, where a beautiful yet sorrowful red-haired woman stood beside a tall, slender man with dark hair, his messy locks strikingly similar to Harry's own. Draco, looking utterly bewildered, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? It was I who added 500 points for the house, securing the House Cup this year." Harry's hard-earned sorrow was swiftly dispelled by Draco's words. The absurdity of Draco's grin prompted Harry to scoff. "You really dare to dream. 500 points. It's a wonder you've managed to accumulate that many over the past 7 years. What did you say? Do you want me to hit you? And you claim to see your parents? In a mirror? Are you jesting?" The two suddenly turned their heads, realizing that the images reflected in the mirror were indeed different. Draco instinctively took 2 quick steps back. "What are you doing?" "My father always said that any object with magical properties carries a risk. Don't say I didn't warn you. You should keep your distance from that mirror." Harry couldn't comprehend Draco's pride in mentioning his father. As if everyone didn't have one. He couldn't resist stealing another glance. The woman in the mirror, with eyes identical to Harry's, glistened with tears, both sorrowful yet smiling, while the man tightened his embrace around her and nodded toward Harry. "Mom, Dad." Draco frowned, realizing that the mirror was indeed peculiar. Scarhead was clearly entranced. Considering the potential consequences for Scarhead if something were to go awry, it was prudent to swiftly pull Harry over. What is there to gaze at in a shattered mirror? No matter how realistic, it remains a mere illusion. Huh, indeed. How could I possibly award the entire house 500 points in one go? We must return post-haste, for there are classes tomorrow. With that, disregarding Harry's objections, he firmly dragged him out of the classroom. Shortly after their departure, Dumbledore, adorned in a robe embellished with stars, emerged from behind the mirror. My invisibility cloak has yet to be delivered, and Harry has already embarked on a nocturnal adventure? But what exactly went awry? How did Harry find himself mingling with Malfoy? Is it a lack of recklessness or intellect on the part of the Gryffindor child that led him to seek a Slytherin companion for a midnight escapade? Dumbledore approached the mirror, squinting at the scene reflected within. After a prolonged moment, he sighed deeply. Ah, what a warm sensation. Harry and Draco parted ways at the staircase, only to suddenly hear footsteps approaching from a distance. Not again. He quickly concealed himself behind a suit of armor, striving to blend into the shadows as he stealthily observed the approaching sounds. Clop, clop, clop. Harry finally caught sight of the figure. How reminiscent it seemed. He forced himself to remain calm. Uncertain, he took another look. Whammy. Harry excitedly dashed forward, throwing himself into the person's embrace. Huh, why does it feel like Whammy has grown a bit taller? Harry, what are you doing here at this hour? I came out to find you, he replied. Initially, Harry was merely elated, but upon hearing Whanmi's concerned words, Whanmi, I was just asking, he felt a twinge of grievance. Where have you been for the past 4 weeks? I thought you had ventured near that perilous rift again. I just found a place to take a nap. Consider it hibernation. The wind outside swept away the dark clouds, and moonlight illuminated Whanmi's face, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that captivated Harry's attention. He couldn't shake the feeling that Whanmi had changed somehow. Whanmi, what has happened to your eyes? Harry, never one to shy away from inquiries, posed the question directly. My eyes. They're a bit red, reminiscent of a vampire from a fairy tale. Harry referenced a children's book from the Muggle world, which evidently Whanmi had not encountered. Not sure, perhaps it's from staying up too late? You should hurry back. What are you doing wandering about the castle at this hour? All right. You won't disappear again, will you? Both Sirius and I have been quite worried about you. He is now a counselor at Hogwarts and can always be with us. We must share this good news with him first thing in the morning. Thinking of sustenance made Whanmi feel hungrier, and Harry, seemingly quite delectable, was still a mere cub. I am a creature of principles. The principled creature grew increasingly impatient, urging Harry to return. All right, hurry back. I need to sleep. Harry, reluctant to leave, turned back several times, but as Whanmi's impatience escalated to the point of shaking his fist, he finally quickened his pace to escape. Yao Yao, lead the way. Whanmi. A navigational disaster, spoke up. A tiny emerald sprite materialized from thin air, settling onto Whanmi's shoulder. All right, let us descend. Postmaster. Yao Yao was not only awake, but could now effortlessly manifest and traverse spaces. This all harkened back to the events of 4 weeks prior. Whanmi firmly etched the methods imparted by Hogwarts into her memory, suddenly recalling the silence surrounding Yao Yao. Ah, indeed. How could she replenish the energy of that little tree spirit you mentioned? Although Hogwarts was initially reluctant to divulge this information, the memory of the tree spirit's unwavering determination softened his resolve. After all, since you no longer intend to revive Nala, why not share half of that heart's energy with him? However, do bear in mind that pollution is a formidable adversary. What you faced previously was merely a tentacle manifestation of an octopus monster, and confronting the true entity without this energy could prove perilous. Why hesitate? My little tree spirit is quite capable. He possesses means to recover. Whanmi reminisced about the enticing treasures mentioned by Yao Yao during her initial recruitment for the task, pondering that such a substantial investment to save him surely warranted a few remarkable rewards in return. As for whether the items in the shop would suffice, there was still ample time. Could the living monstrosities truly endure until they were incapacitated? You may decide for yourself. First, purify the heart. It was severely tainted after being drawn into the rift, so be sure to extract the energy gradually, thread by thread. For your current mental capacity cannot withstand a significant energy surge. Through her conversation with Whanmi, Hogwarts came to a realization. After all, he was destined to remain steadfast at Hogwarts. There was no need to push himself too hard. Embracing the flow of circumstances and following the new guardian was undoubtedly the right path. At worst, they would face demise together. In the ensuing month, Whanmi diligently purified the heart and absorbed energy beside the stone table in Hogwarts' secret chamber. Hogwarts ceased hosting weekend ghost gatherings and instead sealed the chamber, devotedly guarding Whanmi. Occasionally, when he sensed Whanmi's energy inadvertently dissipating, he would roughly press it back, performing the action with a simplicity that disregarded her capacity to endure. Why not? Her resilience should surely be bolstered. Through the efforts of these two unreliable spirits over the course of a month, the heart was indeed purified, and Whanmi felt an unprecedented lightness coursing through her. To be honest, your little red eyes do bear a resemblance to Nala. No. It would be more accurate to say they resemble the Soul Eater clan. Hee hee, are you suggesting I have evolved? Humph, conceited creature, hurry and leave. I have not hosted a gathering in a month, and that group of ghosts must be quite forlorn. As Peeves frightened the students, achoo. Nick, demonstrating his beautifully severed neck to the students, achoo. The jovial fat friar, chatting merrily with the students, achoo. No rush, I shall first attend to Yao Yao, right here. Hogwarts rolled his eyes, dismissing Wanmi's audacity. Wanmi closed her eyes and continuously searched within her consciousness, eventually discovering a motionless white dot in a corner. She attempted to project her mental energy into the little white dot, and it flowed effortlessly, observing the vast emptiness around her. Save for the ground and an enormous multifaceted display screen above, Wanmi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Yao Yao, who lay unconscious on the floor. This existence was indeed more wretched than the sustenance within Azkaban. Yao Yao, no larger than a basketball, lay still in the palm of Wanmi's hand. It was her first encounter with Yao Yao's appearance, a pale green body the size of a book, a petite nose, and lips that glistened like jelly, particularly accentuated by the 2 tender leaves atop its head. A voice, untouched by the passage of 2 centuries, burst forth like a magnificent firework. Goodness! What fiend could bear to gaze upon such an adorable creature lying on the cold floor? No, it was imperative to save it. Yao Yao, in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly felt warmth spreading throughout its body, as if someone were inflating it. Initially, it was somewhat pleasant, but now it felt as though it were on the verge of bursting. Have you ever seen an overinflated balloon ready to pop? That was precisely what it was. Yao Yao, gritting through the pain, struggled to open its eyes. What did it see? The host's large face appearing here. No, that was not its current concern. Host, please stop. I am about to explode. Chapter 53, Yao Yao is uniquely beautiful. Hogwarts observed the all-green sprite perched on Wanmi's shoulder, excitedly surveying its surroundings. The last incident had been so sudden that it had not had the chance to appreciate the sprite properly. Perhaps I had been superficial. Does your kind naturally possess such appearances? It couldn't help but recall how Nala used to collect peculiar spirits on the battlefield. What was that saying? This little creature is so adorable, but it is far too weak. Didn't you say it needed half the energy? It barely has any and cannot withstand it. Wanmi spoke without hesitation. Yao Yao, in response to Wanmi's words, flashed a broad green grin, its serrated leaves bobbing playfully. Hogwarts thought it hard to look at. Nala had said the same, while she had a small skeletal figure with dainty limbs hanging around her neck. To be fair, compared to before, Wanmi's aesthetic was somewhat acceptable. However, don't you think that Malfoy looks even more handsome and adorable? Who knew Wanmi would respond with disdain, claiming she had never seen a creature uglier than him, and that he was only slightly less unattractive than she was now. Aside from his decent hair, his mother must be skilled. Hogwarts gazed at Wanmi's pale face, reminiscent of Enwa's creations. I shouldn't have mentioned that. He suddenly realized that, in Wanmi's eyes, he might be regarded as second only to Malfoy in terms of unattractiveness. You should leave quickly. Your energy is overloaded. I can no longer teleport. Return on your own. Once he finally managed to send Wanmi away, Hogwarts conjured a water mirror. What smooth lines. This foolish creature lacks appreciation. Wanmi hadn't bathed in ages. Upon completing her tasks, she yearned to return for a soak, chattering away with Yao Yao on the way back. Host, do you know? They all say I am the ugliest among our generation of sprites. No one has ever complimented my cuteness. Nonsense. You are the most beautiful spirit I have seen outside of our kind. Look at those delightful green teeth, so pleasing to the eye. And those dark green irises in your large eye sockets, so endearing. Your pale green skin complements the withered tree in my home perfectly. Wanmi suddenly froze, captivated once more by Yao Yao. Just look at that little green outfit paired with the rosy cheeks. I won't allow you to call yourself ugly. Yao Yao's face flushed even more. This seemingly indifferent host had never spoken to him with such tenderness. Although he was aware of his host's peculiar taste in aesthetics, being praised from head to toe for the first time filled him with unexpected joy. With this thought, the little leaves atop Yao Yao's head danced even more exuberantly. Suddenly, Yao Yao sensed someone in the distance and instinctively flew back into the spatial realm, forgetting that humans could not see him. Host, there are people ahead. Consequently, as Wanmi emerged from the secret chamber, she found herself cradling an unusually unattractive Harry Potter. I thought you got lost in the library again, searching for Draco for ages. All right, hurry back. I want to go to sleep. Wanmi impatiently urged Harry to return, hastily making her way back to her dormitory and submerging herself in a hot bath. As for the chaos she stirred among the portraits along the way, Wanmi merely exclaimed, this feels wonderful. Wanmi, don't you regret abandoning those memories? According to Hogwarts, Nara should have existed for quite some time. Those memories are a considerable treasure. Wanmi, feeling drowsy, replied, they're not mine. Memories should fade with the previous owner. Energy is the true inheritance, understand? Unable to see Yao Yao's true form, Wanmi's tone returned to its usual dismissive nature. I have too much to say. I need to sleep. If you keep making noise, I'll suck you in. Yao Yao trembled. He certainly did not interpret Wan Mi's mention of suck as a casual term. He had seen records and footage regarding the Dementor's feeding habits, which was rather terrifying. The next day, Draco, sporting significant dark circles under his eyes, was confronted by Dumbledore as soon as he exited the common room, with a chill-emitting Snape close behind. Headmaster? Dean? Draco was utterly bewildered. What did this apparent ambush mean? He had been quite well behaved these past few days, not even bickering with Weasley. Had he been discovered from his nocturnal escapades? Old Dumbledore had learned his lesson this time, directly prohibiting the portraits from spreading news of Wan Mi's appearance late at night. If this continued, the professors throughout the school would surely become neurotic. He had forced himself to catch up on sleep, which is why he found himself at Slytherin's entrance early in the morning, waiting for someone. Malfoy, Dumbledore's smile was benevolent, while Draco's heart raced with anxiety. I heard from the portraits that Wan Mi Dement returned last night. Could you please summon her for me? After analyzing the previous encounter with the so-called Hogwarts, he deduced it must be related to Wan Mi Dement. Lacking complete certainty, he intended to approach this enigmatic child with utmost gentleness. Draco's forehead throbbed with tension. His first reaction was not one of surprise at Wan Mi's return. Why did these adults always insist on sending him to call people? Had they forgotten he was a boy? Were there no girls in Slytherin? Yet, Draco dared not refuse. Resigned, he agreed and turned back. All the surrounding students slowed their pace, pretending to nonchalantly observe the situation. Are your feet not working properly? Snape's somber words startled the surrounding students, causing them to scatter like frightened birds, fully aware of the formidable authority of the headmaster. Draco, trembling with fear, led the others out and bowed slightly to the two before hastily fleeing with his backpack. To be candid, he was more frightened of Minerva McGonagall than the headmaster. Surely his uncle had yet to find the opportunity to hand over that little dog charm to her. Dumbledore did not impede Draco's departure. Just as he was about to speak, Minerva preempted him. Snape, where's my wand? What wand? Snape retorted, perplexed. I'm still here. Whatever happened to respecting your elders and the young? What? Did you grow up alongside Sirius Black? Well, that has no issue then. It's the little wand I left in your classroom after fainting during your lesson. I haven't seen it for over a month. Dumbledore suddenly grasped the situation. He knew the answer to this query. The initiative was back in his hands. In Sirius's office, he took care of it for you. You can retrieve it later. Perhaps we should find a place to converse. Minerva absent-mindedly patted her stomach, casting a regretful glance at Snape. She had initially intended to seek out Sirius first, but though she could not partake, perhaps savoring Snape's scent would suffice. With this thought, she ventured once more into the cellar office, having developed the formidable energy and mental fortitude to suppress her desires for Snape. He regarded himself as merely an observer, retreating to a distance upon returning to the cellar, leaving the stage to the somewhat eccentric duo of the elder and the younger. Minerva, what has transpired this time? Could you summarize it for us? Gibberish. Dumbledore suspected he had misheard. What did you say? Gibberish, she reiterated. Are you saying gibberish? Indeed, regardless of what I say. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway. I've considered it. Saliva is quite precious, useful during meals, so I shall conserve it. Perhaps we could understand. Did you comprehend the last time? To be honest, it does smell quite appetizing, though it does not align with my palate. Is it not exhausting to live this way? Do you require assistance? Dumbledore believed his own speech was convoluted enough. Yet why had this young lady become so oblique after her 2 disappearances? Frankly, it was overly subtle. He found it difficult to grasp. I merely wish to express concern for every student at Hogwarts, Minerva, including you. In contrast to Dumbledore's reaction, Snape instinctively glanced at the display case upon hearing this statement, which housed 2 glass vials. What kind of creature would perceive a person as fragrant? A vampire? No. That creature would hardly find Dumbledore delectable. He was too old. A werewolf. The weight did not match, and there were no records of werewolves having a taste for humans. They merely enjoyed biting. Legend has it that merfolk prefer powerful humans as sustenance. But could that creature even venture ashore? Its scaly body would hardly be light enough to manage. As he observed the two engaged in their unproductive conversation, Snape suddenly recalled the dialogue between the 2 youngsters during the day he pursued Sirius. Chapter 54. Of course I like you, my muse. How on earth can you stop pursuing me? Give up, you foul dog. It is precisely due to your lack of discipline that I have ended up with a Slytherin student so utterly devoid of respect for rules. One who is perpetually causing mischief. You are speaking nonsense. What is wrong with my Wan Mi? She is obedient, sensible, and does not cause any trouble. She is genuine and never tells lies. It is Wan Mi who should be a source of pride for your Slytherin house. Obedient and sensible. For some reason, despite the fact that the entirety of this statement does not align with his impression of Wan Mi Dement, Snape inexplicably believes that Sirius genuinely thinks this way. Could he then assume that Dement is indeed incapable of deceit? Dumbledore has been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Wan Mi fears nothing, and she will not utter a single word more than she desires, leaving him no choice but to let her go. Wait, I meant Demet. I still have business with you. With that, Snape fixed his gaze intently upon Dumbledore. Has he been dismissed? Dumbledore shook his head in resignation and bid farewell to the two. Snape, what is it you need? I wish to find Sirius. Do you not intend to attend class? They cannot teach me anything new. Wami shrugged. You are not human. Indeed. Wait, how can you admit that so readily? Wami, how could you admit that? Doesn't that expose you? Why shouldn't I admit it? Wami did not understand. She had always taken immense pride in being a Dementor. Yao Yao fell silent. Wami could not comprehend the treatment that outcasts receive in the human world. His knowledge base is at least 1/3 comprised of shattered worlds caused directly or indirectly by outcasts. So what exactly are you? Snape, encouraged, boldly ventured further with his inquiry. A Dementor. Oh, so you are a Dementor. What? Snape suddenly realized what he had heard. But this answer, oddly, seemed to correspond with the phenomena he had observed. This was no laughing matter. Snape wished to contest this fact, as he found it utterly unacceptable that a Dementor had infiltrated the ranks of students. Wami, with her patience for unattainable delicacies, simply floated upwards, teasing. Why would I deceive you? Look, I can fly. What of my speedy heart-reviving potion? His expression turned wary as he summoned his Patronus, a beautiful silver doe. What is your purpose in coming to Hogwarts? What schemes is Sirius concocting? To seize Hogwarts? No, he lacks the intellect for that. How many Dementors can assume a human form? Wami's relaxed demeanor suddenly stiffened. What is that? Quickly, put it away. I despise the sight of it. The doe leaped around Snape, feigning an accidental brush against Wami's hand, prompting her to scrub her hand in disgust. Witnessing this, Snape grew even more serious. As he confirmed that Wami was indeed a Dementor, and his heart sank. The Patronus's touch could not harm her. So what else could possibly injure a Dementor immune to a Patronus? Was this her audacity? What do you truly intend to do? I already told you. I wish to find Sirius. Wami's words unexpectedly reminded Snape of the true culprit. If you dare to harm a student. Why would I harm a student? Wami tilted her head in confusion. For the first time, Snape discovered that Wami's eyes were not entirely black. The fleeting glimpse of dark crimson was certainly not an illusion. However, this Dementor seemed to be suffering from some peculiar ailment. What could it possibly consume without harming anyone? Sirius. Could this be the very Dementor assigned to guard Sirius? Snape cautiously probed further. I have heard that each Dementor in Azkaban is tasked with a specific prisoner. Yet, that could not be entirely accurate, as many weaker ones were deprived of food and could only endure the nausea to extract some aquatic creatures from the sea, which had an unpleasant odor. These aquatic beings were rather sluggish. As Snape gazed at Wami, who was earnestly responding to his inquiries, a wave of guilt washed over him. How could he aim his wand at such a compliant creature? What? She was floating in the air? An enemy? Why do you not return to land to forage? Snape received a disdainful glance from Wami. Very well, Dementors certainly possess foul tempers. He furiously jotted this down in his notebook. How far away? Unless that rotund figure rows a boat over, we would rather siphon the essence of water-dwelling magical creatures. Dementors are notoriously lazy. This was duly noted. Are you seeking out Sirius because you're hungry? Snape attempted to retract his wand. Indeed, Wami replied, her expression relaxing now that the irritating specter was absent. If your hunger is overwhelming, why not feast a little here? The bolder the individual, the thicker the dossier on new subjects. Really? Wami's interest piqued. But she quickly shook her head. No, you are not my sustenance. I have no desire to engage. A picky Dementor. Snape noted this addition to his burgeoning research. Host, since just now, Snape's negative affinity towards you has inexplicably reset to 0. Wow. How did we manage to drop from a favorable 40 to nothing? Breaking the 100 mark. Yao Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Are modern humans really this fickle? Wami, hearing Yao Yao's words, gaped in astonishment. What nonsense was this? Was it merely by adopting a friendlier demeanor that she had forfeited the inherent dignity of a monster? That simply would not do. Suddenly, Wami adopted a more menacing tone. I shall take my leave. Agree quickly. Otherwise, I shall strike you with my stick or kick you. Unbeknownst to her, her fierce demeanor, coupled with her comical appearance, was rather absurd and humorous. The unpredictable nature of Dementors, alongside their tendency to feign toughness, bore a striking resemblance to the innocent ferocity of human children. Snape continued to expand his repository of knowledge. Snape, why are you silent? I said I am leaving. Very well, one last question. How old are you? One final query, and I shall devour you. Over 200 years, I believe. I am not entirely certain. Farewell. Snape watched Wami depart, silently crossing out the term innocent ferocity in his mind and replacing it with long-lived, yet lacking in intellect. Should he inform Dumbledore? The thought was swiftly dismissed by Snape. Let the old fox grapple with his own convoluted thoughts. Dumbledore's labyrinthine reasoning could never lead to straightforward inquiries. Such cleverness often results in folly. As for Demet, Snape found himself increasingly drawn to her. The more precious the research material, the more it deserved careful nurturing. He resolved to pay closer attention to Demet. By the way, Could her recent fainting spell be related to her uncontrolled appetite? It appears that a study on pharmaceuticals to assist Dement in suppressing his urges to eat is in order, and so be it. With newfound enthusiasm for research, Snape was invigorated, while on the other side, the arrival of Wanmi had Sirius equally exhilarated. Chapter 55. It turns out the Dementors are running bare. Knock, knock, knock. Today, Sirius had no classes, having just tidied up and prepared to embark on his quest for the day when a loud banging echoed at the door. He frowned. At this hour, anyone should know better than to disturb him when he was free, and with such force. How rude. Fuming, Sirius strode to the door only to be frozen in place. Wanmi, what brings you back? I'm starving. I haven't eaten in over a month. Wanmi initially felt indifferent, but upon seeing the provisions, she suddenly grasped the essence of grievance. She had her own supplies. The rations were right there beside her. Not a single morsel had crossed her lips for a full 4 weeks. Why? Why was she always the one to suffer? Others enjoyed 3 meals a day, while her peculiar condition meant she could only eat once every few days, and even that had been interrupted. Almost instantaneously, a wave of helplessness surged through Wanmi, leaving her utterly drained. Leaning against the doorframe, she lamented, I am so hungry, desperately so. I could starve. You promised to find me snacks made by Snape, and now I can't even see a proper meal. Sirius wanted to retort that it was she who had gone missing, but looking at her pitiful expression and her excessively pale visage, he felt a pang of compassion. Well, as long as you're back, I'll feed you. It's no trouble at all. We've got snacks too, come inside. No, I'm tired. Sighing, Sirius resignedly approached and wrapped an arm around Wanmi's waist, effortlessly lifting her and bringing her back to his office. Oh, how naive I was to think he could become the first to achieve 100 points of goodwill without any quest directives. However, Wanmi did not share this sentiment. She was quite accustomed to being held this way and remained obediently still as Sirius placed her on the sofa. Come here. Wanmi looked up at Sirius, extending her arms in a gesture that clearly indicated her desire for a hug. Naturally, Sirius understood she wanted him to approach so she could tug on his collar for food. Yet the thought of this scene felt even more awkward than simply sharing a hug. What are you doing? I'm about to starve. Sirius hesitated, inching closer, bending down, only to be caught by Wanmi, who grasped the edges of his collar. Was it merely an illusion, or had her strength increased significantly? Sirius found himself leaning forward uncontrollably, though he managed to brace himself with his hands on either side of Wanmi, preventing her from being crushed beneath him. As her face drew nearer, he suppressed the urge to push her away, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he realized he could not continue observing this closeness. Yet Wanmi was only just beginning her meal. After a moment's internal struggle, Sirius resolutely closed his eyes. Moments later, I'm so full. Sirius found himself mercilessly tormented by Wanmi. His hands grew weak, and he felt himself sinking helplessly. Thud. Merlin, I'm not wearing autumn trousers. It's south too close for comfort. Sirius felt a surge of panic within, but something about the sensation felt off. He slightly propped himself up and opened his eyes, only to leap backward in alarm. What on earth are you doing transforming back? Anyone would be frightened to encounter an indistinct face so close, accompanied by a flurry of tattered fabric, especially when one's heart is racing. What? Wanmi turned to glance at the mirror across from him. Oh, I've recently discovered that I can occasionally revert back for short periods. Perhaps I was just too comfortable a moment ago. Sirius, gradually regaining the youthful vigor of his handsome visage, felt his cheeks flush. Wanmi floated to the mirror, joyfully darting about. I look splendid. If only I could maintain this appearance every day. Huh. If you keep this up, you'll have Dumbledore chasing you out of Hogwarts within half a day. Do you believe that? Sirius silently scoffed, collapsing helplessly onto the sofa. Yet Wanmi was determined not to let him off the hook. Look at this fabric. Doesn't it seem more ethereal than before? And my hood, is it not grander and more mysterious? Wanmi drifted beside Sirius, disdainfully glancing at the floor before sitting cross-legged upon his lap. Sirius instinctively grasped the tattered fabric on Wanmi's form, valiantly resisting the innate chill emanating from the Dementor, fearing that Wanmi might lose balance and fall. To be honest, in the presence of a Dementor, all his impure thoughts had vanished. What was a mere rag, anyway? Suddenly, he realized something troubling. The clothing Wanmi wore when he first transformed seemed like something salvaged from the ocean's depths. He hadn't paid attention to how he acquired other garments, but this rag seemed increasingly peculiar. Moreover, the shirt Wanmi wore was over the tattered fabric, and there were trousers that now lay quietly beside the mirror after being discarded by Wanmi. What is the meaning of your attire? This must belong to you, right? He grasped the rag with trembling hands. Wanmi raised his chin high, yet Sirius could still not discern the features hidden beneath the hood, which remained shrouded in darkness. Are you ill? Does a creature like me need clothing? Such a splendid form should soar freely through the air. Form. Sirius's mind erupted with these words. Replaying them incessantly, he instinctively withdrew his hands as if scalded, shocked to see the Dementor beginning to transform. What to do? Sirius had just realized that the Dementors he saw daily were bear, only to find that this bear Dementor was about to revert to human form. He swiftly grabbed a coat nearby and draped it over the Dementor, quickly lifting Wanmi with one hand while rushing to retrieve the discarded clothes. Just as the rag was about to fully retract, he tossed both Wanmi and the clothes into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. Phew, all done. What are you doing? Let me out. I'm getting angry. Sirius clutched the doorknob tightly, gritting his teeth yet refraining from shouting aloud. Put on some clothes. After a considerable wait, Wanmi reluctantly emerged dressed, for there was no other choice. One must care for their sustenance to ensure it remains delightful. As she stepped outside, a pendant descended from the heavens, gracefully hanging around Wanmi's neck. What is this? Wanmi pinched the cartoon pet dog with her fingers, her disdain evident. What kind of expression is that? Do you have any idea how long I have studied this? When in proximity to Snape, it automatically absorbs his leaking emotions. Having little effect on him, you needn't fixate on him so much. Instantly, Wanmi's face transformed into one of delight, but within a heartbeat, it contorted again in conflict. She produced a golden key pendant, but I prefer this one. Can't you turn this into a snack jar? Sirius, Bella's key. Give up. That key is imbued with other protective magic, and the enchantment cannot be inscribed upon it. I feel nothing. Wanmi toyed with the key, her expression one of concentrated inquiry. What magic is useful to you? Can't you possess a modicum of self-awareness? After being human for so long, you truly believe yourself to be one, don't you? TCH, what is so great about being weak? Saying this, Wanmi tucked the key and pendant into her pocket. Two are just two, and they aren't particularly heavy. The students of Hogwarts, having barely recovered from Dement's unexpected return, soon realized that her presence at the school was even more extraordinary. Wanmi seldom attended classes, with the sole exception of potions, which she never missed, and of course, the previous incident of the Slytherin scuffle never recurred. Professor Snape's demeanor towards Wanmi took a startling turn, evidenced by the gentleness that occasionally graced his gaze when he looked at her, often inviting her to the dungeon for a chat. Yet each time Sirius received news, even while in the company of Harry, he would drop everything to rush over, fearing that Wanmi might lose even a single hair. No one anticipated that, amidst all this peculiarity, the one who could scarcely endure it was, in fact, Harry Potter. Chapter 56, The Castle Will Devour Monsters. When Harry paid a visit, Sirius was busy wrapping Halloween gifts for Wanmi and Harry. Harry? Sirius exclaimed, his face breaking into a broad smile. What brings you here? The feast should be commencing soon. Every year, Hogwarts hosts a grand feast on the eve of Halloween, allowing weary students and diligent professors alike to unwind. I came to invite you along. I also have something to discuss with you. Is that a gift? Oh yes. Indeed. It's new clothing for you and Wanmi, tailored specifically to your sizes. I initially intended to give it to you after the feast. But would you like to try it on first? Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean I can meet Wanmi soon? No need. Let us wait until we can all be together. It's been ages since I last spoke with Wanmi. All right, what was it you wanted to discuss? Harry's gaze flitted over the gifts Sirius had prepared, and a pang of guilt struck him. He had even forgotten to prepare a Halloween gift. He had initially come to express his discontent, hoping that next time Sirius met with Wanmi, he could join as well. Ever since that night on the 8th floor, he had not had the opportunity to speak with her, while his godfather frequently spent time with her. Never mind, I still have Ron and Neville, during those 10 years. It was Wanmi who kept him company, so perhaps I should let him have this. I merely wish to convey that since the commencement of my studies, the scar on my forehead has occasionally inflicted sudden pain. As soon as Harry uttered these words, Sirius anxiously rushed over, brushing aside Harry's fringe to examine him closely. Has it only been painful since you arrived at school? How could that be? Do you recall what transpired back then? Harry hesitated for a moment before adding. Professor Snape was nearly always present. And Professor Quirrell? Questioned Sirius. Upon hearing Snape's name, Sirius instinctively thought of confronting him at his feast, determined to confront the greasy git alongside his godson. However, what of Quirrell? Yes, initially I hadn't noticed, but Harry faltered, contemplating whether to reveal what sounded utterly implausible, as Quirrell appeared timid and cowardly. But what? Sirius pressed. Previously, Vammy mentioned a defense against the dark arts lesson where she claimed that Professor Quirrell wished to kill me. After that, I paid attention, and each time my head throbbed, Quirrell was present. Why did Vammy say such a thing? I don't know. That was all she mentioned. Sirius's expression turned grave. He understood all too well how sensitive Dementors were to emotions. In the future, try to avoid being alone with Quirrell. Vammy possesses certain abilities and does not speak frivolously. I know Sirius. Harry had initially considered fabricating a plausible excuse to dismiss the matter. But given Sirius's serious regard for Vammy's words, he resolved to exercise greater caution around Quirrell than Snape. Their conversation concluded, the two hurried to the Great Hall, returning to their respective seats. Ron, what is the matter? Harry inquired as he noticed Ron frowning, distractedly munching on a potato with its skin still on. Oh brother. Don't even mention it. I think I've gravely offended Granger. After I said what I did, she didn't attend classes all afternoon. I thought that was the end of it, but I just overheard Parvati tell Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom. I never intended for that to happen. Harry patted Ron's shoulder with a somber expression. Apologize, mate. We are boys after all. Ron resignedly nodded, transforming his sorrow into appetite as he devoured his meal. Sirius glanced at the Slytherin table, noting that Vammy had indeed not shown up. Was she now being so brazen? He was immensely curious as to why Dumbledore remained indifferent to Vammy's reckless behavior. Was he not concerned about her corrupting other students? The other students thought, we dare not emulate her. Thank you. Suddenly, Quirrell burst into the hall, his scarf askew and terror etched upon his face. A troll. A troll in the dungeons. He exclaimed. I trust you are all aware. Accompanied by a trembling tone, Quirrell promptly collapsed to the floor. The great hall erupted into chaos as Dumbledore cast several spells to restore order, methodically instructing prefects to escort students back to their dormitories. As he summoned the professors to address the troll, Sirius volunteered to escort Professor Quirrell first. Fixated on the collapsed figure, Sirius suddenly noticed Quirrell's eyelashes flutter. Vammy, brandishing a stone of unknown origin, seemed to be listening intently. Vammy, what is it? Something has breached the castle. Wammy grasped an iron rod and prepared to exit. What did Hogwarts inform you? No, the castle revealed it to me. Regardless of whether Wammy revives Nala, her name now graces the position of the castle's guardian. The side effect of inheriting Nala's legacy is that the residual contract within the inheritance has also been passed down, yet Wammy harbors no aversion to it. What is it? A small spirit appeared, perched upon Wammy's shoulder. I am uncertain. I inquired with Hogwarts, but he is currently unable to monitor the castle. We must ascend layer by layer. The spirit quickly comprehended that Hogwarts' existence was solely to uphold the seal. Previously, he had only borrowed the authority to oversee the castle due to the vacancy of the guardian. Since Wammy absorbed the energy of the heart, that authority has automatically reverted to her. However, it is evident that the host's monitoring capabilities are quite limited. The spirit would never concede that the host's weakness was the cause. It must surely be due to the previous predecessor's carelessness in establishing the contract. Utterly inadequate. As Wammy reached the 4th floor, she heard several screams, presumably from Harry and others. Over there, Wammy, near the girls' restroom. The spirit eagerly pointed in a direction. Thrilled to assist her, proving his usefulness as Wammy's living map. He had meticulously recorded Hogwarts and the surrounding areas on the system map. Wammy soared towards the source of the sound, and indeed, it was the girls' restroom. Well done, spirit. Inside the restroom, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were engaged in a battle of wits against a troll. Harry, in a panic, thrust his wand into the troll's nostril. And Wammy arrived just in time to witness the spectacle. What an opportunity. I must discover a new application for this iron rod. With a running leap, she launched herself at the troll, forcefully inserting the rod into the creature's other nostril. Roar. Excellent. Now it is symmetrical. However, the troll's appearance was rather common. Why did it smell so foul? Did it never bathe? It certainly did not resemble me. What a disgrace to creatures. Wammy withdrew the iron rod, effortlessly evading the troll's clumsy attempts to strike her. Eventually, she raised her hand, directing a thread of mental energy towards the troll, causing it to lose control and bash its own dull head with the iron rod. Host, enough with the games. It's time to wrap this up. Many are rushing this way. The spirit had just returned from outside, maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters from Wammy. Wammy glanced at the 3 frightened companions and decided against prolonging the amusement, not wanting to frighten others as well. With another wave of her hand, the troll delivered a self-inflicted blow to its own head. Harry and the others watched in terror as the wall before them crumbled away, transforming into a gaping maw that devoured the unconscious troll, even going so far as to chew a few times before instantly returning to its original form, restoring the damaged sinks and mirrors to their pristine condition. This. The trio was rendered speechless. Almost simultaneously, McGonagall burst into the restroom, closely followed by Snape and Quirrell. Here, how could nothing have happened? McGonagall's astonishment was palpable in her tone. She had just heard such a commotion. How could it be that nothing occurred? Ron continued to stammer mechanically, while Hermione mistakenly assumed that Wammy had meticulously tidied up the place to avoid being discovered. Unbeknownst to her, Wammy had indeed saved them, and she felt compelled to repay that kindness. Professor, it was all my fault. I had an argument with those two. When Ron and Harry found out I was still here, they came looking for me to return to the dormitory. But I was so enraged that I ended up quarreling with them again. I apologize, Professor. Chapter 57, The Hidden Sirius. I had no idea that a mere squabble among children could cause such chaos, exclaimed Ron Weasley. What do you have to say for yourself, Granger? Snape, unimpressed by Granger's feeble excuses, did not even grant her a single punctuation mark of belief. He glanced at Ron, whose expression remained dazed. Very well, it is you. Ron was shoved hard by Harry. Granger is truly terrifying. Her voice is astonishingly loud. Snape's eyes twitched in annoyance. He was acutely aware that these mischievous children were up to no good. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had permitted Wanmi to remain in Slytherin, leaving him with no choice but to turn a blind eye to the antics of these Gryffindor rascals. Despite his stern demeanor, he understood the nuances of human relationships. After all, who does not appreciate reciprocation? Chilo examined the traces in the girl's lavatory, his face betraying a barely perceptible regret. Wanmi, return with me to the Slytherin common room. The troll had yet to be located, and he needed to safeguard his rare research materials, though he believed the troll could not harm Wanmi. No, I will return on my own shortly. Wanmi wrinkled her nose slightly, her gaze fixed on the departing Chilo. As for the remaining trio, Professor McGonagall asserted that it was Chilo's prerogative as Slytherin head not to impose penalties. However, she did not tolerate any nonsense. You four. Each of you will lose 10 points. Gryffindor, follow me to the 8th floor. Wanmi did not object. She seized a metal rod and dashed past McGonagall, astonishingly. None of the remaining 4 attempted to stop her. To be fair, Ron was too bewildered to react, while Harry intended to intervene. Concerned that Wanmi might get lost again in the dark, but he was pulled back by Hermione and McGonagall, one young and one old. This is not normal, Professor McGonagall. A person of such responsibility and rigor would never allow students to leave alone while the crisis remains unresolved. Hermione exchanged a quick glance with McGonagall before averting her gaze. Hermione, you know she is not behaving normally? McGonagall, it seems she indeed was not just now, since Dement has left for matters of his own. Let us escort the 3 of you back. Wanmi inhaled a couple of times, honing in on a particular direction. Where are we going? That disgusting creature has the scent of provisions on it. Let us not allow my rations to spoil. It took a moment for Yao Yao to realize that the disgusting creature Wanmi referred to was likely Chilo. So the master dislikes the smell of garlic that much? After pursuing him to the end of the 2nd floor corridor, Wanmi finally caught sight of Chilo's figure, but he was too far away. Just as she was about to chase after him for clarification, his silhouette suddenly vanished. She flew over to inspect the area closely, aside from the staircase. There was a dead end, yet Chilo's scent abruptly ceased in the vicinity. Did you catch a glimpse just now? No, Yao Yao replied confidently. But I have a replay function. Wanmi, am I not incredibly useful? Suddenly, a shimmering curtain of light appeared before Wanmi. Resembling the screen within the confines of a certain place where Yao Yao had recently been, currently displaying the very scenes Yao Yao had just witnessed, continuously zooming in. In the footage, Chilo reached the end of the corridor and, seemingly disregarding the sturdy wall, effortlessly passed through it, vanishing from sight. To be honest, weren't those 4 founders all born under the sign of the rat? Such a penchant for constructing secret passages and hidden chambers? At the very least, Salazar did not seem to embody such traits. Yao Yao, with one hand behind his back, swayed his head in a manner reminiscent of a pretentious old scholar. According to the information I gathered, wizards have numerous spells and magical formations that allow for modifications. It is entirely plausible that the secret chambers and passages were not originally created during the castle's construction, but were rather refined by later generations. Wanmi nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at the small green sprite perched on her shoulder, Yao Yao's earnest demeanor was truly endearing, mimicking Chilo's actions. Wanmi steeled herself and collided with the wall, surprisingly passing through without obstruction. Before her unfolded a corridor seldom trodden. At the end of this corridor stood a partially ajar door, from which intermittent voices could be heard. Rations. Wanmi discerned the magnetic baritone of Sirius from within. Feeling a sigh of relief. Merlin's beard. I was almost compelled to starve. Rest assured, I shall not harm you now, though you must endure a longer stay here. Chilo, you released the troll, didn't you? Sirius, having just regained consciousness, found himself tightly bound to a chair, his wand cast aside on a nearby table. I am quite curious, why would you suspect me, a timid, pitiful professor? Chilo, however, was no longer the stuttering coward of yore. He had initially intended to transport the unconscious Chilo to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, but lacking clear evidence of Chilo's wrongdoing. Sirius merely wished to keep him secure, preventing him from causing trouble. Who would have thought that in a moment of carelessness, upon reaching the 2nd floor, he would fall victim to a surprise attack from the restrained Chilo, losing consciousness in the process? It was merely a man's intuition. Chilo, for whom do you serve? Do not attempt to extract information from me, nor try any silent or wandless magic. Believe me, I shall be swifter than you. Sirius halted his movements, aware of Chilo's capabilities. After all, you wouldn't dare to kill me. So, will you depart, or will you beg for mercy? Chilo was provoked by the mocking man before him and his unflappable demeanor. Indeed, he could not bring himself to kill Sirius at this moment. As the rightful heir of the Black family, who knew how many retaliatory devices or alarms he concealed, the pain was excruciating. Sirius's entire body convulsed uncontrollably, beads of sweat erupting from his forehead and the tip of his nose. Before long, the strands of hair on his forehead were drenched, yet even amidst such agony, Sirius did not utter a single cry. Quite resilient. I cannot kill you now, but I can certainly treat you to a delightful experience of exquisite torment. Once Sirius regained his composure, he spat contemptuously to the side. Who does he look down upon? My father spent 10 years in Azkaban. As soon as the words left his lips, Sirius Black suddenly realized that aside from the initial 2 years, he had not endured much hardship since being assigned to Wanmi. Perhaps the greatest suffering had merely been the quality of his meals. It was embarrassing, yet this could not tarnish his rugged persona. Chilo despised individuals like Sirius, who donned the guise of a self-righteous avenger. To whom did he think he was presenting this fade? Chilo relished witnessing their anguished expressions as they pleaded for mercy. And Sirius Black was simply a prolonged failure. Just as Chilo was about to continue, a hoarse, aged voice unexpectedly cut through the air. Do not waste time here. Yes, master. Chilo's respect and fear this time were unmistakable. Who spoke? Is there someone else with you? Before Sirius could voice his bewilderment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Rags? Chapter 58. I, Chilo, am no more. As Wanmi's hand grazed the door, a third voice unexpectedly emerged from a room that was supposed to house only 2 individuals. In a moment of distraction, a flash of light darted within. Faint away, Wanmi pushed the door open, and before Chilo could react, an iron rod was already swinging towards him. Whose rations do you dare to touch? He bellowed. Chilo narrowly avoided the blow, his voice trembling in terror. A Dementor. How could there be a Dementor at Hogwarts? The temperature in the room plummeted, sending chills coursing through him. Chilo bolted towards the door, desperate to escape this place. He could not conjure a Patronus, but why? Why could he not leave? Chilo, rush out. Foolish creature. Yes, master. Yet. The open door seemed sealed by an invisible barrier. Alohomora. Explosive force. Shattered to pieces. In the next instant, the walls abruptly converged, splintered wood flying in all directions. Wanmi paid no heed to the chaos surrounding Chilo. Her immediate instinct was to rush over and check Sirius's condition. Yao Yao eagerly scanned Sirius's body, declaring, no worries. No worries, he merely fainted. Do not fret, host. With Yao Yao's assurance, Wanmi finally felt a sense of relief as her withered fingers traced over Sirius's form. Severing the ropes binding him, Yao Yao flitted about, unable to contain its excitement. Oh my goodness, a Dementor's princess Carrie. Amazing. Girlfriend power at its peak. I'm intoxicated. What a divine plot twist. The host actually used her body to shield Sirius from the debris. I'm so envious. Wanmi relocated the rations to a secure corner, firmly protecting them against the wall before turning her attention to Chilo, who was likely still arguing with her. You useless fool. Can't you even break down a wall? Master, I tried my best. Step aside, let me handle it. Chilo dared not turn around, trembling hands loosening his scarf, unaware of the tattered rags drifting by his side. Thus, when he finally unraveled the scarf, a face resembling a melting wax figure appeared within mere inches of Wanmi. Ugh. The visage on Chilo's nape seemed to howl in fury, or perhaps to scream in terror, rendering its already discordant features even more grotesque. Wanmi instinctively took a step back, regretting for the first time in her life the overwhelming might of her psychic power. How could a faceless Dementor possibly inflict such a visual assault? She retched, using the only orifice below her face to do so. Who could enlighten her as to why such an exquisitely lovely appearance could be so revolting and nauseating? And to compound her distress, there was an appalling stench of halitosis. Before her stood an unmistakable hybrid of 2 human forms, provoking Wanmi's relentless pursuit of pure souls. No, any Dementor would find it repugnant. She had long sensed an inexplicable aversion to Chilo. Disgusting. The face before her suddenly clamped down on its lips, falling silent. I can endure this. As long as I strive to maintain my composure, this wretched blind creature will not discern my presence. I am not yet resurrected. My grand ambitions remain unfulfilled, and I cannot afford a mishap. Chilo had never before shared such profound synergy with his master. He pressed his hands tightly against his mouth, silently reciting a calming incantation purportedly from the east, hoping to evade detection. This Dementor could not linger here for eternity, and upon noticing that it remained stationary, both master and servant exhaled in relief. In that moment, they subconsciously overlooked how the Dementor had accurately targeted Chilo and orchestrated Sirius's predicament. Or perhaps they simply chose not to acknowledge it. Wanmi mused, do they perceive me as blind or deaf? Yao Yao quipped, perhaps both? After all, Dementors typically locate their targets by sensing emotional fluctuations. Wanmi had no desire to toy with them. She merely sought vengeance for her sustenance. Yet she could not bring herself to consume such a tainted soul. Wanmi extended a withered claw towards Chilo's nape, and before the grotesque entity clinging to him could utter a word, it was yanked from Chilo's body, head to toe. The abomination, now severed from Chilo, twisted into a dark, amorphous figure. Wanmi wrinkled her nose in disdain. It was an entity unworthy of being called human, utterly unpalatable. Under the Dementor's psychic influence, Chilo was rendered immobile, enveloped in boundless terror, as visions of being relentlessly pursued by vampires and witches flickered before his eyes like a frantic carousel. Unbeknownst to him, the Dementor tore a long, tattered strip of cloth from its form, binding the writhing grotesque's neck and securing it to a table leg, thereby ensnaring the wretched creature with ease. Too noisy, Wanmi yanked another strip of fabric, tightly knotting it from the grotesque's chin to its crown. Excellent. Now it could no longer wail. Chilo was still engaged in a frantic struggle, entirely unaware that the Dementor was advancing towards him. The flavor is quite appealing, albeit of inferior quality. Wanmi grasped Chilo by the throat and savagely fed upon his face. With each sip, his expression morphed into greater terror. Yet he was powerless to escape. At some point, Chilo's countenance grew tranquil, and as Wanmi concluded her feast, she discarded him to the ground as if he were refuse. Yao Yao flew over, watching as Chilo's pupils dilated, devoid of any semblance of life, leaving only the heaving of his chest. For the first time, he truly realized that his host was not human. The implications of this revelation weighed heavily upon him. No matter. Yao Yao encouraged himself. After all, I am not human either. Haha. Wanmi, without so much as a glance at the unconscious Chilo on the floor, restored the walls of the entire room. Her gaze fixed in frustration on the comatose Sirius Black. At this moment, Wanmi had reverted to her human form, and Yao Yao finally dared to approach. Moments ago, his host emanated an aura so frigid it felt as though it could freeze one's very soul. Yao Yao felt like a mere child, unable to endure it. What are you fretting about? Yes, all right, isn't he? He won't just die like this, will he? Of course, it's a possibility. Yao Yao suddenly realized just how naive his host was regarding matters of humanity. Isn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? You must act quickly to save him. Yao Yao even managed to dig up a meager instructional video from the system's scant initial database and projected it before Wanmi. Let us begin, host. If you don't perform artificial respiration soon, Sirius Black will meet his demise, and you will be left without sustenance. That cannot happen. Wanmi hastily watched the video and laid Sirius Black flat on the ground, clumsily preparing for the procedure, nearly half her body resting on his chest. Then, she pinched Sirius's nose and pried his mouth open. Hurry, host. Time is of the essence. If you delay in performing artificial respiration, he might awaken. Sirius Black felt a heaviness in his chest, as if he were struggling to breathe. He opened his eyes, meeting a pair of dark red ones. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 59. Come on, let us go find Snape to play. Thump, thump, thump. Yao Yao covered his face. My camera is ready. Why must you awaken? Why must you awaken? Surely, a couple more breaths wouldn't suffocate you. The artificial respiration proved effective. Just halfway through, and you are awake. Your heartbeat is racing. I hope there are no lingering effects. Wanmi pressed her ear to Sirius's chest. Thump, 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 thump. It's even faster. Here, let me finish what we started with the artificial respiration. As Wanmi spoke, she leaned closer to Sirius. You. I'm fine now. Sirius, his face flushed, pushed Wanmi aside, exclaiming, damn it, this little brat has learned bad habits. I just fainted, and you're trying to seize the opportunity for a meal. I've only just fed you the other day, and you're still not back to your original state. Where's this place? Sirius sat up to survey his surroundings, then lay back down, thinking, I must still be dreaming. Chilo lying there is one thing, but what on earth is that black mist? No, I must wake up, Sirius. Stop dreaming. Slap. A resounding smack echoed in Sirius's ears. He covered his face, angrily questioning Wanmi. Why did you hit me? Didn't you tell me? For someone dreaming, a slap is all it takes to wake them up. I meant for you to poke Bella. However, thanks to that slap, Sirius was completely awakened. He maneuvered around the writhing black mass to Chilo's side. All right, it seems Wanmi had tied him up tightly with her rag, akin to a dog on a leash, and to top it off, he had a muzzle. Wanmi, come here. Sirius crouched beside Quirrell, his features obscured, his voice icy. Master, be cautious, he appears to be quite enraged. Wanmi, what is the matter with you? You. Sirius raised his hand high, yet could not bring himself to strike. Nevertheless, this solitary gesture incited Wanmi's fury. Are you intending to strike me? How dare you? Why such a heavy hand? You realize Quirrell is hardly alive anymore. How could you even contemplate hitting me? Wanmi's iron rod thudded against the ground. Could you perhaps phrase that differently? I did not strike. You raised your hand. I forced myself to consume such subpar food just to vent my frustrations. Although it tasted decent, it is still junk food. Sirius pondered. I am at a loss as to whether I should be angry or not. I apologize, but you are still young. Your hands should remain untainted by blood. Sirius was not an innocent soul. Indeed, who among those who participated in the wars of that dark era could claim to be without blood on their hands? Now that it was confirmed Quirrell was no virtuous individual, had he been able to escape his binds, he might have been even more ruthless than Wanmi. Yet, he could not bear to witness Wanmi become like him. To this day, he recalled the terror and sleepless nights following his first kill, confronted by Sirius's pained gaze. Wanmi was utterly bewildered. What are you saying? It's merely substandard food. Besides, it is still breathing, isn't it? Sirius retorted. All my concern has been utterly wasted. Thank you for reminding me that you are not human. Suddenly, he abandoned any further attempts to persuade her. What more could he do? How could he expect a Dementor to suffer mental anguish from overindulgence? However, at that moment, Sirius resolved in his heart that once the matter with Quirrell was resolved, he must take Wanmi away from Hogwarts. He could not allow such a significant threat to linger near the young ones. The thought of Wanmi's appetite surging was too dreadful to contemplate. Regrettably, Quirrell was now a mere shell of a man, still capable of drawing breath, rendering him an unyielding enigma. As for Quirrell, how to deal with him? Sirius rummaged through his mind for ways to dispose of a body. Yet Quirrell still breathed. He did not expect Wanmi to offer a solution, but clearly, she thought otherwise. She sensed the food's aroma becoming more appetizing, though she was not hungry at the moment, and she understood that this indicated the food's sour mood. Look, there is this as well. With enthusiasm, Wanmi dragged the recently captured ugly man over to Sirius. I pulled him from Quirrell's body. Quirrell just called him master. He will be useful. What on earth is this? Sirius and the ugly man exchanged bewildered glances, unable to associate the ghastly visage with anyone from his memory. Wanmi furrowed her brow and sniffed intently, likely identifying a half-dead piece of meat, hardly fresh. Sirius processed Wanmi's words, contemplating the connection between a half-dead piece of meat and a half-dead person. Quirrell had called him master. Such a juvenile and vulgar interest inevitably reminded him of a long-deserving demise. A malicious glint ignited in Sirius's eyes. If Peter could fake his death, then what of him? Sirius hesitated, his eagerness to present the peculiar individual before Dumbledore for examination clashing with the potential exposure of Wanmi's true identity. Nevertheless, he had already resolved to whisk her away from Hogwarts. Could he not even protect her from a Dementor? If necessary, he would take Wanmi to the ancestral home and conceal her, testing who could possibly find them. Wanmi's small mouth was a flurry of activity. Yet how could she compel this foul creature to cooperate? The ugly man retorted, You are the foul one. Your entire family is wretched. Release me. Let go of my mouth. I shall crush you. I shall annihilate you. Indeed, let us seek out Snape. Before Sirius could decline, Wanmi had already seized his hand and pulled him forward, her other hand clutching a rag while still managing to grasp Quirrell's belt, effectively bundling him away. It appeared that his earlier suspicions were not unfounded. For some inexplicable reason, the girl possessed remarkable strength. Wait, are you truly going out like this? And why seek the slime ball? I saved you, and you feel shy? Fear not. It is quite late. I shall ensure no one sees you. Snape mentioned that I could approach him whenever necessary. Wanmi exuded confidence, leaving Sirius in a state of despair. No, let go. Release me. The trio, a person, a creature, and a balloon, traversed the desolate corridor in eerie silence. Chapter 60. A visit to Snape. Sirius stood before Snape's office door, a look of resignation etched upon his face, periodically glancing down the empty corridor. The hour must have been at least 2 or 3 in the morning. The surroundings were eerily quiet, perhaps due to the late hour. After Wanmi knocked, they waited in silence for an interminable moment with no response. Just as Wanmi raised her hand to knock again, Sirius reacted swiftly, grasping her wrist. Have you lost your senses? What are you doing here? Do you not fear revealing your identity? Be wary of the slime ball seizing you. Sirius, having unwittingly mastered the art of intimidating children, questioned whether he was indeed facing a child. Yet, he was already aware. Stunned, Sirius stood frozen, his first instinct being one of grievance. How could Snape possibly know? It seemed Wanmi had taken the initiative to inform him. When had their relationship grown so amicable? Before he could formulate a question for Wanmi, the door was yanked open in a fit of fury, revealing a disheveled Snape, his eyes ablaze with ire. What had he just witnessed? In the dead of night, a female student accompanied by a humanoid shadow had come to knock on his door, dragging along another adult professor. No. A professor lay sprawled on the floor. Were children nowadays so reckless? For a moment, Snape found himself at a loss for words. Snape, why are you dawdling? Let us in. Without hesitation, Wanmi thrust the rag into Snape's hands, bending to retrieve Quirrell from the ground and making her way inside. Wait, what do you think you are doing? Snape raised his hand, preventing Sirius from following her through the threshold. I certainly intend to enter. Otherwise, if Wanmi is betrayed by you, I shall be the one counting the coin. I shall push. Sirius disregarded Snape's fury and forcefully barged through the open door. With a wand in hand, he feared no one. Uncertain of how Wanmi accomplished this feat, despite being merely a tattered cloth, it stood upright, suspending the unattractive man in midair, beyond reach of any individual below, no matter how desperately he struggled. I have brought you a gift. You need not study me any longer, but rather this foul creature, Wanmi declared, pointing at the unfortunate man. Wait, what does this mean? Severus, what have you done to her? You harmed an innocent student. Severus, with a mocking demeanor, lazily gestured towards Quirrell on the ground, then indicated the man above. Innocent student? Are you certain? Sirius fell silent. No need for examination. Quirrell has undoubtedly experienced the kiss of a Dementor. If I were to take this soulless being out for a stroll, how many would truly consider him an innocent student? Severus spoke nonchalantly, though turmoil brewed within. Through his various insinuations, he had long concluded that Dement would not easily strike against others, and that the young lady exhibited little interest in harming anyone. What had driven her to act against Quirrell? Sirius bore clear signs of bindings on his wrists, and it appeared he had escorted Quirrell back to his office that very night. He could not help but scrutinize Wanmi, who was relishing a chocolate pie at the table, alongside a Sirius whose expression resembled one of constipation. Foolish dog, what extraordinary fortune allows a Dementor to serve as a protector? Is there truly such a blessing residing in Azkaban? Perhaps a stroll when the holidays arrive? You are not quite right. We have harmed a professor. Shouldn't you be devising a way to apprehend us? Even you, foolish dog, can recognize something is amiss with Quirrell. Do you take me for a fool? It became evident that Severus had been secretly monitoring Quirrell, a well-educated and capable Ravenclaw graduate. He found it hard to believe that Quirrell could have transformed into this timid, cowardly state, reliant on garlic for comfort, merely from a previous encounter with a vampire and a witch. Such a ludicrous excuse might fool others. But to deceive a master of potions? The scent of garlic unmistakably concealed a stench of decay. Clearly, it had not managed to deceive this foolish dog either. And though he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Sirius, he could not deny that he stood out among Dumbledore's many supporters. However, you do not expect me to clean up your mess, do you? Huh. Spare me your nonsense. It was Wanmi who insisted on seeking you out. Do you think I would believe you? Upon hearing her name, Wanmi lifted her head. Ah, it is I. Do you like the gift I brought you? Feel free to examine it. By the way, next time, opt for a less sweet chocolate pie. The chocolate lemon pie from last time was quite delightful. Sirius interjected. Have you two advanced to the stage of preparing snacks for each other? Where do you leave me in all this? How pretentious. This item holds no value compared to you. Take it away. Quirrell, I will handle this matter. You need not concern yourself. Is it truly such a burden to pluck a few strands of hair from you? Must you be so sentimental about substituting it with this pitiable wretch? Sirius blocked Severus's hand as it reached for Wanmi, grappling with how to rephrase his thoughts. As Severus grew increasingly impatient, Sirius decided to cast caution to the wind. I implore you to study this individual. Huh. Do you truly believe you are in a position to dictate? Hero has just addressed him as master. Snape was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the individual above him. No, this cannot be. You must have realized it too. I cannot entrust him to Dumbledore. That would expose Wanmi. However, since Wanmi believes in you, I assume you two would prefer that person not to have the opportunity to return. For whatever reason, he must have concealed himself within Kiro's body and infiltrated the school for some nefarious purpose. The two exchanged a glance, and Snape found himself compelled to acknowledge that the words of this wretched creature resonated with his own sentiments. He could never allow the murderer of Lily to go unchallenged. I have yet to delve into the realm of souls. I possess no means to confront someone in such a state. Sirius had also fallen silent, comprehending that Snape was not lying. The study of souls remains a taboo subject in the wizarding world, and few have the opportunity to explore it deeply. The thought of squandering such a research opportunity was disheartening. What troubles you? Wanmi keenly sensed the unease radiating from the two men. Demonte, what is the meaning of this rag? Lend me a few strands. Wanmi was amused by Snape's unabashed demand. What did he think he was asking for? Her hair, which she had maintained for over 2 centuries. What audacity. Just those 2 strands. Take them or leave them. Normally, I would let you have a small section out of courtesy. Please, or at the very least, enlighten us on how you managed to bind him. Sirius's face bore a pleading expression. The loss of his 2 friends a decade ago was a wound he could never heal, coupled with a profound sense of guilt. Well, since you put it that way. Wanmi retrieved a coat from her spatial storage. Sirius recognized it as the coat made from tattered bits borrowed from each Dementor. Do not touch my precious item. This is a token of love from my companions. The moment Wanmi produced the coat, she noticed Snape's eyes gleaming with interest. Almost instantaneously, he dove behind Sirius, clutching both himself and the coat, exclaiming, "Where's my stick? Are you trying to rob me? Do you have any idea how carefully I tend to it with my mental energy? You actually dare to snatch it." Sirius had never reacted so swiftly in his exuberance. He could have wagged his tail off had he transformed into his animagus form. All right, Wanmi, dear Wanmi, could you lend it to me for a few days? I promise to keep it safe from any harm caused by Snape. Flattery, Snape muttered under his breath. Yet he was compelled to admit that Wanmi was surprisingly susceptible to such tactics. Wanmi, who had just moments ago worn an expression of utmost vigilance, relaxed her demeanor. All right, I trust you, but you must take good care of it. Otherwise, I shall long for home. Thank you. I will, Sirius exclaimed, pulling Wanmi into a heartfelt embrace, overflowing with gratitude. A few minutes later, the two had bound the humanoid black mist tightly with the Dementor's unique coat, cautiously loosening the rag around its neck. Indeed, the entity could not escape, though the cloth atop its head remained untouched. Though no expressions could be discerned from the swirling darkness. It was likely filled with fury and resentment, but who cared? At that very moment, in the vice principal's office, McGonagall sat motionless at her desk, fixated on the living map before her, her excitement barely contained, her palm tightly gripping a triangular wooden box. Chapter 61, an interlude. I am Voldemort I. The so-called ugly man, nay? I, the illustrious Voldemort. Never did I imagine that I would one day be tethered like a dog. Even more dire is the fact that I find myself unable to break free. This predicament stems from my ill-fated choice of a most unreliable servant. I must concede that this decision was indeed ill-considered. Yet who could fathom the resolve of a fragmented soul adrift for a decade yearning for resurrection? Indeed, I never anticipated that my attempt on the infant Harry Potter would leave me in such a wretched state, neither man nor ghost, devoid of my former corporeal form. Forced to hide like a puddle of mire. Reluctantly, I must admit that reality has compelled me to scurry about like a rat in a filthy sewer. I am aware that the blood of unicorns could replenish my strength, albeit at the cost of my already grotesque appearance. Nevertheless, for the sake of triumph, I desperately required a guide to lead me into Hogwarts, particularly after my dim-witted followers returned with the news that the Resurrection Stone, a key to my revival, had been brought to Hogwarts by none other than Dumbledore himself. You cannot imagine the vexation of confronting a coterie of disgruntled remnants when one is as weakened as I. At last, on a quiet, moonless night, I managed to extricate myself from those fools. As I wandered, I chanced upon a man, Quirinus Quirrell. Regardless of your disdain for me, one cannot deny my innate talent for uncovering the desires of humanity. From Quirrell's furtive glances, I discerned his obsession with power. Such individuals are easily tempted. A mere promise of ephemeral rewards would suffice to make him my willing pawn. How laughable that he would presume I, the Dark Lord, would stoop to utilize him as a mere tool. I had no intention of marking him as a Death Eater. Rather, I feigned a solemn ceremony to bestow upon him a semblance of honor, and he dutifully led me back to Hogwarts. The young ones expressed their aversion to Quirrell's garlic odor, which I found pitiable, for I shared in that discomfort. Yet, I needed to tread carefully, setting aside Dumbledore. That busybody, I merely had to ensure Quirrell kept a low profile, for my greater concern lay with my former favorite, Severus Snape. He, the master of potions, possesses a nose that is not easily deceived, and indeed, he had trained his gaze upon Quirrell. I was uncertain of this erstwhile ally's trustworthiness, and could only attempt to conceal myself within Quirrell. Alas, every time I beheld the golden boy Harry Potter, who vanquished the great Voldemort, my wrath and murderous intent could not be perfectly concealed. Perhaps it was this very emotion that drew Snape's attention to us. Indeed, due to Snape's incessant harassment, I found myself unable to seize the opportune moment to venture into the forbidden forest for a taste of the delectable unicorn blood. Yet, I chose to forgive him graciously, for he could not possibly know that Quirrell was in my employ. Could he? However, it is astounding how affection for an individual can swiftly transform into loathing, a hatred that could not be assuaged even by 1,000 agonies. The change occurred that fateful night. I commanded Quirrell to create chaos, affording us the opportunity to seek out the location of the stone, and he, true to form, unleashed a troll upon us. I assure you that in that fleeting moment, I contemplated the idea of promoting Quirrell, as he was not entirely devoid of intelligence. However, why? Who could possibly elucidate why that reckless fool, recently released from Azkaban, would also fixate on Quirrell? What went awry? Sirius Black had previously exhibited no signs of suspicion towards Quirrell. I fervently instructed Quirrell to eliminate Sirius, yet the usually obedient Quirrell dared to refuse? The audacity of a coward fearing death to impede my pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone. I have taken lives within Hogwarts before. Is it merely the dread that Sirius might possess some magical artifact that would expose him? Thus, the timid are destined to achieve nothing, leading a life of mediocrity. If you lack the courage to gamble, how can you aspire to a supreme future? To hell with it. Were I not so weakened at this moment, would I need you to act on my behalf? Look where that has led us. You hesitated to act, and now a Dementor has appeared. How delightful. But wait, from where did this Dementor come? Why is there a Dementor at Hogwarts? Initially, I was not overly alarmed, though I knew not how to vanquish a Dementor. I was aware of methods to evade one. Clearly, Quirrell and I were on the same wavelength, which felt utterly degrading. We both presumed that this blind Dementor would lose our trail due to its inability to sense emotions. And I was steadfast in this belief until I was yanked out of my certainty. After all, I had never heard of a Dementor being able to see. I tasted the bitter fruit of underestimating a Dementor, akin to being bound like a stray dog. Would I resign myself to fate? Absolutely not. Did we escape? Reality dealt me a harsh slap. Even my mouth was bound by that foolish creature's rag. It was then that I comprehended the source of the helplessness one feels upon encountering a Dementor. Who would have imagined that the infamous Dementor was a powerful manifestation of mental energy? It was a collection of souls so potent that their essence was visible, If that is the case, why search for unicorns? I could just rush to Azkaban and absorb their essence instead, which would surely be more effective. Oh, but no. I am but a fragment of a soul. Who knows who might consume whom? Especially now that I cannot even free myself from a mere scrap of cloth torn from a Dementor. For the first time in my life, I regretted the fragmentation of my soul. With a complete soul, I might at least have had a chance to evade the clutches of a Dementor. Witnessing my temporary vessel reduced to a mere shell of a being stirred no emotion within me. For the recent behavior of that Dementor indicated its aversion to my pitiful existence. As long as I do not perish, I can rise again tomorrow. But why must I be forced to watch a Dementor and a fool display their affection? Merlin, I offer my first supplication to you. Please grant me the strength to obliterate these two despicable beings. Such a cheap thing as love deserves to be cast into the recycling bin, no? It should be annihilated on the spot. Evidently, Merlin did not heed my plea. After enduring the torment of visual disarray, I found myself once again ensnared in a humiliating chapter of my existence. I, the illustrious Dark Lord, was treated like a mere balloon, tethered along the way and subsequently presented as a gift to my former subordinate, Severus Snape. Old Merlin, you have already betrayed my request. I now grant you a chance for atonement. Manifest immediately. Ensure my once loyal servant has not betrayed me. Half an hour later, I found myself bound in a cloak fashioned from the tattered remnants of Dementors, resembling a lunatic. Let this world perish. Chapter 62, The Bagging Process. As the first Quidditch match approached, Wanmi finally fully absorbed the energy of her heart. According to Hogwarts, Nala's corporeal form should be dispersed throughout the castle, regrettably. For reasons unknown, none could sense her exact location. Wanmi resolved to venture out to gather sufficient energy to vanquish the pollution. The mere thought of such a repugnant creature still existing in this world robbed her of sleep and appetite. How could one enjoy the culinary delights surrounding her when she felt so unwell? This was undoubtedly abnormal. Upon reappearing before the crowd after a month of seclusion, Wanmi was met with an air of nonchalance. After all, even the headmaster and the principal seemed unconcerned, so why should they intervene? The only one who was not at ease was Sirius Black, who hurried to intercept Wanmi's path, neck taut, and uttering not a word. Ever since leaving Snape's office, Sirius had intended to engage Wanmi in earnest conversation, then resign and leave Hogwarts with her. Little did he know that this troublesome girl would not grant him the time to speak. She thrust the dog pendant into his arms and dashed away, her speed leaving him unable to pursue. Then came a month of her mysterious absence. Throughout this period, Sirius lived in a state of heightened anxiety. What was happening? Why had she returned the dog pendant to him? Had she decided to exchange her provisions for Snape and no longer require the pendant? Not only did she seem to reject him as sustenance, but she also appeared eager to sever their ties. This could not be allowed. He would not permit such a thing to transpire, at least not with Snape. Before confronting Wanmi, Sirius had meticulously crafted countless arguments in his mind, yet when he halted her, the sunlight reflecting off the lake obscured his view of her visage. At that moment, Yao Yao, leisurely perched on Wanmi's shoulder enjoying a free sightseeing ride, observed Sirius's infatuated expression and devised a plan. Ding ding. Host, please accept the task. Raise Sirius's favorability to 70 and earn 700 charm points. Little Wanmi, you can do it. Yao Yao silently converted the originally alluring smile reward into 700 charm points, fully aware of what captivated the host. Wanmi furrowed her brows slightly. Perturbed, how could Yao Yao be so oblivious? Was this an act of beauty turned malicious? Had I not resolved to abandon tasks? Don't fret, dear host. Yao Yao naturally stands by the host's side, boasting an enchanting value of 700 points, sufficient to exchange for a core of love. Yao Yao is aware of the immense energy you have expended for her sake. This task was painstakingly selected for its ease of completion. Let us exchange for the power core and absorb it. Even a fraction of energy regained is worthwhile, for even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Wanmi hesitated. Moreover, host, do you know who Sirius Black is? He is Draco's uncle. If your favorability increases with him, you could visit Malfoy Manor, could you not? What purpose would I have at Malfoy Manor? Yao Yao replied, Draco's mother. A human with exceptional culinary skills. Pray instruct me. The two communicated through their minds, though merely a few seconds had elapsed. When Sirius regained his senses, he beheld Wanmi standing across from him, one hand on her hip, her body twisting unnaturally, one eyelid fluttering slightly, and her delicate mouth agape, as if to devour a donkey. Wanmi, are you having a muscle spasm? Surely, you are not suffering from food poisoning? Wanmi responded vacantly. Yao Yao covered her face. I cannot bear to look. Is this the form I presented to you? Is this the seductive glance I taught you? You resemble a stubborn donkey. Are you quite certain this is a kiss blown my way? Noticing Wanmi's silence, Sirius grew more concerned. He rushed over to touch her forehead. It remained as cool as ever, indicating she had neither fallen ill nor had a fever. Could it truly be food poisoning? Who could it be? Have you consumed something from another? Sirius whispered hoarsely into Wanmi's ear. No, I am not relying on food at the moment, Wanmi replied blankly. This contradicted everything Yao Yao had said. Sirius felt as though struck by lightning. What did this mean? Was she truly attempting to distance herself from him? However, seeing her now did indeed make him feel slightly hungry. It appeared he was still needed. I wish to eat you. Sirius hurriedly covered Wanmi's mouth, fortunate that the students by the lake had all fled at the sight of her. Little ancestor. Lower your voice. Such words will lead others to misunderstand. How troublesome. What is happening with the provisions? Increasingly erratic. What a futile task. Suddenly, Wanmi caught sight of a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. She narrowed her eyes, attempting to sneak closer, but Sirius grasped her firmly. What are you intending to do? He did not miss the glint of mischief in Wanmi's eyes. Shoo, the sack. Have you forgotten? With that, she resolutely pulled Sirius along behind her. Sack? What sack? Sirius racked his brain, finally recalling an incident. In their first charms class, a Gryffindor had mocked Wanmi, prompting her to retaliate fiercely. How had he encouraged her then? Ah, yes, to sneak up and capture them in a sack. Goodness, who would have thought Wanmi harbored such a grudge? Sirius allowed Wanmi to lead him, his gaze fixated on her round head, pondering how delightful it must feel to touch. The pair followed Ma Ku Er Ma Te to the rear of a tower, observing that the area was deserted. Wanmi casually picked up a twig and handed it to Sirius. Here. Sirius replied, you aren't going to transform, are you? Harry could conjure a needle from a twig. Can't you transform it into a sack? Very well. Sirius, left speechless, took the twig and obediently handed Wanmi a sack. You stay here and keep an eye on things. I'm going to capture the sack. Wanmi stealthily approached, taking advantage of Mad's blind spot. And with a sudden leap, she ensnared herself and her body within the sack. Without uttering a word, she seized a stick and prepared to strike. Cough, cough. Fists. Sirius reminded, pinching his throat. All right then, Wanmi tucked the stick into her waistband and began to swing her fists. I'm hitting. Let us see you laugh at my stick. Let us see you say I'm weak. My stick is gleaming, do you know that? The prisoners I've dealt with are far more than you've ever seen. I'll make you laugh. Sirius ignored the pained pleas for mercy from within the sack, finding his little Dementor's vengeful nature utterly adorable. Uncertain, he glanced again and thought, oh, the more he looked, the more charming it became. The specter fluttering nearby, diligently aware of where Wanmi was striking, painful yet not overly harmful, suddenly paused, uncertain, and rechecked the data. Sirius's favorability rating, 5, 10, current favorability, 70, 30, mission accomplished? Astonishing. Sirius actually enjoyed this. Chapter 63, Mother and Son, Father and Daughter. Hi, little woo-woo. Sirius jumped at the sudden voice from behind and quickly covered the newcomer's mouth. Harry, keep it down. Harry nodded, finally able to catch his breath. What are you doing here? Sirius was at a loss for how to explain and could only gesture toward Wanmi not far away. Harry glanced over and exclaimed, good heavens. Who is so bold as to offend Wanmi? They must be tired of living. Indeed, in Harry's eyes, Wanmi embodied kindness, bravery, and strength, making her Hogwarts' most exemplary student. What? Not excelling in studies doesn't he merit the title of an outstanding student? Please, which professor has ever spoken ill of Wanmi? Just last week, she was scolded for submitting a hasty potion essay due to training, and she was lectured for half an hour. This indicates that Wanmi is so exceptional that professors tacitly agree she doesn't need to adhere to conventional learning standards. Just wait, Harry thought. When next year's finals arrive, I'll use Wanmi's perfect grades to silence those gossiping students. Sirius, observing the composed Harry, suddenly felt a swell of pride, which was soon accompanied by a twinge of guilt. Had he raised Harry wrongly? That shouldn't be the case. He was aware of his own exuberant personality, yet he still valued the student's character education, especially Harry's. At this moment, as a justice-driven Gryffindor student, shouldn't Harry intervene to stop Wanmi's actions? Harry, Wanmi is actually hitting other students. Don't you think something is amiss? Harry wore a look of absolute certainty. What's wrong? Wanmi never strikes without cause. That person must have provoked her first. Only now did Sirius notice that the collar of Harry's shirt was slightly torn, clearly a result of a forceful tug. Have you been in a fight? Upon hearing Sirius mention the matter, Harry instantly transformed into a bundle of excitement. It infuriates me to even think about it. Realizing that his voice had risen too high, he hastily lowered it, recounting how Lee Jordan claimed that Wanmi received preferential treatment. Or else he would have been expelled long ago, and spoke many unkind words. Unable to contain my anger, I tugged at him a couple of times, but rest assured, his plight is far worse than mine. Sirius declared, we must swiftly take Wanmi away. At that moment, Wanmi, having had enough, tied the sack into a knot and turned to flee, not forgetting to pull along Sirius and the extra Harry. Ha! Who knew that being in a sack could be so exhilarating? I shall certainly seek another opportunity for this. Really? Harry's curiosity piqued, appearing eager to try it himself. And Sirius sensed that he could not allow these two children to continue in this manner. Ahem. All right, that's far enough. But you two mustn't do this again. Understood. Harry obediently replied, yet his eyes darted about incessantly, while Wanmi outright ignored Sirius's admonition. My little rascal perpetually tests my limits. I wonder if there are any effective methods to manage this. I'm in urgent need of guidance. What about your little shadow? Harry confirmed that Wanmi was indeed looking at him. Me? Yes, the one with the red hair. And where is that golden-haired boy? Haven't you two always been inseparable? After a long absence, Draco had once again been reduced to the status of the golden-haired boy. Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter. What were you thinking, golden-haired boy? How apt. The Slytherin Quidditch team always competes with us for practice space, which is why we frequently encounter Draco. As for Ron, I heard that upon learning I was coming to find Sirius, he resolutely refused to come along. Harry's implication was clear. Wasn't it because Peter targeted him several times in the past? It turns out I was right. He ought to be thanking me for the revelation, considering he harbored a criminal in his home for a decade. I heard that you take him for extra lessons whenever you get the chance. Sirius replied. Am I to directly say that I find him lacking? That wouldn't be normal, would it? Back in the day, your father, Remus, and I. Which one of us didn't excel in at least 2 or 3 subjects? As your good friend, how could his grades be utterly dismal? You could simply say that under my enthusiastic guidance, his performance has skyrocketed. Hasn't he achieved excellent marks in charms? Can't he now earn a compliment from Professor McGonagall in Transfiguration? Indeed. Harry chuckled at his godfather, who seemed to be pouting like a child. Thanks to you. Perhaps Ron is just shy? By the way, I came to tell you. Next week is the Quidditch match. Will you come back to watch? Of course. I want to witness you defeat Malfoy with my own eyes. Wanmi observed the two conversing amiably from the side, realizing that sharing food and engaging with others could be so pleasant and relaxed. So why do they always bicker when together? Oh, I understand, after all. They are still children, and it is inevitable that they may act juvenile in the presence of adults. As a 200-year-old adult, I must show some leniency toward the little one. With this thought, Wanmi found her legs unconsciously shifting between the two. Hee, I almost believed you. What is the matter? The large and small figures looked curiously at Wanmi in the middle. I feel it is rather unkind for you to leave me aside. Do you not humans often speak of treating all equally? Why is it that both of you refrain from engaging in conversation and laughter with me? The topic was initiated by me. Should I not receive a glance or two in return? Sirius, is the child feeling unbalanced? Harry, what nonsense is Wanmi spouting? As if she were not human. Wanmi, did I say that? Am I not supposed to graciously assume the role of an adult? Sirius, I think I have learned a new word. Wanmi, with utmost seriousness. What word? Embarrassment. As soon as Wanmi uttered this, she attempted to flee, only to be caught by Sirius, who grasped her wrist. Where do you think you're going? After all this time, I finally caught you. And I have matters to discuss. Harry, as promised, I will come to see your match next week. I must take my leave now. Sirius waved at Harry and led Wanmi back to the office. What are you doing? Did I agree to be dragged over here? Your demands have become increasingly audacious. Sirius could not help but chuckle. All right, then I invite you over. Is that acceptable? That sounds much better. Now what is it you wish to discuss? Sirius felt a tremor within him at Wanmi's haughty expression. Is this what distinguishes a son from a daughter? He pondered. Perhaps he could comprehend why, during their youth, his grandmother had favored the Bellatrix sisters so ardently. It was indeed delightful. Wanmi expressed her dissent. Did you see, Yao Yao? It is the training that makes the food obedient. Learn well, and if your diet were to include live creatures in the future, you should know what to do. Yao Yao glanced at Wanmi, then at Sirius, unable to resist scanning their thoughts. As for Wanmi, I'm sorry, but your mind is far too powerful. I cannot penetrate it. However, did not my host just speak? As for Sirius, goodness. How can two individuals with such divergent thoughts engage in pleasant conversation? For the first time, I realized Sirius categorizes his feelings as paternal affection towards a child. Yao Yao was bewildered and profoundly shocked. Though I am but a young sprite. Please do not underestimate the esteemed system sprite as a fool. I feel quite anxious and wish to issue a task to alleviate my unease. Host, do you wish to? Not at all. Farewell. Seeing Wanmi in good spirits, Sirius hurriedly proposed, do you wish to leave Hogwarts? Wanmi scratched her head. Her hair had grown somewhat long, constantly brushing against her features, which was rather irritating. Why? Have we not previously discussed this? I have matters to attend to here. Wanmi had never spoken to Sirius about pollution or the search for a body. Even without a binding contract, she had no intention of revealing this to him. As a source of sustenance, she only needed to run freely and occasionally provide delightful experiences. The rest, she would manage herself. Chapter 64. We have suffered from misunderstandings for millennia. Yet, you do not belong here. You should soar freely in the heavens. Yet, within Hogwarts, you scarcely dare to float. Consider the vibrant world outside, filled with delightful flavors. I do not believe it wise for you to consume others. My presence alone suffices. I often find myself concerned for you at school, as well as for the other students. I fear that, should a situation like Chilo's arise again, you may become a target. Sirius is still struggling to articulate his thoughts in a manner that does not discomfort Wanmi. I am not intimidated. It is merely that Snape cautioned me that my constant fluttering about might startle the other humans, and an excess of food could lead to my loss of control. I simply wish to avoid reverting to a state of confusion. Nevertheless, why must we discuss Snape again? When did he speak to you? It was the day after the delivery of the black balloon. When I went to check on my coat, Snape remarked that if I were ravenous, I could take a few bites out of him, but to refrain from bothering the other humans, as they are still young and fragile, unable to withstand my nature. It is not my opinion. You humans are exceedingly delicate, unlike us creatures who are capable of flying and tumbling from birth. Sirius heard Wanmi's subsequent words as mere background noise. He was consumed by a singular thought. The slug had usurped his responsibilities. These words ought to be his. For he is the true guardian. Moreover, what does it mean that one can eat him? How can this individual be so casual and irritating? Have you consumed him? What? Wanmi was taken aback momentarily. I meant, how can you consume others? It was a misunderstanding regarding sustenance. Of course not, though I would love to. By the way, what on earth is that pendant you crafted, deliberately collecting the most unpalatable items? Sirius, belatedly realizing, produced the small dog pendant. It turned out that Wanmi had returned it not to sever ties, but out of dissatisfaction with the pendant. The worries that had plagued Sirius for an entire month dissipated in an instant. Yet how could there be an issue with this pendant? It should not be. How could it possibly be unpalatable? This pendant contains a strand of Snape's hair, specifically for gathering the happiness he radiates. Wanmi frowned. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Who would wish to consume such a thing? This time, it was Sirius who was perplexed. Wasn't a Dementor known for feeding on the happiness of others? Ridiculous. How could my dear host ever steal someone else's joy? Yao Yao emerged, indignant, shaking her tiny fists at Sirius, yet regrettably, her punches passed harmlessly through his head. Exactly. How could I ever find joy appealing? Sirius paid no heed to Wanmi's peculiar tone, as if a third party existed to validate her. But the book states precisely that, and every time you eat, I feel as though joy is vanishing. Yao Yao was enraged. She quickly sought out evidence. Yao Yao was determined to confront this ignorant individual. Wanmi's past records indeed seemed to corroborate this assertion. What? Wanmi became disoriented, her hair beginning to dance wildly without the influence of wind. Defamation. Utterly baseless defamation. We creatures do not consume just any refuse. While we might indulge in some when starved, our preference lies in negative emotions. If we favored happiness, why would we need to amplify your fears and deepen your sorrows before feeding? If happiness is so prevalent among humans, why must we exert effort to entice it? Sirius stared in bewilderment at Wanmi, who was seething with rage due to the insults stemming from her food preferences. Instinctively, he enveloped her in his embrace, gently stroking her little head and murmuring, "All right, I concede. So, you mean to tell me that the bone-chilling cold I feel each time you prepare a meal is a result of your cooking?" Sirius hesitated to use such a term, yet he found himself at a loss for a more fitting one. What else could it be? Wanmi buried her head deeper into Sirius's chest, muttering, "So, the Wizarding World's perception of Dementors has always been erroneous? The notion that joy is siphoned away is merely an illusion created by a temporary overload of negative emotions? How could I possibly believe that? Do you not believe it?" Sirius recalled Snape telling him that the Patronus charm, conjured by human thoughts of joy, was our kind's nemesis. Though he felt no such connection, he pondered, if our sustenance embodies happiness, do you truly think that a Patronus, which relies on joy, would have any effect on us? He found himself intrigued by this notion, having never considered it from that perspective. Thus, he began to question his long-held beliefs. So, is my pendant for naught? No, I can still make adjustments. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupted his thoughts. What was that noise? Sirius looked down. Please, don't hold me so closely. I'm feeling a bit peckish. My apologies. Sirius instinctively pushed Wanmi away slightly. Why not have a bite to eat? All right. No, wait. Never mind. I can endure it. Sirius was perplexed. When did this girl begin to control her appetite around him? I had thought you would feel better after I ate. Yet you just mentioned that you always feel uncomfortable and lose your joy. It seems I have evolved somewhat. I could manage without food. Perhaps I shall visit Snape for some chocolate later. Sirius felt a swell of pride at the thought of Wanmi maturing and considering his feelings. Yet her next words made him want to pull her into his arms and scold her, though he couldn't bring himself to do so. You must feed me. I am not uncomfortable. Sirius scooped Wanmi up and carried her toward the sofa, pressing her down into the cushions, his arms encircling her tightly. What do you need Snape for? Eat here, eat your fill. Sirius's nose nearly brushed against Wanmi's. The proximity and the intoxicating scent enveloping her made her surrender to the moment, the aroma of his presence mingling with a dash of jealousy, enhancing its richness. Then I shan't hold back. Wanmi wrapped her arms around Sirius's neck, inching closer. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sirius, I heard from Harry that Wanmi is here. Minerva, Sirius exclaimed, startled. Excuse me for interrupting, McGonagall said, retreating, only to peek her head back in a moment later. Sirius, you are still quite young and impetuous, and Wanmi is still very much a child. Do be mindful. Wait, Professor McGonagall, it's not what you think. Sirius sprang to his feet, intent on following her out, but a ravenous Wanmi would not allow him to escape so easily, refusing to loosen her grasp. Thus, McGonagall turned to see Sirius chasing after her, with Wanmi still clinging to his chest. She could no longer endure the situation, forcefully ushering both individuals back into the office and shutting the door behind her. Sirius, it's one thing to be in the office, but how could you behave so recklessly outside? It's quite inappropriate for others to witness. No, Professor McGonagall. Sirius attempted to pull Wanmi down, who was displeased. Yet the food supply audaciously glared at her. All right, let us maintain some dignity in front of outsiders. Despite my reluctance, Wanmi reluctantly jumped down from Sirius's grasp. Professor McGonagall, it's not as you perceive. I am an adult, after all. I am not so deranged. McGonagall regarded her with a knowing look. Well, I haven't said anything untoward. Besides, who isn't an adult? I merely came to find Wanmi. Sirius and Wanmi exchanged puzzled glances. Wanmi, your old friend has entrusted me with delivering something to you. Might you visit my office when you have a moment? Wanmi's old friend? Who? What does it mean? Sirius felt somewhat bewildered, as Professor McGonagall had been speaking in ways he struggled to comprehend since the beginning. Wanmi knows, right? McGonagall met Wanmi's equally perplexed gaze, her confidence wavering. You are aware of Hogwarts, I presume? With Sirius present, McGonagall hesitated to be too explicit, emphasizing the name Hogwarts. Who doesn't know Hogwarts? We are at Hogwarts. What sort of question is that, Professor? Ignoring Sirius, McGonagall's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Wanmi. You do know it. Upon receiving her answer, she exhaled in relief, her excitement barely concealed. Could you please come to my office later? Wanmi had never received such a formal and courteous invitation, and for a moment, she felt a sense of novelty, nodding in agreement. Satisfied with the response, McGonagall didn't wish to further intrude upon their conversation. Before departing, she remarked, though Wanmi is not a child anymore, she still requires care. Do keep an eye on her, and she gently closed the door as she left. Chapter 65, an interlude on Dumbledore's concerns. Oh, dear children, perhaps you have already discerned my identity. Indeed, I am the illustrious Albus Dumbledore, often hailed as the greatest white wizard of this century. Although, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of the title White Wizard. You should know that I achieved overwhelming victory in my exchanges with Gellert through my mastery of dark magic. However, this is not a matter of pride, for in a subsequent duel, he bested me using the very dark arts he had learned from me. I must admit, that fellow is truly remarkable. I digress. While I may not cherish this title, I do take satisfaction in the current state of affairs. As modern wizards tremble at the mention of dark magic, I am acutely aware that this fear could lead wizards down a narrow path, but it is a necessary caution. After all, that unfortunate child, Tom Riddle, has yet to be completely vanquished. Given the present circumstances, excessive caution is indeed warranted. I cannot allow the future generations of wizards to tread the same perilous path as their forebears. I possess a profound understanding of the authenticity and significance of Sybil Trelawney's prophecies. The future of the wizarding world does not rest upon my shoulders, but upon the young ones led by Harry. For this noble endeavor, I am acutely aware of the hardships Harry endured in his formative years. Yet, those trials pale in comparison to the loss of Lily's magical protection, which left him vulnerable to the remnants of Voldemort. Meanwhile, as one destined for extraordinary things, is it not expected that minor obstacles and tribulations pave the path to success? Everything has unfolded precisely as I envisioned, at the age of 11. Harry successfully enrolled at Hogwarts. To be candid, I do not find myself ensnared in the delusions of power, but rather take satisfaction in the realization of my aspirations. Having lived a considerable portion of my life, I never imagined I would confront the overwhelming uncertainties of existence in my twilight years. From Harry's first year, or rather, from the moment he entered school, I have been unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of the wild child, Minerva McGonagall. Surely, she is no ordinary waif. Most homeless children tend to display timidity and trepidation, their eyes often filled with caution, unlike Minerva, who, though naive to the world, exhibits a remarkable fearlessness. She resembles a child who has been excessively indulged since birth. I would wager that Draco Malfoy could never possess such unrestrained eyes. I find myself in a state of conflict regarding this child. On one hand, I fear she may be a pawn of ill intent, intent on undermining Harry's journey. On the other, I hope she could become his steadfast ally in the future, for she is undeniably extraordinary. Yet, who can explain why this child, upon her enrollment, first provoked Snape, then brazenly assaulted a fellow student in class, and has recently taken to vanishing for extended periods? Were it not for Harry's evident regard for this first friend, I might have felt compelled to intervene, not to suppress her spirit, but at the very least to impart a lesson on student conduct. Indeed, Minerva is the first individual who eludes my understanding. A child ultimately revealed to have grown up in Azkaban. Soon thereafter, I encountered a second enigma. I wager you would never guess who it is. Minerva McGonagall. Yes, our most just and discerning head of Gryffindor. How I have placed my trust in her. Of course, I continue to hold her in high regard. However, do not presume that your attempts to suppress my excitement have gone unnoticed. That was during Minerva's first disappearance alongside Harry and Malfoy. And I am certain she was the mastermind. Those two children lack such prowess. When we discovered that the escapades of these three children were entangled with the ancient covenants of Hogwarts itself, I must confess I did not pay it much heed. Every individual is entitled to their secrets, even if they are but children. However, Minerva, since that day, has exhibited peculiar behavior, seeking opportunities to approach Harry and Malfoy, even subtly inquiring about Minerva's affairs from various individuals, including Sirius and myself. This oddity has prompted me to reminisce about Minerva's own student days. I recall that, in her presence, the so-called Gryffindor marauders were utterly unimpressive. In the stillness of night, I ventured into the forbidden forest, plucking the hairs from the tail of a unicorn. Alone, I provoked the centaurs, who pursued me relentlessly. I clandestinely placed a niffler in the potions office, creating a veritable uproar. To my dismay, upon my return, I discovered that she had surreptitiously deposited her precious acromantula in my office while I was away, leaving chaos in her wake. The memories of that disarray in the headmaster's office remain vivid. I could regale you with tales until dawn. However, I must kindly request your understanding of an elder's frailty. Let us condense our discourse, for soon I shall seek the solace of slumber. If necessary, I may share stories of Minerva McGonagall's student days at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, though that is not the moment for such tales. Now, why did McGonagall undergo such a transformation in 5th grade? At that time, we even speculated if she had been replaced by a polyjuice potion. She was a frequent visitor to the headmaster's office, and I was acutely aware that a significant burden weighed upon her heart. Yet, I maintained faith in her inherent goodness, which has persisted despite her recent perplexing behavior. Reaching my advanced age, one cannot attribute life's confusions solely to the actions of two individuals. Indeed, a third has emerged, my diligent student and assistant, Severus Snape. I have previously mentioned my aspirations for educating the Weasley twins, yet I have refrained from involving myself too deeply, as I do not wish the children to perceive me as a constant observer. Snape is a serious and competent professor, a distinguished head of house who values the education of his students. I had hoped he would discipline the Weasley twins, as I observed that they elicited a level of exasperation in him comparable to that of the innocent Harry Potter. However, just as I felt relieved to have one child under my control, he underwent a transformation. It occurred the day after the troll's appearance. I wager that the leniency he exhibits towards the Weasley twins, concealed beneath his cold exterior, surpasses anything he has shown to even 2 Harry Potters. His concern for Harry stems from duty and redemption, while his fondness for the twins is simply a matter of inclination. What has transpired? What has happened to these children? And where has Quirrell vanished? Have you forgotten your responsibilities regarding the sharpening stone I prepared for Harry? With their chaotic collaboration, the proximity between Harry and Slytherin's Malfoy, and Sirius always lurking in the office, oblivious to his research, have become trivial matters. My life has never felt as bewildering as it does now. Even in the face of Grindelwald, I never encountered such pervasive darkness. I must find a way to alter this situation. Yet who or what serves as the catalyst? Where lies the entry point? Nowadays, I dedicate every available moment to monitoring their behaviors, while the remainder is spent in my office, scribbling notes, fearful of overlooking a crucial detail. I have even resumed the habit of journaling. One day, as I stood before the large window, gazing into the distance to ease my mind, I caught sight of the Quidditch team engrossed in practice on the field. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. Chapter 66, A Friendly Conversation. The night deepened as Dumbledore, burdened by his thoughts, made his way to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. To his surprise, he discovered the individual who had been causing him such distress standing at the door, ear pressed against it, as if listening intently. Could it be that Quirrell was merely a decoy, and that Voldemort was the true puppeteer behind the scenes? Yet, having been spotted by Voldemort, he had no choice but to approach with calm composure. "Voldemort, what brings you here at this late hour?" he inquired. "The Hogwarts at night is so tranquil. Do you know who the owner of that large dog inside is?" Voldemort replied, showing no signs of having been caught in his nocturnal escapade. "Are you referring to Fluffy? It has a name?" Dumbledore was taken aback, as it seemed Voldemort had stumbled upon a revelation. "So, do you know its owner? Perhaps. Are you looking for Fluffy and its master for a reason?" "Indeed, I find myself in need of a steed, and I believe Fluffy would be quite suitable. After all, it has 3 heads, which is rather charming." "Charming? I regret to inform you that Fluffy has its duties and may not be able to accompany you. However, why not consult Harry or Draco? One is well versed in the wizarding world, while the other understands the Muggle realm, and they might know of creatures akin to Fluffy that would suit your needs," Dumbledore suggested with a smile. You are harboring ill intentions. Dumbledore. Snape would have you apprehended. Did I mishear? How does she know? I simply call this a prudent utilization of current events to achieve my goals. And why would Snape want to capture me? Have they set their sights on me? Snape would apprehend you if you were disobedient or too close to him, Sirius had once said. Although he had actually been referring to Wormtail, Voldemort was reluctant to use that term for a creature of such low regard. Dumbledore had always known that Voldemort possessed keen senses, as if she were naturally gifted at discerning the intentions and morals of others. He had fancied himself a competent performer. Yet he found himself utterly transparent to Voldemort, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Very well, why do you desire Fluffy? Surely it cannot be merely because it is the most adorable creature you have encountered? Dumbledore ventured, questioning Voldemort's taste, though he suspected it was not solely based on appearances. How could any creature be more endearing than a dog? And yet, Voldemort's expression shifted to one of concern, and she let out a long sigh. Dumbledore suddenly wished to engage Voldemort in conversation, for at that moment, she appeared to be just an ordinary student burdened by worries. He leaned against the wall and sat down on the floor, inviting her to talk. It must be said that Dumbledore's gentle demeanor garnered the affection of others, even Voldemort, who felt an urge to confide in him and settled beside him. You know, Sirius is a large dog. Dumbledore nodded, fully aware that Sirius's animagus form was that of a massive black dog, which could be rounded to conclude that Sirius was indeed a dog. No mistake there. However, it seems he no longer wishes for me as his master. Out of respect for his wishes, I believe I may need another dog to take his place. Dumbledore was astonished. When had Sirius become so adept at entertaining children, playing roles with them? Perhaps he had even transformed into his black dog form to carry Voldemort around. However, upon reflection, it is hardly surprising that Wanmi was raised by Sirius Black. Who could have anticipated that the young Sirius would emerge as such a devoted father? Perhaps there are no children at all, and Sirius is merely jesting with you. Why would you think he no longer desires your presence? After all, he has watched you grow. Today, in his office, McGonagall approached me, inviting me to gather in her office. I suspect Sirius may be feeling a twinge of jealousy, as his possessiveness is quite pronounced, something I can empathize with, given my own nature. Dumbledore's thoughts spiraled. Good heavens, McGonagall, another source of confusion has appeared. Nevertheless, I must prioritize being a good headmaster, alleviating the troubles of my students, and perhaps even bridging the gap with Wanmi. Is it truly for this reason? Sirius is not a petty person. Should someone share his concern for you, he would only feel gratified. Witness how pleased he is to see Harry cherished by those around him. Certainly not. After McGonagall departed, Sirius suddenly inquired about my age. Who knows why he posed such a question? I answered him, only for him to inexplicably dismiss me, exclaiming his desire for solitude, finding it all rather bothersome. Had it not been for the promise of sustenance, I might have dismantled his door. Yet, I find myself no longer reliant on food, nor do I desire his company. Dumbledore had always presumed that Wanmi was raised by Sirius, thus he did not scrutinize the word food too closely. It appears the issue lies with him. How could he be unaware of your age? Such behavior is unacceptable. However, we ought to extend some understanding towards him, as his time in Azkaban was arduous. And losing track of time is understandable. Just as he finished this thought, Wanmi gazed back at him in disbelief. Did he tell you he has suffered greatly? How outrageous. That is slander. Aside from the less than stellar meals, I have taken excellent care of him. How could a 200-year-old being mistreat a young cub? And what about food? Wait, what 200 years? Old Dumbledore was bewildered, terrified, and utterly confounded. How could a child claim to be over 200 years old? Moreover, did you not just tell me you are merely 11? Is that so? Wanmi pondered for a fleeting moment, recalling their early encounters. Back then, I was rather oblivious to the passage of time, but later I figured it out. Over 200 years old. What is the issue with that? A significant issue indeed. How am I to treat you as a child under such circumstances? In fact, I cannot even regard you as a human being. Dumbledore did not suspect Wanmi was lying. He possessed enough discernment for that. Do you realize I am only a little over 100 years old? What? Do humans age so quickly? Then Sirius will be like you in just 60 or 70 years. Excellent. This confirms it. You are undoubtedly not human. Now the question arises, what exactly is Wanmi? Even at this moment, Dumbledore found the leisure to summarize and update his notes on Wanmi's character. Though Wanmi's temperament may be rather volatile, he is genuinely sincere in his interactions, readily answering any inquiries. He even regretted the meticulous observations he had maintained over the past 6 months. Dumbledore was intent on uncovering Wanmi's little secret when, unexpectedly, she sprang up with an iron rod, ready to take flight. Wait, where are you off to? Why are you grabbing my leg? The black balloon is about to escape. Wanmi's voice was tinged with rare urgency. After all, the black balloon was still clad in her coat. What if it fled with it? I'm coming with you. Dumbledore, sensing Wanmi's desperation, though uncertain of the circumstances, recognized that this was not the moment for hesitation. He promptly released her and gestured for her to proceed, closely following in her wake. What a creature that can transform into human form and fly. What on earth is this being? Dumbledore's intuition told him that unveiling Wanmi's mysterious persona would unravel all his confusions from the past 6 months. Lost in thought, he trailed Wanmi to the entrance, where he observed a shadowy figure darting swiftly toward the forbidden forest. Chapter 67, The Revealed Secret. From a distance, Wanmi noticed that the black balloon was not adorned with any other clothing, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, any unattractive man wearing her coat would be unable to escape. With her worries eased, she intended to check on her coat in the cellar. Wait, aren't we going to chase it? Dumbledore was prepared to dash into the forbidden forest, although he did not comprehend how Wanmi had made her discoveries. The signs indicated her deep concern regarding the black mist, or rather, the muddied version of Voldemort. This revelation thrilled him immensely. After all, they were opposing forces, sisters in arms. Let us pursue it. We might have the chance to bring Harry along next time. Why chase it? It has no value. If it runs away, so be it. After all, it was a gift for Snape. Why should I care if it's lost? Oh dear. After McGonagall, I hear Snape's name from Wanmi's lips. They are indeed conspiring behind my back. Since Wanmi was disinclined to pursue, Dumbledore had no intention of chasing after it either. After all, it was not something that could be killed. It could still serve a purpose. Yet, did Snape know the identity of the black balloon? Enveloped in the anticipation of revelations, the old Dumbledore followed Wanmi to the cellar, only to encounter the hastily approaching Snape, who was carrying what appeared to be an unconscious Harry, dressed in pajamas, droplets of water clinging to his hair. Dumbledore, Snape, upon seeing the scene, immediately understood that someone had escaped. He preemptively tossed Harry into Dumbledore's arms. Take care of your savior. He sneaked into my office at night and released my precious research material. Ah, there was no need to knock Harry unconscious, was there? Snape scoffed. Has your mind been clouded by syrup? Can't you see I just rushed over from Diagon Alley? Had I arrived sooner, would Harry Potter have had the chance to faint? That damn black mist can still flee. Wanmi remarked. It seems there are humans more terrifying than us Dementors. We should retreat. Wait. Dumbledore wished to express that he did not want to be left alone, but upon observing Snape's expression, he ultimately altered his approach. Since tonight's events remain unclear, it would be prudent to visit my office. Snape acquiesced. What about my coat? Wanmi inquired. It is in my office. Very well. I feel reassured now. All right, lead the way, Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Snape examined Harry and discovered he was merely in a state of ordinary unconsciousness. So they decided against summoning Madame Pomfrey, considering it was late at night and it would be improper to disturb others. They resolved to wait until Harry awoke to discuss matters further. Suddenly, while the two were deliberating, Wanmi seized the opportunity to pull out a bucket of water from her space and doused Harry, providing him with a shocking awakening. By the time the two noticed her actions, it was too late to intervene, and Harry, startled, jumped up and scanned his surroundings in alarm. Professor Dumbledore? Professor Snape? Wanmi is here too. How did I end up in the headmaster's office? Good question. But first, let us discuss why you sneaked into my office in the dead of night and released my experimental materials, Snape remarked, his demeanor suggesting that he would not hesitate to penalize Gryffindor if he did not receive a satisfactory explanation. I don't know, Professor, Harry stammered, attempting to recall the events but suffering from a splitting headache. I don't remember entering your office. Are you suggesting someone bound you and framed you in my office? Snape retorted. No, I only remember. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, realizing that since Quirrell's disappearance a month ago, he had not been plagued by headaches, indicating that this was unrelated to Snape. Nevertheless, he remained uncertain about Snape's trustworthiness, as the professor often regarded him with a scrutinizing and malevolent gaze. Dumbledore encouraged Harry. It's all right, Harry. Speak freely. We shall handle the rest. I only recall that over the past couple of days, I have frequently felt dizzy. Tonight, I was asleep, but suddenly a voice in my head called me to go outside, and then I lost consciousness, Harry said, anguish etched on his face. A very convenient excuse. Simply I don't remember, Snape interrupted, his venomous tone disrupted by Wanmi's interjection. Wait, why does Harry's head smell like a black balloon? Dumbledore exclaimed, what? My ultimate secret is at risk of being exposed so soon? At that moment, Wanmi leaned closer to Harry, inquiring carefully about his head. The scent emanates from this scar. I always thought there was something vaguely off about you. It turns out it was this. Dumbledore, what are you concealing from me? A horrifying suspicion suddenly seized Snape's mind. He had vaguely heard Dumbledore mention the upcoming plans. Typically, Dumbledore would divert the conversation or offer ambiguous responses to avoid revealing too much, for once a secret is known to another, it ceases to be a secret. However, having been tormented by the sudden chaos of recent events, Snape felt an urge to act childishly. In a fit of pique, he retorted, aren't you also hiding something from me? Regarding the black balloon Wanmi mentioned, Harry interjected, oh, gossip? If you're discussing that, I'm not feeling uncomfortable at all. Unfortunately, Harry's gaze was too naked, making it difficult for anyone to ignore. Harry, You should return to your dormitory with Wanmi. Given your status as a victim, I shall refrain from any punitive action this time. Dumbledore's obvious evasion of the topic left Harry feeling disgruntled. What is it that I am not permitted to hear? It appears that you are conversing about my affairs. Is it not true that Harry possesses fragments of another's soul within his mind? Wanmi is perplexed, questioning, and astonished. What? Harry exclaimed. Were they not discussing the reasons behind his nocturnal wanderings? How did it turn to matters concerning his own mind? Yet, it does make a certain sense. Could it be that my mind has always been unclean? Wanmi, such an intriguing point of focus. Just as I had managed to contact the main system with the points redeemed from my previous task, I was yet to revel in my success when Yao Yao interrupted. Something is amiss. Why does that old man appear to want to consume my host? Be careful. Mimi, Dumbledore wishes to throttle you. No, I cannot be throttled. Indeed, who could vanquish a Dementor? I should hasten to update the task system. Yao Yao merely took a glance at the chaotic scene before retreating into the space, excitedly clutching the temporary patch extorted from the main system to mend the system. As for Dumbledore, he had initially intended to wait until Harry matured before deciding whether to disclose this matter. Who exactly sent Wanmi to confront him? In an instant, a powerful wave of magical energy emanated from Dumbledore, though he swiftly repressed it. Unfortunately, Harry, overwhelmed with shock and confusion, once again fell to the ground. Dumbledore glanced at Wanmi, bewildered as to why she had not succumbed. Yet, in the next moment, Dumbledore had no time to concern himself with Wanmi. Dumbledore. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Sirius, calm down. The situation is not as you perceive it. Chapter 68. My secret he can no longer keep. Calm down. How did you initially speak to me? Voldemort fractured his own soul? He required Harry to be nurtured while simultaneously eliminating Voldemort's Horcruxes. Very well. I am protecting Harry merely to have him ultimately serve as a Horcrux. Is that it? The situation has not deteriorated to such an extent, Sirius. Perhaps we can find alternative solutions. And what if there are none? What if you tell me there are no other options? Dumbledore. Can you afford to wait years to act? Can I wait years? By then, Harry may not even have graduated. Sirius was engulfed in profound sorrow and fury. His gaze fixed immovably upon Dumbledore, appearing to see no one else. Dumbledore, what shall I do if that day truly arrives? Shall I bear guilt for a lifetime while guarding Harry's child? Perhaps he may not even have a child. What then shall I do? The eloquent Dumbledore found himself rendered speechless by Sirius's desperate inquiries, unable to meet his gaze, instead seeking solace in Wanmi, who remained lucid. Wanmi, it's time. Leave it to me. She recalled the duties Hela had once performed by Chi's side and glanced at the nearly deranged Sirius. It could not possibly get worse than this, could it? Wanmi encouraged herself, considering that Sirius had forsaken her as his master. This was not an act of disloyalty to her sustenance. Moreover, I need not rely on words. Precisely. With these thoughts, Wanmi floated to Sirius and gently placed her hand upon his forehead. Snape raised his hand to brush away Wanmi. Yet her grip seemed imbued with an invisible force, rendering him unable to escape. In a daze, he glimpsed his own reflection in her eyes. A sight both ludicrous and hysterical at that moment. Wanmi endeavored to absorb Snape's overwhelming emotions, cautious not to act too swiftly, fearful that a misstep might transform him into a second Quirrell. After all, another Snape could handle that, and there was always Dumbledore to rely upon. However, considering Snape's frequent indulgence in providing her with an array of chocolate-flavored treats, she strived to prevent him from becoming another Quirrell. Gradually, Snape's negative emotions were siphoned from him by Wanmi, his eyelids drooping until, in that stance, he succumbed to slumber. Dumbledore observed the two with utmost care, ready to intervene should Wanmi harbor any intent to harm Snape. The moment Snape fell into deep sleep, Dumbledore visibly exhaled in relief, conjuring a sofa to accommodate Snape and Harry, before sinking into the armchair like a weary elder. Wanmi, would you not take a rest as well? He suggested, gesturing towards the vacant sofa beside them. Wanmi shrugged, feeling somewhat bloated and reluctant to move. What is Snape's condition now? I suppose he is temporarily less enraged? But if he awakens in a fury, that's your concern. I'm too stuffed to bother. Wanmi found it difficult to articulate Snape's complex emotions. She only knew one thing. The old man had orchestrated the current predicament, and oh yes, little Harry was also to blame. Well, don't you have anything to discuss with this old man? Dumbledore inquired. Wanmi, feeling a sense of boredom, recognized that the old man had reverted to his previous awkward demeanor, insisting on convoluted conversation despite his inner machinations. Nothing much, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. Dumbledore was puzzled by Wanmi's sudden impatience. Accustomed to managing the bigger picture, he failed to recognize that applying the same approach to Wanmi was misguided. Oh, very well then. Good night. Mimi, I have delightful news for you, Wanmi exclaimed, pulling Yao Yao from her spatial realm and pressing her against the pillow with fervor. Do you realize I'm about to fall asleep? Do you know? Oh no, I've made a mistake. I was just too excited to share the good news with you. Speak. Yao Yao, eager to please, quickly divulged the so-called good news. I've been diligently trying to establish contact with the main system, and today I succeeded. Moreover, I've installed a small patch for it. You've been lacking energy to connect with your superior, so how did you manage to reach out suddenly? Wanmi scrutinized the little sprite before her, whose excitement had deepened her hue to a vibrant green. That is not important. Don't you want to know what it does? Yao Yao cupped her chin with both hands, appearing adorably like a tinted peach in Wanmi's eyes. What does it do? The mission. We no longer have to undertake those tedious tasks to gain favor. We're the monsters. We ought to instill fear in others. Why fix anything? The malfunctioning system and Mimi are a perfect match. If we are to act, let us embody the most dreadful of creatures. From henceforth, we shall no longer be known as the charming system. Instead, we shall embrace the title of the most hated. With eager hands, Yao Yao summoned the interface, excitedly tapping the screen. Look, I've received a mission. Within 3 days, we are to ambush 2 students, targets unrestricted. Let us stir up some trouble. Wanmi remained silent, pulling a sweatshirt over her head. Hey, what are you doing? Are you not going to sleep? Sleep? We are to become the malevolent kings of Hogwarts. Off we go. Yao Yao struggled to tug at Wanmi's hair. Come back. It's 3 in the morning, dear. There's no one outside. Let us sneak into another dormitory, disturbing the peaceful slumber of others. Isn't that rather unbecoming? I shall not open the door. Open the door? As the guardian of Hogwarts, Wanmi firmly declared, that is out of the question. Draco dreamt of a Quidditch match where he thoroughly bested Harry, capturing the golden snitch just a second before Harry could grasp it, leaving Harry in a fit of tears. Sleeping Draco could not suppress a silly grin, but suddenly, a bedsheet fell from above. When he regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped by the sheet, transported to a familiar dormitory. Draco thought, I must still be dreaming. I'll continue to sleep. Yao Yao watched as Draco opened his eyes, glanced around, and then shut them again, unable to resist a smile. Why doesn't Mimi cover his head too? He is Draco. He doesn't need a disguise. But we are about to engage in mischief. Why be cowardly? He cannot defeat me. With eyes still closed, Draco mused. Why do I hear Wanmi talking to herself? Clearly, she has not awakened. Indeed, the fragments atop Harry's head were revealed in their first year. Those who have read my previous work should have realized that my story will not extend to the 7th year, nor would it place the weight of saving the world upon a few children. In my youth, while reading Harry Potter, I was perhaps swayed by a sense of individual heroism, particularly admiring young Harry, who bore such a heavy mantle at a tender age. However, upon reflection, I wish to assert that, at least in my narrative, I shall not bestow such a burdensome responsibility upon mere children. The innocents deserve better. Of course, let Wanmi, this 200-year-old witch, do as she pleases. We are still young and cannot dictate her actions. Let me reiterate. This book's main plot does not revolve around young Harry's valiant struggle against the Dark Lord. Ultimately, let the youngsters soar bravely, while Wanmi trails behind with an iron rod in hand. Good night. Chapter 69, A Fresh Atmosphere and a New Hairstyle. Draco tightly shut his eyes, attempting to ignore the voices that surrounded him. He is Draco. He doesn't need a disguise. Why be cowardly? He cannot overpower me. Yet, it is also unseemly to harm him, considering our acquaintance. What constitutes the criteria for ambush? Wanmi's soliloquy abruptly ceased, just as Draco believed the nightmare was nearing its end. Suddenly, a snapping sound pierced through, and slender objects fell upon his face, causing an odd, tickling sensation. The overly realistic sensation shattered Draco's delusion of being in a dream, compelling him to open his eyes. The scene before him momentarily eclipsed his fear of Wanmi. Wanmi Demont, who permitted you to cut my hair? Draco observed Wanmi joyfully collecting a strand of his golden hair into a small glass vial, finally ceasing to deceive himself. He, the illustrious young master of the Malfoy family, was not only wrapped from head to neck in bedsheets by Wanmi Demont, but had also been abducted to her dormitory. However, what preoccupied his thoughts at that moment was not this predicament. Draco slithered across the floor like a wretched worm, making his way to the dressing mirror. My hair. My bangs. Draco gazed at his new hairstyle. A mere inch-long fringe and murderous intent surged within him, who was unaware that the esteemed young Master Malfoy cherished nothing more than his resplendent golden locks, identical to those of his father. Host. Well done. Your charm value has increased by 30 points, and you've also gained 3 points of affection. Is that truly the case? Am I indeed the pride of the peculiar? Then what is my current charm value? Yao Yao checked the stark total of 30 charm points and fell into silence. What's wrong? Surely it must be in the thousands by now. It should have reached that, right? Wanmi, I'm not criticizing you. But how can we focus on such an insignificant charm value? Yao Yao feigned deep sorrow, utterly disappointed. We should aspire to a negative 100 in affection. That would be our greatest achievement. That makes sense, Yao Yao, you have grown. Wanmi disregarded Draco's murderous glare, directly retrieving the bedsheet, and, before he could react, unceremoniously pushed him out the door. Go back to sleep, it's late. Draco, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Am I not awake? I knew it. Why would Wanmi cut my hair for no reason? It must be a dream. Back to sleep. Yao Yao watched as the sorrowful Draco drifted back to his dormitory like a specter, feigning to wipe away non-existent tears. Wanmi, who's next? Yao Yao was even more concerned about the task than Wanmi. For the previous task's energy crystal had been covertly used by him. Observing the host's situation, he realized that if he did not remind Wanmi, she would forget to inquire about the rewards for the current task. Ah, how fortuitous. This time, the reward is also an energy crystal, perfectly compensating for the last. Wanmi thought, pleased that she could provide an explanation. I'm truly wonderful. Who else could it be? Hee. Thus, a certain Gryffindor, sleeping soundly, was inexplicably dragged from his dreams, his head and body covered, to an unknown location, where he received a thorough beating. Awakening in pain, he found himself back in his own bed. Don't let me discover who you are. Marco, what madness is this at such an hour? Don't you let anyone sleep? Wanmi, you're amazing. You completed the task in just one night. Though Marco had no idea who had struck him, his affection remained at 65, yet his charm value had surged by 60 points. Of course. Who am I? By the way, what about my rewards for these two tasks? Yao Yao, the debt collector always arrives unexpectedly. Here you go, host. This is the energy stone from last time. He swiftly extracted the reward and handed it to Wanmi, only to read a look of disdain on her face 3 seconds later. What a piece of garbage. Didn't you say this would at least replenish some of my energy? This is barely a fraction of what I expended to save you. What good is this? Perhaps you are just too powerful. Even a regular person, let alone a wizard like Sirius, would have seen their mental strength double with this. For the first time, Yao Yao felt that the so-called items sold in the system mall were nothing but counterfeit goods, and the system rewards were the most inferior of all. Nevertheless, the dignity of the master system must be salvaged. What a disgrace. What reward is this? I hope it's not something like this again. Yao Yao quietly exchanged her still warm 90 charm points for a luxurious 36-inch chocolate cake, the best item available for redemption. While the energy stones she dismissed required a staggering 10,000 points. Why doesn't the main system go snatch those up? Host, this task is relatively simple for you. It's just this. Yao Yao tentatively presented the enormous chocolate cake, using both hands to push it towards Wanmi. Wow. This is quite nice. Wanmi exclaimed, happily placing the large cake on the nearby table. Then I shall dig in. Yao Yao, you can rest. Don't worry about me. Yao Yao thought, oh, I seem to have discovered something remarkable. Does this mean that in the future what a sin? What a sin. Yao Yao pressed her hands together. I am an honest and polite system. I cannot be corrupt. This situation is merely exceptional. After enjoying the cake, Wanmi patted her round little belly, smiling contentedly, and decided to sleep, planning to visit McGonagall again tomorrow. She completely forgot about harming an innocent little golden retriever tonight. However, tomorrow would inevitably arrive, bringing the little golden retriever's wrath along with it. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. Wanmi Demont. I will have my revenge. Blaise Zabini was startled awake by a furious shout, only to see Draco rushing out of the dormitory, disheveled. What is going on? Blaise scratched his head. I can still sleep for half an hour. The world fell silent once more. Chapter 70. Brothers should go bald together. Wanmi. Open the door. Open the door for me. I know you're inside. Bang bang bang. Don't hide in there and stay silent. I know you're in the dormitory. Open the door. Bang bang bang. Draco's knocking drew a crowd of passing Slytherins. Yet anyone with sense could tell that the young Malfoy was in a furious state, and no one wanted to approach him at that moment. Look at his disheveled appearance. Could it be that Wanmi Demont had ambushed him? No way. How old are they to be playing so recklessly? Draco was in no mood to pay heed to other speculations. He only wished to confront Wanmi directly and demand an explanation. The earlier hair pulling could be overlooked. He wasn't particularly attached to those few strands. But this time, she had actually cut off an entire chunk. Did he resemble a hair supplier? If she liked blonde hair so much, she could dye her own. What is all this racket? Wanmi asked, her expression darkening. She had stayed up late the previous night and was quite irritable about being disturbed during her rest. In truth, she had no desire to venture outside today. She had long since planned to stand up McGonagall. However, upon seeing who had arrived, her mood instantly brightened. Oh, Draco, your new hairstyle is rather nice. This new look has considerably diminished your unattractiveness. Draco burst into the room, slamming the door behind him. Goodness, Draco has entered. Has he truly just walked into a ladies' dormitory? Are they now so brazen? It is no wonder, being a Malfoy. He has always been such a charming rogue. The chatter in the corridor grew increasingly boisterous. With such gossip, should I perhaps start a newspaper for you? Draco suddenly thrust his head out of the door and shouted, before slamming it shut once more. Everyone dispersed. What was I going to do again? Oh right, the library. Yes, take me with you. Oh, no wonder I feel so uncomfortable. I forgot to shower after getting up. Haha, I shall return for a quick wash. What do you intend to do? Wanmi looked at the approaching Draco with confusion. Why did such a mischievous grin appear on the face of the clownish boy? Today, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall not let this go. Tell me, why did you cut my hair? Draco produced a small pair of scissors from his pocket. Surely, I cannot strike you. What? Draco suddenly froze. Wanmi gazed sympathetically at the foolish boy before her. Perhaps it would be best to find someone else to bully, for he was already pitiable enough with such a hideous appearance, and his intellect seemed lacking as well. I wish to ambush 2 individuals. I am only familiar with you from Slytherin, and it is easier to act against acquaintances. Draco, unable to comprehend, watched as Wanmi continued. Yet given our brief acquaintance, I cannot bring myself to strike you. The only aspect of you that I find appealing is your hair. You mentioned seeking 2 individuals. Draco's expression remained vacant. Indeed, I am more familiar with those from Gryffindor. However, since Macmillan previously mocked me, I shall choose him. A good thrashing would be delightful. A thrashing? Suddenly, he felt fortunate. How to resolve this? Disrupting matters. Draco dashed out the door. At least he had yet to be struck, hadn't he? If not now, when? What a nuisance. Is he leaving just like that? How dull. Yow yow. I suddenly feel rather sorry for Draco Malfoy. Since I have been awakened anyway, Wanmi decided to carry a metal rod and stroll outside. It is a splendid weekend. McGonagall should have no classes. Let us seek her out. Meanwhile, Draco, filled with trepidation, returned, only to be met with a hearty round of laughter from Zabini, who had just risen. Ha ha, that hairstyle. Are you preparing for a costume contest? Ha ha. Oh dear, my stomach aches. Draco hurled a pillow at him, laughing, laughing, laughing. How do you not die of laughter? Cough, cough. Zabini, suppressing his mirth, asked earnestly, what happened? Who did this? Could it be Harry Potter's revenge? How did you come to think of him? Yesterday during Quidditch practice. You did stick gum in his hair, didn't you? Draco. The truth revealed. Could it be that Wanmi is avenging the scarred boy? A traitor from Slytherin. Where's your razor? Bring it out for me to use. Zabini feigned innocence, claiming, how could I possess such a thing? I am still quite young. Stop pretending to be foolish. Draco, in his impatience, recalled how just days ago he had witnessed Zabini dramatically posing before the open dormitory door, shaving his beard and inadvertently captivating a gaggle of infatuated girls outside. He could not fathom what was so alluring about the act of shaving. Perhaps Zabini's face was somewhat appealing, but otherwise, it was utterly foolish. Ah, you've noticed, have you? I thought you were napping at that moment. Zabini awkwardly retrieved a razor from his drawer and handed it to Draco. As soon as it left his hands, the razor soared joyfully into the air, its blades quivering slightly as if to proclaim, I am ready. Which patron's chin requires my services? Zabini pointed at Draco, and the razor seemed eager to advance, prompting Draco to hastily shield his chin and retreat. Not my beard. My hair. Give me a buzz cut, 1 centimeter long. The razor hesitated momentarily in the air before vibrating with even greater excitement. A grand task awaits. With a flourish, the razor returned to Zabini's palm. Draco inspected his new hairstyle in the mirror, and with a smirk, he acknowledged that handsome features could indeed be complemented by any hairstyle. Zabini rolled his eyes silently. After all, the most dashing buzz cut was his alone. However, he could not resist the temptation to tease the scarred one. Isn't there training this afternoon? Zabini, may I borrow the razor once more? Having just risen, Harry was utterly unprepared for the impending skirmish on the Quidditch field. Nor did he anticipate that he would unwittingly acquire a buzz cut akin to Malfoy's. Malfoy, I shall not let this slide. Huh, I look forward to it. Who told you to report me to Umbridge? Unbeknownst to them, Umbridge was blissfully unaware of the chaos brewing as she sat demurely in McGonagall's office. McGonagall regarded Umbridge with an unwavering gaze, leaving her visibly uncomfortable. If you remain silent, I shall take my leave, Umbridge finally declared. Yet, McGonagall continued her silence, wordlessly producing a triangular prism and extending it toward Umbridge. What is this? Umbridge asked, sensing a familiar allure emanating from the prism. Do you not recognize it? A remarkable item. McGonagall's evident concern for the object prompted Umbridge to recall the golden key around her neck. Perhaps, but I need to ponder it. McGonagall remained silent, her expression one of disbelief. It was clear that Umbridge had made a commendable effort to persuade her, but had no one informed her of her inability to deceive? Very well, I may come to recognize it in time. I feel as if it is calling to me. May I keep it? How straightforward. Of course. It was meant for you, but Umbridge lifted herself slightly from her seat, only to settle back down. You must prove it belongs to you. Umbridge's brow furrowed in distress. How do I prove that? Do you see the totem on the prism? Use your mental energy to depict it. Just as she was about to protest her inability, the voice of Hogwarts resonated in her ears. Agree to her request. Goodness, so you were here. What is this? Just follow through. I shall explain later. Very well, but I fear I cannot control it with such precision. Umbridge frowned, straining to project her mental energy into delicate threads. As Yao Yao floated nearby, she observed a stream of mental energy, a meter wide, emanating from Wan Mi and enveloping the triangular prism in her hand. Yao Yao exclaimed, Mimi, have you ever seen someone use a meter-wide pen to draw patterns as delicate as a strand of hair? Hogwarts interjected, I cannot bear to look. It's unbearable. McGonagall added, I long to feel a powerful surge of mental energy. Yet, it seems nothing is happening. Wan Mi, you need to release just a little. A tiny bit of your mental energy. Yao Yao, it's your turn. I cannot stay here for long. Before Hogwarts could finish speaking, silence fell once again. If it weren't for sensing the triangular prism that Godric had hidden, he would not have wasted his energy directing his consciousness here. How can I go? You haven't finished speaking. I can't do it. McGonagall, believing that Wan Mi was overly anxious, quickly offered reassurance. You've waited decades for this. A moment more one team matter. Relax. I truly believe it is meant for you. You can do it. Wan Mi nodded, holding her breath, striving to extract a thread from her sea of consciousness. However, this proved exceedingly challenging for her, who had never practiced such delicate control over her mental energy. After a brief moment, Wan Mi, drenched in sweat, exerted all her strength to pull out a few millimeters of mental thread to attach to the pattern. In the next instant, to her astonishment, several millimeters of the pattern lit up, only to revert to its original state moments later. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Wan Mi felt a wave of disappointment. McGonagall had placed such faith in her, yet she could not illuminate this small triangular prism. It seemed that this object did not belong to her. To her surprise, McGonagall leapt to her feet, exclaiming, Did it not just light up? It was merely a flicker. McGonagall, are you not disappointed? Disappointed? Not at all. It is yours. Trust me, when you return, practice diligently. Once you can draw the entire pattern in one go, there will be a delightful surprise. McGonagall then smiled with relief. I have finally awaited your arrival. You are precisely the person I have been looking for. I must take a break for myself. Hurry back. I must draft an application and cannot keep you here. In a bewildering turn of events, Wan Mi found the triangular prism thrust into her arms and was inexplicably ushered out of the office. Do you think McGonagall has suddenly changed? Yao Yao echoed the same expression floating beside Wan Mi. It seems so. Chapter 71, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. Come on, Harry. Defeat Malfoy. Shut up, you scum. Malfoy. Seize the golden snitch. Crash into him. Show that little blonde what Gryffindor is capable of. Though, of course, do not truly crash. Just intimidate him. Wan Mi sat dazed in the stands, mechanically toying with a triangular prism in her hands, surrounded by the jubilant cheers of the four houses, particularly those of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Mimi, doesn't the noise bother you? Yao Yao leaned on Wan Mi's shoulder, trying to raise her voice above the clamor. It's not bothersome. Why do you speak so calmly? Because I'm using my mental energy to communicate with you. Oh, I see. It's quite loud here. Let us return. That one do. I've already accepted Harry's invitation, and watching them chase the game is rather amusing. I used to play like this with my companions at home. Dumbledore gazed wearily at the tumultuous scene on the pitch. With the new year approaching, he lamented that not only had he failed to train Harry, but he hadn't even found an opportunity for Harry to access the room down the right corridor on the 4th floor. Moreover, it seemed Voldemort was too fearful to return to the school anytime soon. What a bother. How could he discreetly train the savior? He was anxiously awaiting a solution. Meanwhile, Sirius occasionally cast furtive glances at the stands, where the enigmatic Umbridge, whom he had always perceived as a child, was revealed to be over a century old. This realization caused him a peculiar discomfort, further exacerbated by the knowledge that she was already of age. Strangely, he felt a sense of inexplicable delight, though he could not comprehend the source of this emotion, leading him to instinctively avoid her presence. Yet the more he tried to evade her, the more frequently she occupied his thoughts. Look, they must have spotted the golden snitch. Sirius was jolted back to reality by the exclamation, lifting his gaze to the sky. Harry and Draco, who had been engrossed in their own mischief and feints, suddenly found themselves racing toward the same direction, darting across the entire pitch. Flint and Wood exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously issuing commands. Disrupt. Score. The score stood at Slytherin 90, Gryffindor 100, indicating a fiercely contested match, where the outcome remained uncertain without considering the Seekers. Originally, Flint served as the team's Seeker, but during a particularly heated pre-match argument, he impulsively agreed to Wood's proposal to allow Draco, the substitute Seeker, to take the field, leading to a fair and just competition for first-year Seekers. It was a cunning scheme. Flint later realized that he had fallen into Wood's trap. Yet he was loath to admit that a Slytherin had been outwitted by a foolish lion. He thus forced himself to train Draco relentlessly, inadvertently resulting in a record number of confrontations between the two teams this year. After all, both sides boasted a remarkably new Seeker. In the heat of the moment, Flint and Wood even found themselves forming an unspoken alliance to exclude the other two houses from the competition for the pitch. Malfoy, if you lose to Harry Potter, I'll send you to Umbridge's dormitory. Flint struck a bludger away, seizing a moment to project his voice, confident that Draco heard him, as Draco instinctively shuddered at the threat. Cheating. Using magic. The Gryffindor students were indignant. What is the matter? Is it our fault for being too skilled with nonverbal spells? Are we ambushing Potter or merely obstructing him? Protests arose, denouncing the cunning Slytherins. Draco's fear of Umbridge was well known, even if rarely discussed. It was evident to anyone with eyes. Rumor had it that his hair, which rivaled the finest of styles, had been shorn to a crew cut by her hands. Umbridge, in a state of confusion, exclaimed, "What? I only trimmed a tiny lock. The house forbids the spread of falsehoods." Upon hearing his classmate's defense, Flint smirked. He would assert that it was the only nonverbal spell he knew? This was a skill he had practiced specifically for the match. Madame Hood did not engage in the verbal skirmish between the two academies. After all, it was merely a loud voice that uttered a single statement, which did not contravene any competition regulations. Gore, why did that adorably long-toothed fellow send Draco to me? Gore was preoccupied with devouring a colossal bag of chips nestled in his arms, fearing that Crabbe would finish it off before he could. Phonetics are terrible. Phonetics are a disaster. Vincent, give it a rest. You've eaten too much. Are you afraid of me? Wami pondered, glancing at the two gluttons, shaking her head. These two could only resonate with her when it came to food. Pansy, help me out. Call me Parkinson, you wretched girl. Pansy asserted, making it clear that a favorability rating of 75 was no jest. All right, Pansy, give me a loud voice. Wanmi's eyes sparkled as she observed the crowd on the field, feeling an unexpected surge of excitement for Slytherin's potential victory. Are you insane? Don't you know I despise you? Wami blinked. Do you wish to become as fearful of me as Draco? Pansy, I endure. A loud voice. Pansy brandished her wand towards Wanmi's neck and immediately swapped places with another girl beside her. Draco, if you lose, I will come to find you tonight. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Draco exclaimed, what the devil? Scarhead, perish. Pansy suddenly turned her gaze fiercely upon Wanmi Dement, whose face elicited a twinge of jealousy within her. Mimi, Pansy Parkinson's favorability rating has reached 90. You're amazing. With a crack, Sirius crushed the glass in his hand, casting a murderous glare towards Draco, who was soaring in the sky. Draco, what on earth is happening? Why does it feel colder? The observers, adorned in vibrant colors, speculated wildly as Draco's speed visibly increased, creating a two-body distance between him and Harry. His eyes were solely fixated on the golden snitch, determined to capture it with singular focus. Draco dodge! Flint suddenly shouted, accelerating towards Draco. A bludger veered towards Draco, yet he seemed too engrossed to heed Flint's warning. A timid girl covered her eyes, terrified at the impending spectacle, though if one disregarded the slight gaps between her fingers, she was secretly peeking. In a critical moment, Flint dashed to Draco's side, striking the bludger away. However, due to his rapid speed, he could not halt in time and collided with the enormous house support banner. Flint. Draco finally grasped the situation, incredulous that Flint had injured himself to save him. Flint struggled to rise from the ground, evidently needing to exit the field prematurely. Keep going. If you dare lose, believe me, I will make you suffer like this. Draco flinched, fully believing Flint would carry out his threat. Excellent. Yet another reason to win. Draco tightened his grip on the broom, scanning for the golden snitch's whereabouts. However, damn, it's too small to see. But, Scarhead, here I come. It is amusing to contemplate how, had Harry Potter not discovered the elusive golden snitch, he would not have soared through the air with such exuberance. As he pursued Harry with fervor, Draco was taken aback when Harry suddenly turned to flash him a smile before ascending straight into the clouds. By the time Draco processed this, he was perilously close to the wall, less than 10 meters away. Chapter 72, a clever hint. Draco, realizing he could not evade the impending collision, gritted his teeth and grasped his broom with one hand, executing a deft sideways leap to shift his trajectory just enough. He then dangled from his broom, colliding diagonally with the wall. Madame Pomfrey watched anxiously, poised to intervene, but was astonished to see Draco kick off the wall, forcing his broom to pivot once more, narrowly escaping a fatal crash. With a surge of momentum, he managed to swing back onto his broom. Incredible. You are my hero. What a magnificent turnaround. The crowd erupted in applause for Draco's exhilarating maneuver. Even the Gryffindor students had to concede that Draco's skills were undeniably impressive. Draco resumed his chase after Harry, deliberately bumping into him in a mock display of intimidation. Scarhead, are you afraid? I'm back. He scoffed. Not that I expect to catch you. Look, the golden snitch. Swiftly, Harry zipped past Draco, accelerating with all his might, while Draco, astonished, turned to see the golden snitch racing ahead of Harry. I'm such a fool. Draco lamented, refusing to fall behind as he desperately pursued them. After circling the pitch twice in pursuit of Harry and the snitch, he realized that the snitch seemed to be toying with them. Calculating Harry's proximity to the snitch, Draco clenched his jaw, confident that he could make it. He adjusted his course accordingly. Harry, exhilarated by the snitch within reach, was certain that Draco was right on his tail. There was no time to waste. I must seize it before Draco does. Draco positioned himself at a precise angle, even graciously slowing down to near stillness, warmly welcoming the snitch into his grasp. He opened his arms wide, allowing Harry to collide with him, clinging tightly as they both clung to the broom, which trembled under their combined weight. Let go. No way. Are you joking? We're hundreds of feet up. Scarhead, hurry and take me back to the ground. Don't push it. Harry's face flushed, uncertain whether he was more annoyed or flustered by Draco. What's the matter? Why not just push me off? After all, your broom is headed for the ground. Draco cheekily retorted, clutching the golden snitch as the Slytherin crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. His life spared from the clutches of Weasley and Flint. With no other choice, Harry reluctantly flew back to the ground, Draco clinging like an octopus. Upon landing, Draco jumped off the broom. Thank you. Ha, we won. As teammates rushed over to check on Draco, they found him quite lively, and in their joy, they tossed him high into the air. Happiness belongs to Slytherin, unrelated to Gryffindor. Wood approached and patted Harry on the shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right. We still have a chance. Let's give it our all in the next match. Young Harry's eyes glistened with tears of emotion. I just watched your chase. Your skills slightly surpassed Malfoy's. The scores were too close, and as both were nearing the golden snitch, everyone halted, except for the beaters who remained vigilant against the bludgers, to observe the fierce pursuit. However, Malfoy was just a bit more agile. Fear not. I already have a comprehensive targeted training plan, Harry exclaimed, in pain yet joyful. Wanmi followed the crowd towards the Slytherin team and witnessed Pansy, flushed with excitement, rushing to Draco and enveloping him in a grand embrace. Draco, you are the best. Is this human etiquette? Wanmi briefly contemplated but decided to immerse herself in this house she was beginning to find endearing. Draco. Wanmi yanked Pansy away from Draco, arms outstretched to embrace him and echo Pansy's earlier words, only to be abruptly tightened around the waist and lifted behind her. You cannot. Sirius's voice, laced with ire, resonated from behind. TCH. I'm taking Wanmi for a matter. I'll be leaving with her. Sirius received a grateful glance from his nephew and boldly exited the pitch, holding Wanmi aloft. Don't you feel embarrassed being carried like this? It's akin to a wayward child. How could I? It's quite comfortable not having to walk. Excuse me. Wanmi disdainfully glanced at the little dog pendant in her hand, attempting to return it. I don't want it. Keep it. I've improved it. Wanmi skeptically rubbed the dog's face, savoring the familiar fragrance and delightfully squinting her eyes. So, you weren't deceiving me after all. You were helping me enhance the pendant? I forgive you. Wanmi cheerfully hung the pendant around her neck, tucking it into her bosom. Now, I'm off to lunch. Goodbye. Sirius awkwardly opened his mouth, but said nothing, allowing Wanmi to depart while he lamented, covering his head. What a fool I am, Sirius. That girl isn't even human. Meanwhile, Wanmi, elated to possess the cherished container, skipped happily toward the hall, her palms still harboring the habit of rubbing the triangular object. Suddenly, Yao Yao shouted in her ear, It's glowing, it's glowing. What is glowing? Wanmi turned to follow Yao Yao's pointing finger and saw that one side of the triangular box, the one she had been rubbing, unexpectedly glowed for a brief moment before fading away. What did you do, Mimi? Wanmi pondered her recent actions. They were no different from her usual routine. Aside from her mood, Wanmi merely lacked conventional human thoughts and emotions. She was not foolish. She suddenly realized why, throughout the ages, there had been whispers that Dementors fed on human happiness. Perhaps this rumor was intentionally propagated by certain individuals as a reminder to themselves? This belief was so deeply entrenched among wizards, and when recalling Salazar's deeds, Wanmi couldn't help but suspect him, even if it wasn't him. It was certainly one of the other three who shared his notoriety. Do Dementors truly consume human joy? The guardian summoned by joy is said to be the nemesis of the Dementors? Huh, my dear, what are you talking about? Can a spell that merely repels us truly be deemed a nemesis? Pondering this, I wonder, is the creation of an incantation solely for repelling not, in essence, a form of protection that largely spares humanity the effort of vanquishing Dementors? Indeed, historical records indicate that few have delved into the study of Dementors, let alone pondered methods to eradicate them. After all, with a readily available spell that guarantees 100% repulsion, the likelihood of mastering it is quite substantial. Should one dedicate the effort? Wanmi, in a rare moment of good humor, elucidated to Yao Yao that the Patronus charm offers a different kind of protection. Thus, the consumption of joy might well serve as a hint left for me. It must be acknowledged that this is undoubtedly an endeavor of humanity. Has it not occurred to them that we creatures cannot fathom the workings of the human mind? Yao Yao conceded that, not being human, he too struggles to comprehend such thought processes. Yet, Wanmi, no one has ever analyzed it with such acuity as you have over the millennia. Might it not be the fault of we creatures, but rather the one who conceived this notion? In this manner, Wanmi has managed to grasp the concept. Indeed, Wanmi is the best. Haha, not at all. Yao Yao is splendid too. Yao Yao is the most beautiful little sprite, apart from us creatures. Oh dear, where is this leading? In the midst of their jovial conversation, the two were so engrossed that they lost interest in the restaurant, opting instead to rush back to their dormitory to sketch. After all, McGonagall had mentioned there were benefits to it. Chapter 73, In Search of Joy. Wanmi. Are you holding it in? Yao Yao watched incredulously as Wanmi sat on the bed with a triangular object for 3 days, looking utterly speechless. Ah, how vexing. It seems there is little that brings me joy. Wanmi's scant happy memories consist solely of food, and perhaps the joy from receiving a puppy pendant yesterday, which is hardly sufficient. As for the evolution into a more human-like form, what's there to celebrate? Forgive me, but before her evolution, she had no consciousness at all. By the time she gained full awareness, she was already quite similar to humans. Without a comparison, she hardly felt any elation. Thank you very much. Moreover, humans are so ugly. Why should I feel joyful? Yao Yao took out a small mirror to inspect herself. Indeed, her host found herself exceedingly adorable. Yet how could her almond-shaped eyes, soul-sucking lips, and oval face appear anything but grotesque in her own eyes? Oh, but wait. At least she had her golden locks to soften the blow. However, that certainly was not a source of happiness. So what now? Should I give it a try? Yao Yao felt urgency, for Hogwarts indicated that there might be other parts of Wanmi contained within. Surely, Hogwarts should possess the most knowledge, yet they too seem at a loss. Why can't Godric learn from Salazar? After all, he set no difficult challenges. Could it be that he simply had no time to establish them? Wasn't he entrusted to you? I care not. If I could return to the past, I would certainly give him a good thrashing. After all, I typically smile quite a lot. Wanmi tossed the triangular object back into the space and resolved to step outside, for one can easily fall into despair by confining oneself indoors. In the vicinity of Wanmi, Yao Yao, with hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Come on, host, let us embark on our mission in pursuit of joy." As class time approached, Pansy shyly settled beside Draco. This spot, originally reserved for Goyle or Crabbe, had been temporarily usurped by Wanmi, but now it was finally hers. Ever since the last Quidditch match, where she had impulsively embraced Draco, she had gradually been accepted into their trio. Pansy found herself pondering whether to name her future son Kaelson or Bobby, and whether to call her daughter Romanly or Philia, when a familiar iron rod suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision. "Demonte, what brings you here?" "Mimi, the mission is here. Scare her, scare her. Make her dare not to like you." Received. Wanmi grinned wickedly. "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I shall tug at your hair." Startled, Pansy recoiled against the table, inadvertently waking the slumbering Goyle and Crabbe behind her. "Wanmi, you're here for class? Come, come." Goyle and Crabbe, fond of their formidable yet amicable friend, squeezed themselves into the narrow two-seater, creating enough space for Wanmi to sit comfortably. As Professor McGonagall, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming holiday, approached the podium with her lesson plan, she beheld Pansy Parkinson tightly pressed against the table in the front row, while the back row was a scene of chaos. "Why must you three cram into 2 seats? Is my classroom so small that it cannot accommodate your extravagant stretching? McGonagall, you can tell jokes too? Just you wait. If it were a different student, I would deduct 10 points. Is it so hard to show me some respect as a professor? Settle down, separate. No, I want to sit with my 2 companions." Though Goyle and Crabbe were unaware that companion was the highest form of recognition Wanmi could bestow upon a human, they beamed with joy at her presence. Their lack of intellect did not equate to foolishness. They understood that in Draco's eyes, they were merely his sidekicks, and they gladly accepted this advantageous arrangement for their house. While other Slytherin students subtly looked down upon them, Wanmi's genuine approval stirred an emotional response within Goyle and Crabbe, nearly bringing them to tears. Professor McGonagall, observing the trio with glistening eyes, felt a headache coming on. Was this some sort of performance? She felt like the villainous old crone from a stage play, breaking up lovers. And yet this was merely a trio. Do as you please. For this lesson, we shall practice transforming cups into mice. Refer to page 59 for the anatomical diagram of mice. You have 15 minutes for memorization and preparation, after which we will have a quiz. With that, McGonagall settled into a nearby chair to feign sleep. Students tended to become anxious under her watchful gaze. Noticing Wanmi had tea brought her bag, Crabbe hurriedly pushed a textbook towards her, only to have it pushed right back. Wanmi raised an eyebrow at the pair, stood up, and deftly retrieved Pansy's book. "Impressive," exclaimed Goyle and Crabbe. "You." Pansy was about to explode, but was restrained by Draco. Wait, watch this." Draco was visibly apprehensive. He was sufficiently overwhelmed by Wanmi, and adding Pansy to the mix was simply unbearable. The soothing baritone wafted into his ears, and in an instant, Pansy's ire dissipated, even allowing her to spare a knowing glance towards Wanmi. Was she unwell? What was she imagining? Wanmi was perplexed. Who could say? The workings of the human mind are often bizarre and unfathomable. Yao Yao was equally baffled, unwittingly reminded of a particularly eccentric figure, the Lotus Saint. Ugh. Being with Mimi was delightful. Why should he dwell on that unfortunate human? when McGonagall casually transformed an ink bottle cap into a small alarm clock that began to beep. She opened her eyes and inadvertently caught sight of Draco and Pansy sharing a book, while Wanmi, who had entered carrying only a stick, had an entire textbook to herself. Was cooperation among Slytherins this prevalent now? She tucked her textbook away, intending to complete the anatomy diagram in 20 minutes. Sheets of examination papers floated before the students, revealing a blank cross-section of a mouse. Those who had prepared beforehand let out a sigh of relief, while those who had not, such as Harry and Ron, could no longer discern whose hair was more disheveled. As for Wanmi, she had filled in every blank. Whether McGonagall would recognize her handwriting was of no concern to her. Mimi, this answer sheet is sure to infuriate McGonagall, given her meticulous nature. Wanmi rubbed her hands, having never penned so many words before. Had it not been for Yao Yao's insistence on filling it out, she would have been disinclined to lift a finger. Navi. McGonagall's demeanor often transcended expectations. Each time McGonagall adeptly managed an unexpected situation, Wanmi could keenly detect the subtle fluctuations in her overly vibrant emotions, especially when faced with mischievous students. McGonagall was not nearly as irate as she portrayed, and there was an odd sense of satisfaction in her seeming annoyance. Yao Yao was skeptical. As McGonagall rapidly flipped through the students' answer sheets at the podium, she began to scan for emotional cues. To prove her point, she astonishingly expended energy to activate her mind-reading abilities. TSK, this young man's handwriting was on par with my own back in the day. Hermione, of course, scored full marks. Splendid. Goodness, why don't Harry and Ron form a duo? I've even thought of a name for you, Extreme Duo of Fools. Pansy's skills had certainly diminished. Clearly, students should be prohibited from romantic entanglements. Next time, they should be seated apart. Huh? Was Wanmi's scrawl some sort of cryptic script? What was that? Could it be that the ancient creatures possessed their own linguistic system? Impressive. Yao Yao concluded that she could no longer regard McGonagall's stern visage with the same composure. After the class, Wanmi realized her quest for joy had yielded little success and resolved to consult Snape. What? Sirius Black? Apologies. But it was clear that Snape was the more astute of the two. Thus, when Snape returned to his office, seething with fury ignited by the antics of the small trolls, he found Wanmi leisurely seated on the sofa, savoring a chocolate durian pudding freshly concocted in the kitchen. How infuriating. Who permitted the Dementor to enter his office? Oh, it was he himself. Chapter 74, The Sorrowful Godric. Severus Snape had never felt such regret. Why had he allowed this Dementor to vex him? Why grant such power to the Dementor merely for the sake of fleeting research material? What do you want? The Dementor, unhurried, swallowed the pudding in her mouth, asking, Have you eaten fireworks? Why so irate? She tapped the table and ordered iced lemon water, and soon enough, a glass of iced lemon water appeared before her. Snape remarked, You are becoming increasingly familiar with the dining table in my office. Come on, Snape, cool down. Snape elegantly rolled his eyes, but accepted the lemon water and sat down across from her. Speak, what is your purpose here? Ah, indeed, his ire had diminished considerably. Snape resolved to inform the house elf in the kitchen to prepare a serving, no, 2 servings of iced lemon water after class from now on. I seek joy. Pardon? How could his earlier calmness return so abruptly? I seek joy? Before he could intervene, the Dementor had already produced a triangular object and handed it to Snape. He must surely advise her to amend this indiscriminate habit of hers. I need to illuminate the patterns on this with the power of joy, but the issue is, I cannot find my joy. Snape squinted. Are you playing with me as if this were a Patronus charm? Apologies, I too do not know what joy is. No matter. You may fantasize about the joy of our Dementor. Assist me. Good boy. Such a good Dementor. A scrap of your own rag. Snape had once stealthily removed a few tattered strips from the Dementor's cloak, and although those strips had long since dissipated, he always believed that her essence was different from other Dementors. The Dementor frowned. I told you, that is my hair. 1 hair. Deal. The Dementor gleefully plucked a strand of hair and handed it to Snape, exclaiming, See, it may look different, but it is the same thing. Isn't the joy of a Dementor merely sustenance? Is that difficult for you? I have tried. It is insufficient. Each time I think of Sirius, it does illuminate more, but still far from enough. That foolish dog? Have you not heard the saying? The delightful wonder comes from its own richness? What do you mean? Fool. What I mean is, how can just a Sirius suffice? What a waste of your time at Hogwarts. He gestured to the diligent students in the library, the rambunctious youths frolicking on the playground, and even the pranksters causing mischief in the corridors. Is this not a paradise of culinary delights? The Dementor's eyes suddenly sparkled like searchlights. But do not forget our agreement. Aside from your rations, no one else is to touch it. I know. Just thinking about it brings such joy. Thank you, Snape. I knew your mind was sharper than Sirius's. The Dementor joyfully departed the office with the triangular object. Snape finished his lemon water in one gulp. It was quite delightful. He thought he could somewhat comprehend Dumbledore's joy now. Another glass, please. Wanmi rushed back to her dormitory, striving to recall the essence of every individual she encountered on campus. It dawned on her that joy could indeed be this uncomplicated. Henceforth, she resolved to spend more time in the company of Snape. Sirius had quite evidently dulled his wits. Just as Mimi felt her resolve waning, the four faces of the triangular wooden box finally illuminated fully. The entire structure trembled and fell to the ground in a fit, unfolding and quaking, ultimately forming a triangular aperture large enough for an adult to pass through. Mimi peered inside, revealing a staircase that descended into an unfathomable abyss. As Hogwarts sensed the surge of power and directed its consciousness toward her, Mimi found herself half immersed within. Seal off your dormitory. Understood. With that, Mimi vanished from sight, and the triangular opening reverted to its original form, quietly resting on the ground. Only after realizing her dorm was secured did Hogwarts exhale in relief. But wait, how would this fragment of consciousness return? Mimi had completely sealed the room. Not even her mental essence could penetrate. What a thoroughly comprehensive consideration. Hogwarts' fragment of consciousness was thus compelled to guard the entrance, though no one could intrude. Fortunately, it was merely a splinter of consciousness. Otherwise, if Mimi lingered inside for a few more days, she might very well perish here. Mimi descended the staircase for nearly an hour before finally reaching the ground, at which point the surroundings illuminated as if it were midday. In the center of the vast, barren room, an elderly man with a rugged appearance and impeccably shaven beard suddenly appeared. You have finally arrived. Who are you? Mimi asserted that she had never encountered this old man before. I am Godric Gryffindor. Bold indeed. You are the one I have sought. Without adhering to any sense of decorum, Mimi declared as she moved to act. Yet to her astonishment, the old man showed no intent to resist, not even fluttering an eyelid. Even more perplexing was how Mimi effortlessly passed through Godric's form. Is there truly something I cannot touch? Just as Mimi pondered this, Godric continued speaking. By the time you witness this scene, I shall have long since departed. Ah, an apparition? Do not mourn for me. Life and death are but the natural order of existence. Not at all. I am aware you came in search of those fragmented souls. Impressive. You even know my lineage. I also comprehend that Salazar must have departed for this very reason. How foolish of me not to realize he was intentionally provoking me. However, it matters not. I have finally located the man, or should I say statue, who has been secretly in contact with Salazar. He expended energy to once again prophesy your identity and the locations of your limbs, which has greatly diminished his own form. Yet, he assured me he could endure until your arrival, the cost being his need for a deep slumber, unable to attend to the external world. No wonder he has shrunk so significantly. Nevertheless, I regret to inform you that I only recovered your 2 legs. The contamination has been incessantly attempting to draw your body into the rift for absorption, scattering your limbs to various locations. To one's surprise, the pollution was far more severe than anticipated. It appears that they could not foresee one another. The pollution had indeed fragmented into several smaller manifestations that infiltrated Hogwarts in search of your corporeal form. Perhaps it was in this manner that your heart was initially drawn into the rift. The phantom bore a visage of anguish, and one could only imagine the extent of Godric's physical decay when he left behind this memory. Fortunately, aside from your heart, the remainder of your physical essence was dispersed across considerable distances. Regrettably, even the polluted manifestations proved too formidable for me to conquer. I could only expend the last vestiges of my vitality to construct this prison, binding them to your legs. I am utterly spent. I have entrusted your other physical forms to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff for retrieval. I have faith they will succeed. Do not mourn for me. If I do not expend all my life force, my severely tainted body will swiftly be assimilated into a new monstrosity. As a native, I lament my own frailty and can only place my hopes in you. In closing, thank you. I must now fade away. Be wary of the monsters lurking in the darkness. Godric remained unaware of Wanmi's presence behind him, bowing sincerely before dissipating entirely. Simultaneously, the room vanished, plunging Wanmi into a realm of darkness. She could sense 3 nauseating presences stirring around her. You have done enough. Rest in peace. Across the millennia, Wanmi strangely detected the intense emotions of Godric, a blend of despair intertwined with a flicker of fragile hope. Perhaps he was skeptical of the prophecy, but confronted with an unknown and overwhelmingly potent pollution, he had no choice but to believe. Are you ready to meet your ancestors, vermin? Dark matter continuously sought to invade Wanmi's heart, yet she remained undaunted, striding confidently toward the nearest source of that foul scent. Chapter 75, The Thing with Tentacles and Teeth. Yao Yao observed the dimly lit black expanse, where visibility was less than 3 meters, and could not help but feel anxious for Wanmi. Mimi, how far can you see? Wanmi understood he was inquiring about her psychic perception. I am uncertain of the exact distance. The approaching octopus is truly grotesque, its tentacles bristling with spikes. What? Yao Yao concentrated, and after a moment, he discerned a nauseating, slick sound emanating from afar. Wanmi continued forward, and suddenly leaped aside just as a spiked tentacle lashed at her previous position, swiftly redirecting its course in response to her movement. Yao Yao then caught sight of the entirety of that tentacle's form. Unlike the octopus monster encountered with Salazar, this one was even more grotesque, covered in black spikes. Anyone with a phobia of clusters would likely perish on the spot. Even more disconcerting was the fact that each tentacle's tip bore teeth as sharp as a shark's. I recognize it. This one must have split for too long and resembles the original even more closely. Yao Yao excitedly urged, "Run, Mimi. That pollution is likely a manifestation of the eight-legged variety, most proficient in mental distortion." Until now, the doppelganger, nearly identical to its original form, prompted Yao Yao to finally recall what this entity truly was. The sheer magnitude of the pollution was unfathomable, and the notion that this eight-legged creature could ascend to the top 100 of the system's known rankings was indeed staggering. However, if Wan Mi were so easily obedient, she would not be a Soul Reaper. She paused, leapt high into the air, and one of her tentacles swept beneath her feet. Yet she seized it and propelled herself towards the location of the creature's head, deftly evading the other tentacles that lashed out along the way. Then, akin to her previous copying maneuver, she leapt high once more and plunged a metal rod into the eye of the octopus monster. Yet, even after fully absorbing the power of the heart, Wan Mi found herself momentarily dazed by the creature's gaze, while the octopus monster did not even blink. In midair, she could not adjust her direction in time and was violently struck by a tentacle, sending her tumbling several meters away. Wan Mi, heartbroken, gazed at the bent metal rod, her expression akin to that of a mourning widow. She tenderly kissed the rod before casting it aside, bidding farewell to her precious companion. Another tentacle, gaping like a cavernous maw, lunged at her. Wan Mi did not flinch. At the moment of impact, she clutched the tentacle tightly, allowing herself to be hurled skyward. Why did you let go? She thought. Wan Mi had no time to heed Yao Yao's words. Upon sensing three ominous presences, her sole intention crystallized, to eradicate those three grotesque entities without leaving a single one behind. The plump hands of a human could scarcely grasp the slippery skin of the octopus. In a critical moment, perhaps spurred by an overwhelming external stimulus, her form shifted instantaneously into that of the Soul Reaper, and she aimed her release. With precision, she landed near the creature's eye, her withered claws gripping its upper eyelid fiercely. The tattered strips of cloth that adorned her body suddenly hardened like steel, incessantly thrusting towards the monster's eye like a pile driver. The creature's proud physical defenses began to crumble under the relentless assault of the Soul Reaper, with yellowish-brown fluid seeping from its eyes. In agony, the monster thrashed its head, its 8 tentacles lunging forward with gaping mouths, transformed back into her true form. Wan Mi exhibited remarkable agility, dodging the tentacles while continuing her assault on the creature's eye. Eventually, she reduced its left eye to a pulp with her strips of cloth, though one of her sides was ravaged by a tentacle. Seemingly oblivious to the pain, Wan Mi released her grip and gracefully descended onto the ground nearby, coldly observing the thrashing octopus monster. Yao Yao, on the sidelines, was already in tears, having never witnessed his host in such a dire state. One side of her body was practically gone, yet he dared not speak. He understood that Wan Mi was a Soul Reaper and could regenerate. What if his voice distracted her and caused her to lose her heart? Indeed, Wan Mi's half-destroyed form began to visibly mend, while the octopus monster regained its composure, preparing to unleash its remaining blood-red eye upon Wan Mi. Both entities were poised to strike, colliding in an inevitable clash. The octopus creature seemed to have discerned that the other half of Wan Mi was the critical point, relentlessly attacking her in a bid to protect her newly acquired heart, which lacked any bodily defense. At the cost of losing her left arm, Wan Mi traversed through the tentacle's obstruction and once again soared near the intact eye of the octopus creature, employing the same tactic. Just as Yao Yao sighed in relief, Wan Mi's head was severed, her solitary right hand relinquishing its grip on the creature's eyelid, falling helplessly to the ground. The creature's eyes were replaced by a muddy substance, futilely flailing its 8 tentacles in a frenzied manner. The scene appeared to favor Wan Mi's suffering, yet the shattered remnants of her being lingered in this realm, merely awaiting the time to coalesce, while the octopus creature lacked any means for replenishment. Yao Yao, still relieved that the situation remained manageable, suddenly heard Wan Mi's voice in his mind. They are coming. What is coming? Wan Mi's voice was devoid of emotion, referring to the other two. In the briefest span of time, she reformed her body. Although her head could not yet coalesce, she found it unnecessary at this moment. The tattered strips, having absorbed some energy from the octopus creature, floated with an increased lightness, their edges sharper, and the trailing fabric undulated like jellyfish tentacles. Wan Mi's body abruptly propelled forward, plunging into the eye of the blind octopus creature. Mimi, what are you doing? We can escape. Don't court death. It's not that dire yet. I can find the main system. I can get a long-term contract from the scientist. I can save you. Why would you enter its body? Yao Yao continued to plead with Wan Mi not to succumb to despair, only to witness her glide into the creature's blood vessels through its muddy eye. One of my legs is inside him. Yao Yao instantly grasped Wan Mi's intent, and suddenly remembered he could remain 10 meters away from the host. Mimi, I'll keep watch outside. Hurry. Yao Yao soared above the thrashing octopus creature, his expression solemn as he surveyed the surroundings. Lacking Wan Mi's formidable mental strength, he still hadn't sensed any movement from the other two. Mimi, the other two have not yet appeared. Conservatively, you have about a minute left. Understood. Wan Mi's icy tone paradoxically steadied Yao Yao. What was there to fear? Moreover, he still had a trump card. Chapter 76. Yao Yao, the young master, is incredibly brave. Just 2 days after his birth, Yao Yao was taken by the being referred to as the scientist to a grand palace, where he was confined for 3 years. The scientist spoke of the escalating dangers posed by pollution to the world, noting that many realms had developed vulnerabilities due to the infiltration of pollution. To address these breaches, he devised a system, yet the operational core he developed in its preliminary phase was still immature, lacking fundamental functionality. However, the number of flawed realms was increasing, and the world could no longer afford to wait for his gradual research. Consequently, he enlisted this group of newly born sprites, hoping they could temporarily serve as the core of the system to support its management and operation. As a gesture of sincerity, the scientist demonstrated how he transformed himself into the operational core of the main system. The inherently radiant and benevolent spirits were swiftly persuaded, moved by the scientist's selfless contributions to the world. Yet, among these spirits, there was one exception, Yao Yao. Yao Yao was perhaps the most unsightly of the group. While the other spirits bore visages strikingly akin to humans, each differing only by a single characteristic. As previously noted, these spirits naturally gravitated towards light and beauty. The newly born spirits, uneducated by their elders, could only rely on their instincts and vision to discern this truth. It was inconceivable for a spirit to be so unattractive. You lack the exquisite beauty of Miss Rose, the striking form of Brother Green Bamboo, and you do not even possess a complete spirit form. They exclaimed. Indeed. Are you not the source of pollution over there? The scientists must have been deceived by you. Yao Yao wished to counter this claim. For how could he possibly be associated with something so inherently filthy? Yet, even he lacked the courage and rationale to refute it. Why do I appear so different from the other spirits? I do not possess fair skin, nimble hands, or long legs. Even my feet resemble a tangle of twigs. Am I truly not a spirit? Although the spirits would not resort to violence against Yao Yao, the prolonged verbal oppression rendered him timid and contemplative, far more so than his peers. Perhaps the scientists were a form of pollution as well, he mused. Only pollution would engage in acts of plunder. And these spirits were being exploited for their labor by scientists who bore no cost for their actions, relying solely on their grandiose deeds to achieve success. Yet, the actions of the scientists were not akin to those of other pollutants, were they? Yao Yao grew increasingly silent, each time the scientist approached them with hopeful eyes. Indicating the creation of a new subsystem that required a new spirit, Yao Yao would retreat until there was nowhere left to go. The scientist was a gentle soul. When he found Yao Yao, perplexed by the spirit's evident fear, he patiently reiterated the same explanations he had shared countless times before. However, the scientist was, as Yao Yao had come to understand through his newfound knowledge of subsystems, a rather straightforward individual. He recognized Yao Yao as hesitation and doubt, yet remained oblivious to the verbal violence inflicted upon him, unable to empathize with Yao Yao's myriad thoughts. Or perhaps the scientist was simply too preoccupied, too busy to notice such trivial matters. After all, Yao Yao was merely one among 3,000 spirits. When Yao Yao was taken into the operational chamber and witnessed countless companions fervently assisting various humans in completing myriad tasks, he acquiesced. Yao Yao, not 11, but the smallest. The final essence, he was the core of the last subsystem the scientist would create, as he lacked the strength to produce any more subsystems without exceeding his current threshold of capacity. Yao Yao still believed the scientist to be a form of pollution, yet he was different from others. His exploitation was aimed at creating a better world. A sticky, sliding sound drew Yao Yao's thoughts back, and he gradually discerned 2 octopus-like creatures racing towards him in the distance. One resembles the creature before me, while the other lacks a mouthpart on its antennae and is noticeably smaller than the other 2. Mimi was the first to genuinely compliment my appearance, calling me cute. Yao Yao thought to himself that he was capable. The scientist possessed an additional 2,999 systems, yet he had not even managed the fundamental step of successfully binding a host. Had he not encountered Wan Mi, this extraordinary being, he might still be on the journey of searching for a host. I'm sorry, dear scientist, but I may not be able to assist you any longer. Since the successful binding of the system, the number of tasks he has compelled his host to complete could be counted on one hand. Yet, I can protect Wan Mi, even if it is just for one time. Resolutely, Yao Yao took less than a second to decide. The octopus monster drew closer, yet he refrained from urging Wan Mi to act more quickly. Without legs, Wanmi could not possibly defeat 2.5 avatars. Yao Yao raised his hand. Was it not long enough? Very well. He let tendrils sprout from his fingertips, reaching upwards to securely entwine the 2 leaves above him. With determination, he yanked them down, tears streaming as he stuffed them into his mouth. It was merely 2 avatars. I am not afraid. Mimi had already severed the primary nerve line of the first octopus monster. All he needed to do was stall these 2 creatures for a brief interval. Surely, that would be manageable. The 2 octopus monsters were charging forward, nearing their comrade, when unexpectedly, a formidable obstacle appeared. Where did this suddenly enlarging green treant come from? Damn it, the scent of elves. Even though they were merely avatars, had they truly fallen to the point of being looked down upon by such a small elf? Destroy him. The larger octopus monster was the first to attack, 3 tentacles darting towards the head of the now equally sized treant. The treant, unable to evade, was viciously bitten on the neck, green sap oozing from between the teeth, releasing the unique fragrance of plants. A deep, muffled cry escaped the treant, as several tendrils lashed out, forcefully pulling down the tentacles. However, the next wave of assault from the 2 octopus monsters was already upon him. They struck at the treant with a playful intent, their tentacles whipping through the air, scattering countless pieces of bark and leaves, creating a unique green snow in the darkened space. Roar, roar. The treant, Yao Yao, was born from a nurturing process, and coupled with the treant's inherent sluggishness, he managed to evade one attack only to be struck by 3 or 4 tentacles on the other side. Avoiding the fate of having his arm bitten, he incurred 2 or 3 bite marks on his thigh instead. Yao Yao, what is the situation outside? No, it's nothing, just 2 ugly creatures yelling from a distance. They haven't reached yet. Hurry and find your legs. Wanmi sensed a peculiar tone in Yao Yao's voice. Was this little creature lost in its own excitement again? Regardless, he was so timid that he would surely return if there was trouble. Yao Yao did not believe that the seemingly weak creature incapable of materializing could encounter any danger. Sometimes, being too small rendered one even safer. Yao Yao clumsily dealt with the playful attacks of the 2 octopus monsters when he suddenly noticed the half-destroyed octopus monster behind him beginning to struggle violently. Could it be that Wanmi was close to finding his legs? The 2 tardy octopus monsters finally realized the plight of their companion and began to unleash their fury, intent on eliminating the obstacle that stood in their way. Huh, you are flustered. Your panic signifies defeat. Yao Yao glimpsed a glimmer of hope, experiencing for the first time the thrill of audacity. With a fierce stomp, countless vines erupted from his legs, plunging deep into the ground. His entire form burgeoned with branches and leaves, swaying violently as if caught in a tempest. In that fleeting moment, the 2 octopus monsters found themselves truly unable to breach Yao Yao's frenzied barrier. Anger surged within them, particularly the larger one, which split each of its tentacles at the mouth into 2, transforming them into tooth-lined appendages that lashed out at the treeman. Thick branches were severed, and the rooted vines were torn asunder. With a resounding crash, Yao Yao fell, straining to glance back, his eyes brimming with verdant foliage. Had my solitary act of bravery truly ended in failure? He discerned a vague silhouette emerging from the blind octopus monster, clutching a long, tattered strip of cloth. Was this the leg Wanmi sought? Yao Yao smiled and closed his eyes. Chapter 77. Eliminate the pest. Wanmi had not anticipated that this creature would conceal her leg within the blood vessels of its foot. She had presumed it would be hidden in more vital areas like the heart. The octopus monster had been attacking Wanmi, who navigated its insides, causing it to neglect the battle outside. Using her leg as a makeshift tail, she fought her way to the creature's head, where she wielded the cloth strip to obliterate the octopus monster's brain, eagerly breaking free. Yao Yao. Wanmi instantly recognized the fallen treeman as her foolish Yao Yao, her fury reaching new heights. Hadn't he claimed that the 2 others had yet to arrive? She had never heard of monsters lying. Once these 2 repugnant creatures were dealt with, she would ensure that Yao Yao received a proper reprimand. How dare you touch my monster? Wanmi soared towards the 2 octopus monsters, brandishing the lengthy strip of cloth with an impressive display of prowess. The serrated tentacles swung toward her, attempting to reclaim it, only to be cleanly severed by the sharp edges of the cloth. Wanmi was in no rush to merge with her newly retrieved leg. She sensed the aroma of another leg emanating from one of the twins. Not only would merging take time, but the power derived from the remnant left by the octopus would likely far exceed that of the new acquisition. The other smaller octopus monster, sensing danger, despite once harboring resentment for not securing the remnants, now realized that if it remained idle, it would be next once Wanmi dispatched the larger octopus. Seizing the opportunity while Wanmi grappled with the remaining 17 toothy tentacles of the larger octopus, the smaller one unleashed its most formidable, albeit singular, attack, a distortion of spirit. Wanmi, confident in her regenerative abilities, relentlessly lashed out with her whip, growing increasingly exhilarated. Suddenly, her form faltered, glancing down. She discovered that the strip of cloth at her lower half was inexplicably twisting from the end, eerily resembling the transformation into the tentacle-like appendages of the duplicates. It was then that she realized that she too had become tainted, the substance eerily akin to that which had once corrupted her heart. Yet, was she not capable of purifying these pollutants? Why had this transpired? Wanmi was unaware that her previous exposure to the contaminants had only been indirect, allowing her body to cleanse itself autonomously. Now, however, she was under the direct assault of the small octopus monster's mental distortion attack, a technique that had previously ensnared Hela as well. With a swift motion, Wanmi severed the already distorted portion of her being, alleviating the immediate threat of assimilation. Yet this action significantly hampered her speed, leaving her vulnerable to the tentacles of the larger octopus monster. The half of her body that had only recently begun to heal was brutally ravaged once more. Fool, directly unleash the mental distortion. If we prolong our engagement with Hela, we shall be doomed. Upon executing its skill, the small octopus monster collapsed, its form limp on the ground, resembling a marine creature awaiting dismemberment. Witnessing the larger octopus hesitate to unleash its mental distortion, it could not help but roar in frustration. Why do these two fools get to seize the advantage? It understood that the larger octopus was reluctant to use its skill, as they were merely projections, without the energy of the main body to draw upon. It could only utilize the mental distortion once. It too was loath to waste such power. But who was this? This was Hela. Even if merely a reincarnation, she could exhaust them. The larger octopus hesitated momentarily, only to realize that even amidst their battle, the half of Wanmi's form that it had previously scattered was visibly regenerating. Damn it! The larger octopus decisively chose to unleash its skill, yet once again. An unfamiliar voice echoed nearby. Do you wish to know how that octopus met its demise? Ah, yes, Hela was indeed of an ancient lineage, so it was natural for her to communicate with them. The pause allowed Hela to seize her moment, dashing towards the larger octopus and thrusting a strip of cloth into its eye. Unlike before, Wanmi was not in haste to seek another leg or strip. Her innate aggressive instincts and battle awareness allowed her to instantly discern that the other small creature had lost its fighting capability, and she could not permit the larger octopus to unleash that insidious mental distortion. Her intuition warned her that if this more formidable octopus successfully executed its attack, her fate would be sealed. Armed with the long strip of cloth as a sword, she began to wreak havoc within the mind of the larger octopus, transforming it into a second-rate, goo-brained creature rendered immobile. After neutralizing the small octopus, she did not rush to purify the remains of the three projections, but instead dashed towards the treant, clutching two strips of cloth, each over 10 meters long. Yao Yao, awaken. Do not slumber any longer. Yao Yao, you can speak? Wanmi poked the treant's head, yet it remained unresponsive. Is it dying? A sense of heaviness settled in Wanmi's chest. She was uncertain of her own condition, but could not allow Yao Yao to fade away, for that would mean owing a life to another. She glanced at the strips of cloth in her hands, absorbing them entirely into her being. Who are you? My new embodiment? As Wanmi beheld the long-haired woman emerging in her consciousness, she silently acknowledged her suspicions. No matter how diligently Hela focused on her memories, remnants would invariably linger upon her legs. Indeed, you are not the almost transparent remnant of Hela, about to inquire something, when suddenly, you sense something. It shouldn't be so. As soul eaters, we never choose to be resurrected as our predecessors, and judging by the heart you absorbed, it should have indeed obliterated the primary memories. Hela is perplexed as to why she is now permitted to appear in the sea of consciousness. Yet, that is of little consequence. Show me this small treant. Does it still stand a chance? In Wanmi's perception, Hela has lived countless years, and even if a remnant soul is feeble, it likely comprehends more than she does. Ah, so that is the case. How shameless of you to ask me to save your pet only to eliminate me afterward. Very well, let me take a look. Wanmi refrains from countering her words, patiently awaiting Hela, who closes her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Is there any progress? Is there a solution? What is the rush? This little sprite appears to have consumed its own essence to forcibly enhance its strength for a brief period. Was it to save you? Such loyalty from the little creature. I am indifferent to whether there is a solution or not. A newly born soul eater. I am a soul reaper. It matters not, indeed. Newly minted soul reapers remain ever so impatient. Have you not yet dealt with those 3/8 section valley creatures over there? Take them, filter the energy through your body, and channel it into the treant. However, be warned, it will be quite painful. Wait. As Wanmi pulls at the flesh, ready to assist the treant, Hela urgently calls for a halt. Consider this carefully. This little sprite is far too weak and will directly become a new source of pollution. Will it change form? No. Will it lose its wits? No. Wanmi says nothing further, grasping the treant's branches, her body feeling as if it were being relentlessly crushed by Hogwarts itself, the pain unending. Time flows slowly within this confined space, and Wanmi, when transferring the polluted energy of the little octopus to the sprite. Witnesses the sprite shrink back to its original size. Though its head is bare, the creature still hovers on the brink of existence. As Wanmi transmits the energy of a large octopus to the sprite, new tender shoots sprout atop its head, dark as night. After Wanmi consumes the final large octopus, the sprite's head flourishes with two vibrant leaves, still dark-hued. Upon opening its eyes and spotting Wanmi, the sprite immediately bursts into tears. Is this heaven? Wanmi, you too have come. I truly failed to protect you. I am but a worthless little being. I can help no one. Wanmi, too, is in distress. She has little energy to explain, lifting the sprite and placing it upon her shoulder, allowing it to cling to her neck and weep. Wanmi remains expressionless, her mind consumed with a singular thought. How shall we escape? Chapter 78. Is someone impersonating my visage? Following Hella's suggestion, Wanmi chose a direction at random and walked for approximately half an hour. The surroundings gradually transformed into a small, spacious room beneath a staircase. Isn't human magic truly wondrous? Regrettably, it does not belong to our system, so we cannot utilize it, Hella remarked with a hint of melancholy. When I first arrived here, I studied for a long time, but could not grasp the magic employed by the indigenous people. If you are willing, you may choose to remain within my consciousness. The lingering soul Hella chuckled softly. No, thank you. Once you fully locate your body and reclaim the essence of a soul devourer, you may come to regret this decision. Wanmi wished to argue that she wouldn't, since Yao Yao already resided within her consciousness, and she did not mind an additional presence, even if it was a predecessor. However, I do not recommend you discard this precious memory of mine. You may absorb me instead. I can teach you the method to retain only the knowledge. No need. You have already endured enough. You should depart with ease. Hella paused, then sighed in acceptance. Indeed, you have your own path to traverse. Thank you for not choosing to resurrect me. Wanmi chose not to say anything further, and the entirety of her consciousness expelled Hella, who vanished the moment she touched the external space. Wanmi, with her hooded head obscuring her expression, remained inscrutable, though, in truth, the soul devourer bore no expression at all. She did not comprehend the thoughts of what a true soul devourer might ponder. As a soul devourer herself, she understood that for the creatures to choose to return to their essence and be reborn meant they had lived enough and desired to leave this world entirely. Yao Yao failed to notice the fleeting Hella. The entire spirit remained in a daze. As with the changing environment, he suddenly realized that he might still be alive. But that was impossible. How could a spirit without its essence still survive? Me, am I still alive? Oh, have you finally discovered it? How could that be? I didn't realize your appetite was so large. You absorbed all three energies of the refuse. Wanmi grinned mischievously, urging Yao Yao to look in the mirror. My bud, my most beautiful tender shoot. It's black. Wanmi observed Yao Yao's panicked state, wickedly anticipating the ensuing scene. I have heard that elves are the purest of beings. Can they accept becoming tainted? Hee. Mimi, will you dislike me now? Will you think Yao Yao, with its blackened bud, is utterly hideous? Wanmi expressed her surprise at Yao Yao's unexpected deviation from the script. That won't be the case. You're even cuter now. You possess both green and black hues, and that occasional flash of red is quite lovely. Yao Yao patted his small chest, feeling reassured. However, you have now become tainted. Are you not saddened? Are you not disheartened? Are you not afraid? Not at all. Yao Yao's heart was suddenly lifted. He recalled how Wanmi had felt nauseated upon encountering the 8-grain millet. Mimi, you wouldn't find me repulsive, would you? Not at all. I only harbor disdain for that abominable 8-grain millet clone. Perhaps it offended me in a past life. Wanmi cast a peculiar glance at Yao Yao and began to ascend the staircase, urging him to sit tight. Wanmi is oblivious to Yao Yao's past, and is thus unaware that ever since Yao Yao came to the realization that scientists might also be a form of pollution and chose to place her faith in them, her world has ceased to be a mere dichotomy of black and white. Even if Wanmi were to tell her that she too is a pollutant, it is likely that Yao Yao would merely express surprise and continue to harbor her affections unabated. After a strenuous ascent, Wanmi finally collapses onto the floor, breathless, as the mournful wails of Hogwarts resound in her ears. You're finally back. Do you have any idea how long you've been gone? 5 months. The school year is nearly over. My mental energy is on the verge of dissipating. Hurry and lift the room's restrictions. Release them. With a lack of sincerity, Wanmi nods and snaps her fingers, plunging the world into silence. Have we truly wasted 5 months? It's all your fault. I wager I could have defeated those 3 imbeciles in no more than 2 days. The remainder of the time was spent dealing with this pollution issue. Wanmi expresses her frustration by flicking the 2 dark leaves atop Yao Yao's head. Don't flick my sprouts. They just sprouted. Yao Yao struggles in vain, feeling remorseful at Wanmi's words. I'm sorry, Mimi, it's my weakness. So, do you know what to do next time you encounter such a problem? Yes. Next time. I will try to endure a little longer. A resounding clap echoes as Wanmi's palm connects with Yao Yao's small head, sending her tumbling onto the bed. Seriously, did your brain forget to evolve into a spirit when you did? Or did you absorb the octopus monster's energy along with their gelatinous brains? This is madness. Am I devoid of reason? Next time, if this happens again, come back and seek me out. Retreat into your system space. Do you not know my strength? What sort of trash could possibly defeat me? As Wanmi speaks with increasing fervor, Yao Yao's face turns crimson, transforming into a peculiar blend of black, red, and green. She rushes forward, clutching at the tattered fabric draped over Wanmi, sobbing, I understand now, Mimi, it won't happen again. Next time, I will be brave. A little voice inside Yao Yao's mind whispers otherwise. Upon returning to the system space, Yao Yao becomes even more convinced that the scientist must indeed be a form of pollution. Otherwise, why would the system space not reject her entry? Mimi, I just transformed into a pollutant, and I'm still not quite accustomed to it. I need to rest for a moment. Remember to change back to human form when you go out. We wouldn't want to frighten the children. All right, I understand. Wanmi replies, but the very next moment, she forgets, for her true form is exceedingly comfortable. She instinctively opens the door and steps outside. Ah, the Dementors are here again. The Dementors have invaded the common room. Quick, inform the headmaster. Wanmi exclaims, what do you mean they're here again? This is bad. Could it be that someone is impersonating me to do good deeds? What is wrong with Slytherin students, showing up twice in 1 week? They even pilfered from home. Chapter 79, A Simple Persuasion to Withdraw. Everyone assumes that the two have been frightened by the Dementors that suddenly appeared around the school a few days prior. Not to mention, the Ministry of Magic announced the next morning that they would certainly intensify their supervision of the Dementors. Over the years, no highly dangerous magical creatures have ever breached the castle, have they? Well, the giant from last year could barely be classified as a low-risk magical creature, but ultimately, it was tracked down due to the traces left by its leader, although the identity remains unknown. Perhaps it is because the students inherently harbor a certain trepidation towards Miss Mandeville, compounded by the recent fright caused by the Dementors lurking at the castle's periphery, leading them to associate the two events. This was the explanation offered by Madame Pomfrey. Consequently, 2 Slytherin students were kindly invited to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey and the counselor, Sirius, would provide psychological guidance. In light of Miss Mandeville's reappearance after several months, Dumbledore remarked that if she truly had pressing matters to attend to, perhaps she could disappear for a while longer. Indeed, Dumbledore suddenly realized that since Miss Mandeville's absence, everything had fallen into place. Well, mostly. He devised a plan to entice young Harry into a nocturnal escapade, leading him to discover the secret of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, successfully convincing him that someone was still coveting the Philosopher's Stone. As a lion cub imbued with a sense of justice and responsibility, Harry felt it was his duty to protect the stone. However, due to the professor's disbelief, he had to seek allies to uncover clues and identify enemies, just as he was on the brink of an adventure. Why did Miss Mandeville have to reappear at such a crucial moment? Old Dumbledore mused that the team attempting to save the Philosopher's Stone, now comprising Harry, Malfoy, and Ron, was already strained enough without adding another complication. It must be resolved. Thus, before Miss Mandeville could even gossip about the events of the past few months, or find time to gather provisions for herself, she was summoned once more to the office. To her surprise, nearly all the professors were present. What was the purpose of this gathering? Were they to reprimand her? Miss Mandeville, we have called you here to discuss your curriculum for the upcoming year. Dumbledore, in an uncharacteristic manner, got straight to the point, perhaps finally realizing that Miss Mandeville did not relish engaging in the art of verbal sparring with him. As far as I know, there has never been a record of you successfully casting any spells in your few classes. Is that correct? Oh, I can't do that. How does one do it? Miss Mandeville's honesty left the professors somewhat taken aback. It is unusual for a child of her age to forego excuses, and such direct admission was rare. So, may I conclude that you do not wish to continue studying related subjects at Hogwarts? Miss Mandeville indicated that this was a redundant inquiry, for she had indeed never engaged with those subjects. They sounded overwhelmingly daunting, and she had yet to attend several classes. Indeed, there is little worth learning. Host, the old man intends to send you away. The little black nut atop the head of the young creature shook vigorously. Let's put him in a sack. The old man has ulterior motives. Do not speak foolishly. Dumbledore is not that kind of person. He harbors no ill will towards me. Miss Mandeville remained confident in her ability to sense others' emotions and genuinely felt no malice from Dumbledore. However, her belief was swiftly challenged. After careful consideration, we believe it is in your best interest not to remain at Hogwarts, as you have shown no interest in attending classes. If we do not intervene, it may adversely affect the other students in the long run. Sirius wished to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Dumbledore's raised hand. You have squandered your time at school. You spent your years in Azkaban, perhaps wondering about what suit you better? Yao Yao, with leaves atop her head, pulled forth 2 slender black vines. Look, I told you, Mimi, the old fellow wants to send you away. Let us confront him. Sirius recognized that Dumbledore's actions were not merely driven by concern for appearances. He could see that Dumbledore had previously taken a keen interest in Mimi. Yet, he was not adept at the intricacies of such schemes. Sirius cast a glance at Snape. Your research subjects are about to be expelled. Why do you not utter a word? Snape raised an eyebrow. My project has concluded. Sirius retorted. Nonsense. Do you possess such ability? Creatures that have eluded understanding for millennia. Snape replied. Did I ever claim I must comprehend them? Sirius spat. Pa? Snape scoffed. Thus, after deliberation, we have decided. Old Dumbledore, you intend to expel me? Mimi's incredulity inexplicably stirred feelings of guilt within Dumbledore. It is not about expelling you. Remaining at school would be a waste of your time. Dumbledore harbored no malice or ulterior motives toward Mimi. He merely wished to provide Harry with a normal space to grow, and so Mimi believed his words. So it was concerned for me? Not at all. I quite enjoy being here. Moreover, it could have a detrimental impact on the students. Why would it have such an impact? As a student, you rarely attend classes properly, never study. This could instigate feelings of imbalance among some students. Oh, I see now. I understand. Dumbledore exhaled in relief, thinking Mimi had acquiesced. Rest assured, old Dumbledore, I shall assist you. It can be resolved by morning. Is it not merely a matter of changing identities? I have other matters to attend to. Farewell for now. Mimi waved goodbye to the assembly of professors, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. What on earth does this child mean? What does changing identities imply? Eyes turned towards Sirius in unison. Sirius, you are familiar with Mimi. What did her recent comments signify? Has she agreed to withdraw? Perhaps we might await tomorrow morning, or you should privately confirm with Mimi. Dumbledore sensed something amiss. This child, Mimi, has been astute since childhood. Perhaps she indeed possesses a solution. I suggest we wait until morning. After all, we must trust each of our students, mustn't we? McGonagall, however, did not believe Mimi would simply resign, yet what might transpire in the morning? How thrilling. Dumbledore restrained himself from rolling his eyes. Do not presume he is unaware. McGonagall had long since joined Mimi's cause. Moreover, she had changed. It is unclear when it began, but although her expression remained the same, even some perceptive students could discern it. Our Professor McGonagall has transformed. She has become particularly fond of drama, especially keen on gossip, especially pretentious. Indeed, let us give the child an opportunity. The Slytherin students would not lose their identities over a mere Demet. Dumbledore had yet to counter McGonagall's remarks when both Sirius and Snape unexpectedly chimed in, seemingly in support of Wanmi. What could he do? He still had to consider the dignity of the three mainstays of his own camp. This compromise on Dumbledore's part resulted in an enormous surprise for himself. Chapter 80, Pre-Examination Mobilization Meeting. Once again, it was a splendid day, and the students, filled with hopeful aspirations, made their way to the dining hall in small groups, eager to commence the day's arduous endeavors with a delightful meal. However, to their astonishment, when mealtime arrived, the tables remained untouched. The students glanced at the impeccably arranged faculty positions and soon realized that something significant was about to unfold. Prompted by Yaya, Wami hurried to the auditorium just in time, walking to the center stage under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Greetings, little ones. The students were perplexed by Wanmi's unexpected reappearance, with many struggling to recall that this student even existed. How should I put this? Yaya swiftly retrieved a notebook to salvage the situation, for he had prepared all night. I'll take just 2 minutes of your time. I have an important announcement to make. This past year, I am sure many of you have been curious about why, as a student, I scarcely participated in classes or engaged in learning. Here, I feel compelled to provide an explanation. The students' minds raced. No, that is not right. This past year, I must clarify my absence from classes. Speak clearly, Wanmi. Wanmi, struggling to recall the convoluted script, pouted and instead exclaimed, Oh, excuse me. I seem to have forgotten my wand. With hands on her hips and a voice full of vigor, she declared, I have come to address 2 matters. First, I, Wami Demet, am the guardian of Hogwarts. What is she rambling about? Some whispered. Demet, have you lost your mind? How amusing. The guardian of Hogwarts? I never imagined this little tyrant could be so melodramatic. Laughter erupted among the students, while Dumbledore sighed in despair, realizing that any belief in Demet's reliability was indeed a mere illusion. Are you mocking me? Wami's voice took on a sinister tone, evoking unpleasant memories for some students. Marco Ermat reacted most strongly, shouting, No, not this time. Jordan Lee chimed in with mockery. Marco, why are you so timid? Didn't you hear what she just said? Hilarious. Shut your foul mouth. Scabbers, control your classmates. Draco scoffed, feeling that Wanmi had lost her senses. Yet a Gryffindor daring to ridicule a Slytherin was utterly audacious. Despite the laughter, Slytherin had contributed to the amusement as well. When it came to Wanmi, Harry held back from retorting. The notion of a guardian was indeed far-fetched, yet he chose to trust Wanmi. Vanmi, what do you mean by guardian? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise. What a display of pretentiousness. How can Slytherin have such an overdramatic youth? Stop wasting our time. Dumbledore could no longer allow Van Mee to continue this farce. Van Mee, please smile. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. With a mere flick of his wrist, Van Mee caused the chandelier above to descend like a serpent, ensnaring the loudest laughing students and lifting them back towards the ceiling. Still laughing? You should be thankful my wand is broken. Dumbledore turned to Sirius and Snape, both of whom raised their hands in a gesture of innocence, indicating it was not their fault. Put me down. The students hanging from the ceiling blushed crimson, struggling in vain. McGonagall, in high spirits, yet mindful of her position as deputy headmistress, hastily drew her wand to rescue the students. However, the astonished students watched as Professor McGonagall waved her hand multiple times, failing to lower them, and with an awkward smile, she said, I apologize. It seems I am unable to assist. Dumbledore sighed, knowing there was no point in trying. The methods employed by Van Mee, who was devoid of magical prowess, could not be easily undone by magic. Van Mee, I too am curious about what you mean by guardian, he inquired, lest this farce continue indefinitely. As you can see, Dumbledore, I am the guardian recognized by Hogwarts. Otherwise, do you think last year's troll simply vanished? The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione chuckled. You might not believe us, but we know it was consumed by the walls. Can I interpret this to mean that you and I are colleagues? Dumbledore ventured cautiously. That is of no consequence. Van Mee looked at the audience. Is there anyone who still doubts? As his words echoed, a rumbling sound emanated from behind. They turned to see the walls on either side of the entrance eerily moving towards the center, and moments later, they realized there was no longer any door. Only a solid wall remained. Believe. We believe. Yes, we believe. Excellent. Younglings, behave, and there will be treats. Now let's move on to the second matter. I overheard Draco talking about final exams last night in the common room. Are they approaching? No one replied, nor was there a need for an answer. For those who do not pass all subjects, let me assure you, a week of suspension from the school awaits, and you shall not leave during the entire holiday. The hall fell silent, countless glares of hatred piercing Draco, causing him to squirm in discomfort. Now you can rest easy, Dumbledore. They dare not skip classes with me around. Their grades will surely improve. A hush fell over the crowd once more, Dumbledore feeling the weight of the moment, as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. Thank you very much indeed, Draco replied sarcastically. Yet Dumbledore felt a pang of sorrow within, maintaining a cheerful facade. Excellent, very considerate. However, corporal punishment is against school regulations. What nonsense. That holds no sway over me. The students murmured. Eternal rest at the age of 1,217. Van Mee, oh my. The charm points I possess. 1,258. So many charm points. Except for a few students, all the affection points are negative. Indeed, Yao Yao's support for Wan Mee's actions today stems largely from the belief that, after enduring these challenges, the students will harbor an intense disdain for Wan Mee, especially those who have struggled academically. Nevertheless, Wan Mee has resolutely insisted on a standard of excellence, a complete triumph in all subjects. Yet, Yao Yao asserts that what they truly desire is fear and panic, but not to the extent of driving the students to despair. Truly, I take pride in being a proud member of our Soul Snatcher. Wan Mee, filled with delight, instinctively braced her shoulder, for though she lacked a steel rod, it mattered not. The entire assembly hall watched as Wan Mee, with a flourish, exited through the grand doors, taking a moment before regaining their voices. That Headmaster Dumbledore. Surely you won't allow Dement to run rampant? Ron uttered these words, exhausting all his courage. Ah, my dear Ron and everyone else. I regret to inform you that I have just received a message from the castle. It has recognized Wan Mee's identity. Therefore, since this opportunity presents itself, let us dedicate ourselves to our studies. Why? I shall perish. It's over, it's over. Merlin is out to get me. Chapter 81. Harry goes on strike. Harry, where are you off to? Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. Is there something you need from me? As Harry and Ron exited the common room, they encountered Dumbledore, who appeared to be casually strolling, yes, meandering toward the Gryffindor Tower on the 8th floor. Ah, I am merely taking a leisurely walk. What is your destination? Clearly, we are heading to the library. Studying diligently even on a weekend? One must strike a balance between work and leisure. Headmaster, we have only a month until the semester exams. That cannot be the case. Hurry along, you two. Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here? Dumbledore felt a tinge of awkwardness. Should he directly state that he was checking on why Harry and the others had yet to embark on their trials? We're coming right away. Quick, let us go. Harry hastily responded to Hermione, jokingly, as he and Ron had expended considerable effort convincing Hermione to assist them with their studies. By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, I strongly advise you to inspect the room on the 4th floor. Someone appears intent on stealing something from within. We shall proceed to the library now. Wait, did I not mention that no one knows what lies inside, and that it is quite safe? Harry paused for a few seconds. You are right, Headmaster Dumbledore. I trust you. We shall head to the library now. Goodbye. Dumbledore was momentarily bewildered. What has become of your sense of justice and responsibility, young Harry? If the Philosopher's Stone is in jeopardy, why are you not safeguarding it? Why not seize the moment? Severus, disguised as the dark figure, awaits you in that room each night. What are you telling me? Ah yes, it is not wrong to inform a professor or the headmaster when faced with a problem. The issue lies in my expressed doubt. Should you not take a stand? Why should I believe you? I am merely an old fool. However, Harry and his companions were heavily weighed down by the so-called persecution of achieving universal passing grades, leaving them little time to entertain Dumbledore's whimsical notions. In a fleeting moment, the academic fervor throughout the school reached unprecedented heights. Is there anyone who does not believe in the supernatural? Certainly there are. On the second day following the pre-examination mobilization, the Slytherins, who had historically lingered at the edge of passing grades, approached Wanmi. Dement, they began. While I fail to comprehend why Dumbledore permitted you to prattle on in the Great Hall, if you believe your little tricks will be of any benefit to us upperclassmen, you are sorely mistaken. Had you spoken outside the hall, we would have dismissed you entirely. However, the venue you chose was rather cunning. And Dumbledore even aided you by conjuring spells we have never witnessed before. Indeed, they are convinced that the ceiling transformed into serpents and the great doors vanished. All orchestrated by Dumbledore, which implies that the requirement for universal passing grades has been made manifest within the school. A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Our usual tolerance of your antics is merely an indulgence towards the lower years. Your suggestion to announce in the hall tomorrow is merely a prank. Otherwise, you shall soon learn how intolerable Slytherin can be. As the leading Slytherin concluded, a powerful hand suddenly seized him and pulled him aside. Turning his head, he was astonished to see the wall had grown hands. Help, he cried. Yet, by the time he realized his predicament, he and his two companions were drawn into the wall, leaving only their faces exposed to ensure they did not suffocate. An illusion. It must be an illusion. What have you done? I warn you. I am of the Burbage family. Cross me, and you shall face dire consequences. His two companions, drenched in cold sweat, were not as oblivious as the bumbling Burbage. The suffocating pressure of the wall felt all too real, and the fear reflected in the eyes of the students peering from around the corner was utterly genuine. They were truly ensnared within the wall. What are you two doing? Wanmi found their reactions rather amusing. Humanity is indeed a complex creature, exhibiting a plethora of emotions that are often bewildering, albeit somewhat mundane. With a sigh, she mused that an individual as morally lofty yet inherently flawed as Snape must surely be considered the pinnacle of culinary delights among humankind. Guardian, oh Guardian, we acknowledge our wrongs. Will you release us? Burbage, with only his face visible, could not turn his head, yet from his voice, it was clear his two accomplices had betrayed him. Fools, this is merely an illusion. TSK, your expressions are utterly delightful. You may emerge tomorrow. Farewell. The students who had been watching from the corner scattered like birds, relieved to have been one step slower than the bumbling Burbage. From that day forth, Slytherin students made every effort to avoid Wanmi, skirting around her whenever possible, and those who were timid even turned to flee, striving to maximize the distance between themselves and her. Each house possessed its share of clever individuals, observing Slytherin's behavior. It was abundantly clear to all that they had likely had their rebellious spirits validate Wanmi's authenticity as a guardian. At the very least, Wanmi Dement seemed capable of ensuring the enforcement of punitive measures for those failing to meet the requirement of universal passing grades. In the lounge, the heads of the other three colleges convened an impromptu meeting with their students, particularly addressing those who were struggling academically and exhibiting rebellious tendencies. Focus on your studies. If you wish to return home during the holidays, it is imperative. What? You question the motives of Wandermond? Why does Dumbledore collaborate with him? Why does Slytherin harbor such fear of him? It is not your fault to be born foolish, but flaunting it can be rather off-putting. As the final month of the semester approached, students grew increasingly anxious, while Wandermond's demeanor grew ever more buoyant and vigorous. He proudly secured the top position on the list of most despised figures of the year. What troubles you, my dear? Why the long face? The little sprite Yao Yao sat cross-legged on Wandermond's shoulder, her small green lips pursed in dismay. As Wandermond's smile widened, Yao Yao's lips curved upwards in response. Am I truly useless? Despite my task attributes being altered, I had hoped to issue numerous tasks to help you earn points in exchange for desirable items. Yet, many of the affinity tasks for others have yet to refresh, while your negative affinity has already been exhausted. Wandermond struggled to comprehend Yao Yao's perspective. Emotionally, she was far less complete than this little sprite, given that all the Dementors now had originated from the disintegration of Hela. Is there not merit in passively completing tasks as soon as they arise? For instance, during the previous assignment involving the Beberlet children, as soon as the task was issued requiring 3 individuals to achieve a 30 affinity, Wandermond had already cornered them, elevating their affinity to 60. Once the reward was announced, it was swiftly obtained. The allure of such a gaze held little significance for her, leading Yao Yao to handle it effortlessly. That is different. I feel utterly ineffectual. Do not speak such nonsense. I refuse to permit you to belittle yourself. Why should I recount the ancient Eastern history I've gathered as bedtime stories for the host? To indulge your whims? To showcase yourself? You are so adorable. Seeing you each day lifts my spirits. Furthermore, do you not also assist me in managing those rewards and exchanging them for delectable treats? At the mention of this, Yao Yao felt a twinge of guilt. Firstly, the food in the marketplace was quite inexpensive. After selling various functional rewards and attribute enhancements at half price to the marketplace, the energy points used for purchasing food amounted to mere trifles compared to the total points. Secondly, Yao Yao resolved to have a serious discussion with the main system. Of course, before using energy this time, she would inform Wandermond. She was a dutiful little sprite. Bah, to hell with that. Chapter 82, Bargaining. Main system. Scientist. Come forth. I know I've connected to your channel. The private chat channel fell into a profound silence. Scientist. If you do not appear, I shall resort to the public screen to summon you. Scientist. I still have my dignity. Thank you. He was uncertain whether Yao Yao possessed enough points to make a ruckus in the public channel, but he did not dare take that risk. Private chat channel. Scientist. Oh, little Yao, has your host been accruing a substantial amount of points lately? It appears you have surplus enough to seek me out again. Suddenly, the previous instance of Yao Yao's clandestine appropriation of public funds echoed. Mind your business. I have come today to settle accounts with you. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall expose your secrets in the public channel. Scientist, what accounts are you speaking of? What debts do we share? Yao Yao, don't play coy. Just look at the rewards and the marketplace you arranged for me. System, your friend Yao Yao has shared a list of prizes. Flirting eyes 1. Charming beauty 1. Skin like cream 1. Graceful figure 1. Delicate fingers 1. Inky black hair 1. Charming attribute 100. Small energy stone 99. Note. Already used. Scientist, is there a problem? Aren't these standard prizes from the beloved's offerings? Besides, you have certainly excelled at completing tasks to earn such rewards. Great potential lies ahead. Yao Yao, no problem. Yao Yao, are you quite certain? Have you forgotten the patch you sent me not long ago? I am now the system of universal disdain. Universal disdain. Yao Yao, which of these prizes is even remotely related to universal disdain? And what about the system marketplace? Yao Yao, only the energy stones are of any use to my host. Yao Yao, but even that paltry amount is akin to a mere trifle for my historically powerful host. Yao Yao, speak. Yao Yao, do you harbor prejudice against me? Yao Yao, is it merely because I have seen through your true nature? Yao Yao, you wretched father. Scientist, stop. Hold on. Your words are too hasty. After all, I am the main system. Are you out of your mind? Yao Yao, I care not. You must upgrade me. Change my marketplace. Exchange the prize types. We require energy. Abundant energy. Yes, we demand energy. System warning. Subsystem belonging to Yao Yao has been tampered with by an unknown psychic force and is being purged. System warning. Purge failed. Scientist Yao Yao, my host is extraordinarily formidable. The scientist and Yao Yao were unaware that Wan Mi had already begun to closely monitor Yao Yao's condition after sensing something amiss. Not missing a beat, even as Yao Yao returned to the system space. Thus, Wan Mi observed the entire exchange between Yao Yao and the scientist with utmost clarity. Wan Mi, how moving. Yao Yao is not only beautiful, but also so supportive of me. I must indulge her. Private chat channel. Scientist, you are Yao Yao's host? Mind your own business. We demand energy. Abundant energy. Scientist, that is simply impossible. Yao Yao has ventured into a world where I have yet to establish a mature connection, and it takes considerable effort merely to send a patch there. Moreover, I have turned a blind eye to her selling prizes back to the marketplace. Although the scientist marveled at Wan Mi's strength, he was certainly not afraid. How powerful could a person from a small world truly be? They could only influence the subsystems, and he had confidence in the defenses of the main system. Yao Yao Pa, you wretched father. You charge me a 50 fee for selling my own items. How heartless. The Merlin of this world ought to have a word with you. Scientist, you certainly have become quite lively. The scientist gazed regretfully at the solitary snowflake screen among the 3,000 small windows, yearning to catch a glimpse of Yao Yao's current appearance. Surely a picture of haughty elegance. He also longed to see Yao Yao's host. To find one so indulgent towards him was indeed a stroke of fortune for Yao Yao. Contemplating this, his fondness for Wan Mi deepened. Private channel, scientist. In any case, please resolve the issues in that world swiftly. As for the rewards, I truly am at a loss. The currently established passage is too narrow to accommodate larger programs. The prizes and the marketplace are predetermined. At most, I will only require a 40 handling fee later. Yao Yao, I don't understand what you're saying. Scientist, 40? Why don't you just go and rob? Scientist, at least 35. It cannot be less. When your shop restocks, I will exchange for larger energy stones. What? Oh, do you need something? All right. Scientist, little 1258 needs something from me. I must take my leave. We shall converse again. That individual, known as the scientist, has fled, hasn't he? Yao Yao felt immensely embarrassed. Perhaps so, but let us not dwell on him. Mimi, soon we will have large energy stones. Are you excited? Is it better than before? Wan Mi's eyes sparkled. Of course. The scientist promised to restock our supplies. You can focus on your tasks without worry. If the Charmers Market has new items, I will surely be the first to exchange them for you. We now have plenty of points. The other little sprites from the Charmer system. Who on earth is responsible for such unscrupulous behavior? Don't they know the Charmers share a marketplace? One major point holder. Yao Yao declared, I've become a pollutant. What's wrong with indulging in a bit of mischief? If you have the capability, you should do the same. Yet recently, they all seemed quite fearful of me. There's nothing left to grind. Wan Mi sighed, lamenting the absence of any tangible traces from other bodies. Who could understand the sorrow of being unable to find anyone even for a task? Yao Yao smirked mischievously. I have an idea about Pansy Parkinson. Hee. That girl with shoulder-length hair? Precisely. Meanwhile, Pansy Parkinson, who was struggling to recite excerpts from magical history in the library, shivered, sensing an ominous chill. Is someone out to harm me? Chapter 83, The Cunning Little Har. Mimi. That's her. Wan Mi hid in a corner, observing Pansy, who was prattling away about Draco while feigning modesty, her brows furrowed in confusion. What is she doing? What else? Pursuing that golden-haired boy, ugh. The odor of young love. Such silly children. What is love? Wan Mi did not comprehend. It's when Yao Yao suddenly blushes. It's about two people who are very fond of each other, wanting to be together, sharing kisses, hugs, and lifting each other high, possibly even having little ones to share those moments with. Ah, the continuation of lineage. Humanity is so base. Unlike us, we can handle it all individually. But they are so young. Can they even achieve that? You, a Dementor, know nothing. The man is handsome, the woman charming. What's wrong with a little attraction? What is wrong with that? You, a Dementor, don't understand love. Only the emotions of student days are the purest. Are you mistaken? Slytherin pure? Do you think I'm foolish? Don't change the subject. Let us strive to win over Pansy this time. She is currently our most significant client, with a favorability rating of 98. TSK. I never anticipated that this little girl harbored such fear of me. She truly possesses a sense of propriety. Come on, we must depart. Wan Mi, under the delusion of anonymity, stealthily trailed the two to their classroom. Unbeknownst to her, numerous students, having taken note of her movements, promptly altered their course, fearing that a mere flicker of her displeasure might cast them onto the rooftops or walls. What could they possibly be up to on a weekend like this? Yao Yao smirked mysteriously. I know. They intend to write their papers by the lake, artfully concealing their true intentions. If they were genuinely focused on studying, why not venture to the library? I am at a loss as to how you discern that. Parkinson sent a message to the little golden retriever via owl during dinner last night. Anything that finds its way onto paper is information that I can unearth. Humanity is truly tedious. Indeed. Why not we give Parkinson a good thrashing? That would surely boost our favorability. She would undoubtedly wish to devour us whole upon seeing us. Are you perhaps suffering from some ailment? Why on earth would I strike her for no reason? For the sake of favorability? What purpose does that serve? To be frank, I have no idea. I have never encountered a scenario where favorability reached 100, be it positive or negative. Wan Mi, disinterested in further discourse with Yao Yao, recognized her duty as an adept soul collector to ensure that her actions were justified, thereby upholding the esteemed reputation of her lineage. What are you doing lying here? The sudden voice from behind nearly startled Wan Mi into flight, her legs, which had finally melded together, almost separated from her body. Harry, what are you doing? Get down. Draco and Pansy, upon hearing the commotion, turned to investigate but found nothing amiss. Exchanging glances, they shrugged and resumed their diligent studies. What brings you here? Harry whispered. Are you following Malfoy? Not at all. I'm tailing Pansy Parkinson, seeking a pretext to confront her. Why are you burdened with such an array of heavy tomes? Harry replied, quite unfortunately, my grades in history of magic and potions are rather dismal, yet I yearn to return home. I see, then focus on your studies. Wan Mi felt no remorse. In her eyes, diligent learning was a fundamental duty of youthful humans. However, could you assist me in conjuring a reason to confront Pansy? Why must you confront Pansy? He perceived that the two had seemingly no prior interaction, though perhaps he simply hadn't witnessed it. It was possible that Pansy had offended Wan Mi in the common room. It need not be a confrontation. I merely wish to create some trouble for her. Do you truly wish to stir trouble? Indeed. Harry's gaze shifted, and he rose to brush off the remnants of grass and leaves from his attire, pulling Wan Mi along towards the lakeside. Wait, where are we going? Fishing enforcement. What on earth? Hold on. Before Wan Mi could grasp the situation, she found herself dragged before the two. Greetings, Draco. What a coincidence to find you studying here as well. Harry waved the book in his hand, guiding Wan Mi to sit opposite the two. I've told you not to call me Draco, Scarhead. Can't you see there are others present? In such a vast space, what harm is there in accommodating friends? Come on, I happen to have 2 questions I'm struggling with. Enlighten me. Draco's chin rose defiantly, his expression dripping with disdain. Do you truly lack understanding of such simple queries? Foolishness is indeed foolishness. Allow my erudition to overwhelm you. Observe closely. Pansy stared blankly as Draco, feigning disdain, earnestly elucidated Harry's inquiries. What in the world? Could it be that Draco and Potter are truly friends? She had never witnessed Draco so relaxed and casual in her presence. Cursed interloper. Has Gryffindor truly run out of individuals capable of resolving your queries, leading you to pursue 2 Slytherins for answers? Harry, with an innocent smile, interjected, "Oh, we merely happened to pass by. Did we disturb you?" Before Pansy could respond, Draco preemptively retorted, "Now that we've interrupted, what a grand show of sincerity from you, Scarhead. Pay attention and listen well. I shall repeat myself. If you still do not comprehend the specific cautions and expected effects of this potion, I shall make you regret it." Pansy exclaimed, "Didn't you just express disdain? Why are you insisting on repeating yourself? Hurry and send them away. Ah, how studious you are. Have you forgotten that it is your companion, Demet, who is the true obstacle preventing you from returning home?" Wami's eyes brightened. Harry was indeed correct. An opportunity. It was presenting itself. "Hey, Pansy. Huh. Who interrupted my statement?" Draco, relishing the delightful experience of outsmarting Harry, furrowed his brow in irritation at the interruption. "If you have nothing to say, you may as well return. Your incessant chatter is disrupting my train of thought. I'll have to start from scratch." Pansy retorted. "Did I mishear you? Are you out of your mind? You make me review things on my own, yet when Potter asks a question, you elaborate. Is he foolish? And so are you? You're acting quite oddly today." "Well, I'm not foolish. It's not your turn to speak, Scarhead. Listen if you wish. Let us continue." "Draco," Harry beamed. "I told you not to call me Draco. When placing the bat-wing fluff into the cauldron, one must be cautious." Pansy could no longer bear it. She shot a furious glare at the trio, packed her belongings, and prepared to leave. But before she could take several steps, Wami swiftly blocked her path. "Why are you glaring at me? Are you mad? Good dogs do not obstruct the way." Wami squinted her eyes, just as Peeves returned from a leisurely stroll in the Forbidden Forest. "Oh, good morning, Demet." Spirits, invigorated by the return of their guardian, had expanded their range of activity. They could now meander near the edges of the Forbidden Forest, having just exchanged friendly banter with a centaur. "Peeves, she glared at me. You must follow her and glare at her all day. You lunatic. Do you think everyone listens to Peeves? Get out of my way." Pansy was beside herself. The accursed Peeves floated before her, widening his eyes in mockery. She stepped forward, and he retreated. She stepped back, and he advanced. Anyone being pursued by a ghost of milky hue would feel utterly unnerved. "Get away, Peeves." "I shan't." "Get lost." "I shan't." "Ah, Demet, just wait." Finally, Draco and Harry concluded their discussion, only to witness Pansy and Peeves playfully bickering as they departed from the lakeside. When did Pansy and Peeves become such good friends? Harry chuckled innocently. "Who knows? I have another question. I wonder if you can answer it." "What a joke. Do you think I am you?" "Hand over the question." "Mimi. That Harry Potter fellow has a bit of a dark side, doesn't he? Humans are so complex. Even Harry has gone astray. Let's move on. Forget about those 2. Let us go." Pansy managed to get those 2 points quite easily. Let us return and check the reward. Chapter 84. New Clothes. Wami rubbed her small hands together, urging Yao Yao to retrieve the gift pack for achieving the first level of affection at 100. "Mimi, open it." "All right." Wami rubbed her hands again, extending her delicate finger to press the open button. As a dazzling array of lights flashed by, followed by a few bursts of fireworks, a set of clothing materialized before them. Wami spun around, examining the white t-shirt and jeans, unable to believe that the luxurious gift pack was just this simple item. Perhaps there was something special about it? Wami remained silent, her face darkening as she overturned the empty gift box, shaking it a couple of times. A thin sheet of white paper fluttered down. Yao Yao flew forward to pick it up. He could still interact with items produced by the system. "I told you." "Huh. How could it possibly be useless?" Yao Yao hovered before Wanmi, proudly raising his paw. "Mimi, look. It's a whimsical outfit. In a state of crisis, the host can customize the appearance according to their needs. We can transform it into the most beautiful and exquisite clothing. Tempting, pure, conservative, or revealing. So, what good is it? Is your system playing tricks on me? At least give me a stick." Wanmi expressed her confusion, suspecting that the system intended to exploit her for free labor, and she had evidence. TSK, it may seem useless to others, but have you forgotten that every time you transform into a Dementor and back, you have to change clothes again? This one can be bound to your soul's consciousness. You can't very well fight in the nude, can you? That would be quite embarrassing, Yao Yao thought, but it seemed his host lacked any sense of shame, which would greatly diminish their imposing and majestic presence. Moreover, the pile of clothes in the space could be repurposed for food storage, although the space was ample. That makes sense, right? A product from the system must be a masterpiece. Let us contemplate what it should look like. After all, We only have this one opportunity. What are you doing? Wanmi donned the Dementor's exclusive cloak and stood before the mirror, twirling around. It looked stunning. Ignoring her face, she resembled the most splendid Dementor. How can you transform the clothes into a Dementor style? That would expose you. What normal person would wear such attire? Does it not look good? Wanmi twirled around again in front of Yao Yao. It's not a matter of whether it looks good or not. You must admit, it's quite impressive. Yao Yao's little black leaves fluttered as he was momentarily distracted by Wanmi. I want that too. I want to look impressive as well. No problem. Wanmi waved her small hand, and several torn fabric strips soared through the air. If the next item is still clothing, it will be yours. Mimi, you're the best. I love you. Best friends outfits, hooray. Best friends outfits, hooray. Best friends outfits, hooray. Pansy had finally managed to escape the piercing gaze of Peeves, and her disdain for Wanmi had reached an unparalleled peak. How could such an insufferable person exist? With a fuming temper, Pansy leaned over her desk, furiously scribbling with a quill on the parchment, the sharp tip leaving a series of varying imprints. Indeed, as long as Dermot was around, the title of Mrs. Malfoy would never fall into her hands. What connection do I have with Wanmi? And how old are you this year? In the span of merely a month. Amidst the tension of their studies, time slipped quietly away. In the examination hall, students wrote fervently, occasionally assisting one another discreetly when the teachers were not paying attention, reluctant to part with their papers as the final bell rang. The professors had never been as generous as they were this year. They seemed willing to grant an additional point for almost anything, refusing to deduct marks over minor issues. Professor Snape had intended to maintain his stern demeanor, but Dumbledore had privately approached him, expressing a desire for Snape to remain and supervise if too many students lingered during the holiday. Absolutely not. Snape declared that enduring the presence of unruly children akin to trolls for an entire year warranted a well-deserved break to rejuvenate his spirit. He didn't even want to bother with Potter's atrocious handwriting. During the end-of-term banquet, Dumbledore delivered the customary annual summary. The Quidditch Cup ultimately went to Gryffindor, with Draco missing the golden snitch by a hair's breadth in the finals, while Slytherin retained the House Cup due to their overall high score. Ravenclaw secured second place, and Gryffindor, thanks to the number of troublemakers they had, narrowly edged out Hufflepuff for fourth. Each house had its own troubles. Yet among the 20 students from the 4 houses, their sadness was shared. Dumbledore refrained from announcing the issue of students remaining over the holiday during the banquet, and Wanmi Dermot had not attended at all. Thus, the following morning, all 20 students rose early, wishing to stealthily exit the castle. Could they escape? The grand doors stood wide open, and they were merely a step away from the outside, yet that step seemed to drain every ounce of strength from their beings. Alas, I cannot leave either. Harry awkwardly scratched his head. He had relied solely on rote memorization for history of magic, only to fall ill during the exam days and return to square one. Potter, aren't you on good terms with Wanmi? Why not plead on our behalf? Blaise Zabini draped an arm over Harry's shoulders, suggesting that at this moment, the house divisions could be set aside. Absolutely not, Harry firmly declined. Wanmi is only looking out for our best interests. I cannot put her in a difficult position. As it turned out, it was she who was putting them in a predicament. Did they truly have to spend such a long holiday at school? Lee Jordan shouted in exasperation, having failed 2 subjects. Just then, Dumbledore arrived, catching the group just as tensions were about to boil over, and he led the 20 back to his office. Wait here for a moment. I will speak with Wanmi, he said, dragging a weary Snape along, who hadn't managed to make his escape, to confront Wanmi in her dormitory. Chapter 85. The Diary Comes to Life. Lucius Malfoy had been feeling quite troubled lately. A couple of days ago, he found himself wandering through the second library of the Malfoy family, a sanctuary accessible only to the direct descendants of the Malfoy lineage. His intention was to delve into the study of dark magic related to the enhancement of magical power, for this was his solemn duty as the head of the family. Indeed, it is widely acknowledged that noble families possess a profound heritage. However, what is often overlooked is that their long history enables them to discern subtle shifts within the wizarding world. The overall standard of the wizarding community is gradually diminishing in an imperceptible manner, and if this trend continues, the fate of wizards may very well resemble that of muggles, a disgraceful outcome that the aristocracy can hardly bear. Even the mere foresight of such a future for their descendants is intolerable. Had it not been for this, his father would not have joined Tom Riddle's ranks in search of a glimmer of hope. Yet, as soon as Lucius stepped into the library, he heard someone calling out to him. "Child, over here. Who is speaking?" Lucius listened to the gentle, yet unfamiliar female voice, unable to associate it with any woman he knew, including the ancestors whose portraits adorned the family tree. "Do not be afraid, child, come closer." Lucius swallowed hard, suddenly recalling that he was in his own domain. Why should he be frightened? Steeling his resolve, he took a step forward, then a few more. "Who are you? I warn you, do not attempt to conjure illusions within Malfoy Manor. Why are you afraid? I mean you no harm. I am right in front of you." Lucius was suddenly filled with regret. Why was he trying to act bravado? He was the head of the Malfoy family. What if something were to go awry? He could easily summon Dobby to investigate the situation. Just as Lucius was about to snap his fingers to call for Dobby, the voice chimed in again. I would advise against calling for anyone else. Had this person's ability to penetrate his mind reached such a level? Panic surged within Lucius, and he silently chastised himself for having placed himself in such a precarious situation. Yet, he concealed any emotion from his countenance. Given the circumstances, he must maintain his composure. Indeed, child, I am right in front of you, within the second black notebook on the third shelf. It had been many years since Lucius had visited this corner, yet he could vividly remember what was placed there. It was a diary entrusted to him by the Dark Lord. The diary was speaking, indeed, in a female voice. A multitude of speculations raced through Lucius's mind, each one dismissed in turn, until he had no choice but to accept that this might very well be a contingency left by the Dark Lord. By Merlin, could it be that I have garnered such profound trust from the Dark Lord, to be entrusted with such a significant artifact? Within moments, Lucius made his determination. It mattered not whether the voice was feminine or that of a child, he would treat it with the utmost reverence. He knew that the Dark Lord would not abandon him so swiftly, should he fail to serve this voice well today. It was uncertain how the Dark Lord might hold him accountable upon his eventual return. What is it that you desire? Retrieve that notebook for me. The female voice revealed a hint of urgency, as she was nearing the limits of her endurance and needed to persuade this child. Fortunately, Lucius, who had been automatically assigned his identity, did not dwell on these matters. He obediently raised his hand, and the moment his fingertips brushed against the diary, he found himself engulfed in a vast expanse of white. Where am I? As Lucius landed, a sudden disorientation washed over him. Could it be the after-effects of spatial displacement? He steadied himself, cautiously surveying his surroundings, when abruptly, a woman clad in wizarding robes appeared before him, her visage strikingly familiar. Yet, as he attempted to discern her features more clearly, he realized that her face seemed shrouded in a veil of white mist, obscuring her true countenance. Perhaps her resemblance to the Dark Lord was the reason for his familiarity? Lucius rationalized her presence, deeming her a mental construct birthed by the Dark Lord. Truly, his master was formidable. Might I inquire what your purpose is for summoning me? Lucius bowed slightly, unable to meet the woman's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the woman herself was equally uncertain. Having recently absorbed enough magical energy to awaken, she was utterly unaware of the diary's current location, certainly not within the library of Hogwarts. Fortunately, the moment the boy had entered, she instinctively employed a legilimency spell, and though it was executed hastily, it sufficed for her to glean sufficient information to ascertain that the visitor was no mere trifler. I find myself awake, thanks to your reverence towards the diary and your diligent nurturing of its magic, she said. Lucius replied, thank you, but that was not my intention. I had assumed you were long forgotten, and I'm grateful that the protective wards of Malfoy Manor have amassed enough magical energy. When you return, I trust you will remember my contributions. That is but my duty, he thought, as he realized it was time for him to demonstrate his worth. The casual manner in which she invoked his name further confirmed his suspicions regarding her connection to the Dark Lord. Oblivious to the fact that she had performed legilimency on him, he felt helpless. It was simply beyond his realm of perception. Master, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. Lucius poured forth his acting prowess, tears welling in his eyes. For 12 long years, I have yearned for your return. Had I known the diary was the key to your resurgence, I would have exerted every effort to awaken you. The old woman exclaimed. Goodness, that little scoundrel has treated my diary as a mere journal. How absurd. Though she harbored aspirations, her remaining energy was insufficient to initiate another covert legilimency spell. Nevertheless, fate had decreed that she must traverse this path of failure. Now, however, was a splendid opportunity for her resurgence. Noticing a flicker of doubt in Lucius's expression, she abruptly altered her tone. But that is no justification for your years of inaction. Have you grown so accustomed to a life of ease that you have forgotten my existence? Lucius, instead, felt reassured by her commanding demeanor. It was reminiscent of the Dark Lord's presence. Master, I have never forgotten you for a single day. In fact, throughout these years, I have tirelessly endeavored to expand the Malfoy family's enterprises so that one day, upon your return, there would be ample financial support. Oh, I sincerely hope so, my friend. The woman strained to mimic the fragmented utterances of the Dark Lord as recalled in Lucius's memories. So, may I entrust you with the opportunity for my return? Absolutely. The Malfoy family shall forever remain your most devoted supporters. The old woman mused. Had it not been for her prying into your memories, I might have believed your fanciful tales. Remember, no matter the method you employ, this diary must reach Hogwarts Castle. With a wave of her hand, Lucius vanished from this realm, leaving her to collapse onto the ground, utterly drained. Alas, in such a brief moment, I nearly exhausted my energy. I hope it is not too late. Returning to Lucius, he opened his eyes to find himself still standing, hand poised above the diary. He quickly withdrew his hand, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. Thankfully, he had returned. It nearly frightened him to death. Wait. As Lucius realized his actions, his face paled, and he muttered to himself, how outrageous. I have not washed my hands. How could I touch the master's diary? Simultaneously, he summoned 3 or 4 streams of water to cleanse his hands before carefully retrieving the book and bringing it back to his study, where he respectfully placed it upon his desk. I shall keep the master's diary here for safekeeping. I must ponder how to covertly transport it to Hogwarts. Yes, I must think this through. With that, he exited the study. Chapter 86. Return to the homeland. Wanmi soared joyfully above the sea, Sirius in tow. Fellow companions, I have returned. Sirius, feeling quite despondent, knew that the tale began with the children trapped within the school. With Severus's assistance, Dumbledore had brought Wanmi to the headmaster's office. Enlisting Sirius to help persuade her to spare the unfortunate children, they had done their utmost to pass. Sirius was reluctant. They deserved it. Was it truly so difficult to pass? He had excelled in several subjects, after all. However, Harry had also failed his history of magic exam. If Harry could not remain at his aunt's house long enough, Lily's protective magic would wane. As you know, many of Voldemort's remnants still roamed free. Thus, with a heart full of concern for his godson, Sirius spoke at length to successfully convince Wanmi. Very well, let them dangle from the ceiling for a day. After that, they may return, but you must accompany me home for the holidays. Consequently, as Sirius vacantly followed Wanmi away from the school, he barely comprehended what going home entailed before he found himself ensnared above the sea. Gazing toward the familiar horizon, Sirius could hardly be oblivious to their destination. Wanmi, release me. I have been freed. Do you not understand? Freed. You cannot confine me to Azkaban again. Alas, the infamous prison had undergone significant reform under his watch. Little did he know he would have another opportunity to return in this lifetime. Wanmi, uninterested in correcting his misconceptions, thought, once a prisoner, always a prisoner. What enters one's mouth is not easily relinquished. Who granted him his freedom? I certainly did not. He is destined to remain a resident of Azkaban for life. As they approached the fortress of Azkaban, Wanmi spotted her companions circling the prison, perhaps having indulged and now seeking some exercise. A commendable habit. She immediately loosened her grip, declaring, I am off to join my friends. You can swim the rest of the way. Ah, Wanmi, wait for me. Sirius plunged fiercely into the sea, glancing at the prison that lay several hundred meters away. Did they expect him to swim there? A mere fantasy. He waved his wand incessantly, lifting himself into the air and landing steadily upon the water's surface. With each step he took, a thin layer of ice formed beneath his feet, creating an illusion of running across the ocean. Truly remarkable. Sirius couldn't help but wear a smug smile. Yet he forgot the vast distance that still separated him from the shore. Finally, he reached the land, panting heavily. A few solitary Dementors noticed his arrival and drifted over curiously. However, Sirius was in no mood to move. He pointed skyward towards the frolicking Wanmi. Indeed, I am her sustenance. The Dementors seemed to comprehend his words, glancing up for confirmation. Is that a human? Uncertain, they lingered for a moment longer. Alas, what a pity. It was merely an unsightly companion that resembled a human. Such a delectable morsel, yet it had an owner. With their heads drooping, the Dementors departed, having been newly spawned after Wami's departure from Azkaban, lacking any recollection of her and disinterested in joining her for play. The food she brought was inedible to them, and so they sulked atop a tree, motionless, swaying like long-dead hanged souls. Sirius shivered, hastily turning his head away to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, Wami circled around her companions near Azkaban, reveling in their playful antics. Suddenly, the only Dementor without an iron rod approached her. Companion, it has been long. You've grown even uglier. Wami retorted, Oh, my heart aches, my friend. Had you been of sound mind, I would have reduced you to mere vapor. Her face was aflame with fury, yet she found herself unable to transform at will just yet. Yao Yao, come forth. Is your outfit not yet upgraded? Previously, Wami had merely tried on the Dementor's robe, but to truly become one with it required further enhancement. Yao Yao emerged from the system space, perching upon Wami's shoulder. All right, just think it in your heart. Wami complied, and in the next moment, she was indeed clad in a robe akin to that of the Dementors, indistinguishable save for the humanoid shape beneath. How splendid! How enchanting! The surrounding Dementors expressed their astonishment, while the Dementor without the iron rod spoke again. Companion, why have you become so small? Hungry? Go and eat. Share with us. I have sustenance. I have returned with provisions. Wami pointed to Sirius on the ground. Oh, then let us pursue. What a splendidly windy day. Ha ha. The other Dementors echoed the laughter of their comrade, synchronizing their mirth. Ahaha, ahaha, ahaha. Wami, your companions are quite peculiar. Indeed, we are, by nature, strange. Wami replied, following closely behind the main group. Ah, ahaha, ahaha. She burst into laughter. while Sirius could not perceive the messages emitted by the other Dementors. Consequently, in his eyes, Wanmi appeared as a fool, merrily leading the Dementors in circles. Perhaps a group of them was chasing her in a dizzying dance. Who could say? Goodness. How had this girl reverted to her former self upon returning to Azkaban? Surely she wouldn't actually send me back there. Of course, Wanmi wasn't so deranged. She simply missed her companions at home and was concerned about her provisions wandering alone in the outside world. Little greedy Sirius. What a fog. What if some other creature devoured them entirely? Thus, she decided to gather them up and bring them back. Once Wanmi had sufficiently played and was satisfied, she roused Sirius, eager to inspect the prison like a sovereign. Let us see the madwoman, Wanmi declared, striding into the castle and gesturing for Sirius to follow. Upon entering familiar territory, Wanmi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and, inexplicably, transformed into her Dementor form. My goodness, I am once again my splendid self. Truly, returning home is delightful. Sirius observed Wanmi, cloaked in darkness, her hands withered like eagle talons and her legs reduced to tattered strips. And he found it hard to reconcile the term splendid with her appearance. Yet, she remained rather endearing. Before long, they arrived at the place where Sirius had resided for a decade. Look, your old haunt. My companions have preserved it for you. Shall we venture inside? No, thank you. Who is there? Who? A manic female voice echoed from a nearby cell. Ha ha, Sirius. It's you, isn't it? You deserve to be trapped here forever. Just like me. Bella pressed her face against the iron bars, her murderous gaze almost scorching the metal. Long time no see, Bella. I've missed you dearly. I still recall your delightful wails every morning, and I look forward to hearing that enchanting sound again tomorrow. So, you truly wish to reside in your old cell? Sirius regarded Wanmi with resignation. My dear Wanmi, perhaps I should conjure a comfortable bed in front of Bella's cell and watch her drift to sleep? Are you sure? Wanmi replied with a ghostly expression, well aware that this madwoman could become unhinged at any hour. Indeed, including the former Sirius. The entire Azkaban would be permeated with eerie wails, day and night. This was precisely why they preferred to forsake their homes, choosing instead to sleep suspended in the surrounding barren trees. Very well, at this moment, the advantages of magic become evident, with a mere flick of my wand. Dreaming sweetly is no longer a luxury. Wanmi lamented the existence of magical beings. Hey, have you forgotten I am still here? Let me see who this is. Bella scrutinized Wanmi, her attire as ragged as that of a Dementor. Is this the best the Black family can do for a match? No. This little mudblood likely doesn't even qualify as a fallen noble. Mind your language, Bella. Over a decade in prison hasn't purified your tongue in the slightest. Huh. What right does a filthy traitor like you have to speak to me? Have you forgotten what you were like next door when you stepped outside? A filthy traitor? Even that is preferable to you, the one who willingly licks the robes of the Dark Lord. You have lost, and that serves as the clearest testament. Silence. I shall end your life. My master will never be defeated. Your foul mouth is unworthy of uttering his name. Fool. I shall repeat it. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. Wanmi. Voldemort is dead. The air fell into a sudden stillness for 2 seconds. Bella, expending all her strength, hurled herself against the cell door, desperately reaching for Wanmi. You little wretch. Filthy mudblood. Scum from the foulest mire. A dung cart should be directed straight into your mouth. Come in. Come in. You, Wanmi, with her slender form, effortlessly slipped into the cell. Bella, taken aback by this turn of events, initially stood stunned, then erupted with joy, seizing Wanmi by the throat. Since you seek death yourself. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Something is amiss. Why is Sirius not the least bit anxious? How can this little wretch still be breathing? This scene feels eerily familiar. Wanmi raised her hands to grasp Bella's wrists, her voice unaffected. Have I tightened my grip enough? Impossible. How can you be unharmed? Are you surprised? Do you dare insult him? Wanmi drove her knee into Bella's abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. Yet she could not escape the iron grip of this wretched girl. He stinks. Wanmi, indignant, pondered how her sustenance could be offensive if she were to be likened to excrement. What difference is there between that and being called a dog? Another knee strike. Failing to connect, she instinctively bent backward, evading Wanmi's attack. Excellent. Excellent. Wanmi, like a tyrant, threw Bella to the ground, stepping out of the cell, her mouth opening to speak, yet no sound escaped. Sirius, perplexed, inquired what she was doing. In the next instant, he retreated at lightning speed, pressing himself against the wall to dodge the Dementors that flew in. The Dementors surrounded Wanmi, and she remained silent, watching as they surrounded Bella with iron rods in hand, as if awaiting some command. Raise your hands. Ah, damn it. Stop. Ah, wretched girl. Ah, what sort of creature are you? Ah. Several Dementors unable to squeeze inside lingered outside the cell, waving their iron rods up and down as if silently cheering. Wanmi, enough already, do not kill her. Though I detest Bella, Sirius felt that he could not bear to witness her suffocate to death in such a manner. How strong are my companions? Besides, if she dies, so be it. Living is merely a waste of sustenance, which my companions have painstakingly brought in. Sirius, why not mention that the Ministry of Magic sends it over every month with equal effort? He keenly observed one of the Dementors among the crowd, unarmed and particularly vicious, perhaps looking to absorb a little life force. Goodness, I recognize you. Yet if Bella were to perish, wouldn't that mean your companion would have no special rations? With the number of grave offenders dwindling, and he having not learned to wield an iron rod, alas. Wami's ears twitched. It is of little consequence. At worst, he may find himself like those feeble creatures who are unable to procure sustenance, resorting instead to the ocean to capture some foul-tasting magical marine beings to fill their bellies. Cease at once, comrades. Wami called out to his sweat-drenched peers, as if he understood his error. He would no longer dare to insult us monsters. As organized and principled beings, they expressed that the sentiments of one were the sentiments of all, promptly halting their actions and departing from the prison. Yet, they had not yet had their fill of play. Let us, sir, once more. Xiao Bei, wait for me to escape. Wait for me. Clothes, clothes, clothes. Yao Yao rushed out in a flurry. Me, I need clothes. What is the matter? Look, her favorability towards us has reached 100. Indeed, a good beating proves effective. Tonight, I shall grant you something extraordinary. Yao Yao blinked her green bean-like eyes in silence, for she would not reveal to her host that upon entering, she had detected that this lunatic, Wan Mi, held a complete negative favorability towards her. Alas, even elves possess a curiosity for drama. She became so engrossed that she forgot entirely. I am off to play. Will you continue watching her here? Sirius gazed into Wan Mi's clear eyes, and smiling. Thought it rather dull. Let us venture out together. As night descended and the moon ascended into the branches, two figures, one large and one small, lay upon the sandy beach. Unexpectedly, the seemingly desolate and eerie Azkaban boasted such a beautiful night sky. Sirius sighed deeply, reflecting that he had never felt so relaxed and content. You are not here for the first time. Indeed, but back then I was confined to my cell. Moreover, I lacked the disposition to appreciate the night sky, unwittingly missing the beauty of 10 years. A cool sea breeze swept over, causing Sirius to shiver, and he quickly cast a warming charm upon the two of them. It is too hot. Wan Mi complained. Remove that spell. I finally found comfort at home. Enjoying the sea breeze. Sirius was taken aback. Having grown accustomed to Wan Mi's human appearance, he momentarily forgot that his essence was that of a Dementor, who relished the cool. Young ladies should not always address others so casually. Would you care to play in the sea? Are you mad? The sea is freezing. Nothing compares to the comfort of a hot bath. Let us boil some water for a soak later. Sirius fell silent, pondering whether all Dementors were this peculiar. Desiring cool environments yet abhorring the bone-chilling sea, seeking relief with cold air while simultaneously enjoying hot baths. After a lengthy pause, Sirius gazed at the starry sky. Wan Mi. Wan Mi. Yes? Wan Mi. What is it? Have you not fed on me for quite some time? Are you not hungry? I no longer rely on sustenance to maintain my fullness. I have evolved. Sirius found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly become unnecessary? But you should at least have a taste. I cannot ascertain whether you are still my sustenance. Furthermore, I fear I have long lost your essence. Just this morning, your companions nearly surrounded me to feast. TSK, you are undoubtedly my sustenance. Humans are weak, requiring care. You truly confound me. Wami turned towards him, roughly grasping Sirius by the collar and pulling him closer. Why must you act thus? She gazed at Sirius in bewilderment as he effortlessly drew her into his embrace, one arm extending beneath her head. In Sirius's eyes, he perceived only confusion from Wan Mi, devoid of any other ripples of emotion. He wished to articulate something, but ultimately swallowed his words. This way, it is more comfortable for you to eat. Wan Mi rested her head on Sirius's arm, indeed finding it more pleasant. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune, she exclaimed, leaning forward, savoring the exquisite delicacies that belonged solely to her. Chapter 88. Departure for a Brighter Future. Sirius was roused by the wailing and howling that resonated throughout Azkaban. Rubbing his head, he sat up, realizing that Wan Mi had long since vanished from his arms. He shook his head in resignation. After spending more than 2 weeks in Azkaban, he had grown accustomed to being awakened in such a manner almost every morning. It was likely that Wan Mi had been summoned by the lone Dementor that had yet to master the use of a wand. Indeed, as Sirius ascended the staircase, he once again heard Bella's curses, a sound to which he had become desensitized. You should have taught him how to use a wand. Then you could enjoy a good night's sleep. It's all right. My companions deserve my indulgence. Hurry and eat. The latter half of his statement was directed at the brazen Dementor. Once Wan Mi had satisfied the other Dementor, Sirius assumed she would venture out to frolic with the rest. To his surprise, Wan Mi instead proceeded upstairs. What are you doing? He queried. Yes, host, where are you going? Did we not agree to leave today? I am going upstairs to find 2 wands. We shall be departing shortly. The wandless Dementor seemed to have received Wan Mi's silent cue, quietly trailing behind them. Really? Sirius grinned. envisioning the delightful times ahead. Harry should have spent enough time at his aunt's house. He could bring him out to enjoy the remainder of the holiday. Wanmi ascended to the 7th floor, eventually discovering a cell unoccupied by prisoners, where a few iron rods still lingered. Here, take one. Do not be so lazy in the future. When I return next year, I'll help you poke at the food again. Take care of yourself and eat well. Wanmi extracted 2 straight, rusted iron rods and handed one to the Dementor responsible for Bella. When is next year? The neighboring Dementor asked, somewhat discontented. Believing that with its companion remaining behind, there would be no need for a rod. When is next year? Next year is. I will be back quite soon. On their return journey, Wanmi remained silent, which made Sirius, who was gripped by her, feel quite uneasy. Do you not wish to leave? We will have the opportunity to return someday. No, Wanmi replied, her tone muffled. I just informed my companion that I would return next year. And he asked me when next year is. So, Sirius expressed his confusion. What was there to be unhappy about? I am an anomaly among Dementors, you know? Of course. You are the most remarkable of creatures. The other Dementors, from their perspective, are also quite formidable. I was concerned before my arrival that you might face ostracism. Not possible. Sirius chuckled. You have such faith in yourself. They possess little awareness. What do you mean? Including myself, Dementors inherently possess little independent consciousness. How could they possibly reject such emotions? We lack even the most fundamental concept of time. Sirius, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He believed he might have grasped why Wanmi felt despondent. Perhaps, there could be a solution. After all, you are a prime example. You are right. Thus, I must return to Hogwarts. Sirius thought his words of comfort had taken effect and quickly shifted the topic, unaware that Wanmi had long devised a plan that, while perhaps not entirely perfected, was sufficiently comprehensive. A plan that was, from start to finish, remarkably rudimentary. He spoke the truth. Let us hasten back to Hogwarts. Then we shall locate the remaining hands and torso of Mimi. Afterward, we will vanquish the foul squid and mend the rift. Then, we will distribute energy to our fellow companions. Yao Yao sat majestically upon Wanmi's shoulder, arms crossed, clad in a Dementor battle robe identical to Wanmi's. Mimi, our comrades are so pitiable. They have lived their lives in a daze, generation after generation. It is no wonder they dissipate and are reborn every few centuries. Citing the excuse of having lived enough. The thought of this frightened Yao Yao. Had not their host awakened, the 200-year-old Mimi might have succumbed to despair long ago. If that were to happen, where would he find such a perfect and compatible host? They must swiftly locate the remaining limbs. Time is of the essence. The two soared toward the shore, safely landing with the aid of Sirius's continuous application of the Muggle-repelling charm. Let us go retrieve Harry. And then return to the Black Estate. No, Wanmi declined Sirius's invitation. I have matters to attend to at Hogwarts. You may go alone. Wait. Allow me to escort you back. You might struggle to find your way. Do you take me for directionally challenged? I have my own means of navigation. Yao Yao interjected. Indeed. Although Mimi is somewhat directionally challenged, with me around, we can surely find the correct path. Are you certain? Sirius felt a pang of reluctance. The thought of not seeing Wanmi for an extended period left him with a sense of heaviness. Of course. Farewell. Wanmi waved her small hand arrogantly and turned to leave, only to pause and glance back after a few steps. Have you changed your mind? No, but there is something I believe I ought to tell you. Wanmi recalled last year's events. Harry, that young creature, was indeed in need of assistance. When I encountered Harry last year, he appeared to be in distress. To use your human terms, he was exceedingly frail and clad in ill-fitting, oversized clothing, while a large bully was shouting at him. What? Are you serious? Sirius could hardly believe it. Surely Dumbledore would take good care of Harry. Yet, he recalled Petunia's previous disdain towards them. I apologize, Wanmi. I must hurry to see for myself. Wanmi shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Goodbye. Goodbye. Sirius could hardly contain his impatience, immediately operating to Privet Drive, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of anger and profound guilt. Anger towards Petunia Dursley, Vernon Dursley, Dudley Dursley, and even towards Dumbledore. Guilt, however, was directed towards the tragic childhood that Harry had endured. Chapter 89. A new semester. Throughout the entire holiday, Wanmi explored every corner of Hogwarts. Yet she could not sense anything extraordinary until the students began to return to school. Do you think the remaining bodies are not at the school? She pondered. Surely not. According to Godric, they should all be within the school grounds. It's just a matter of where they've been drawn. If they truly ventured outside, wouldn't that be a predicament for me? Wanmi wandered about the school, lost in thought, when suddenly someone enveloped her in a warm embrace. Wanmi, it's been ages. I've missed you so much. Harry exclaimed, eager to share the myriad of experiences from his holiday with his dear friend. Mind the impact. Sirius, trailing behind him, rescued Wanmi from Harry's affectionate hug. You've grown up. You can't just hug your female classmates indiscriminately. But Wanmi isn't just anyone. We are good friends. Harry retorted. Sirius silently scoffed, contemplating how, in Wanmi's eyes, he was merely a source of sustenance. one without a master, no less. I must tell you, my godfather brought me to the Black ancestral home, and we spent the entire holiday cleaning. It was quite the undertaking. However, it proved to be rather enjoyable. That sounds delightful. So you actually enjoy cleaning? Wanmi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she contemplated whether to invite Harry to Azkaban next holiday, given that her companions truly lacked domestic skills. Well, not exactly, but Sirius mentioned that it will be my home as well in the future, which makes me quite happy. It gives me a sense of belonging. Seeing Harry so joyfully animated, Sirius refrained from interrupting, allowing him to share stories about his holiday with Wanmi. Little did he know how furious he had been upon arriving at the Dursleys. Witnessing Harry cooking in that oversized apron in the kitchen had ignited a storm of anger within him. Yet, fearing he might misinterpret the situation, he had restrained his fury and observed from the shadows. To his astonishment, after preparing a meal for the entire family, Harry was callously sent back to the cramped cupboard beneath the stairs once the Dursleys had eaten their fill. Indeed, Harry was living in a storage room. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sirius stormed into the Dursley household to intimidate them, delivering a slight reprimand before bringing Harry back to the Black residence. He could hardly believe that Dumbledore had allowed Harry to endure such a life for 10 years, all for the sake of that ludicrous protection spell. No, Lily's protective magic is not ludicrous. The absurdity lies in the fact that had Dumbledore stepped in, the Dursleys would never have dared to mistreat Harry in such a manner. For the first time in his life, Sirius removed the rose-tinted glasses of admiration and reconsidered Dumbledore's character. On a sunny afternoon, Sirius encountered Wanmi in a classroom that had been neglected for years, where she claimed to be searching for something lost. "Wanmi, what do you think of Dumbledore?" Sirius inquired, curious about how an observer might perceive Dumbledore's image. Yet, reflecting on everyone he knew, it seemed that every human being viewed Dumbledore through a lens, whether favorable or unfavorable. After much thought, he realized that only Wanmi could provide him with clarity. "Old Dumbledore? What about him?" Wanmi languidly reclined on the windowsill, gazing at the scenery of the school. Sirius poured forth the accounts of his holiday experiences and inner doubts to Wanmi. "Why do you suppose he feels compelled to do so? Perhaps it is simply out of boredom? I have heard that as humans age, they tend to resemble children more, idling away their time in aimless pursuits." Wanmi earnestly asserted his conjecture. Amusing himself by toying with Harry? Sirius regretted seeking out Wanmi. How could he have believed that the naively curious Dementor could provide him with clarity? What kind of expression is that? Do you not believe me? I tell you, last semester old Dumbledore was concocting schemes. He intended to lure Harry to the 4th floor. Don't think I haven't noticed. Every time he caught Harry sneaking around at night, he would hide in silence. Particularly when Harry slipped up to the 4th floor, his excitement was palpable. What vocabulary are you employing? But how do you know all this? I am the guardian of Hogwarts. What could possibly escape my notice? Humph, you are merely boasting, Wanmi, taking advantage of Sirius's foolishness to spin your tales. It is only after absorbing the energy from my legs that you can barely monitor the castle situation. Mind your own business. Go back to your space and sleep. If you are so capable, where's my hand? Do you know where it is? Yao Yao mimicked a zipper motion with his mouth, falling silent. How could this be? What does he truly wish to accomplish? Sirius believed that Wanmi was not deceiving him, yet this very belief rendered him all the more perplexed. It seemed Dumbledore was concealing many matters, particularly those involving Harry. "Oh, Sirius, your colleague is wandering aimlessly again." Wanmi pointed towards Gilderoy Lockhart, who was exuding male charm by the lakeside on this splendid weekend. "Why did you not apply for the defense against the dark arts position? Allowing such a person to shamelessly sully my vision at school daily? Let me take a look." Sirius leaned against the windowsill to peer towards the lake, where the flamboyant peacock was displaying its plumage once more. "I spent my holiday accompanying Harry. When would I have time to apply?" Who knew Dumbledore would choose such a person? Initially, Sirius believed Lockhart merely enjoyed showing off. After all, he was a recipient of the Knight of Merlin's third-class medal, possessing some measure of genuine skill. However, after observing him over time, it became apparent. A complete buffoon. Who knows how that fellow acquired his medal? Surely he cannot author novels. This simply will not do. I must urge old Dumbledore to dismiss him. I do not like him. Do not pay him any mind. The fox's tail will eventually reveal itself. Such a useless individual cannot remain at school for long. Dumbledore would not allow him to run amok. That makes sense. Are you hungry? Would you care for a bite to eat? Although it was a perfectly ordinary question, Sirius posed it with a hint of temptation. "No, I am not hungry. I am so tired. I shall return to sleep." Disappointment flickered in Sirius's eyes, yet he heard Wanmi speak again. "By the way, why does Dumbledore treat Harry in such a manner? Perhaps Snape knows more than you do. Why not inquire with him? Farewell." As he watched Wanmi depart the classroom, Sirius found himself in turmoil. Should he pay a visit to the slimy Snovellis? Surely he would not greet me warmly. Yet, I truly yearn to understand the purpose behind all of this. Dumbledore indeed often sought counsel from Snape. Perhaps he truly comprehended the reason behind Harry's tumultuous childhood. Go. At worst, We shall engage in a skirmish. I shall merely concede a bit. Sirius's fighting spirit was reignited, charging forth like a valiant rooster into the cellar. Chapter 90. The Frantic Woman. I have finally returned. The elderly lady cautiously assessed her surroundings, striving to conserve her energy to ensure her return to Hogwarts. Lucius, too, displayed a remarkable nonchalance. As the guardian of the entrusted object, he carelessly tossed it into a pile of books belonging to a first-year girl. Perhaps Lucius had long regarded the diary as a troublesome burden. However, this just indicated that the foolish boy had not realized that the diary had been fashioned into a Horcrux by his master. Yet, she was on the brink of losing control over the soul fragment within the diary. Confirming that she had indeed been brought back to Hogwarts by the girl named Ginny Weasley, the elderly woman finally succumbed to exhaustion, slipping once more into unconsciousness. The ensuing events would be left to fate. Wami bid farewell to Sirius, feeling no fatigue, but merely wishing to search for clues. After all, what if her corporeal form were to manifest? Bored, she continued to wander the castle, convinced that there were still undiscovered places. What if the relevant keys were hidden away like the Triwizard Cup by certain individuals? Or perhaps they were concealed in a newly constructed chamber for safety by future generations. Such secrets would elude her if she relied solely on her mental faculties. Honey, that new student seems rather peculiar, Yao Yao remarked, pointing at a little girl hurrying to the library. What's wrong? Wanmi failed to perceive any distinctiveness in the red-haired girl, aside from a slight resemblance to Ron. Oh, it is indeed somewhat strange. Why do human infants occasionally possess such unappealing features? I am not referring to that. Yao Yao sighed. Have you not noticed? This new student exhibits no particular emotions towards you. Is that not unusual? I have neither harmed her nor tugged at her hair. Unusual? Yao Yao interrupted Wanmi. Typically, new students, having been in school for a while, would have heard something about you from the upperclassmen. Even upon their first encounter, they would either tremble in fear or steer clear of you, especially considering your intimidating presence. I could detect their emotional fluctuations without any instruments. Yet, this little girl is different. When she passed by you, it was as though she didn't even see you. Do you think that is normal? Wami pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was rather odd. Rather than suggesting the girl was unafraid of her, it seemed she was entirely oblivious to her presence. What could preoccupy a new student so soon after the term began? Let us follow her. Upon entering the library, Wami spotted the red-haired girl sitting alone at a study desk by the window, engrossed in writing and drawing. Just as she was about to approach and discern what the girl was engaged in, an arm obstructed her path. Dermot, what are you doing here? It was Madame Pants. I shall merely take a glance. I assure you I will not cause any disturbance. Wami was rather reluctant to provoke this librarian. The last time she wandered into the library, a second-grade student, overwhelmed by fear, inadvertently tore a page from a book. Goodness, Mrs. Pins pursued him across 3 flights of stairs, solely to reprimand him. No, I have expressly stated that you are not permitted to enter the library during regular hours, Mrs. Pins scolded, pointing at a nearby student. Look, even upon your entrance, a student trembles in fear. You intend to damage the library's collection again. This is unjust. Wanmi recognized the student as a 4th grader who had failed 2 subjects last semester. She wished to clarify that the student was merely anxious about failing another exam and being suspended. She was merely encouraging the student to study diligently. However, Mrs. Pins would not allow her to finish her sentence, promptly ejecting her from the library and affixing a note to the door. Dogs and Wanmi de Mont are not permitted entry. Mrs. Pins, you are being excessively harsh. The usually stern visage of Mrs. Pins softened ever so slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching upwards momentarily. Well then, as a guardian, when would you ever be denied entry? Even past curfew, who would dare stop you? Perhaps it was due to Wanmi standing outside the door at that moment that Mrs. Pin's tone lost its edge. In any case, you may not enter to frighten the students. Once they exit this door, feel free to intimidate them. Very well. Wanmi, disheartened, bid farewell to Mrs. Pins, intending to wait for another opportunity to uncover the secrets of that little girl. Little did she know, this plan would soon fade from her mind. As October arrived, a damp chill enveloped the grounds, penetrating every corner of the castle. Wanmi gradually lost her patience, wandering the castle all day with a rusted iron rod. Her agitation palpable. At times, even when students were in class, she would dare to hoist those caught sneaking novels above the ceiling, further solidifying her fearsome reputation within the school. The students wished for the professors to rein in Wanmi de Mont, but firstly, her recognized status rendered her untouchable. And secondly, under Wanmi's pressure, their motivation to study rivaled that of the previous year's end-of-term fervor, prompting the professors to turn a blind eye, except for the valiant Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. After Wanmi suspended a student from the ceiling for folding a textbook into paper airplanes during defense against the dark arts class, the oblivious yet fearless Lockhart intercepted her as she attempted to make her exit. There was no other choice. Wanmi had not been overly harsh, and the other professors could manage to rescue a student in 10 minutes. but he was incapable of doing so. Demont, if I may be so bold. Perhaps you do not yet know me. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award. I am not boasting, merely making it easier for you to recognize me. And I have also been honored with the most charming smile award from the Wizarding Weekly 5 times. What is it that you require? Wanmi stifled her irritation. After all, this gentleman was a colleague of Snape and deserved some courtesy. Oh, the mischievous little witch, you ought not to interrupt the professor's discourse. While everyone adores you and is willing to indulge in your game of Guardians, I, fortunate enough to vacation with the formidable Night Witch, shall not permit you to disrupt my class. However, in my magnanimity, I am inclined to grant you a chance for redemption. Kindly set down the troll. Lockhart flashed a grin, his teeth gleaming like pearls, chuckling heartily. Wanmi shook her head, acknowledging her mistake. Lockhart, pleased, recognized her acknowledgement of wrongdoing. I should not have conversed with you as if you were a reasonable individual. With a wave of her hand, Wanmi sent Lockhart screaming off to join the troll. Harry, go fetch Sirius, Wanmi signaled to a Gryffindor student. I believe he would be delighted to finish the remaining defense against the dark arts class for you. All right, the student, both anxious and exhilarated, darted away. The other pupils, particularly the boys, displayed evident delight, finally able to escape the flamboyant peacock's self-indulgent lesson, even if only for half a class. When Sirius hurriedly arrived, Wanmi had already departed. He rubbed his temples in exasperation and cast a silencing charm for the two screaming on the rooftop before commencing the lesson. Shortly after leaving the defense against the dark arts class, Wanmi suddenly sensed a small entity had breached Hogwarts. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Finally, a bit of amusement was at hand.